Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing the void. Please accept the storyline. Memories that do not belong to her surged forth, belonging to the original owner, Xiao Minghua, who shared her name but not her surname. Born in 1960, she is now 17 years old and the sole girl from the Xiao family in the production brigade of the Yu family in L County, Province C. Her aunt from the adjacent room introduced her to a suitor from the city, Lin Yuanhang, the logistics director of a meat processing plant, aged 38 with 3 sons and 2 daughters, his first wife having passed away. As soon as she sat down for the blind date, she was shoved by Lin Yuanhang's youngest son and collided with the corner of the table, resulting in a head injury. The original owner possessed memories of a past life, and all her misfortunes began with this blind date as she sat across from her suitor. Xiao Minghua was pushed and injured by Lin Yuanhang's youngest son. Lin Yuanhang, feeling guilty, perceived Xiao Minghua as a suitable candidate for a stepmother, believing her rural upbringing had endowed her with resilience. Deceived by her aunt, Xiao Minghua, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was led to marry. After marriage, she devoted her life to household chores, with no biological children of her own, sacrificing herself for her stepchildren. In her old age, when she could no longer work, she was cast out by her stepchildren, abandoned, while her husband Lin Yuanhang turned a blind eye. Did she think this was the end? It was not. With the red umbrella and white pole, they lay together after the meal. Even so, this did not quell Xiao Minghua's resentment before her death. She vowed, if there were a next life, she would never again be a stepmother, nor marry. She yearned to traverse the renowned mountains and rivers, to behold the world beyond. In a profound state of regret, the system detected an overwhelming surge of her animosity. It ensnared her soul and, after a conversation, brokered a pact. Xiao Minghua, in exchange for her very essence, compelled the system-bound host to fulfill all her heart's desires. Thus, the current entity inhabiting Xiao Minghua's body came into existence. Host, it is time to rise and accomplish your tasks. Reject Lin Yuanchang and embrace a life devoid of marriage and offspring. Onward. Xiao Minghua stirred, massaging her throbbing temples, and gradually sat up. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Lin Yuanchang crouched before her. Comrade Xiao, the child is young and lacks understanding. I implore you to forgive. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed through the state-run restaurant, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. Lin Yuanchang was taken aback. The younger son of the Lin family hid behind Lin Yuanchang. Xiao Minghua rose, clutching her forehead. An 11-year-old with such a venomous heart, what will become of him as he ages? If he disapproves of his father remarrying, let him prove it. Must he wait until a blind date to inflict harm on the innocent? Are you certain your child is not troubled? If he suffers from delusions of persecution, he ought to be sent to a mental institution, lest he wreak havoc upon others. Comrade Xiao, your words are harsh. He is still but a child, Lin Yuanchang asserted, his genuine concern for the boy unable to tolerate such disparagement from an outsider. A child? Ha! He is 11 this year, while I am 17, Xiao Minghua retorted with a scoff. Oh, right, by your 38 years of age. I am still a child, am I not? Laughter erupted from the patrons of the state-run restaurant, mocking the blatant reference to his age. Lin Yuanchang's face turned a shade of green. I do not wish to engage in trivial banter. I implore everyone to report this matter to the authorities. There is an intention to commit murder here. My goodness, someone from the crowd exclaimed, stepping away. You cannot call the police. Comrade Xiao, he is still young, and you must refrain from such actions. If you report it, he will be ruined. The individual stepping away halted to observe Xiao Minghua, waiting for her response. Xiao Minghua cast a grateful glance in his direction and continued, I am not his mother. His age is of no concern to me, and whether he is ruined or not is irrelevant. Then what do you propose? State your terms. I will acquiesce as long as they are reasonable, provided that you refrain from contacting the authorities, and we settle this privately. With his father shielding him, the Lin family's young man peeked from behind Lin Yuanhang, sticking out his tongue at her with a sense of pride. TSK. The wound on his head requires medical attention, totaling 100 yuan. Let us settle it. That is rather excessive. After sustaining a blow to the head, who knows what lasting effects may ensue? You are utterly unreasonable. Lin Yuanhang's hands trembled with anger, his lips quivering. It is merely a small cut. How can it possibly be worth 100 yuan? Nonchalantly lifting her gaze, she replied, "Do you think I am afraid of death?" Lin Yuanhang thought to himself, "This is absurd. A normal woman would have been in a state of panic, rushing to the hospital, yet this woman seems to have the leisure to engage in idle chatter." Someone in the restaurant interjected, "Comrade, you ought to settle this quickly should this reach the police. Your son will have a criminal record. A record is a stain, and compensation must still be paid. Why bother? Consider it an expense to erase a blemish." Dad. The young man from the Lin family tugged at his father's sleeve. Lin Yuanhang took a deep breath, rummaging through several pockets before finally producing a mere 20-odd yuan. "This is all I have. Your watch is rather nice." Her nonchalant remark infuriated Lin Yuanhang to the point of nausea, prompting him to remove the watch and place it before her. "Is this satisfactory now?" He seized his younger son and made to leave. "Stop." A soft reprimand echoed. "Did I permit your departure? Compensation is your obligation. Your son inexplicably pushed me, leaving me bloodied, and yet no apology has been offered. Must those who err remain unrepentant? Is this how the leadership at your meat processing plant instructs their children?" Taking another deep breath, Lin Yuanhang pushed his younger son forward. "Go. Apologize to Comrade Xiao." The young boy, reluctant and uncooperative, bent slightly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you. However, who told you to aspire to be my stepmother? Stepparents are seldom virtuous, and I certainly do not wish for one. Who said I wanted to be your stepmother? Just look at your father's greasy visage at his age. I remain a fresh-faced maiden. Do you even know what a maiden is?" As she departed, soft laughter erupted within the state-run restaurant, for the girl's crude words held a kernel of truth. What young woman willingly becomes a stepmother unless driven by desperation? Why seek an old, worn-out man, lacking in paternal affection? Lin Yuanhang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he hurriedly pulled his son out of the restaurant. First, they went to the hospital for disinfection, bleeding control, and bandaging, costing 2 yuan. Upon awakening from a brief slumber, still in a haze, he was startled to find 2 figures squatting by his bedside. The inquiry came from the original protagonist's mother, her eyes brimming with both tender affection and indignation. Mr. Xiao displayed a visage full of concern and distress. "Mother, I was pushed down by the child of that matchmaking man, which resulted in a concussion. My head still aches, and I feel dizzy and nauseous. Curse that scoundrel for daring to push my dear daughter. Just wait, I shall inquire where your third aunt's family resides, and I will take your 2 brothers to confront them." Xiao's mother, in a fit of rage, turned to leave. Ming-Hua hurriedly grasped her arm. "Mother, that family has already provided compensation and apologized. Let us set this matter aside for now. If you must seek vengeance, speak to our third aunt next door. Why must she introduce me to a man in his late 30s? Am I so undesirable that I must be subjected to such humiliation? Late 30s? Indeed," she replied earnestly. Xiao's mother glared fiercely. "Did she not say 27 or 28? You would have to ask her to ascertain that, for the original protagonist had no knowledge of such details." "Right. My dear daughter is at home. I shall go seek her out for this transgression. How dare she deceive me?" With that, Xiao's mother stormed out to the courtyard, calling out, "Eldest, second, gather your weapons." "Mother, what are you planning to do?" 3 figures emerged from the adjoining rooms, 2 men and a woman, namely Xiao Minggua's elder brother, sister-in-law, and second brother. With a commanding gesture, Xiao's mother declared, "We are going to confront Xiao Sanzu's household. That woman has committed an unspeakable act by deceiving me. The suitor she introduced for my youngest daughter is, in fact, an old rake in his late 30s. Just watch how I strip her of her skin. What is this nonsense? 37 or 8. That's almost the same age as my father. Get on with it." Brother Xiao grabbed 2 sticks and handed one to Sister Xiao. Brother Xiao ran to the woodshed to fetch a shoulder pole, while Minghua's father brought 2 sticks, giving one to Mother Xiao. The whole family charged out in a flurry, attracting the attention of several onlookers along the way. The family of Xiao Sanju was still in the fields, as the 5 of them stormed toward the edge of the land. Xiao Sanju and his wife, along with their son and 3 grandsons, were busy working in the fields when Mother Xiao rushed up, brandishing a stick and striking the plump middle-aged woman. "Who dares to hit me?"
Ah, ow.
Each blow landed solidly, drawing cries of pain. Mother Xiao only paused when she grew weary, pointing angrily at the stout woman. "You, Sanju's wife, what kind of suitor did you introduce for my daughter?" Minghua's mother, "Let's take it easy. What has my family done now?" Xiao Sanju rushed over from the other side of the field to intervene. "Ask her," Mother Xiao said, gesturing toward Xiao Sanju's wife. Just as Xiao Sanju's wife was about to retort, her voice faltered in her throat, her expression betraying her guilt, her eyes darting nervously, a facade of bravado barely held together. "What could I do? I merely introduced a city dweller to Xiao Minghua, and he's the logistics director at the meat processing plant. Yet, without a word, you just beat me."
How old is he?
Xiao Sanju's wife stubbornly replied, 27 or 8. "Though he's a second marriage with children, he has a promising future." "You're talking nonsense," Mother Xiao erupted once more, raising her stick to strike again, only to be stopped by Xiao Sanju. Minghua's mother, "Let's talk this over calmly." Xiao Fu stepped forward and intervened, saying, "This is a matter concerning women. Men should not interfere." There was a sense of urgency, yet no recourse was available. The son of Xiao Sanju had already retreated to the sidelines, and his 3 granddaughters were of no assistance. Glancing at the 2 robust young men of the Xiao family, the advantages of having sons became evident at this moment, as brothers rallied to defend one another. Xiao Mu delivered a thorough reprimand to Xiao Sanju's wife before explaining to the onlookers. Was she truly introducing someone around 27 or 28? "My daughter has stated that the man is actually 37 or 38. It was her son who knocked my daughter over, causing her to collide with the corner of the table, and now she is suffering from severe headaches and nausea. How can someone so ill-mannered, old enough to be my daughter Minghua's father, dare to claim a good intention in making such an introduction? If you genuinely wish to introduce someone, why not refer to your own nieces? I knew from the start that you harbored ill intent. Your first thought was to benefit your own family, while causing harm to our Xiao clan. What a heartless woman you are." "Oh, my Minghua, how has she become entangled with such a treacherous aunt? It is a shame that my Minghua has always greeted her with Annie since childhood. Can you even call what she has done humane?" A decisive blow. Many present were members of the Xiao clan. It is a large family, and even though they have divided into separate households, they do not hesitate to stand united in times of trouble. Immediately, the gaze of the Xiao clan members turned toward Xiao Sanju's wife with discontent. Another blow. What a spectacle. It seemed that the Xiao clan had produced someone who was solely concerned with her maternal family. A final, devastating blow. Xiao Mu was fierce and outspoken, capable of both striking and scolding with fervor. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Xiao Sanzu's wife rubbed her arm, which throbbed with pain from the blows it had received. Glancing around, she found no one willing to assist her. Her eyes narrowed as she exclaimed, "Xiao Sanju, are you really going to stand by and watch while others bully your wife? It seems you haven't learned your lesson." Xiao's mother raised the stick once more. Xiao Sanzu's wife shrank back, too intimidated to utter another word. Chapter 71. The final act of the stepmother's script, complete. Even as a supporting character, her renown eclipsed that of the protagonist. It was until the age of 65 that she completed her final film and departed from this world in her slumber. Due to the presence of the cleansing essence, Ming Hua had deliberately purchased it for her family to consume. At the time of her passing, both her parents and older brother and sister-in-law, as well as her second brother and sister-in-law, were still alive. The elder Mr. and Mrs. Xiao had reached the venerable age of 110. With hair entirely white, Su Mingzhan, accompanied by Ming Hua's lawyer bearing her will, arrived at the Xiao residence in the capital. Once Ming Hua attained the means, she brought her parents and siblings to the city to thrive. Over the decades, under her guidance, these once impoverished rural folk established a respectable foundation in the urban landscape. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao, their eyes bright yet brimming with tears, leaned over Ming Hua's coffin, supported by their sons and daughters-in-law. 7 or 8 grandchildren knelt alongside the coffin, welcoming the guests. "My dear child, how could you leave us before your time?" They remained in disbelief that their daughter, still in her 60s, had departed before them. With death having claimed her, what use were the possessions she left behind? Mr. Xiao cast a fierce glare at his son, yet could not harbor resentment. Recalling that he had remained unmarried all his life for Ming Hua's sake, he silently bowed his head, tears flowing uncontrollably. The sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to their child is a heart-wrenching agony. Ming Hua had wished for her family, including her elder brother and sister-in-law, and her second brother and sister-in-law, to be well. After several attempts at coaxing and comforting, they finally managed to lead the grieving family into a nearby room to take their seats. Su Mingzhan signaled for the lawyer to announce the will. The lawyer, a middle-aged man, addressed Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Xiao, your daughter, Miss Xiao, established a will prior to her passing. Upon her demise, 1/3 of her real estate will be transferred into your names, 1/3 will be donated to the state without compensation, and the remaining 2/3 will be allocated to the Minghua Charity Foundation that she founded shortly before her departure. All expenses of the foundation will subsequently be covered by the income generated from these properties. The properties transferred to your names consist of 18 residences located in Beijing, Province F, Province C, Province N, and Hong Kong Island. Here are the transfer documents. All I require is your signature, after which I will take full responsibility for securing the property certificates and delivering them to you." The elderly couple's eyes brimmed with tears once again. Their daughter's monthly allowance had sufficed to sustain them, allowing them to save a considerable amount. Now, even in her absence, she had arranged for their later years. With these properties, their rental income would be sufficient, eliminating the need to rely on their son for support. After signing, they noticed Su Mingzhan sitting at the table in a daze, prompting a gentle sigh from them as they said, "Please, take a seat."
Thank you.
After Su Mingzhan and the lawyer exited the Xiao family's courtyard with the safe, Su Mingzhan turned it over to the designated personnel who pried it open. A group of seasoned magnates gathered around the safe, and the foremost leader extracted a stack of documents, nearly half an arm's height, from within, with a letter placed atop. Upon opening it, they found but a single sentence: "May the motherland prosper and thrive. May the mountains and rivers remain unscathed. And may the nation be peaceful and the people secure." As the letter circulated among the magnates, their eyes glistened with emotion. What a remarkable comrade indeed. Why not partake in the cleansing essence? For over 3 decades, the essence of marrow has emerged, yet Minghua has never partaken of it. However, the elderly souls around her have indulged, living long lives, while the child, Minghua, departed from their midst. Due to a stack of advanced technological data she submitted, her homeland has evolved into a superpower over the next 5 years, standing tall on the international stage. As her spirit wanders through the void, Minghua opens the system panel. Host, Minghua race, innate spiritual root.
Age.
Faith value, 8, 888, 888 merit value. Fortune value. Soul value. Alas, the system is in a state of panic. This is not an ordinary individual, but an exceptionally valuable innate spiritual root. No wonder they are powerless against her. She is, after all, a practitioner of the highest order. Fortunately, it has not offended this esteemed being. Minghua inquires, "Why is there such an abundance of faith value?" "Because you have left behind works in that world, enabling you to receive an unending stream of faith value in the void," the system responds, peering cautiously. Host, may we now proceed to traverse into the next world?
Yes.
Understood, esteemed host. Initiating the journey to a new world immediately. Since the host accumulated sufficient faith value in the first world, you may choose your next destination. What kind of world would you like to select? Must I utilize my faith value for this? Her tone turns cold. The system remains silent, realizing her intent to exploit it further. Indeed, your 8888 is sufficient to choose a world. Upon entering the new realm, the faith value will reset, which would be regrettable, as the next world will recalibrate the faith value. Once you enter the new world, the faith value from the previous realm cannot be transferred. Ming Xiao suddenly smiled, and, under the system's alarmed gaze, inquired, "What worlds are available? Ancient, interstellar, historical, republic era, modern, apocalyptic, beastly. Which one does the host wish to select?"
Then,
"I choose the ancient world." As soon as her words fell, darkness enveloped her, and the storm of time and space roared in her ears. Ming Xiao said nothing, merely witnessing the system procure protective gear with the faith value, which astonished her. The void storm is capable of shredding even golden immortals, and the deity that conjured it can produce artifacts to withstand such a tempest.
she took note of this.
As she traversed the void storm, Ming Xiao distinctly felt her spirit being profoundly suppressed, prompting her to retract her essence slightly. She decided to observe the situation first. As long as the heavenly law of this realm did not provoke her, she would refrain from antagonizing it.
Pain.
An excruciating ache coursed through her entire being as the system relayed information about the world. To her surprise, this was a world from a book, where the original host was the youngest daughter of the Xiao family in the village below the mountain. Led into a deep pit by her reincarnated cousin for a day and a night, overwhelmed and fatigued, she succumbed to shock and perished. Ming Xiao opened her eyes and asked the system why the original host's cousin sought to harm her. Could it be that the original host had wronged her in a previous life?
No.
The original owner was a kind-hearted girl who had once helped the reborn girl in her previous life. Her motives for causing harm were simple: jealousy. She could not bear to see her sisters, all from the same family, thriving after marriage, while she herself was left in the direst circumstances. Chapter 72. Confronting the reborn girl. Upon receiving the world's narrative from the system, it was revealed that this realm was divided into 3 regions: the Central Plains, the grasslands, and overseas territories. A decade ago, under the leadership of the late emperor, the Central Plains achieved great unification and established the Dazhao dynasty, attracting numerous kingdoms. The original owner's aspiration was to protect her parents and brothers while ensuring that the reborn girl met a miserable end.
Indeed.
The entire first branch of the family had fallen victim to the scheming of the reborn girl. The original owner's family was modest. Her grandfather, Xiao Yangquan, and grandmother, Xiao Tianshi, had 2 sons. The eldest was the original owner's father, Xiao Jingning, and the second son was Xiao Jingrong, married to Xiao Wangshi. The original owner was the youngest of the first branch, named Xiao Minghua, with a childhood nickname of Sonia, currently 5 years old. She had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Xiao Hongkong, was 10 and studying in the county. The second, Xiao Hongping, was 8. The second branch had twin daughters, Xiao Dia and Xiao Area, both 7 years old. With 2 older brothers, the original owner was cherished at home, a stark contrast to the endless labor faced by the twins from the second branch. It was truly a comparative study of rural family dynamics. Minghua slowly rose, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "Sonia, Sonia, where are you?" Her voice was soft and childlike, filled with innocence. Minghua's expression stiffened as she remembered. This body was merely 5 years old. "Found you. Little sister is over here." A voice, deepening and becoming hoarse, emerged, quickly followed by the sounds of 3 individuals, namely, the original owner's mother, Xiao Leshi, the eldest brother, Xiao Hongkong, and the second brother, Xiao Hongping. The younger sister, Sanya, was in the pit, her head held high, her body covered in dirt, gazing at them with eager eyes. With a chuckle, Xiao Hongbing could not suppress his amusement, remarking how the little sister resembled a beggar. A sharp clap sounded as Xiao Hongkong struck his younger brother on the back of the head, admonishing him for his foolishness and urging him to think of a way to hoist their sister up, as night was fast approaching. "Oh, right," Xiao Hongbing replied, searching around for something useful but finding nothing. Meanwhile, the older Xiao Hongkong assessed the vines entwined around a nearby tree. He pulled Xiao Hongbing over to pluck a vine and tossed it into the pit. "Mother, second brother, I will go down and hold on to our sister. You all pull us up." "Be careful," Xiao Leshi cried, her tear-streaked face pressed against the edge of the pit as she gazed sorrowfully at her daughter. Xiao Hongkong descended with the rope, securing it around both his and his sister's waists. "Mother, pull us up."
All right.
"Wipe your tears and call for your younger brother to help pull," she instructed. The two children, one 10 years old and the other 5, weighed dozens of pounds. Yet, with sheer determination, they were dragged up. Xiao Leshi immediately embraced her daughter, squeezing her tightly. "My Sanya, you scared your mother to death." Xiao Hongkong dusted off the dirt from his clothes while observing his mother and sister. From a young age, he had been taught by his father to cherish and protect the only 3 women in their family, a grandmother, a mother, and a sister. Witnessing their tears now stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. "Mother, please do not weep. My younger sister is far too young to venture into the mountains." With those 2 brothers around, if she were to enter the woods, at least one of them would be aware. Yet now none are. "My daughter seldom steps beyond our threshold. It is inconceivable that she would have strayed out alone." Xiao Leshi cradled Minghua as they walked ahead, with the 2 brothers trailing behind. They swiftly exited the mountains and made their way home. Upon entering the courtyard, the elder Xiao couple eagerly welcomed them. "Grandfather, grandmother." "Oh, dear. Were you frightened?" "Terribly so," replied Minghua as she reached up to touch her head, murmuring to herself, "Touching my hair keeps the fright at bay." This child, it seems, was not truly scared. Mr. Xiao chuckled, assisting her in patting her hair. "We were quite startled this time. You must refrain from such mischief in the future. Eldest, take Sanya to wash up and change into clean clothes for dinner in the hall." Mrs. Xiao turned her gaze toward the kitchen door, where a large child stood alongside 2 smaller ones. The smallest's expression was rather sinister, far from what one would expect from a child. Following her line of sight, it became evident that it was directed towards the main house. "You two, Dia and Arya, what are you staring at? Do you wish to forfeit your dinner this evening? Hurry and prepare the meal." Arya, sullen, settled in front of the stove to stoke the fire, while Dio assisted her, and Mrs. Xiao deftly prepared the food. Inside the main house, Xiao Leshi set down his daughter. "Kung, please retrieve your and your sister's clean clothes. I shall fetch warm water for you. Make sure to wash well and change out of your soiled garments. After dinner, we will wash together." "All right," came the reply. Xiao Leshi turned and exited the room, while Xiao Hongkong opened the wardrobe, first retrieving his sister's garments. He then went to his and his brother's room to fetch a clean outfit. When Xiao Leshi arrived at the door carrying 2 buckets of hot water, Xiao Hongkong cradled the clothes and headed to the outhouse. In rural households, for convenience and to maintain gender separation during bathing, men typically bathe in the outhouse while women wash inside. Thus, an area was designated for bathing within the house, separated by a curtain. As she bathed her daughter, she casually remarked, "Sanya, mother." Minghua stood in the enclosed bathing area, feigning ignorance as she gazed at her mother. "Did you go up the mountain alone?" she asked softly. "Sister Arya said there are sweet fruits on the mountain and she would take me to pick them." "She is a liar. There are no fruits, only pits, and Arya pushed me." "Arya!" Xiao Leshi's eyes narrowed, her teeth clenched in anger. "Mother," Minghua pretended not to understand, calling out innocently as if inquiring what was wrong. Xiao Leshi remained silent, angrily completing her daughter's bath and changing her into clean clothes. She then carried her to the main room before storming into the kitchen. In a moment of unrestrained fury, she seized a stick of firewood and gave Arya a thorough beating, catching both Xiao Wang and the others off guard. Wah! Woo-woo! It hurts so much. Arya cried out in pain, the suddenness of the assault both shocking and somehow anticipated. Chapter 73. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 2. Sanya, at 5 years old, was still naive, while Daya and Arya, at 7, should have known better. The eldest was not the type to intentionally stir up trouble. The elderly gentleman turned his head, furrowing his brow, implying, The matron nodded in affirmation. Our eldest is a gentleman. Family values must not be disrupted. You hold on to Sanya while I take a look in the kitchen. Go ahead. Those deserving of punishment must be dealt with sternly. One so young should not harbor harmful intentions, especially towards a dear cousin. Regardless of personal grievances, one ought not to engage in malicious deeds. It is essential to correct such behavior while they are still young and impose strict consequences. There is no need for further explanation. The two elders have already surmised the unfolding events. The matter is not difficult to deduce. It was undoubtedly Xiao Lo who inquired about Sanya, thus uncovering the truth through her words. Sanya, at the tender age of 5, is a delightful and innocent child who would never lie, even if her mother had instructed her otherwise or punished her. When questioned, she would always respond truthfully, revealing her sincere nature, incapable of concealing secrets. Hence, the blame lies with others. Jealousy in human nature is not frightful. Through daily self-reflection, recognizing one's mistakes, and striving for moral rectitude, one can cultivate the finest version of oneself. Upon entering the kitchen, the matron observed the eldest son mercilessly beating Arya. Each strike resounded heavily upon her, targeting primarily her legs, arms, and backside, skillfully avoiding more vulnerable areas. The eldest son displayed restraint, allowing his anger to be vented. Once he grew weary of the exertion, the matron spoke up, Enough of this ruckus. Your commotion can be heard throughout the main hall.
Ah.
Mother, Arya, sister-in-law, why are you hitting Arya? Questioned Xiao Wang with newfound courage. Xiao Leshi sneered. Why don't you inquire about the mischief your little troublemaker has caused? Does she deserve punishment? With a firm tone, she lowered her head and tapped Arya's back, demanding, What have you done? Speak the truth. Do not deceive me.
I
haven't done anything, Arya replied, gritting her teeth against the unbearable pain. Our Sanya is only 5 years old. If we don't find her, how will we locate her in the mountains tomorrow? What was she scheming? It would not be an exaggeration to liken her to a venomous snake. Madame Xiao furrowed her brow and asked, Sanya, do you admit to this? Sanya shook her head vigorously, insisting, It's not me. I haven't done anything. Look at that. Even when exposed, she still refuses to acknowledge it. Xiao Leshi was filled with ire. Mother, I cannot bear to live under the same roof as such a girl. If she could harm me this time, who knows whom she might target next?
What do you imply?
She said, casting an annoyed glance at her eldest daughter-in-law. Separation. The suggestion did not originate from Xiao Leshi. The people in the kitchen were taken aback, turning to see a tall, robust young man stride in, clad in a scholarly green robe that exuded both elegance and strength. No separation, the matriarch stated resolutely. Your second brother has no heirs. We cannot divide the family. Eldest son Xiao Jingning stepped forward to support the matriarch, saying, Mother, I do not wish to separate either, but can you truly guard against Arya? There is no such thing as a 1,000-day thief without a 1,000-day vigilance. Can you bear to see Sanya lose her life because of Arya? Madame Xiao shared this sentiment, thus her gaze shifted towards her eldest son Xiao Jingning.
No.
Sanya is too young. She cannot be safeguarded. I cannot gamble with the lives of my wife and children. Xiao Jingning exhibited an unwavering determination. You ungrateful child, he scolded, delivering a moderate slap. If your father consents to the division of the family, I have no objections. Xiao Wangshe grew anxious. Mother, you mustn't. If we split up, Zhengrong will surely harm me. Eldest brother and sister-in-law, it was Aria's fault. Why not expel her? Upon hearing this, both the elderly matriarch and the couple paused, incredulously surveying someone they had lived with for 7 to 8 years. Xiao Aria lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Her parents had long harbored dissatisfaction towards her and her elder sister. Since giving birth to them, no other children had arrived, and their grievances had only intensified. It was entirely expected for such words to be uttered. At the tender age of 7, how could she survive if cast out? No, it was unthinkable to expel her. Xiao Wangshe felt her mind whirl in confusion, unable to reach a decision. You decide what to do. It cannot be a division of the family. Mother, Zhengrong is very filial. You cannot let our family be torn apart because of Sanya from eldest brother's household. Sanya is merely a silly girl, a liability, while Zhengrong is your own son. Is a granddaughter truly more important than a biological son? Silence. The old matriarch shot a glance at her eldest son's family. Foolish second branch, how can such words be carelessly spoken? She and her husband will rely on the eldest son for support in their later years. To acknowledge that a granddaughter is inferior to a biological son would only sow discord. Foolish, as dull-witted as a pig. Xiao Wangshe, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Mother, Zhengrong is indeed your own flesh and blood, born after a 10-month gestation. We have yet to bear a son, and you wish to separate us? What will the villagers think of us? You must consider Zhengrong's reputation. Silence, Xiao Wangshe. The elderly matriarch rebuked sharply. Xiao Wangshe fell silent, acutely aware of her elder brother and sister-in-law's discomfort, feeling utterly at a loss. Brother, sister-in-law, I mean no harm. I merely wish to avoid a division of the family. That wretched girl, Aria, dares to harm Sanya, and you are willing to overlook her actions. But we cannot be separated. That would leave us without a path to survival. Without heirs, our share of the family fortune would be minimal, and our 2 daughters are too young to marry. If we are separated, it would be impossible for her and the head of the household to provide for 4 mouths. Life would become unbearable. With a pained expression, Xiao Wangshe shot a glare at Aria, lamenting, that troublesome girl only brings misfortune. Sister-in-law, Aria won't dare misbehave again. Perhaps we should confine her to a room. As long as she is fed and watered, she won't be able to cause trouble. Xiao Jingning and his wife were incredulous. How could a birth mother suggest such a thing? Aria, being young, could be corrected with proper guidance, yet she was not their biological daughter. And any action taken could lead to resentment. This matter should ideally be resolved by her true parents, but judging by her mother's demeanor, it seemed futile to expect anything from her. You have reminded me, until this matter reaches a conclusion, Aria shall be confined to your quarters. Provide her with no food, just a little water each day to prevent waste, declared the matriarch before striding out of the kitchen. It was hoped that Aria would reform through this experience. Otherwise, separation might become inevitable. Aria instinctively flinched, a sharp pain twisting through her, rendering her mute. The mention of her father sent her into a panic. With a lifetime of memories weighing heavily upon her, she recalled how her father, disheartened by the absence of a son, harbored resentment towards her and her sister, viewing them as inferior, their features unsatisfactory. He extended the same disdain towards their mother. Could they be blamed for not bearing a son? It was not the fault of the daughters. Mother, please be gentle. My sister is small. We'll teach her well. As for grandfather and grandmother, I shall plead for leniency later. They should not separate us. Dia spoke softly, attempting to console, while gently prying away the hand of Madame Xiao Wang to free Aria's ears. You are of no help either. Where were you when your grandmother was angry, begging for mercy? She lamented, Our branch has no sons. Grandfather and grandmother look down upon us. And the main branch disregards us entirely. Why must my fate be so wretched? After giving birth to you both, my body has been ruined, and for 7 long years, I have not conceived again. As she spoke, Madame Xiao Wang sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. What are you crying for? I am still alive, she scolded, struggling to contain her breath, her heart racing with anxiety. What is the reason for your tears? With tears streaming down her cheeks, Madame Xiao Wang recounted every misdeed committed by Arya, inciting increasing fury in Xiao Zhengrong. Without hesitation, he seized a wooden stick and unleashed a flurry of blows. Lacking the restraint that Xiao Lusher possessed, striking without regard for where it was permissible to hit. After just a few strikes, Arya could no longer suppress her pain and cried out, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Sister, save me, sister." Daya, with tears brimming in her eyes, suppressed her fear and took a few hesitant steps forward. In a gentle voice, she implored, "Father, please stop hitting her. Annie has already struck my sister. If you continue, you might harm her beyond recovery. Father, I beg you, cease this violence. Sister, quickly apologize to father." Xiao Zhengrong remained deaf to her pleas, only pausing when exhaustion overtook him. What infuriated her the most was Sanya, while her 2 elder sisters married well. She ended up as the wife of an official in the county, living a life of happiness until death. In stark contrast, Daya was burdened with endless worries and unceasing toil. After giving birth, her child was raised to be distant and grew up to resemble his father, becoming a rogue. Her life offered no hope. When death approached, she would be alone, lamentably forsaken. Why was there such a disparity among the daughters of the Xiao family? Was it merely because Sanya had an elder brother? Did she enjoy the affection of her parents or the favoritism of her grandparents? Daya could not accept this. Lying there like a corpse, get up and apologize to your sister Sanya. You are also a heartless girl, daring to cause harm at the tender age of 7. Xiao Zhengrong felt a chill in his heart, harboring growing disdain for this daughter. In the village, at such an age, which young girl did not toil alongside her elders in the fields and manage household affairs? Yet, in their family, the 2 daughters, burdened with excessive labor and scant sustenance, had grown resentful of their cousin. Daya, weeping, helped Arya to her feet. Sister, endure just a bit longer. A mere apology to Sanya will suffice. We must not allow ourselves to be separated. Mother is right. Without a brother to support us, we would be looked down upon. Arya, stifling a breath, rose to her feet, wincing in pain. Supported by Daya, she followed the couple, Xiao Zhengrong and his wife, into the main hall. Their father and mother, as well as their son, were all aware of the situation. It was the son's failure to raise his daughter properly that led her to commit such a heart-wrenching act, causing distress to Sanya. With a thud, Xiao Zhengrong knelt in the center of the hall, overwhelmed with guilt as he admitted his wrongdoings. The elderly couple, Xiao Laoyes and Xiao Laotai, cast a sympathetic glance at him. After all, he was their flesh and blood, and how could they not feel sorrow for him? "Get up," Xiao Laoyes feigned indifference. After Xiao Zhengrong stood, he approached Xiao Jingning and Xiao Leshi, solemnly apologizing, "I am deeply sorry, elder brother and sister-in-law, and to Sanya as well. My daughter Arya has erred, and I have asked her to come and apologize." Daya helped Arya forward. Ming Xiao scrutinized the twin sisters intently. Daya's gentle demeanor was evident in her eyes, filled with regret and an undeniable sense of helplessness. In contrast, Arya kept her head lowered, lost in thought, exuding an aura of bitterness. The atmosphere around her was decidedly unwelcoming, saturated with resentment. This bitterness, however, seemed misdirected. Was it not the family of her husband that deserved her ire? Instead, she unleashed her frustrations upon the Xiao family. The elderly couple had treated them with more kindness than their biological mother, Xiao Wang, who often enlisted their help with laborious tasks, leaving the sisters to shoulder an undue burden at such a tender age. Apologize, Xiao Zhengrong commanded sternly. De Yu's attitude left Xiao Zhengrong and the elder Xiao couple quite satisfied. Her apology was indeed sincere. In stark contrast, Arya displayed a blank expression, her eyes cast downward, rendering her rather unlikable. Chapter 75. Overcoming the reborn girl. For Xiao Jingning and his wife waited for a moment. Yet Arya did not express her contrition, and their dissatisfaction reached its zenith. Arya failed to recognize her misdeeds. This matter could not simply be overlooked. As members of the same Xiao family, siblings ought to support one another, rather than allow their kin to suffer. Xiao Jingning expressed his displeasure, stating that this could not be allowed to pass lightly. Xiao Zhengrong understood that the situation could not be easily resolved. Elder brother, Arya is indeed in the wrong. Considering her tender age, we shall take it upon ourselves to guide her properly. How shall we teach her? Xiao Jingning retorted. She does not even acknowledge her wrongdoing. Were it not for your sister-in-law and the two children insisting on searching the mountain, would we not find even the remains of Sanya by tomorrow? A flicker of resentment crossed Xiao Jingning's eyes, momentarily vanishing. Had Arya possessed even a shred of conscience, she would never have deceived her cousin into venturing into the mountains. Luring her into the depths could lead to her demise, leaving her to await death in that pit. Zhengrong, have you considered how terrified Senya must have been at that moment? Your sister-in-law could not locate her. How heartbroken must we, the parents, Kong Kong, and Ping Ping have been? As for those from the second household, let us not dwell on them. I harbor no expectation that they would mourn for Sanya. Xiao Zhengrong felt a profound sense of shame, simultaneously resenting his elder brother's lack of compassion, as they had all acknowledged their mistakes, yet he still clung to his grievances. Xiao Leshi gazed at his daughter, filled with trepidation. Second brother, do not blame us. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Arya. We truly cannot dare to live with her. While we can guard against the schemes of outsiders, as we do not reside in the same courtyard, it is an entirely different matter when our own kin conspire against us. We cannot gamble with the life of Sanya or even the fate of our entire household on the assumption that your education will succeed. Our decision not to send Arya to the authorities is already the greatest concession we can make. Xiao Zhengrong understood all too well that his sister-in-law spoke the truth, yet it was a bitter pill to swallow when it concerned his own family. The elder Xiao, cradling his granddaughter, declared, "Indeed, the issue with Arya is serious. Her heart is tainted. Continuing to keep her at home would be a calamity." It is not unreasonable for Zheng Ning and his family to request a separation. After all, our family has produced a daughter like Arya, who, being young, cannot find a suitor, and if she is cast out, she will only become the subject of ridicule. The only solution is to separate the households. You two branches will become distinct families, and she will have no reason to bring misfortune upon the main household.
Dad.
Xiao Zhengrong exclaimed in disbelief. Addressing me as father will not change the matter at hand. The decision to separate rests with me. Kong Kong, go fetch the village chief and the neighborhood leader to witness this arrangement. The reason for the separation will be simply noted as the tree must branch out, without mentioning Arya's issues in writing. Xiao Laotai attempted several times to interject, but seeing her husband's unwavering determination, she found herself at a loss for words. The elder Xiao continued, after the separation, your family's land can still be registered under the name of the eldest son, allowing you to pay fewer taxes. Xiao Hongkong could not have been more pleased. He readily agreed and cheerfully took his brother by the hand, leading him away. Father and mother, Zhengrong is my younger brother. When we divide the family property, please allocate a larger portion of land to them. I manage a shop in town and receive a monthly income, so if I economize, our household will not suffer too greatly. Mrs. Xiao has kindly tried to advise, but unfortunately, the second branch's stubborn daughter is ungrateful. She cannot even voice her thoughts. After the division of the family, We are indeed two separate households, and the youngest son has no heirs, which inevitably invites gossip. Xiao Zhengrong lowered his gaze in tacit agreement. If he could receive a greater share of land, life would be somewhat easier. Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Hongping summoned 3 elders and the village headman to serve as witnesses. Xiao Leoj, an elder sister. May I inquire as to the purpose of our summons? The village headman spoke first, his tall figure clad in a scholar's robe. Standing upright with an air of refined elegance, in his middle age, he exuded an even deeper aura of cultured sophistication. Old Master Xiao smiled as he set down his grandson, rising to greet him. Greetings to the village headman and the elders. It is indeed fortuitous that you have come to witness our family's matters. The children have grown, branches sprout from the tree. Today we shall divide the family, alleviating one concern for my wife and me in our later years. Is it truly so early to divide the family? You and your wife appear quite robust, the village headman remarked, puzzled, glancing towards the second branch, which remained silent and withdrawn. Your Jingning still has no male heir. Are you truly willing to exclude him? The second branch's standing is precarious. If they proceed with the division, their downfall will be imminent. It is often said that a good wife benefits 3 generations, while a poor wife brings ruin to the household. The 2 branches of the Xiao family have yielded differing fortunes. The first branch has chosen well and is renowned for its virtuous women in the village. The second branch, timid and prone to conflict, has made no significant achievements at home, unable even to bear a son. In the village, her reputation is rather tarnished, primarily due to her inability to navigate social intricacies. As her son has grown, it is unreasonable to tether them to her. Old Master Zhao's resolute declaration indicates a firm decision, rendering further persuasion from the village head and others unnecessary as they proceed according to the established division of the family estate. The family possesses a total of 20 acres of land, with the eldest son receiving 10 acres and the second son receiving the remaining 10. The allocation of housing entails the eldest son receiving 3 rooms, excluding the quarters of the elderly couple, while the second son is allotted 2 rooms, with the kitchen designated for the eldest son. The family fortune amounts to 50 taels of silver, divided equally between the 2 households, each receiving 25 taels. This arrangement also leads to considerations regarding the elderly couple's support. They will reside with the eldest son's family, while the second son's household will contribute an annual sum of half a tael of silver for their upkeep, alongside 150 jin of grain. The terms of the agreement are meticulously documented, with the heads of both households affixing their signatures, thus formalizing the division. Once the division is accomplished, the family busies themselves with the distribution of miscellaneous items such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and utensils, which were not included in the formal agreement. After hosting the village head and others for a dinner, they bid them farewell, and old Master Xiao lets out a sigh. With the family now divided, his sigh seems futile. He had previously argued against the separation, lamenting that the second son's household is inept and would struggle to manage independently. Old Madame Xiao, still aggrieved, interjects with frustration, expressing her discontent with the second son's family and their parenting methods. She remarks on the stark contrast between the timid nature instilled in the second daughter and the boldness of the eldest daughter, who is audacious enough to threaten lives. She asserts that keeping the second daughter close would only invite calamity, and given the cherished status of the third daughter in the eldest son's family, the tensions between the 2 households are unlikely to dissipate easily. It seems to me that there is an inherent unfairness. What do children truly understand? Much of their knowledge is merely echoes of the resentment whispered to them by adults. Does old Lady Xiao remain oblivious to this? Perhaps she simply refrains from pondering it deeply. The 2 elderly individuals find themselves ensnared in a profound silence, watching as their once harmonious family disintegrates. What can they achieve by assigning more household responsibilities to the second branch of the family? After all, they are in a position of weakness, relying heavily on the first branch. The eldest son is the only scholar of the region, and had it not been for the family's poverty, he would undoubtedly have attained the status of a genshur. Meanwhile, the second branch has failed to produce a son for many years. In this village, families without sons are often subjects of ridicule. Before the division of the family, things were manageable, but once separated, the second branch is destined for hardship. Just as the two elders had surmised, the day following the division, the entire village was aware that the Xiao family had split. Disdain towards the second branch was palpable, with many looking down upon them. Chapter 76. Overturning the rebirth of the daughter with the two branches now separated, the second branch fell into a state of quietude, occasionally roused by domestic chaos. In contrast, the first branch thrived in harmony. After Xiao Hongkong accompanied his father, Xiao Zhengping, to the county seat for his studies, the first branch also experienced a lull. Xiao Hongping spent his days seeking companionship among village friends, while Minghua retreated to her father's study, engrossed in her books, often appearing as a petite figure hunched over on the doorstep, diligently poring over her reading material. Every day, Sanya clutched her book, seemingly capable of understanding its contents. Old Lady Xiao could only shake her head and smile in bemusement. For many days now, she had maintained this demeanor since the separation of the second branch. Beside them, Elder Xiao puffed on his pipe while casting glances in Ming Hua's direction. It would be unwise to ridicule Sanya. Her ability to sit still and composed at such a young age indicated her potential for scholarly pursuits. Given that Her Majesty the Empress permits women to pursue education, why not consider sending Sanya to a private school? However, the elderly matriarch disapproved, asserting that with the available funds, it would be more prudent to enroll Ping Ping, who had yet to receive any schooling. Elder Xiao sighed lightly, acknowledging the limited family finances that could hardly support the education of 3 children. Those who spoke had intentions, and those who listened were attentive. Xiao Le, stealing glances at her daughter, found herself unable to resist watching her as she went about her tasks. Unlike sons, daughters would eventually marry, and possessing a degree would surely enhance their prospects for suitable matches. Once she entered her husband's household, they would think twice before treating her poorly. Her husband was a scholar, and their eldest and second sons were certain to pursue education as well. In consideration of the future, once Xiao Zhengming returned home from his studies, she planned to discuss her intentions with him. Xiao Zhengming nodded thoughtfully. Affirming that their daughter possessed the requisite diligence, he would inquire at the academy regarding her admission. There was no reason they could not enroll her, as they certainly had the means. Their second child ought to commence his studies too, allowing the siblings to attend the same class. But Sanya is so young. Would anyone accept her? Xiao Lu expressed both surprise and delight. Am I capable of deceiving you? Xiao Zhengming replied with a smile. As he absorbed her words, he appeared lost in contemplation. At dawn, Xiao Zhengming approached Elder Xiao and Madame Xiao, engaging them in casual conversation for a while before broaching the subject at hand. Dear parents, I have been promoted to Class A as a teacher, and henceforth I shall receive an extra tael of silver each month. I wish to send Sanya and Ping Ping to the county school, as it would be more convenient with both Kong Kong and myself to look after them. What do you think? Old Master Xiao nodded, expressing no objection. What do you mean by no objection? Old Madame Xiao shot a glare at her husband and turned to her son. What can you do with just 1 tael of silver? The county school requires 5 taels for a year, and that doesn't even cover living expenses. With 3 children at home, you cannot squander all the silver. You must leave some for your 2 sons and ensure that Sanya has a proper dowry. Xiao Zhengming replied casually with a smile. Mother, it may be a bit premature to worry about such matters. Moreover, as long as Sanya possesses talent and capability, a modest dowry is of little consequence. We are a family that values both farming and education. Is it not normal for dowries to be modest? As long as Sanya can stand on her own, she will be a capable individual wherever she goes, earning the respect of others. Thus, dear parents, I believe that Sanya should be allowed to study in the county. As parents and elders, we cannot accompany her throughout her life. Moreover, this is a fortuitous moment, as last year, Her Majesty the Empress decreed that women are permitted to attend school and take examinations. How wonderful it would be for Sanya to be among the first female students to enroll. Sanya is composed and steady at the age of 5. With proper nurturing, she will surely thrive. If our Xiao family and lineage could produce a female scholar, a female geneshire, or even a female graduate, it would bring great honor to our family. Our Xiao daughters would no longer have to worry about marriage, and it would allow others to witness how exemplary and progressive our Xiao family is. Old Master Xiao increasingly felt that Sanya should be allowed to attend school. Not letting her go would be a grave mistake. Without waiting for old Madame Xiao, he decisively made the decision. Why not let her go? As long as Sanya is capable of studying and passing exams, we should spare no expense, even if it means selling our possessions. You still think we can afford that? Old Madame Xiao scoffed. With 3 children entering school, the expenses are exorbitant. It costs 15 taels of silver a year. The family can barely manage 25 taels, which would only cover 1 year of schooling. The oldest receives 3 taels a month, over 12 months. That amounts to 36 taels without any expenses. With 4 of them consuming at the county school, we are looking at a minimum of 1.5 taels per month, totaling 18 taels a year. Adding the 15 taels for tuition leaves us with a mere 3 taels in savings. And what about the clothing and necessities for the children? It's utterly distressing, and neither your husband nor your son seems fit to manage the household. Old Master Xiao coughed uncomfortably. If it comes to that, I could take on some work outside. During busy farming seasons, I could earn 20 copper coins a day. Little by little, it adds up. I believe Sanya deserves the opportunity to be educated. We must not undervalue her simply because she is a girl. That stubborn old man. When have I ever looked down on Sanya? It's simply because we lack the funds. We can only prioritize the male heirs, old Madame Xiao retorted, her voice filled with indignation. Old Master Xiao, with a rueful smile, remarked, "Isn't this precisely what you are doing, looking down upon her?" Xiao Jingning interjected to ease the tension. "Father, Mother, let us not argue. The worst that could happen is I take some time to tutor the wealthy children in the county. Surely they would provide some remuneration for my efforts, which might help us get by. Can you even take on such work at the academy? Be careful not to get expelled," old Madame Xiao said bluntly, concerned for her son's livelihood. "No, I merely rent a residence in the county, not conducting classes at the academy. It should not pose much of an issue." Upon articulating this, it felt as if a pathway of thought had been illuminated. I could discreetly offer supplementary instruction to students beyond the county school. Should any students from the county insist on attending, I would be unable to refuse them. Madame Xiao shook her head, while Mr. Xiao dismissed his suggestion, deeming it inappropriate. One must remain loyal to one's profession. Such actions would undoubtedly provide others with incriminating evidence against you. Thus, it was decided to establish a private school in our village, operating once a week on the day of rest. During this time, we would not charge any fees beyond what each family could contribute, however modest it may be. The son, being a scholar, expressed his desire to open a private school in the village. Even with classes only once a week, it was likely there would be considerable interest. Chapter 77. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 6. With matters settled, the private school was to be established in the village, with Mr. Xiao taking the initiative to confer with the clan leader of the Xiao family, as well as the village chief and the headman. Concurrently, Ming Xiao's enrollment was also finalized. When Mr. Xiao conveyed the good news to his wife, Mrs. Xiao was overjoyed, so much so that she prepared an extra dish for lunch. After the meal, Mr. Xiao first approached the clan leader of the Xiao family, who was taken aback. "Has something happened in your household? Or is it regarding that child, Jingning?" Mr. Xiao shook his head. "Neither. Zhengning is quite well. You see, we have recently divided our household. I am aware of that, replied the clan leader. Before the new year, Her Majesty the Empress decreed that women may participate in the imperial examinations to hold official positions. Zhengning and his wife discovered that Sanya was quite capable of sitting still. They would often find themselves in the study, engrossed in the books of Zhengning and Kong Kong, spending hours in deep concentration. Under the watchful gaze of the patriarch, old Master Xiao continued, stating that the couple, Zhengning and his wife, were reluctant to let Sanya's tranquility go to waste, and thus, upon their separation, they allocated 25 taels of silver. Hence, they intended to send Ping Ping and Sanya together to the county school. As you are aware, the expenses associated with the county school are considerable. Establishing a private school in the village lacks authenticity, as it involves merely 1 day of lessons every 7 days. With Kong Kong providing the initial enlightenment for the children, while Zhengning offers support from behind. Should any child exhibit the capacity to pursue their studies, we can then deliberate on the subsequent steps. Third brother, do you find this feasible? The patriarch pondered thoughtfully. It is indeed a positive development that someone is willing to enlighten the children. However, how shall we address the issue of the tuition? The tuition is merely a token offering, as it does not constitute a formal private school, although it is termed a private school. It essentially functions as a place of enlightenment, ensuring that the children do not grow up as the oblivious. It also provides an opportunity to identify those with an innate aptitude for learning. Old Master Xiao possessed a clear mind, since Zhengning presides over the county school. He cannot oversee the private school at all times. Kong Kong must prioritize his studies, and in the future, with 3 children entering school, it is essential to have some other source of income. As for the matter of income, that can be easily arranged. The patriarch remarked that those who wish to send their children should regularly provide some items from their households to your family. Do you think this is feasible? Old Master Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing that some families in the village are so impoverished that they cannot even offer an egg. That is true hardship. And we cannot impose upon them what they must contribute or how much. It should be entirely voluntary. The patriarch personally accompanied him to meet with the village chief and the leader, and after explaining their intentions, they readily agreed. Enlightening the village's children is a beneficial endeavor for the community, so why would they not consent? After reaching an agreement that children from other villages could also be brought over, he said, "Father, you have worked hard. Please have a sip of water first. This will ease your son's burdens as well. I have invited them over for dinner tonight, and I have asked Mother to prepare a splendid feast with the assistance of Xiao Le. Moreover, let us showcase Sanya to them. She is the first girl in both the village and the clan to pursue an education." Xiao Zhengning smiled in response, proud of his daughter, even before she had begun her studies. Once he stepped outside, Old Master Xiao sat at the table, deep in thought, calculating the family's assets and future income. In the evening, the clan leader, village head, and the local official arrived as promised. Xiao Jingning accompanied Old Master Xiao to entertain them. The atmosphere at the dining table was joyful and harmonious. It was decided that the clan leader would oversee the entire endeavor, while Xiao Jingning, being a member of the Xiao clan, would lend his support. The village head and the local official would take a step back to provide assistance, as the development of the village would ultimately benefit the neighboring villages, making it merely a matter of time. This would also serve as a testament to the local officials' achievements, fostering mutual benefit among all parties involved. Seated at the bedside, Xiao Jingning felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, his eyes sparkling with vitality. What are the children? They should be settled by now. It is time for them to sleep. He turned around, pouring a cup of water from the teapot on the table and delivering it to his father, encouraging him to drink. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Jingning accepted the cup, savoring a sip as he spoke with great delight. Our girl is indeed a treasure in both the clan and the village. Father must be overjoyed, perhaps even tipsy with happiness. He felt a secret joy within, believing that Sanya deserves nothing but the best. He could only hope that she would excel in her studies, if she could achieve even greater heights. It would alleviate any concerns for her future. Even if the empress were to pass away one day, the new monarch could not immediately revoke the right of women to participate in the imperial examinations, especially those who have already achieved academic distinction. I know your joy, and I share in it. Although my mother vocally opposes it, in her heart she is pleased. However, our family's finances are indeed strained, which is understandable. Xiao Lu took the bowl of water from his hand and helped him lie down. Xiao Jingning kicked off his shoes and allowed his wife to cover him with a blanket. That night, the Xiao family fell asleep with hearts full of excitement and joy. The following morning, Xiao Jingning departed with Xiao Hongkong to attend to matters at the county academy. It was a groundbreaking instance for women to enroll there, and he needed to inform the headmaster and gauge his opinion. Back at home, after the father and son had left, the elder Xiao set out alone to seek work. Upon learning this, Xiao Minghua felt a stir in her heart, recognizing the lengths to which an elder would go to uplift the next generation. It is uncommon for a scholar's father to venture out to find employment, as most would find it beneath their dignity. Xiao Lu and the elder lady of the house were also busy managing household affairs, embroidering, and preparing school supplies for the two children. From now on, provisions for Xiao Hongkong would also need to be made for Xiao Hongping and Xiao Minghua, which significantly increased expenditures. Minghua decided to rummage through her father's study for storybooks. If such books existed, perhaps she too could write one? She did not seek great profit, merely enough to cover her and her two brothers' educational expenses. As days passed, another cycle of rest approached, and Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Jingning returned home, their faces alight with joy. The elder had notably refrained from working that day, waiting for their return, seeing the delight on their faces. It was evident without question that success had been achieved. Xiao Jingning, with little regard for rest, settled beside the venerable elder and began to recount his endeavors. Upon visiting the county academy, he sought out the president, who expressed great delight upon receiving the news. The edict from Her Majesty the Empress had been issued, mandating implementation across all provinces. The president deemed the admission of young ladies an auspicious commencement and convened the esteemed teachers of the academy for deliberation. In Chapter 78, Overturning the Reborn Girl, the teachers presented differing opinions. After extensive discussion, a consensus emerged to accept female students. Acknowledging the distinctions between the sexes, they resolved to establish two separate courtyards, one designated as a ladies' academy and the other as a residence for female students. The elder Xiao beamed with joy, clapping his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent! The president and the teachers have shown great foresight. It would indeed be inappropriate for Sanya to mingle with male students at the county academy." Xiao Jingning nodded repeatedly, affirming that the proposal from the president and the teachers would address significant concerns. It would preserve the reputation of the young ladies while adhering to Her Majesty's decree. "Tomorrow, I shall take Sanya and Xiao Hongping to the county academy. The president and his team are already in the process of recruiting female teachers. Naturally, male instructors will also be engaged. That is of no consequence. Instruction is but a formality. Certainly, there will be more than just Sanya in a single class, and the president will ensure proper arrangements are made." With Sanya's attendance at the county academy confirmed, the Xiao family ventured into the county town to procure new fabric for long gowns for both Sanya and Xiao Hongping.
Indeed.
The long gowns were a requirement set forth by Ming Hua, ensuring that once they entered the academy, they would align closely with their fellow students, as the ladies' academy would prioritize scholarly pursuits. Xiao Jingning felt a sense of pride in his daughter's understanding and praised her heartily. Xiao Laotai and Xiao Leshi worked tirelessly through the night to prepare 4 sets of scholarly robes. Xiao Hongping and Xiao Minghua each received 2 sets for changing. With the remaining fabric, they continued their sewing at home, determined to craft at least 1 more set. Otherwise, they would find themselves lacking attire as autumn approached. Fortunately, they contemplated altering Xiao Hongkong's old clothes, adapting them for the 2 younger ones. The dean was a short, portly old man with a long, grizzled beard, who smiled warmly as he observed the young lady. "Such a fine young lady you are, resembling your father. At such a tender age. You already possess a hint of his grace," Dean Fan remarked with a chuckle. "At her age, how could one discern any grace?" Xiao Jingming lowered his gaze. "Minghua, greet the dean." The student, Xiao Minghua, respectfully acknowledged the dean. Short and stout, she stood with poise, her demeanor calm and composed. Dean Fan, pleased, adjusted his beard and squatted down to her level. "Good child, so your name is Xiao Minghua? What a lovely name. Who bestowed it upon you?" "My father named me," she replied. "Ah, your father holds high hopes for you. Minghua, Minghua, he wishes for you to be a pure and lovely girl." Dean Fan's smile remained as he continued conversing with her. Minghua nodded. "I understand. My father and mother have taught me well since childhood, and I shall not forget." Xiao Jingning thought to himself, when did he ever instruct his daughter in such matters? He had always cherished her in the palm of his hand, never daring to utter a harsh word. Let alone teaching, he would even side with her in her wrongdoings. A smile lingered on his lips, his eyes filled with pride. Regardless of the circumstances, his daughter's intelligence was evident as she conversed effortlessly with Dean Fan. "Then, let us engage in diligent study, and I hope you can become one of the first female students to emerge from our Luofuxian County Academy." "Yes, I shall strive earnestly." Dean Fan nodded, rising to his feet, exchanging a glance with Xiao Jingning and giving a slight bow. He called upon a nearby student to escort Minghua for enrollment and accommodation arrangements, while Xiao Jingning remained with Dean Fan. "Do you know why I have kept you here?" "I do not know," Xiao Jingning replied truthfully, shaking her head slightly. "How old is Minghua?" Xiao Jingning responded. "She is 5.5 years old, turning 6 next year." 5.5, articulate and composed in her responses. Xiao Jingning furrowed her brow. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that Sanya was a touch too composed, if not for her tender voice. One might mistake her for a child of 10, accustomed to such situations. Dean Fan sighed softly. "You have taught her well. Hong Kong is inherently steady, and now Minghua displays the same demeanor. Nurture them well, and you shall be blessed with a prosperous future."
What do you mean, Dean?
"Minghua and Hong Kong should be cultivated well. In 2 years, Hong Kong will also partake in the imperial examinations. In truth, his knowledge is already sufficient to compete in the children's examination, yet his teacher believes it prudent to temper him, allowing his knowledge and character to mature. At 12 or 13, he will be perfectly poised for the children's examination. Progressing through the ranks will enable him to remain grounded, unperturbed by transient successes or failures." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Jingning did not intend to disclose her daughter's transformation to outsiders, believing it to be a testament to her effective guidance. The Women's Academy. Minghua stood within the spacious confines of the academy, and thus far, she was the inaugural female student to enroll, accompanied only by her teacher. The instructor, clad in a simple long robe with her hair neatly styled in a traditional bun, bore no excessive adornments. After assisting Minghua in settling her belongings, she suggested that she choose a bed within the dormitory. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be her designated spot henceforth. Minghua opted for a position by the window. The dormitory was equipped with a brand new long bed, allowing for a low table to be placed during the day for her belongings, which could be moved aside at night for rest. "Very well, I shall prepare your bed," the teacher said before attending to other matters. Minghua observed her instructor closely. She was slender and seemed somewhat gaunt, lacking vitality. From their first encounter, her gaze had been rather vacant, and her demeanor could only be described as conventional. Nevertheless, she was kind, having silently attended to Minghua since her arrival at the Women's Academy. "Mr. Foam?" Minghua inquired innocently. "Are there any other students?" "Not at the moment, but there should be some arriving in a few days."
Oh.
This implied that for the next few days, she would be the sole occupant of the women's academy. Save for Mr. Feng. Will we have classes? Yes, I will initially provide you with foundational instruction, and subsequent lessons will be conducted by other teachers from the county school. Through this exchange, Minghua gleaned a general understanding. She would indeed partake in classes, albeit merely introductory ones, until other students arrived who would also begin with the same foundational teachings. If she progressed swiftly, yet there was no concept of skipping levels. After all, this was the very first year that a women's academy had been established. Where could she possibly advance? After organizing her belongings, Mr. Feng guided her through the women's academy, explaining the boundaries between the men's and women's colleges. He emphasized that crossing these lines was prohibited. Male students were not allowed to wander around the women's college, and similarly, female students should refrain from aimlessly roaming. Afterward, Mr. Feng posed several questions to her and then took her to the cafeteria for lunch, where he began her education. In Chapter 79, Overthrowing the Reborn Girl 8, the Dean, Mr. Feng led Minghua to meet Dean Fan, first bowing respectfully. Dean Fan nodded slowly, inquiring about their visit and the presence of Minghua. Dean, this child, Minghua, is exceptionally bright. I taught her to recognize characters, and she memorized them after just one lesson. Mr. Xiao taught you, didn't he? Dean Fan's gaze shifted to Minghua, and he changed the subject. Teach her well. At 5.5, how many characters can she recognize? Be diligent, and do not let a promising talent go to waste. Understood. I will teach her earnestly, Mr. Feng replied. Take her along. New students will be enrolling in a few days, and you have much to attend to. As for comprehension, anyone who can remember after a single explanation should not struggle with memorization. Mr. Feng's eyes sparkled with joy at having acquired such a treasure of a student. What he admired most was her unwavering focus. No matter how much praise he bestowed upon her, she remained undistracted, diligently learning and asking questions. To have a student like her was a source of pride for any teacher throughout their lifetime. Though young, Minghua spent the following days with Mr. Feng, and by the third day, she was already able to read independently, seeking clarification from her teacher as needed. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, she still found herself perplexed when confronted with classical Chinese literature. On this day of leisure, Xiao Hongbing and Xiao Hongkong stood 100 meters away from the girls' academy, waiting. As soon as Minghua emerged, Xiao Hongbing excitedly waved his hand and dashed towards her. Xiao Hongkong, maintaining a composed smile, followed leisurely behind. Little sister, are you acclimating well at the academy? Do you miss our parents? Have you shed any tears? Minghua replied, Elder brother. If this seemingly reserved young man did not tease me, I might have believed he was entirely earnest. Brother, second brother, I haven't cried at all. I have been very good. The teacher praises me, saying I have learned many characters, even 300 of them. Her charming smile and childlike voice were endearing. Xiao Hongkong paused momentarily. Is that so? Then little sister is quite impressive, far surpassing me. To recognize 300 characters within just 6 days of school is indeed remarkable, he added. Xiao Hongping, somewhat awkwardly, gazed at his sister. Sister, how can you learn so quickly? I have only managed to recognize a few dozen characters. Minghua felt delighted by this, aspiring to be a clever student. However, being labeled a prodigy by her teacher seemed excessive, yet she accepted it. It was peculiar that the teacher had not referred to her as a prodigy since then. Elder brother, second brother, where's father? Xiao Hongming pouted, expressing his displeasure. With your elder brother and me here, you are still thinking of father. I haven't seen elder brother, second brother, or our parents for many days. I miss you all. Now that I see you, of course, I think of father, Minghua stated with the innocent demeanor expected of a child. That's a bit much. Xiao Hongping muttered under his breath. Xiao Hongkong cast a glance at him, bending down to lift his younger sister into his arms. The 10-year-old boy carried the 5-year-old child with some effort, though it was not beyond his strength. After all, he was a child raised in the countryside, endowed with a fair amount of vigor. The Xiao family was not one that solely immersed itself in books. They encouraged their children to engage in labor as well. However, those who pursued scholarly endeavors tended to work the fields less frequently, or else Xiao Jingning would not have grown to such a tall and robust stature. "Brother, don't carry me. I can walk," Xiao Jingning said, taking Ming Hua from him. Ignoring his two sons, he gently inquired of his daughter with a warm smile. "How have you been in the academy? Is the teacher strict? Do you miss your parents and grandparents?" "It's fine. I eat well every day." The teacher was quite stern at first, but later he became more amiable and is rather gentle with me. "I do miss mother, father, and grandparents. It has been many days since I last saw you. Father, hasn't he come to the academy to visit me either?" Xiao Jingning listened with amusement to his youngest daughter's complaints, guiding her conversation as they walked, eager to ascertain how well she fared in the academy. His daughter, naturally intelligent, surpassed her two brothers by a considerable margin. Perhaps his aspirations could be fulfilled through her. In the academy, you must heed the teacher's instructions. "How many students are there in your class?" "There are 5 now, and they are all older than I. They do not play with me. I don't play with them either. I prefer to read alone." All 5 girls hailed from affluent families in the county. And while the pretext of sending their daughters to study was genuine, the underlying intent was to forge connections. Unfortunately, the separation of the boys' and girls' academies posed a challenge for those seeking to establish such networks. Such a small number? Xiao Jingning shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that people had yet to grasp the notion that educating women could provide a pathway for families and those in poverty. However, the tuition fees at the county academy were indeed somewhat exorbitant, leading many families to hesitate in sending their daughters there. The county's women's academy had yet to yield tangible results, and consequently, no one dared to emulate it. Apart from the county academy, there were no other women's institutions available. Sanya needed to strive diligently in her studies, for her talents should not be squandered. Her teacher held her in high regard, having praised her repeatedly to the principal, who now held a profound impression of her. As long as she devoted herself to her studies, her future prospects would undoubtedly be bright. Xiao Laotai understood her son's intentions. He wished to reassure her. If she stubbornly opposed Sanya's education, it would be a waste of a promising talent. While she felt an urge to admonish her son, she was grateful to have sent her granddaughter to the county academy. Their family was blessed with such an intelligent Sanya. She wondered how Dia and Arya fared intellectually. Dia was honest, while Arya was more cunning. If Arya could cultivate her understanding through education and temper her mischievous inclinations, she would be eternally grateful. Xiao Jingning's smile faltered as he remarked, "Mother, do not entertain such thoughts. Would second brother and his wife truly invest in their daughter's education?" It was not that he underestimated his brother, but rather that he genuinely disdained having 2 daughters. What a blunt truth to speak. Xiao Laotai shot her son a glance, but that singular look lacked authority. Everyone was perceptive. Second brother was indeed short-sighted, lacking the foresight of the eldest. Sanya's situation illustrated that the eldest's decision was indeed prudent. Old Master Xiao chuckled. "I shall have a word with the second son. He currently has no son, so sending a daughter to school would suffice. Once she completes her education, she can attract a suitable husband. It is not a necessity to have a son." The father's words resonated. Xiao Jingning eagerly echoed the sentiment, as he shared the same perspective. By nurturing a daughter at home to find a husband, one need not fear the loneliness of old age or the absence of care and death, rather than relying on uncertain prospects. It is far better to cultivate the children one already has. Chapter 80. Overcoming the reborn girl. 9 Area is certainly not one to entrust with the responsibility of caring for one's later years. Here is the plan, Jingning. Summon your younger brother to join us. We shall discuss that, regardless of the challenges, raising a daughter to maturity will ultimately lead to his own fortune. After all, he is still a son, The eldest's family is thriving, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they will fare well in the future. However, the second son is not in the same position. Without any prospects, can they truly rest easy as parents? Father and mother, I have arrived. Xiao Laotai expressed concern for her youngest son, who had never wished to divide the family. Yet, the misdeeds of Arya, that stubborn girl, made it impossible for the eldest and his family to accept her. It was fortunate that they did not demand her life in recompense. Xiao Jingrong nodded and took a seat beside Xiao Jingning. You called me for a reason? You are aware that your elder brother's third daughter has been sent to the county school. We were considering whether you might want to send your two daughters as well. Xiao Laotai articulated her intention. Mother, given our circumstances, sending them to the county school would not yield more than 2 years of education. I lack the means of my elder brother to support a third daughter. Xiao Jingrong was somewhat reluctant to part ways with the 25 taels of silver he had received. Feeling uneasy about saving it for his old age, Xiao Laotai glared at him, saying, If you keep this money without investing in the education of our offspring, what are your intentions? Even if you do not send Dia to the county school, at the very least, you should enroll her in a private academy. If your daughter excels, she can remain at home to attract suitors. You and Wang Shi need not worry about lacking support in your twilight years. What is wrong with having a daughter? She is still yours. When she marries and bears children, they will carry your surname. If you fear your son-in-law harboring ulterior motives, remember that your elder brother is here. As long as he is around, he will ensure that your son-in-law behaves properly. Your son-in-law will cherish you. He would not dare to be unfilial, lest he face dire consequences. Xiao Jingrong felt a stirring in his heart, yet 25 taels was no trifling sum. While it was conceivable to send Dia to study, a private academy would only accommodate her for a maximum of 8 years, and the county school charged 5 taels per year. The private academy required far less. 2 taels would suffice. Should he send Dia but not Arya? Arya harbored ill intentions. If one feared a rivalry between the sisters, one could indeed send both without objection. Ultimately, caution was warranted regarding Arya. A mere 7-year-old girl, with such intricate schemes aimed at harming her cousin, was far from ordinary. Xiao Jingrong sighed softly. Upon recognizing Arya's true nature, he found it difficult to harbor any fondness for her, even feeling a twinge of dislike. It was because of her that his family had been separated, and his elder brother and sister-in-law began to harbor grievances against him. After all, how much resentment could a small girl truly possess? Was it not the adults whispering discontent in her ears? Yet, Arya was more vindictive, while Dia had a gentler disposition. Even if Dia were to pursue her studies, there was no guarantee of success, and he was reluctant to part with his silver. Old Master Xiao had always understood his son well and advised him to encourage the eldest daughter to study diligently. Regardless of whether she could further her education, the mere act of learning was a significant achievement. In their village, or even in the neighboring ones, who among them had sent their daughters to school? As long as the eldest daughter was willing to learn and recognize characters, although she might not be the first, she would certainly be an exceptional young lady. When choosing a son-in-law, it would be prudent to have a wider selection. If they could find a clever man to marry into the family, their offspring might inherit that intelligence. Madame Xiao chimed in, her words carefully articulated. You lack the intellect for education. Your wife is rather dim-witted. The eldest daughter is still unaware of her circumstances. If she cannot pursue her studies, we must place our hopes on the next generation. If we are to invest in the future, should we not select a promising young man? Xiao Jingrong found this reasoning compelling. The prospects for his household's advancement hinged on the eldest daughter. If she faltered, they would have to rely on the grandchildren. He acknowledged his parents' wisdom and resolved to send the eldest daughter to the county school. However, he wondered if the county school was still accepting students.
As he spoke,
He glanced at Xiao Jingning. Xiao Jingning nodded, affirming that the school did indeed accept female students, albeit in limited numbers. Sending the eldest daughter was likely feasible. I will speak with the principal. her enrollment should not pose an issue. Then I am grateful to you, brother. If the eldest daughter achieves success, she will surely repay your kindness. Xiao Jingning replied, what if she does not succeed? Let's not dwell on such matters, dear brother. The eldest daughter is also my niece, and I sincerely hope for her prosperity. Once she is at the county school, I hope she will take good care of the youngest sister, who is just 5.5 years old and still quite young. In recent days at the county academy, I have been incessantly concerned about Sanya. Were it not for her husband assuring me of her well-being and academic progress, I would have been compelled to visit her. Sanya is at the county academy, and your elder brother cannot see her? Xiao Jingrong inquired. Xiao Jingning nodded, explaining that there are regulations distinguishing the male and female academies. Men are prohibited from approaching the women's academy, except for the teachers who deliver lectures, while female students and instructors are equally forbidden from nearing the male academy. I am also a man. Naturally, I cannot draw near. That being said, the women's academy seems quite commendable. There is no need to fear any mingling of the sexes, Xiao Jingrong mused, relieved and now inclined to inquire about his niece. How is Sanya faring in her studies? Her husband reported that she learns swiftly, retaining everything after a single teaching session. During lectures, she comprehends the material without error, which is quite impressive. Xiao Jingrong, momentarily lost in thought, felt as though he were listening to a tale, reminiscent of stories filled with such extraordinary feats. Is Sanya truly endowed with such a remarkable memory? He pondered. What am I thinking? I have encountered instances of extraordinary recall before. Xiao Jingning spoke with conviction, compelling Xiao Jingrong to believe him. With a bewildered expression, Xiao Jingrong nodded in agreement. If Sanya excels, she could assist Dia. That girl possesses a gentle disposition, and I shall ensure she studies alongside Sanya. But, dear brother, are you aware of your household circumstances? Dia and Arya are still quite young. They undoubtedly have not considered how well Sanya is faring at home, and Arya has already begun to harbor resentment towards Sanya. Elder brother, trust me, I truly have no ulterior motives. One must not allow the elder brother and parents to be utterly disappointed in him, as he will inevitably rely on them in the future. Xiao Jingning sighed softly, speaking earnestly. You are my brother. We have grown up together. How could I not know what kind of person you are? You may not harbor many thoughts, but what about your wife? Children are like blank slates, and they will emulate whatever the adults teach them. I understand now. I will not allow Wang to utter words that should not be spoken. Xiao Zhengning continued. Since the family has been divided, the parents can no longer show favoritism. So what can she say? It would merely be a complaint that he, as the elder brother, does not take care of the second household. A hint of satisfaction appeared on old Lady Zhao's face. There remained a bond between the elder and younger brothers, which reassured her. Old Master Xiao, however, was less optimistic. While there was indeed a bond, stemming from their shared upbringing, it was the responsibility of the younger brother to nurture that connection. The actions of Arya served as a wake-up call for the elder brother and his family. They could treat the second household well, considering their needs. But this was no longer a reason for the second household to feel entitled or to harbor grievances against the first. Chapter 81. Overcoming the rebirth of a woman. Unmarried brotherly relationships tend to be more harmonious, but once they marry, the introduction of two women often complicates matters. It is not uncommon for rifts to arise between brothers, highlighting the profound influence of women as whispers. As long as there is affection, the elder brother is not heartless. As long as we draw breath, he cannot forsake the younger brother. Old Lady Xiao contemplated deeply and with foresight. As long as Dia succeeds and brings honor to the family, we shall find peace of mind. As she stated, the eldest family's support is indeed the pillar for the second family. With the eldest present, the son-in-law would not dare to entertain any ulterior motives, regardless of his occasional genuine feelings. Old Master Xiao could only think this way. The second son had indeed handled the matters concerning Arya ineffectively. Even if he did not beat her half to death on the spot, he should have at least given her a good thrashing. Arya committed misdeeds without facing any punishment. All that happened was a division of the family assets, which was done quite fairly by the two elders. It was a wonder that the eldest family did not harbor resentment. He did not expect the eldest to pay much attention to the second. He merely hoped that the second couple could manage to survive in their old age. He understood well that Arya would not be sent to school. The second son was quite aware that a daughter who could harm her own cousin might not grow up to be filial. Thus, it was imperative not to indulge her too much in her childhood. He would rather bestow that affection upon Dia, nurturing her instead, ensuring that Arya did not rise to prominence. This thought eased Xiao Li's mind. As they chatted and laughed, Xiao Jingning eagerly shared with his wife how intelligent their daughter was and how well she performed academically. Even the teachers praised her. And the principal had asked if he had taught Sanya in advance, highlighting her exceptional abilities.
Xiao released Ned Kitli.
Feeling immensely grateful that they had sent Sanya to the county school. Otherwise, her talents would have gone to waste. Kong Kong also showed promise. Though Ping Ping had not caught her eye, and it seemed Sanya's talents surpassed even Kong Kang's. Indeed, Sanya was remarkable, and it was fortunate they had enrolled her in the county school. Otherwise, who would have known of their daughter's capabilities? It was likely that their pride would eventually rest upon their daughter. The couple shared a mutual sense of pride and satisfaction. However, they remained grounded, recognizing that their foremost duty was to encourage their daughter to diligently pursue her studies. Tomorrow, I shall confer with my mother regarding how best to support our daughter's education. Studying requires considerable mental effort, particularly for Sanya, who needs extra assistance. I will also prepare some snacks for her. Our pickled radish cubes are quite delightful, serving as both a meal accompaniment and a tasty treat. As Xiao Leshi spoke, she rose and left, leaving Xiao Jingning alone in the room, lost in thought. Their daughter was indeed her most cherished treasure, while her husband seemed to fade into insignificance. Upon entering the main hall, Xiao Leshi first greeted the elders before stating, "Mother, our pickled radish cubes are nearly ready. I shall prepare some sauce to accompany them. Tomorrow, I will take them to Sanya at the county school. By the way, it rained the day before yesterday, so the mushrooms in the mountains should have begun to sprout. Later, let the children venture up the hill to gather some. I will also prepare a mushroom sauce to send along with them." With her son and grandchildren studying away from home, the household had diminished by 4 mouths to feed. They often hesitated to indulge in better fare, lamenting the scarcity of good food. Yet, these mountain delicacies were particularly nourishing, making them ideal provisions for the scholarly grandchildren. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was harmonious, both united in their dedication to their son, husband, grandchildren, and children, which further solidified their bond. Xiao Laotai offered money for Xiao Leshi to purchase supplies, but she declined, asserting that since their separation of assets, all the family's funds were under her stewardship. The in-laws had little money on hand, and it was prudent for them to save. There was no reason to utilize the funds of her parents-in-law. Each item was divided into 4 portions, with the one given to Sanya noticeably larger and heavier. Xiao Jingning accepted it with a resigned smile. Having had lunch before taking his son and daughter out, outside, they encountered Xiao Jingrong waiting with Dia. The 3 brothers Xiao Hongkong gazed at Dia and their second uncle in momentary surprise. "Eldest brother, I entrust Dia to you," he said, producing 5 taels of silver and handing them over. "It's no trouble, merely a small matter," Xiao Jingning replied, tucking the coins into his pocket. He then inquired, "Have you provided Dia with her daily allowance for meals?" Xiao Jingrong paused, asking, "How much is needed?" Dining at the county school cafeteria is inexpensive. A meal with both meat and vegetables costs 10 copper coins, while a vegetarian dish is 5. For a simpler meal, it could be as little as 2 or 3 coins, Xiao Jingning explained. After hearing this, Xiao Jingrong took out another half tael of silver, which he exchanged for 500 copper coins, more than sufficient for Daya's sustenance over the next few days at the county school. Xiao Jingning gathered his son and daughter, took Daya's household registration and luggage, and then led the group of children onto the village's ox cart heading to the county school. "Please, Teacher Xiao, stay a moment," he said. "Rest assured, I shall not enter the academy. I merely need your assistance with the enrollment of my niece. I will speak with the principal shortly." Teacher Feng nodded. "Hand me your niece's household registration and belongings. Once I process the enrollment certificate, I will return the registration to you." "Very well. I leave everything in your capable hands." Teacher Feng. After the exchange, Xiao Jingning reminded his daughter and niece to heed Teacher Feng's advice. Seeing the two girls nod obediently, he finally turned to leave. Mr. Feng led the newcomers into the academy and sent Ming Hua to the dormitory. She guided them to complete their enrollment, handing over the tuition to the person responsible for issuing enrollment certificates and registering their details. Ming Hua then accompanied Xiao Daya to the dormitory to settle in. As Daya arrived later than Ming Hua and was relatively unfamiliar with the academy, Ming Hua encouraged her to ask either her or the other students if she had any questions. Xiao Daya timidly nodded in response. Mr. Feng shook his head in disapproval, unable to comprehend why two girls sharing the same surname could be so vastly different. Daya's demeanor was far too timid and reserved compared to Ming Hua. He hoped that once enrolled, she would overcome her shy disposition. Having formed a negative first impression of Xiao Daya, Mr. Feng was reluctant to invest further effort into her. Sensing this, Daya, shaped by her upbringing, hesitated to approach Mr. Feng and instead clung to Ming Hua. "Sister Ming Hua, does the teacher dislike me? He hardly speaks to me. I am new here and unfamiliar with everything around me," Daya said, her gaze fixed on Ming Hua with trepidation. Ming Hua cast a sidelong glance at her. She harbored no fondness for either Daya or her sister Arya. The original owner of her body had been led into a trap by Arya, and she was uncertain whether Daya was aware of her sister's actions. It was not her place to clarify the situation to Daya, as they were sisters, and it was unlikely one could stand by while a sibling faced expulsion from their home. What troubled her was the silence that followed the incident, as if nothing had ever transpired. "There is no need for you to overthink, cousin. Mr. Feng's seriousness is not a reflection of his feelings towards you. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach him. Additionally, do not linger by my side. I have my own matters to attend to. You should organize your belongings, and Mr. Feng will inform you when classes commence." The articulate and poised Ming Hua truly evokes envy in Daya. She longs to emulate her cousin. Yet, such a cousin renders her heart imbalanced, as Daya remarked. Why, being daughters of the Xiao family, should they, as elder sisters, endure a lesser existence than their younger siblings? The cousin, despite her tender years, has already advanced under the guidance of their uncle, leaving her, the elder sister, far behind. Why did their uncle not extend his teachings to her as well? It is only because they are not his biological offspring. In the past, when the family had not yet divided, she did not witness any particular kindness from their uncle. After the division, he would hardly pay them any mind. "Sanya, do you dislike me as well?" Daya questioned. "I am unaware of the matter regarding your push. Even Arya acknowledges her mistake. Must you harbor resentment against us?" "Resentment for what?" A tall 10-year-old girl entered, clad in vibrant red, her hair elegantly styled with a few delicate floral pins, exuding simplicity and grace. "Did she push you into a pit?"
How old is she?
Luo Shu cast a glance at the petite girl before turning back to Xiao Daya. How audacious to take a cousin up the mountain, to push someone into a pit, and then flee speaks of premeditated malice. The little girl held little presence among them, merely exchanging pleasantries, yet her father was a scholar, holding a position in the county school. Even if they did not form a friendship, they would not dare to offend her. However, with the arrival of someone less amiable, the situation became different. In comparison, she found the little girl quite endearing. Xiao Daya trembled slightly, fearful and hesitant to speak, acquiescing meekly. Her sister, a twin, was the same age as her.
How old is she?
Luo Shu inquired as she sat beside her. Ming Hua, maintaining her composure, replied in a childlike voice, "She is over 7 years old." At just over 7, she already possesses the cunning to harm others? Impressive. The women in my household lack her audacity. In my family, anyone who dares to harm another is met with a beating and subsequently discarded at the mass grave. Luo Shu looked at her with admiration.
Xiao de ya.
You wouldn't know that Xiao Area intends to harm Ming Hua, would you? She is over 2 years younger than you, after all. It's relevant. My family hadn't divided until recently, and we had 3 daughters. My grandmother favored me the most, which led my second cousin to harbor resentment. Luo Shu suddenly felt a kinship with this little girl, for she too was favored due to her resemblance to her grandmother. None of her half-siblings treated her kindly. Yet they did not resort to outright harm. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. I have my parents, my grandparents, and 2 older brothers. After the incident, my father insisted on separating our households, no longer willing to live with my second cousin. After the division, we are now 2 families, and they have no reason to harm me. Luo Shu scoffed. Does one need a reason to harm others? Ming Hua remained non-committal, while harm requires no justification. They no longer had the opportunity to strike at her. You know, you appear quite clever, excelling in your studies beyond us. Who would have thought you were such a little fool? Well then, from now on, I shall protect you. Should your cousins dare to extend their claws, I will assist you in dealing with them. Luo Shu implied, as Xiaodeya instinctively hid her hands behind her back. Her actions elicited disdain from Luo Shu, revealing her true intentions. Gratitude filled the air as Ming Hua graciously accepted the kindness offered by Sister Luo. With a gentle smile, Luo Shu patted the little girl's head, expressing pity for her, yet noting how fortunate she was to have a caring father who would send her to school. Ming Hua simply smiled in response, remaining silent. Both your families have separated. How is it that your father still brought you to the county school? Isn't that rather vexing for you? There's no alternative. My second uncle's family lacks male heirs. One of my 2 elder sisters must uphold the family name. The eldest sister is straightforward, so nurturing the younger one is no harm. However, the words of the eldest sister, Xiaodeya, indicated that she certainly possessed her own motives, prompting Ming Hua to keep her distance from her. To improve her circumstances, she would feign innocence and vulnerability, though her future remained uncertain. Luo Shu's smile held an inscrutable meaning. I doubt that. Stick with me and avoid too much interaction with your elder sister. My friends and I will protect you. It's impossible to let our guard down around someone with a malicious heart.
What are you talking about?
Who has a malicious heart? At that moment, 4 young girls of varying ages entered the room, including Fong Mingmei from the Fong family, known for their scholarly reputation, Cheng Yi from the esteemed Cheng family, and Si Eugene from the county magistrate's household, along with Luo Lily from the modestly affluent Luo family. Sister Luo, what are you all discussing? The 4 girls gathered around, chattering animatedly. Ming Hua, why haven't you mentioned this before? The group of young ladies formed a close bond, primarily due to their compatible family backgrounds and mutual understanding of each other's circumstances. Additionally, as they embarked on their academic journey together, a sense of camaraderie naturally developed. However, Xiao Minghua, being younger and merely the daughter of a scholar, refrained from mingling with this circle. Consequently, they had little interest in the young girl. Minghua shook her head and innocently explained, "Sisters, you hardly know me." "We do know you," they replied, "a bookworm who shuns play and lacks a confidant, so naturally, you find it hard to engage with us." Luo Shu playfully pinched the baby fat on the girl's face. Minghua wriggled free, covering her face with her hands, murmuring indignantly, "Isn't that excessive? One must maintain their dignity, you know. To expose my flaws and pinch my cheeks. Oh, what dignity can a little one like you claim?" Luo Shu and the other girls seemed to discover Minghua anew. She was not merely a bookworm but simply unacquainted with them, making intimacy difficult to foster. As events unfolded, Minghua found herself more integrated into the small group, while Xiao Dia was clearly ostracized. Minghua chose to ignore her, and Luo Shu and her friends were even less inclined to engage. Their differing social standings and questionable character rendered her unworthy of their attention. Thus, the drama unfolded, but before it could take flight, she found herself isolated. During the lessons, Minghua effortlessly kept pace while the other young ladies struggled somewhat. Xiao Dia, however, seemed entirely lost, as if she were listening to an incomprehensible text. Minghua had no desire to offer her assistance, and Luo Shu and the others disregarded her. Even Master Feng showed little inclination to intervene. Nonetheless, it was the responsibility of the teacher to address the presence of a student who could not recognize a single character. Thus, he felt compelled to shoulder the burden of Xiao Dia's education, providing her with private lessons. Xiao Dia was elated, occasionally casting a triumphant glance towards Minghua, which only fueled the discontent of Luo Shu and the others. Minghua, look at your elder cousin, reveling in her little victory, truly believing that the teacher favors her for receiving special attention. She has never witnessed how the teacher offers you extra help. It is quite embarrassing for her. Yet she remains blissfully unaware. Not only Luo Shu, but even the usually reticent Si Eugene furrowed her brow, though she remained silent.
Chengyi, Luolili.
And Fong Mingmei averted their gazes, as they too found the situation rather disgraceful. Xiao Dia had never seen how Master Feng provided Minghua with personalized guidance, which was meticulous and patient in contrast to her own stern and rigid instruction. It was through this comparison that they felt no envy or jealousy. Rather, they nurtured a sense of disdain, as they recognized the disparity between sisters sharing the same surname. Uncle, how is Dia faring at the academy? Are you accustomed to it? Xiao Jingning inquired with a smile. Minghua regarded her with an expressionless countenance. Summoning her courage, Xiao Dia replied, Uncle, I am doing well at the academy. The teacher is very attentive to me, and I have already learned to recognize over a dozen characters. He encourages me to study diligently. But my younger cousin is rather indifferent to me, and my other classmates also ignore me. Is my younger cousin still upset about Arya? I am unaware of the actions undertaken by Arya, so please ask my little cousin not to be upset with me. As individuals passed by, some paused, casting curious glances at Xiao Jingning and Xiao Minghua, while others, indifferent, continued on their way. Xiao Jingning pondered. Could he have mistaken someone? It was astonishing that Dia, having only attended school for a few days, dared to play tricks in public, as if she intended to place him and his daughter in a precarious situation. Remarkable indeed. Dia, why don't you speak with your uncle and explain why your cousin is ignoring you? Xiao Dia, timidly shrugging her shoulders, replied, I do not know. Xiao Jingning observed her sullen demeanor, thinking that one might truly believe Minghua had bullied her. If you are unaware, I shall have your cousin speak. He began to question his earlier decision, which was initially intended to assist his younger brother, only to realize he had inadvertently placed a scheming individual near his daughter. He had hoped that his daughter would forge a bond with her older cousin, believing it would provide her with a confidant in the future. Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. Xiao Dia quickly waved her hands, anxious and concerned, imploring, No, uncle, my little cousin is still young. Perhaps she simply does not like me. Which is why she shared our family matters with her classmates, leading them to disfavor me. Minghua, you speak, Xiao Jingning suggested, setting his daughter down to stand beside Xiao Dia. In comparison, Xiao Dia was notably taller than Xiao Minghua, making it difficult for anyone to believe that Minghua could possibly be the one to bully her. The little girl appeared quite young. How much mischief could she really muster? Indeed, father, she replied. Xiao Minghua stood upright, striving to make her voice sound less juvenile. On the day of enrollment, her cousin had apologized to her, urging her not to harbor resentment towards her and their other cousin. The cousin was unaware of the incident where the other cousin had led her into the mountains and pushed her into a deep pit, recognizing her wrongdoing.
Consequently,
Her classmates only grasped the situation superficially. One elder sister stepped forward to inquire, and after recounting the events, that was all there was to it. Xiao Jingning cast a discreet, appreciative glance at his daughter. The classmates only understood that Xiao Dia was apologizing to Ming Hua without comprehending the underlying reasons. Had they encountered a ruckus stirred by those lacking discernment, his daughter could indeed be misjudged and suffer unjustly. Thus, was Xiao Dia truly soft-hearted? On the very first day of school, she was already plotting to outshine her cousin. The assembled crowd understood the situation. It was merely two young girls, one older, scheming against the younger. Yet, the younger was no fool, and she had promptly unveiled the truth. Fortunately, they had refrained from meddling further. Master Xiao, your niece is remarkable. She must be guided with care. Indeed, rather than valuing sisterly bonds, she aimed to climb over her cousin. This was unacceptable. Being from the same family and sharing the same surname should entail mutual support, not treachery behind one another's backs. Any daughter with a modicum of sense would fall into such traps. Among those present were mainly parents coming to pick up their children, many of whom were women. Growing up in a milieu of females, such intrigues did not seem out of place. Yet, for a child to wield such cunning was indeed noteworthy. Thank you all. We shall take our leave now. I hope you refrain from gossiping. My niece is still young and can be gradually taught. Let us extend her a chance. The ox cart was filled with villagers from both their own village and neighboring ones. Throughout the journey, Xiao Jingning engaged in lively conversations with the locals. When approached by individuals from other villages, he graciously included them in the discourse, often discussing the establishment of private schools in their community. Ming Xiao, however, found herself growing increasingly drowsy, while Xiao Dian huddled in a corner. The scene at the academy's entrance still lingered bitterly in her heart, marking her first realization of the significance of a good reputation. Her uncle's esteemed name held substantial weight, and causing a disturbance in his presence would yield no favorable outcomes for her. She recognized that she could no longer remain alongside her younger cousin. She must dedicate herself to her studies, aspiring to surpass her cousin and attain a commendable reputation, which would afford her the opportunity to eclipse her sibling. Otherwise, the Xiao family would only be associated with the eldest daughter of the first branch, while no one would acknowledge that the second branch also had its own daughters, Dian and Arian. They would spend their lives overshadowed by the title of third daughter. At present, she lacked the understanding of living in another's shadow. All she knew was that she could not remain beneath the third daughter indefinitely. One day, she would fulfill her sister's aspirations and rise above her. The elders could never have anticipated that Xiao Dian harbored thoughts of surpassing her cousin, leaving them infuriated. Chapter 84. Overthrowing the reborn girl indeed. None of the offspring of the Xiao family were commendable. Madame Xiao seethed with indignation. Despite the first branch's willingness to support the second branch, they showed no gratitude and even aspired to overshadow the third daughter of the first branch. Both daughters born to her were no good, mere wretched girls. A treacherous lot. This simply would not do. She felt compelled to confront them, as her indignation could not be quelled. With that, Madame Xiao rose and strode outside. Xiao Jingning hurriedly stopped her. Mother, please do not be overly agitated. Take care not to let your temper affect your health. Regarding the matter of our eldest daughter, perhaps you could discuss it privately with our second brother, so he may manage her properly. That wretched girl, whom I once believed to be virtuous, has revealed her true colors as one harboring malicious intent. It is disheartening to witness. Why have they set their sights on our third daughter? Day after day, they remain oblivious to their own struggles, fixated instead on others, without any discernible source of their misguided teachings. Xiao Leshi was displeased that her daughter was constantly scrutinized, and one misstep could lead to deceit. Xiao Jingning gently embraced his wife's shoulders. offering comfort. Do not worry. Our third daughter is remarkably astute and will not fall prey to their scheming. In fact, she has managed to put the eldest in a compromising position. Once the second household learns of her misdeeds, she shall undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Being ostracized by her peers at the academy will not bode well for her. Xiao Leshi's thoughts were tumultuous, feeling discontented and pondering what misfortune had befallen them, prompting the two daughters of the second household to target their third daughter. How can they be so heartless, plotting against someone so young? She lamented. Have they no conscience left? Do not let this distress you. Your father and I are still quite upset. I had intended for you to mediate, but seeing you so agitated, I cannot risk sending you. Let us not stoke the flames further. I shall attend to my own grievances, and the matter of persuading your father and me will be addressed separately. Surely, I possess the discernment to manage this. With a glance at her husband, Xiao Leshi remarked, it is only natural for father and mother to be upset. The situation at our second brother's household has become intolerable. In ordinary families, even the slightest act of kindness is remembered. Yet look how the second family repays our generosity with betrayal. If this continues, no one will dare to forge deep connections with the family of the second brother. The villagers, being both innocent and gossipy, would tarnish the family's reputation and integrity if they knew what the second brother's household was up to. Xiao Jingning sighed. The second brother's family was indeed disappointing. Xiao Leshi was unwilling to hear him mention the second household and pushed him out the door. Xiao Jingning sighed once more, knowing that his wife was off to persuade her parents. He felt immense gratitude for having married a virtuous wife. A wise spouse brings prosperity for 3 generations, while a careless choice can ruin 3 generations. Just look at the second brother's family for proof. In the room, the 3 siblings, Xiao Minghua, murmured among themselves for a while Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Hongbing ventured out alone. They did not roam far but played with the village children for a bit. Xiao Hongbing, being a familiar face in the village, had inadvertently influenced the usually absent Xiao Hongkong. They were enjoying their time when, in a moment of carelessness, they let slip details about the happenings at the academy's entrance. Xiao Hongbing was typically lighthearted, so it was reasonable for him to share such words. Old Master Xiao appeared bewildered, taking a while before he slowly inquired, who did the clan leader hear this from? His expression reflected deep concern. What kind of children emerge from such a place? All dull and lifeless. A thoughtful child would rather be somewhat dull than embolden their audacity. I know you care for your granddaughter, but no matter how much you care, we must consider our family's reputation and the well-being of the eldest son Jingning and his 3 children. Old Master Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. The clan leader shook his head, sighed silently, and reluctantly spoke. Let them go for a month. Take the elder sister along as well. We cannot allow these sisters to nurture harmful intentions. A single restless element within a family can cause concern, let alone 2. The elder sister has just begun her studies at the county school and has only attended for a few days. It would be unwise to disrupt her education, especially after paying 5 taels for her tuition. It pains me to think of the waste. Therefore, let her take a day off each time there is a break. We must not let our financial concerns overshadow the reputation of our clan. Consider how many unmarried young women and unwed men there are in the village. Should these sisters stray from the path, our clan would no longer have a place for them. Reflect carefully on this. The clan leader then settled down, determined to achieve his objective before leaving. Old Master Xiao found himself in a dilemma. Any revelations about the elder sister's actions would undoubtedly implicate the main household. The clan leader did not rush him. As long as one of the 3 scholars from the Zhengning household could stand tall, it would suffice. Their clan would have a chance to rise, and the 2 girls should not hinder his ambitions. Very well, let them depart. I would appreciate it if the clan leader could send someone to escort them away. However, concerning the elder sister, it is crucial that she understands. It should not impede her education. If she truly can change her mindset and excel in her studies, we would naturally rejoice for her. In the future, if she bears no ill will towards the clan and is willing to lend a hand, that would be ideal. If not, we shall not impose. After all, I have never regarded the elder sister highly. A girl without connections seeking to go far is a daunting task. She has just entered school, and without outstanding performance, she seems preoccupied with undermining her cousin. Such a person cannot be expected to focus on her studies and achieve success. Take Xiao Dia and Xiao Area away. Patriarch, what are you doing? Xiao Jingrong exclaimed in distress. The patriarch allowed Xiao Jingrong to pull him into a corner, while 3 accompanying women successfully brought out Dia and Area. Xiao Wangshi stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Patriarch, the children have been brought out, one of the women announced, grasping the struggling Dia and Area. The patriarch nodded and solemnly addressed Xiao Jingrong. Are you aware of the actions of your daughters?
I.
Xiao Jingrong stuttered, at a loss for words. It appears you are aware. Have you reprimanded them? The patriarch scrutinized him intently. Xiao Jingrong pressed his lips tightly together. The patriarch, understanding his silence, felt a surge of frustration. Is this how you educate your children? No wonder your daughters are so cunning, yet unfortunately, it is for ill intent. Xiao Jingrong found himself too weak and cowardly to retort. Very well, take them away. If you cannot teach them, let those who understand the rules and virtues of our clan do so. With a dismissive wave, the patriarch led the group away from the second household. Throughout this, Grandma Xiao and Grandpa Xiao remained indoors, powerless to intervene. Oh heavens! Cannot those 2 wretched girls behave? Must they always stir up trouble? Why must I suffer so? I married a useless man, bore no sons, and these 2 daughters are utterly incompetent. Some people live so well. Wouldn't it be fair for them to share a little fortune with me? Xiao Wangshi could no longer bear the weight of her despair and collapsed onto the ground, weeping as she pounded her thighs. Having given birth to 2 daughters who were taken to be raised by the clan, her reputation alongside Xiao Jingrong was utterly tarnished. In the confines of the house, old Lady Xiao sat firmly, her voice ringing out in reprimand, lamenting. What are you wailing about? Your father and I are still alive. There is no need for your tears. Years of fear had ingrained itself deeply within her. At the sudden outburst of old Lady Xiao, Xiao Wang was startled into silence, stifling her sobs and refraining from further disturbance. Old Lady Xiao resolutely rose from her seat, approached the doorway, and with hands on her hips, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the 2. Now you know to cry, yet previously, why did you not teach them properly? Xiao Wang, do not presume I am unaware of your whispers to our daughters. Had it not been for your incessant nagging over the years, would the 2 girls have turned out this way? You bore daughters, and what did I say? You seem to think I disapprove of your daughters, always keeping them from coming near me. As they grow, you urge them to toil. Very well, what village girl does not work? If work is to be done, let it be done without incessant complaints about the 3rd girl not contributing, eating well, and being well cared for. Dia and Area are also daughters of the Xiao family. Do you truly believe I favor the 3rd girl? Have you considered the kind of person you are? I would love to show favoritism. Could you allow the 2 girls to come before me? Enough. As their mother, you fear that I, the old woman, would wear them down. Second child, do not think my words pierce your hearts. Reflect sincerely on how your elder sister-in-law and your wife conduct themselves. The 3rd girl has grown up before me, intelligent, filial, and clever, bringing so much joy to your father. Take another look at your household. Never mind, I am too weary to elaborate. If you can comprehend, that would be for the best. If not, then keep it to yourself and refrain from incessantly pestering me. Consider this. If he had a daughter-in-law of such disposition, he would undoubtedly favor the 2nd household as well. Xiao Jingrong, breathless, sat at the edge of the bed, glaring at the individual sprawled on the floor, weeping profusely. You wasteful woman. Both children have been led astray under your guidance. Day after day, you neglect your responsibilities, indulging only in complaints. Perhaps it would be prudent to send you to the clan for proper instruction. Xiao Wangshi felt a surge of panic and rushed to embrace Xiao Jingrong's leg, pleading earnestly. My children's father, you cannot. We already have 2 daughters in the family. If I were to join them, it would spell ruin for us. You are aware of the fear. Just look at how you have raised the children. It is no wonder that I harbor discontent towards you. With your current demeanor, who would ever favor you? In retrospect, he is indeed foolish. The upbringing of the children from both households serves as the clearest testament. In the elder brother's household, due to the presence of the elder sister-in-law, the 3 children share a profound closeness with the elderly. As one ages, the affection naturally deepens for those raised under one's roof. For those who are distanced, such affection is inherently limited. Xiao Wangshi, subdued and timid, dared not retort. Xiao Jingrong continued to drone on, enumerating her faults for quite some time, until his frustration began to wane. He issued a warning. If you dare to stir trouble in the elder household, incite mother's ire, or utter words that should remain unspoken, I shall cast you aside. It would be no trouble to find another. Though I may be poor, I am not without suitors. Do not let me hear you speak of the elder household or how mother shows favoritism towards them. You are forbidden from uttering a single word about them or our parents. Very well, I shall remember. I shall never dare again. I will diligently attend to my tasks in silence, like a mute. It was only then that Xiao Jingrong ceased his tirade, reflecting upon the fact that Dia was his daughter, upon whom he had placed great expectations. Her future as a bride would now depend on her. He gave a kick to Xiao Wangshi, then rose to gather Dia's belongings, as well as some for Arya. Dia must not be led astray by you any longer. In the future, Arya will work alongside you, while Dia will work with me. Furthermore, the family's storage area must be renovated to separate the 2 girls. Dia's already strayed from the right path, and Arya must not follow in her footsteps. Very well, I shall go at once. Please do not strike me again. Enduring the pain, she rose, now clear-headed, and began to pack Dia's clothing and provisions. She then prepared a couple of thin garments for Arya and included 2 pancakes. Take this. I will deliver it to the clan. You focus on tidying the house. I will hire someone to partition Dia and Arya's rooms. Henceforth, they shall occupy separate quarters, ensuring that Arya does not lead Dia astray. If you ruin my only hope, I shall ensure that you do not enjoy your days either. After Xiao Jingrong delivered this harsh ultimatum and departed with the 2 bundles, Xiao Wangshi collapsed to the ground, filled with dread. It was utterly terrifying. In the past, Xiao Jingrong had been prone to violence, yet he had never struck so severely. Had she truly erred? She felt wronged. Having borne a daughter was not her desire. Her mother-in-law's disdain was not what she wished for. Living a life inferior to that of the main household was also not her intention. Marrying an unambitious man had made her life exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, she attributed her misfortunes to having wed a man of little merit, pondering how different her life might have been had she married the scholar from the main household. Xiao Jingrong arrived at the clan with packages in hand, only to be intercepted by a stout matron with a round waist. What are you doing here? This is a place for confining the female relatives who have erred in the clan. What business does a man like you have barging in here? Have you no shame? My apologies. I am here to deliver packages to my 2 daughters, he replied. They were brought here today, without any luggage, not even a change of clothes. He spoke earnestly, his eyes fixed hopefully on the matron. Chapter 86. Overcoming the reborn girl. 15. The area designated for confining the female relatives who have misstepped is a separate courtyard, encircled by earthen walls, with thatched roof houses that are simple yet tidy. There are numerous small rooms, each occupied by a different individual, but fortunately, there are not many women in confinement. Otherwise, these modest quarters would be woefully insufficient. Xiao Dia, Xiao Arya, Come out to collect your things. Xiao Dia emerged first, with Xiao Area lagging slightly behind. The two packages were indistinguishable in their intended recipient, prompting the matron to open one for them. Whose clothes are these? Mine. Xiao Dia stepped forward.
Take it.
The matron handed her the package, then passed the other to Xiao Area. The packages were not of equal size, and Xiao Area's shadowy eyes held an inscrutable expression. Once the matron departed, Xiao Area turned her gaze sharply to Xiao Dia. Sister, what did our parents send you? Nothing much, just some clothes. You have some too.
Don't you?
Xiao Dia, having just begun to glimpse the vast world beyond, felt a sense of wildness awakening within her. Her affection for her younger sister waned slightly. We lack freedom here, so it would be wise for you to remain well-behaved. Xiao Area shut the door and opened the female immortal's red envelope group. Demoness Sudaji. How utterly dull. Who's in the group? Come forth and share some banter. Fairy Xiao. Boredom calls for red envelopes. What else with all the chattering? Demoness Sudaji. How terrifying. Lady Xiao. You are quite fierce. Fairy Xiao. I possess an even fiercer side. Allow me to demonstrate.
Demoness Sudaji. I dare not.
I dare not. The little demon shall withdraw. Fairy Xiao. Demoness Sudaji. Why the haste? Send a red envelope before you depart. Demoness Sudaji. Very well. Demoness Sudaji sends forth a red envelope. Congratulations to Fairy Xiao for seizing a red envelope. Congratulations to Fairy Xiao for seizing a red envelope. Congratulations to Demu Yuanjun for seizing a red envelope. A flurry of congratulatory messages ensues, stirring the interest of Xiao Area. She feels invisible within the group, hesitant even to snatch a red envelope. Unfamiliar with the individuals in the group, she only knows of the demoness nature. The prefixes preceding the others' names elude her understanding. Driven by insatiable greed, she could not suppress her desire and reached out to grab a red envelope. Mortal Xiao Area has claimed a red envelope.
Demoni Sudaji.
Fairy Xiao. Bodhisattva Guanyin. Remarkable indeed. A mortal has unknowingly entered our midst, and we were all oblivious. Fairy Tang Xiaoshan. Where is the group leader? We need to address this. A mortal has joined our group, Zawangmu. A series of mentions follows. Leaving Xiao Area dazed and clutching an unfamiliar fruit. Before her rebirth, she was merely a village girl, unaccustomed to such spectacles. Xiao Minghua discreetly evaded her family and quietly entered Xiao Area's room, only to be greeted by an intriguing sight. Before Xiao Area was a chat window emblazoned with the dazzling words Female Immortal Red Envelope Group. She could clearly discern many familiar names among the participants, and it suddenly dawned on her that Xiao Area's reincarnation boon was none other than a red envelope group. What a delightful treasure to fall into her hands. Silently, her consciousness infiltrated the group, which was of a lower level than her own spiritual cultivation, thus failing to detect any anomaly. However, when Minghua attempted to modify the group name, she found herself in a quandary. What should she call herself? Inspiration struck. Hastily, she seized a red envelope, revealing a rather unremarkable spiritual fruit in her palm, while the page displayed a congratulatory message. Congratulations to the innate spiritual root junior sister for seizing a red envelope. The red envelope from the enchanting demoness Su Daji was snatched up in 1 minute. Sanxian Gu Xiao. Who is this innate spiritual root junior sister? Domu Yuanjun Jinling. Innate spiritual root? I recall that only the ancestor of the earth immortals possesses such a form. Sanxian Gu Qiong Xiao. Sister Jinling, you are not mistaken. Who is this innate spiritual root junior sister?
Step forward and speak.
Innate spiritual root junior sister. Greetings, everyone. I am but an innate spiritual root, and as for my whereabouts, I remain unaware. How I entered here is also a mystery to me. Does this group not permit outsiders? Playing the fool, she feigned ignorance. Domu Yuanjun Jinling. It is not that we do not allow entry. A mortal entered before you. Mortal Xiao area. Greetings, everyone. What is this group? I too arrived here unexpectedly and am clueless as to how I got in. Xiao Minghua stealthily departed, showcasing an impressive facade. However, she had no intention of sparing her dignity and promptly dispatched a message. The novice with innate spiritual roots. Mortal Xiao area. How audacious. Who permitted you to imitate my esteemed speech? Xiao area felt a surge of anxiety. The individuals within this group were not mere mortals, each adorned with a distinguished prefix, while hers merely labeled her as a mortal, undeniably placing her in a precarious position.
Mortal Xiao area, I apologise.
Please do not take offense. I was unaware of how to engage with the group. In my desperation, I resorted to imitating you. I kindly ask for your understanding and promise it shall not occur again. Queen Mother of the West, esteemed members, what is transpiring? So many have summoned my attention. Allow me a moment to peruse the messages. Queen Mother of the West, how did a mortal gain entry to this group? Was it someone here who invited them? Duo Mu Yuan Jun Jinling. It was not I. 3 immortal sisters Qiong Xiao. Nor I. Baihua Fairy Tang Xiaoshan. I have not invited anyone. My sisters have yet to join, thus it is impossible for a mere mortal to be brought in. A chorus of denials ensued. Queen Mother of the West, let us not dwell on this. It may simply be an error. Nevertheless, I must caution you all that there exists a distinction between immortals and mortals. We must not admit mortals into this group. Any information that escapes our red envelope group could irrevocably alter a person's fate. Who among you is willing to shoulder that consequence? Silence enveloped the group until Su Daji emerged. Enchantress Su Daji. Queen Mother of the West, Your Majesty, I recently distributed a red envelope, and a mortal managed to seize one. It contained a spiritual fruit. While it poses no risk to us immortals, for mortals, it possesses the power to refine their essence and marrow. Shi Wangmu remarked, it is of no consequence, merely a cleansing of the essence. That mortal possesses a modicum of fortune. Otherwise, they could not have entered our circle. Now that they have been expelled, let us all remain vigilant. Should any other mortals attempt to join, do inform me promptly, or have a surviving group administrator resurrect briefly to handle the matter. With that, Shi Wangmu logged off, leaving the group devoid of its previous vibrancy. Chapter 87. Overcoming the Reborn Girl, Where Have You Gone? As she stepped through the courtyard gate, she was caught by Xiao Leshi. Minghua smiled sweetly, Mother. I was merely playing outside. Where are my elder brothers? Your elder brothers are in the study reading. Go find them and read together. Even during your break, one must not become complacent. Your father often says that to review is to learn anew. You must not allow your studies to slip away during this rest. Xiao Leshi cast a reproachful glance at her. Very well, I shall go right away. Minghua giggled as she dashed past her mother into the study. Observing her 2 brothers diligently engrossed in their books, she chose not to disturb them. Instead, she quietly picked up a copy of the Analects. The study was serene. After finishing the Analects, she reached for Expanded Morality and Introduction to Rhyme. Thanks to her exceptional memory, the 3 books posed no challenge for her, having studied these texts under her master in her previous life. She found it quite effortless to revisit them. 3Y, Minghua replied calmly, looking up at him. Father, you have arrived. Indeed, you are reading quite swiftly. Do you manage to retain what you read? In her hands, the daughter held Sheng El Chi Meng with 2 additional volumes beside her, Lun Yu and Zhengguang Xianwen. Acknowledging this, he nodded solemnly, affirming her statement. Xiao Jingning lifted the book from her grasp and said, Since you claim to remember, allow me to test your knowledge. Very well, Father. Feel free to examine me, Minghua replied, sitting up straight. Commencing from the first volume, he instructed her to recite Dong. Minghua cleared her mind and began to read aloud in her youthful tone, her voice drawing the attention of Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Hongping. clouds against rain, snow against wind, evening glow against clear skies. She continued with Wei, coming against going, dense against sparse, swallows dancing against orioles flying. The breeze is clear against the bright moon, heavy dew against faint mist. After testing her on 7 or 8 passages, he halted at the point where Ming Xiao had been reading. The two brothers appeared bewildered, seemingly outmatched by their younger sister. At merely 5.5 years of age, she had mastered 300 verses and now retained a substantial portion of Sheng El Qi Meng. Although her recitation was commendable, he reminded her that reading extends beyond mere memorization and recitation. One must also grasp the meaning. Otherwise, it would merely be rote learning. And the term bookworm arises from such practices. The term bookworm carries both positive and negative connotations. Ming Xiao nodded earnestly and replied, "I understand, Father. I have read diligently and sought to comprehend. The annotations in the text facilitate understanding when combined with reading." "Then, do you believe you have comprehended all of it? Please explain the passages I just tested you on," Xiao Jingning said, placing the book on the small table beside Ming Xiao and pulling up a stool, awaiting her response. The Eastern rhymes, also known as the rhyme categories, pertain to the art of rhyme. For instance, the Ping Shui rhyme comprises 106 rhyme divisions, with a significant number of level tones, hence it is divided into upper and lower categories. Ming Xiao articulates her understanding and the teachings imparted by her master, while Xiao Jingning listens, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding in agreement. By the time he completes the interpretation of the 8 sections, it is as if a refreshing enlightenment has dawned upon him. He realizes that these can indeed be categorized in such a manner. The educational methods of this era are rather rigid, and the comprehension of concepts remains superficial. Those capable of profound interpretation are predominantly found among the aristocracy, within true scholarly lineages, making them rare encounters in the outside world. Thus, the significance of having a renowned mentor in ancient times becomes evident. Xiao Hongping feels dizzy from the information, while Xiao Hongkong listens attentively, integrating what he has previously learned. It dawns on him that he pales in comparison to his sister. Despite having studied for several more years, he finds himself outshone by her brilliance, a realization that fills him with a sense of inadequacy. His sister is indeed exceptionally astute. Xiao Jingning remains silent, advising his younger sister to remain humble and diligent. While it is important to support her needs, they must not indulge her. Many prodigies fade into mediocrity as they age, a lesson worth heeding. "Yes, Father," Xiao Hongkong replies with a bow. However, Xiao Hongping holds a different view, believing his sister to be undeniably superior and a quick learner. Since entering school, he has hardly managed to complete the 300 poems and has only begun to study the 100 family surnames. "Father, my sister is intelligent. If we praise her more, she will become even smarter." Xiao Jingning's eye twitches. He realizes this son may not be the most promising. Xiao Hongkong pulls his younger brother aside and says, "Father speaks for the sake of our sister's benefit. Sister, you are remarkable. Keep striving." "All right, brother, I shall continue to strive," young Ming Xiao said innocently. With that, Xiao Hongping lost the will to argue. Xiao Hongkong let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was perplexing how a seemingly astute younger brother had stumbled in this matter. They couldn't praise her in front of their father, but perhaps they could do so in secret. "Do you understand the meaning of hypocrisy?" Xiao Hongping truly did not. At that moment, the clan leader approached, and Xiao Jingning followed him to the private school arranged by the clan. Xiao Hongkong took his younger brother by the hand, bringing him to their sister, lifting her onto his lap. "Sister, do not be upset. We will heed Father's words. From now on, we shall only praise you in private, ensuring Father does not overhear. Indeed, you are exceptionally clever, far more so than your elder brother. When I was your age, I had only completed 300 characters." As the eldest son of the main branch, Xiao Hongping had been held in his father's embrace since childhood, receiving his early education. Xiao Hongping, known for his playful nature, was never directly taught by Xiao Jingning, who believed that having a firstborn to uphold the family was sufficient, and that the second son's playful demeanor was of little consequence. The same philosophy applied to his daughter. After all, girls are cherished as they grow, and when the time comes, they will leave their parents' side. Brother, I never anticipated you to be like this, Xiao Hongping exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Minghua looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Hongkong cleared his throat awkwardly. Father fears to delay our sister's progress. We should converse privately with her. Cleverness deserves commendation. It is best that father remains oblivious. Is this truly acceptable? Brother, you mentioned that father acts in sister's best interest. If we go against his wishes, he may punish us severely, don't you think? Minghua blinked in a daze, yearning to exclaim, Elder brother, your persona has crumbled. A well-placed compliment could indeed invigorate one's spirit. Whenever the sage praised me, I felt a compelling urge to excel, to avoid disappointing him. After Xiao Hongkong spoke, his ears flushed with heat, and a rosy hue crept across his cheeks, feeling quite bashful to utter such sentiments in front of his younger sister. Upon reflection, Xiao Hongping nodded earnestly, affirming his elder brother's words. Sister, we shall quietly commend you, but this must remain a secret from father. Chapter 88. Overcoming the Reborn Girl, 17. The two younger brothers contended that their father was mistaken. They reveled in praise when it was bestowed upon them and could not strip their sister of the joy of commendation. Minghua beamed, gently nodding. If I keep it from father, may I confide in mother? Xiao Hongkong. Xiao Hongping. Sister, we must not divulge this to mother either. For father and mother conspire together. We are allies in this matter. If we inform mother, father will surely find out. The two brothers quaked at the thought. Although father was not as violent as their second uncle, his stern demeanor could be quite intimidating. Reluctantly, they acquiesced. Xiao Hongping and Xiao Hongkong exhaled slowly, relieved that their sister was easily appeased. As flowers bloomed in pairs, Xiao Jingning accompanied the clan leader to the private school, which had formerly been an uninhabited, desolate dwelling devoid of even a courtyard. Now, walls had been erected around the house, the courtyard was immaculate, and the roof and walls had been repaired. The establishment comprised 3 rooms, one for classes, one as a study, and one designated for Xiao Jingning's office. Jingning, do take a look. Are you satisfied? Should you require any additions, feel free to express your needs. Everything is well. The clan leader has been diligent. The classroom is furnished with a dozen desks and chairs. And while the study is rather empty, it genuinely contains a bookshelf. In the room reserved for him, there is a bed and a set of desks and chairs. The bed serves as a place for brief repose, while the desks and chairs are prepared for his writing and artistic endeavors. The clan leader chuckled and shook his head, considering this trivial compared to the enlightenment he provides to the children of the clan and the village. Once I disseminated the news. Numerous families from both the clan and the village expressed their desire to send their children over. I made it clear regarding the matter of remuneration. Those who can afford to pay will do so, while those who cannot may offer a token of gratitude in the form of vegetables or eggs. This approach serves both interests well. It allows me to contribute meaningfully to the clan while alleviating the burdens at home. When will the lectures be scheduled? After a roundabout discussion, the clan leader finally addressed the main topic. It matters not. I too hope that both the clan and the village can nurture a few promising young individuals, for in the future, mutual support will be essential for our longevity. One cannot thrive in solitude. Previously, I was preoccupied with my own affairs, but now I can spare time to educate everyone. You are commendable. After sending the people away, the clan leader visited the village head's home to discuss matters regarding the private school. He also spoke highly of Xiao Jingning, but as for Xiao Jingrong, that is another matter entirely. He cannot even manage to teach his own daughter. With Xiao Jingning, the elder brother, there to shield him, Xiao Jingrong's shortcomings were never exposed. However, After the division of the family, all of Xiao Jingrong's flaws have come to light. 2 daughters prove to be a disappointment, their cunning directed towards frivolous pursuits. One conspires to take a life, while the other harbors a nefarious thought of trampling upon her younger cousin. The clan leader took a drink in one gulp, and Zheng Ning stated that there would be lessons for half a day tomorrow, urging that the children from her maternal family should not be late. Zheng Ning, lacking a formal stipend, essentially offered free enlightenment to the children, as the clan was too impoverished even to provide her with a proper stipend. There was little to be done but to endure the inconvenience for Zheng Ning. Do not worry about my maternal family, I will have them come over tonight. They can stay at our home and attend classes early tomorrow, the clan leader's wife remarked. There was an empty room in the house, which would accommodate the 2 boys well. The clan leader nodded in agreement, and the clan leader's wife hastily dispatched her daughter-in-law to her maternal home. The daughter-in-law, being the niece of her maternal family, was loyal to her mother-in-law. There were no petty grievances between them, a situation that pleased the clan leader's wife immensely. Her initial strong insistence that her son marry his maternal niece proved to be a wise decision. At first, the clan leader had opposed this union. But upon the daughter-in-law's arrival, being diligent and virtuous, and fostering a close relationship with her son, bearing him 3 sons and 2 daughters, he relinquished his earlier discontent. Husband, should we consider sending our granddaughter to the county school? We also have 3 grandsons. It is unreasonable that Zheng Ning's family can support 3 scholars while ours cannot support even 1, the clan leader's wife pondered. The clan leader shook his head, suggesting they first send them to a private school for enlightenment. If they excel, he would then approach Zheng Ning to discuss ways to enroll them in the county school. The prospect of a girls' academy seemed feasible, depending solely on whether the 2 girls possessed the aptitude for learning. They placed their bets wisely. What if they chose not to pursue further studies? Others still find their place as educators in the local school. Given their circumstances, if all 5 could be educated, they would spare no expense to ensure that. However, if one of them lacks the aptitude for learning, it would be unnecessary to squander money. Saving those funds for the education of the capable offspring seems far more prudent. This line of thinking, when viewed from a long-term perspective, holds merit. It may seem unjust to those who do not pursue education, but where in this world can one find absolute fairness? Upon returning home, Xiao Jingning shared the matters of the private school with his parents, articulating his thoughts. Father, I intend to send Kong Kong to the private school as introductory class to teach the young students, while I oversee the proceedings. I believe no one will object to this. He continued, this is how my life shall unfold. Kong Kong and Ping Ping shall not follow the same path as Sanya. In 2 years, Kong Kong will have the opportunity to take the examinations. By teaching at the private school now, he will not only build a reputation but also reinforce the knowledge he has previously acquired. The adage of revisiting old lessons to learn anew is not merely a saying. It is commendable that you have such aspirations. Have you discussed this with the clan leader and the village head? Mr. Xiao expressed his concerns regarding the clan and the local authority. I will make time to speak with them. I merely wanted to inform you first. I need to contemplate when it would be appropriate for Kong Kong to attend. To send a child just over 10 years old to teach the basics would undoubtedly face challenges, not to mention how the clan leader and the village head might perceive it. Would the young students even be inclined to attend? Considering these numerous obstacles only strengthened Xiao Jingning's resolve. His son possesses talent, and establishing a good reputation early on would benefit him in future academic pursuits. Furthermore, should he aspire to take the examinations in the capital, a solid reputation and confidence are essential. Xiao Jingning did not disclose his decision to his children, nor even to his wife. The following day, he first imparted lessons to the children at the private school before seeking out the clan leader. Upon explaining his intentions, the clan leader found nothing peculiar about it. After all, it is not unusual for a father to pave the way for his son. Chapter 89. Can Hong Kong truly succeed? The clan leader inquired. Xiao Jingning replied, even if he is not capable, it matters not. My nephew will observe closely, and I shall provide timely assistance should any errors arise." The clan leader pondered for a moment and replied, "I cannot make a decision alone on this matter. Come with me to meet the village head and the Lijiang. If you discuss it directly with them and they have no objections, then it can be arranged." "I appreciate your guidance, esteemed clan leader. It is my duty." The clan leader led Xiao Jingning out and first visited the village head, after which they proceeded together to meet the Lijiang. Upon understanding their purpose, the Lijiang remarked, "Xiao Hongkong is 11 years old this year, is he not? At 11, he is not a child anymore. If you have confidence, let him give it a try. If he can manage, it will ease your burdens." The Lijiang also hoped that Xiao Hongkong would prove to be a promising talent, thereby uplifting the Xiao clan. After leaving the Lijiang's residence, Xiao Jingning expressed his gratitude profusely. Upon returning home, he called his eldest son to the study for a private discussion that lasted over half an hour. The father and son then emerged in succession to partake in the meal. After dining, Xiao Laotai and Xiao Leshi brought the packed belongings for the children to the door. Xiao Zhengrong returned home with Xiao Dia, saying, "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law." The three siblings responded in unison, "Second uncle." Xiao Zhengrong managed a faint smile at the three of them, but his gaze fell upon his eldest daughter, whose face was etched with indignation, and a wave of reflection washed over him. The significance of a good wife is paramount, yet he realized this too late. He struck Xiao Dia with a sharp reprimand, his voice laced with authority. She fell silent, her eyes reddening as she looked up at them, disdainfully turning her head away. In the pitch-black confines of the small room, devoid of any light, the windows tightly sealed, she felt a gnawing fear of the unknown, dreading the presence of ghosts or other inexplicable entities in this unfamiliar setting. Outside, someone was reciting the admonitions for young ladies, again and again, leaving her restless throughout the night. Minghua tilted her head, feigning ignorance as she asked, "What's wrong with my elder cousin? Are you crying? Do you not wish to study?" It is rare for a child to develop dark circles from a single sleepless night. Only those who frequently endure such nights are prone to such afflictions. Xiao Dia glared at her furiously, thinking how wicked Xiao Sanya was. What if father truly forbade her from pursuing her studies? "No, I love studying. I want to learn." "Why the hostility? Has my cousin wronged you? Can't you express yourself more kindly?" Xiao Jingrong chastised sternly, observing the contrast between Sanya's concern for her and Dia's ingratitude. Xiao Dia could not shake the feeling that Xiao Sanya harbored ill intentions, and with a huff, she turned her head away. Old Madame Xiao rolled her eyes heavenward, stating that if Dia despised Sanya, she need not accompany Jingning to the county school. Her absence would be a relief.
Indeed.
"What harm has Sanya ever done to you two? Did we owe you sister something from our past life? Why do you always find her displeasing? Sanya is simply too well-behaved and understanding, which is why she endures your bullying in silence." Xiao Leshi undoubtedly harbors resentment. Even a rabbit has its temper, let alone her. Ming Hua. How obedient can she be in the eyes of our parents? Currently, it's just that she does not need to take action. Why shatter the happiness of being protected? Who among our parents and grandparents does not shield her? Is there any need for physical confrontation when words suffice? A few less words would suffice. Xiao Jingning advised his wife, "Dia is still young. Children have the right to make mistakes, and as long as they can acknowledge and amend them, that is enough. The clan has already administered punishment, and it would be unreasonable to cling to it further. Second brother, leave Dia to me. You can rest assured that I will safely deliver her to the academy." Xiao Jingrong forced a smile. "Thank you, elder brother. If Dia has misstepped, you and elder sister-in-law may discipline her as you see fit. She has been led astray by Xiao Wangshi, but with elder sister-in-law's guidance, I believe she can change." Xiao Jingning. I was merely being polite. Who would allow his wife to manage another's child? It is clearly a thankless task. Although Xiao Wangshi appears subdued, she harbors many schemes. Xiao Leshi and Xiao Jingning have been married for 11 years, sharing a deep understanding. Upon hearing Xiao Jingrong's words, she twitched her lips but remained silent.
All right.
Hurry and help her to pack her things. Kong Kong and the others are about to leave. Xiao Latai looked at her younger son with evident impatience, as there always seemed to be so many trivial matters. All of Diya's belongings are in her hands, and the meal money has already been given to her. Xiao Jingrong cast a glance at the bundle in Diya's arms and said, "Big brother, I trouble you with her. She is unaware and lacks propriety. But I shall teach her gradually." Xiao Jingning nodded noncommittally, exchanged greetings with his mother and wife, and led the 4 children away, shaking his head with a sigh as he retreated into the house. Observing the hunched shoulders of his mother, who had nurtured him, stirred a similar discomfort in his heart. Initially, he felt a sense of injustice for having defied his parents' wishes in the matter of marriage. However, as time passed, he began to understand the true nature of Xiao Wangshi, realizing the kind of person she was. Though he regretted his choice, he resolved to endure the consequences of his decisions. The wife chosen by his parents for his elder brother truly overshadowed Xiao Wangshi in every regard, yet she made no effort to compete. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, instead of acquiring the virtues of her in-laws, she had instead taken to disparaging the elderly couple behind their backs, which was deserving of reprimand. Following this incident, Xiao Wangshi's fear intensified, rendering her wary of speaking out. She observed that both Xiao Leoi and Xiao Teteo avoided her, leaving them bewildered. However, they chose to remain indifferent to the affairs of the second household, pretending not to notice. On another leisurely holiday, after resting at home for a while and enjoying lunch, Xiao Jingning took Xiao Hongkong to the private school. From this day forth, Xiao Hongkong would assume the role of a junior teacher at the institution. With no one to supervise at home, Xiao Hongping stealthily ventured out to play with the village children. Upon meeting, he discovered that half of his companions had been sent to the private school, while those who remained were from families that did not prioritize education. Some were merely observing, curious to see whether Xiao Jingning would teach effectively and with genuine care. Xiao Minghua found herself alone at home, idly contemplating her thoughts. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of her family, she retrieved her specialized small brush, ink block, inkstone, and paper. Due to her petite stature, the paper she used was not as expansive as that of her brothers. As she ground the ink and stood before the coarse paper, she dipped her brush and began to outline the story that danced in her mind. Having traversed countless worlds within novels, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of the conventions and patterns of storytelling. Inspired by the popular narrative circulating in the market, she resolved to craft a tale of the investiture of the gods, albeit one that diverged from the traditional investiture of the gods. Instead, her narrative would center on a lonely girl who, after enduring numerous trials, seeks out a renowned master and becomes embroiled in the saga of the investiture. With the outline for Chapter 90, Overcoming the Reborn Girl, firmly established, she set about writing a preface, briefly introducing the characters from the investiture of the gods. Among them were several saints and their disciples. The protagonist of her tale was not a saint but rather an aspiring saint disciple named Kong Xian. Tasked with safeguarding the Shang dynasty, Kong Xian had successfully navigated tribulations, and now, with a new disciple, one could only wonder how her journey would evolve. The preface gradually materialized on the paper, and as Minghua set down her brush, she took advantage of her family's absence to tidy her workspace. She returned the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to their rightful places before venturing outside for a stroll, intending to visit Xiao Dia and Xiao area. Upon locating Xiao area in her small, dimly lit room, Minghua's keen perception revealed Aria's haggard appearance, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Aria looked emaciated, her lips murmuring, "Where is my red envelope group? Why was I kicked out?"
Why?
Her expression was one of bewilderment, ultimately reduced to a single, plaintive inquiry. Why? The impact is evident. The red envelope group was perceived as a means of reliance, indulging without restraint. Yet, unexpectedly, her initial foray resulted in her being unceremoniously expelled, leaving her without access to the red envelope group. Ming Hua called out to the drowsy system within her mind. System, awaken. I have an inquiry. Please, host. The system responded, instantly revitalized, its chip rendered immobile, yet displaying a distinct sense of joy. Why is there a chat group of primordial deities in this mere little world? The system, perplexed, replied, Host, when my creator fashioned me, they did not input information from other grand worlds. Each world's information requires a medium for me to comprehend, such as yourself, or the summons from vengeful spirits harboring grievances. Otherwise, I am incapable of grasping the details of any world. Utterly useless. Let us refrain from personal attacks. The system retreated slightly, feeling aggrieved and hesitant to speak further. Withdrawing her consciousness from the depths of her mind, Ming Hua extended her awareness to the small dark room where Xiao Dia was situated. Xiao Dia huddled in a corner near the door, clutching a package, evidently fearful of the dark room's ominous presence. The potency of the small dark room was unmistakable. The system was astonished to find that the host had not silenced it. This time, it could perceive the external circumstances. The host was, astonishingly, amidst a grove of bamboo, attempting to discern the emanation of her innate abilities. Ming Hua, aware of the system's actions, yet choosing not to expose it, feigned ignorance. She had already ensnared her prey, which was now poised for sacrifice to nourish the little bell. It matters not whether one gazes or not, for upon a glance, one discovers the enchanting figure of the reborn girl, Xiao Arya, whose form exudes an ethereal grace. Further observation reveals the presence of Xiao Dia, who shares a similar aura with Xiao Arya, leading to a startling realization. The fortune that envelopes Xiao Arya is subtly shifting towards Xiao Dia. This revelation nearly escapes her lips in astonishment. Ming Hua, having gathered a considerable quantity of bamboo shoots, finds herself unable to extricate them easily. After much contemplation, she conceals the bamboo shoots and hastens homeward, bringing back a moderately sized basket to store her treasures, tugging it along with great effort. Sanya, what are you doing? Inquired old lady Xiao as she stepped out to investigate the commotion in the courtyard. The sight of the little girl struggling with the heavy basket was undeniably amusing. Ming Hua's back stiffened momentarily, but she quickly turned to the old lady with a beaming smile. Grandma, I have collected a plethora of bamboo shoots. Shall we feast on bamboo shoots stir-fried with me tonight? Are these edible? The old lady approached to inspect the basket, which indeed contained slender, tender bamboo tips. Grandma, they are edible.
I have seen birds feasting on them.
Old Lady Xiao, skeptical, furrowed her brow. Did you venture out alone?
Yes.
Oh dear. She had momentarily forgotten the girl's youth, as she was usually not permitted to wander alone. Quickly, she donned a charming smile. Grandma, let us give them a try. The birds seemed quite delighted. And how do you know the birds were delighted? In lifting the basket, she noted its weight. Casting her gaze down at the audacious little girl, she snorted lightly. Do you truly wish for bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat? A chill swept through Ming Hua. Possessing an extraordinary instinct for survival, she blinked innocently and replied, No, no. Grandma, we shall wash them and dry them for winter. Should you dare to venture out alone again, I shall inform your parents and have them discipline you. As an elderly woman, I am unable to control you young ones. As she spoke, she shook her head and settled down on the eaves with her basket. She began to peel the outer layers of the bamboo shoots with the care one would exercise in peeling large bamboo shoots, revealing the tender tips within. Madame Xiao was quite surprised. Such tender shoots in the cold should indeed be edible, and the little girl had inadvertently performed a commendable deed. Where did you find these shoots? She inquired. There is a small bamboo grove by the edge of the village, filled with many. The girl gestured with her hands, indicating that there were plenty to be had. Can these be eaten, Granny? Yes, indeed. The little girl nodded eagerly. Madame Xiaolo, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, emerged and asked, "Mother, what are you peeling?" She stepped closer, scrutinizing the shoots, and nodded thoughtfully. "They do resemble them. All right, I will heed your advice." She squatted down, gently caressing her daughter's small face before turning to assist her mother-in-law in cleaning the bamboo shoots. Although the basket seemed full, they only managed to gather a handful, barely enough to stir-fry 2 dishes. "What if someone sees us?" Madame Xiaolo asked. "If they see, then they see. If anyone inquires, we shall tell the truth. We are all from the same village after all. Let's be open about it. If others benefit, our family shall gain a reputation for generosity." Madame Xiaolo nodded in agreement. "Very well, mother." The elderly lady, well aware of the dynamics at play, understood precisely what to do. Living with her in-laws meant that decisions could not be made unilaterally. Discussions and consultations were essential. Her inquiry was, in essence, a subtle probe into her mother-in-law's stance. Both Xiao Jingning and the elder Xiao nodded in agreement, affirming that such an approach was indeed warranted. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Laotai and Xiao Leshi rose early to prepare breakfast. After the family shared their meal, Xiao Leshi took on the task of tidying up. Once the household was in order, she and the elder lady donned their respective baskets. They chose large ones, each approximately half a person's height. Xiao Laotai deliberately brought Minghua along, who discreetly guided her. Upon arriving at their destination, the sight of the bamboo poles and their vibrant tips ignited their realization. Without formal instruction, they instinctively began selecting the tender and sizable shoots, filling their baskets in no time. As they made their way to the small courtyard, the other ladies quickly deduced their purpose. The adults frequently spoke of the small courtyard, an informal name for a place housing women who had erred. "Why are you still carrying those baskets to the small courtyard? What is it you and your sister-in-law bear? It appears to me that you have gathered tender shoots from the bamboo grove." Those with keen eyes and familiarity with the bamboo thicket easily recognized the delicacies. An elder, of the same generation as Xiao Laodai, was quite intrigued, questioning the edibility of such a find. Upon returning home, they emptied the bamboo shoots from the baskets. Xiao Leshi remarked, "Mother, you must be tired. Please take a seat and rest. I shall handle the cleaning." Times were hard in both the village and the clan, and as winter approached, there were indeed those whose bodies were mere skin stretched over bones. The addition of another edible item could make life a tad more bearable. While bamboo shoots cannot serve as a staple, they can certainly provide a meager sustenance, preventing one from succumbing to hunger's relentless grip. Minghua, feeling an urge to assist, noticed the shared smile between old lady Xiao and Xiao Leshi. It is only natural for the young girls at home to be like this, innocent at a tender age, devoid of excessive scheming, and simply sweet-natured and endearing. In the ox cart, Minghua couldn't help but steal a few glances at Xiao Dia, who had transitioned from a state of indignation since her first encounter in the small dark room to an inscrutable demeanor now. It was uncertain whether she had been utterly terrified or genuinely learned her lesson, causing her to refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Minghua clutched a small bundle. With Xiao Dia closely trailing behind, her gaze fixated on Minghua's back, emanating a cold, serpentine malice, poised to strike. Feeling a prickling sensation, Minghua abruptly turned her head. Catching sight of the fierce look in Xiao Dia's eyes, she furrowed her brow and cast her a sidelong glance before resolutely entering the academy. Upon entering the dormitory, she found Su Shu, Fong Mingmei, and 3 others had arrived before her. "Greetings, sisters. When did you arrive?" Minghua inquired warmly. "Thank you, Sister Su," she added, her address becoming more familiar after their acquaintance. Placing her small bundle on her bed, she approached Su Shu, who lifted her and set her down beside the bed where a small table rested, adorned with 2 plates of snacks and a small cluster of grapes. Su Shu peeled the grapes and personally fed them to Minghua, who indulged in several before pausing. "You all should eat too. It's no joy to feast alone." How sweet! The younger girls chorused around Minghua, inadvertently neglecting Xiao Dia, who busied herself with arranging her bedding and stowing away the clothes from her small bundle into the wardrobe, too timid to continue observing them. Fearful of being unable to contain the growing discontent within her heart, she longed for the taste of grapes, fruits she had neither seen nor savored. Yet, no one was willing to share them with her. The pastries on the table appeared delectable, but she had never had the pleasure of tasting them either. She could not comprehend why Sanya, whether at home or in public, seemed to enjoy a life so much better than that of her sisters. Since Arya had taken action, why did she not finish the deed entirely? Observing her dejected demeanor, one could sense an air of misfortune.
Chengi,
With a hint of disdain, expressed her thoughts. She always displayed one of two extremes, either meek and fragile or sporting a long, morose face. Why focus on her when one could admire Minghua, who was so charming and beautiful? What was the point of paying attention to that unfortunate soul? Su Shu, with her sharp tongue, came from a wealthy family in the small county, boasting several distinguished relatives among her kin. As the favored daughter, her temperament had been nurtured to be a touch haughty and spoiled. However, she was not a bad person. If one did not wish to look, then they need not. No one was begging for their attention. Si Eugene maintained a cold demeanor, her tone revealing little emotion. Given that Minghua and she shared a familial bond, dismissing Xiaodia in Minghua's presence felt like trampling on her dignity. Fortunately, Minghua was still young and unaware of such dynamics. Minghua nodded vigorously, affirming Si Jia's words. The group of young ladies, initially slightly displeased by the remarks, found themselves utterly charmed by Minghua's earnestness. This little one, striving to act like an adult, unwittingly exuded an even greater allure. One could not help but want to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Chapter 92. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 21. Let us not dwell on her. Instead, let us discuss how you all have spent the past few days. I have been at home learning the art of household management under my grandmother's guidance, not even permitted to venture out for leisure. Su Shu pouted. Fang Mingmei shook her head and softly replied, I have been assisting my mother with needlework. I have been helping my mother manage the family business. Luo Lily, born into a modestly affluent family, with her household operating 2 or 3 shops selling furs and sundries, remarked, I visited my cousin's home. Chengyi stated with a sense of pride. Si Eugene remained silent. She spent her days at home engrossed in books, as her mother was occupied with her younger brother. And her father, the county magistrate, had little time for her. Reading, she uttered simply. Minghua raised her hand, her small face serious, and said, I am at home keeping my parents' and grandparents' company. Sighing, Su Shu pinched the flesh on the little girl's arm and lamented. Why must we women learn to manage a household? Can't men learn as well? Si Eugene replied, from ancient times to the present, it has been the established order. Men are to engage in external affairs while women manage the home. Women are inherently suited for household management. I, too, have learned from my mother and can now independently oversee domestic matters. How impressive! Su Shu shook her head in resignation, but I do not wish to learn household management. The endless ledgers and constant meetings with people are so bothersome. I long to go out and gallop on horseback like a man. The little sisters fell silent. Minghua spoke up. Can we not study like men, yet ride horses as they do? Su Shu, Chengyi, Si Eugene, Fang Mingmei, Luo Lily. Indeed, since they can read and take the imperial examination like men, what is riding a horse to them? A few pairs of eyes sparkled with realization, with Si Eugene being the first to awaken to the thought. However, the support from their families was lacking. They had no means to purchase or care for horses, nor was there anyone to serve them, much less provide them with pocket money. In the current society, children are wholly dependent on their parents, with laws stipulating that men who have not divided their family assets and women who are unmarried cannot possess personal property. It is a pity, If only we could earn money, it would change everything. Although we cannot own property, we could spend money. Yet, even if we bought something, it would not truly belong to us. If our parents found out, it would be confiscated. We would need to borrow our parents' names to make such purchases. Ming Hua quietly listened to their discussions and gleaned some understanding of the rules of this era. She suddenly felt that her desire to publish her story could not escape her parents' notice and would require their intervention. The sisters felt dispirited, realizing that no path seemed viable. Su Xiu, Si Eugene, and Sheng Yi had families with the means to contemplate possibilities, while Luo Lily and Fong Mingmei lacked such favorable conditions, rendering them too afraid to dream. Upon returning home from her break, Ming Hua presented her completed manuscript to her father. "Father, please take a look at what I have written." Xiao Jingning took her into the study, seated her on his lap, and opened the manuscript. The preface captivated him immediately, for in a time of limited literary entertainment, the common folk believed in the existence of deities and otherworldly beings, although they had never seen them. The tales circulating were but a handful of simple stories, their authenticity unknown. Yet, the preface of his daughter's book clarified the relationships among the characters. As he turned to the first story, he was drawn deeply into the narrative. Only after reading through all 26 tales did he finally emerge from the enthrallment. Setting aside the manuscript, he composed himself, yet did not forget to inquire about her work. "Sanya, is this truly your work?" "Yes," Ming Hua replied with a gentle nod. Xiao Jingning remained skeptical. "How did you conceive these stories?" "I don't know." She gazed out the window, her expression thoughtful. "I dreamt of some things, and if I find them intriguing, I jot them down." "Father, can I exchange my writings for silver?" "Exchange for silver?" Ming Hua affirmed. "Isn't the collection of tales in your study purchased with silver?" Xiao Jingning regarded his daughter's remarkable talent, realizing that while ordinary people cannot dream of celestial realms, she not only dreamed of them but also penned them down. Although her prose was somewhat naive, it was undeniable that the stories were captivating. Such tales could be enjoyed by scholars and even by young children embarking on their literary journeys. As the saying goes, they are suitable for all ages, accessible to anyone who can read. Very well. However, until the tales are accepted for publication, they must remain our little secret, understood? Ming Hua nodded vigorously. "Of course. I haven't shared them with anyone, and my classmates are unaware." "Excellent. You have done well, dear. Now go out and play while I organize the manuscript and store it properly." After watching his daughter skip joyfully out of the study, Xiao Jingning gathered the papers. He was confident that the stories his daughter had written would surely gain popularity, and he was awed by her command of language. None of his sons could compare. The elder was diligent in his studies, the younger was more playful, while his little girl, despite being a daughter, was already contemplating her livelihood. Perhaps the adults perceived her as too young, for they did not shy away from discussing financial matters in her presence. However, the daughter's intellect surpassed their expectations. She was acutely aware of the family's monetary struggles and was contemplating ways to earn money. It must be said, no one understands a daughter better than her father. And Xiao Jingning had an inkling of her thoughts. Master Xiao has arrived. Are you here to purchase new books once again?" inquired the shop assistant. Xiao Jingning offered a slight smile, placing a parcel upon the counter before gently setting down his daughter. He then rose to unwrap the parcel, retrieving a stack of manuscripts. "Xiao Lu, could you kindly summon your manager? I have matters to discuss with him." "Of course, Master Xiao. Please step inside. I will fetch the manager for you." The assistant replied cheerfully, maintaining his gaze forward and not once glancing at the open parcel. Xiao Jingning chuckled softly, but did not enter to sit. Instead, he remained by the counter, waiting for the assistant to go inside. Once the assistant had departed, he leaned down to inquire of his daughter. "Sanya, are you hungry?" "I am not, father. There are so many books here," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the numerous shelves brimming with books. The store was indeed filled with an abundance of literature, with some areas stacked haphazardly, suggesting they were of lesser importance. This establishment was the largest bookstore in the county, offering a diverse array of books, including story collections. Minghua nodded in understanding, without venturing to the provincial capital. They had no choice but to collaborate with this bookstore in the county. Chapter 93. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Master Xiao, how have you been lately? An elderly gentleman, past his 50s, emerged from the inner chamber, clad in a dark, embroidered robe, his beard neatly trimmed. He clasped his hands in greeting, beaming warmly at his guest. Thanks to Master Xiao, all is well. Manager Liu, with a kindly demeanor, possesses an air of scholarly wisdom befitting his advanced years. Master Xiao, being a busy man, what brings you to my humble establishment today? For this. He gestured towards the manuscript on the table. Manager Liu stroked his beard and chuckled, striding confidently to the counter. Upon examining the manuscript, he discovered it was titled The Investiture of the Gods. He looked up at Xiao Jingning. Master Xiao, did you pen this work? Not to say, replied Xiao, but Manager Liu may peruse it. I have come with the intention of collaborating with you. Please take a moment to assess the possibility. Xiao Jingning gestured invitingly. Meanwhile, Minghua, observing their conversation, found it rather dull as they exchanged pleasantries. She decided to wander over to a nearby bookshelf, reaching for a book that was within her limited height. Xiao Jingning smiled warmly and inquired, What do you think, Manager Liu? Ah, yes, a fine book. Manager Liu responded, momentarily lost in thought before nodding in agreement. But who is the author? The style does not resemble that of Master Xiao. It is written by my daughter, he said, glancing at the young girl engrossed in her reading. Manager Liu followed his gaze, astonished. Is it possible? This manuscript bears a grand scope, yet your daughter is no more than 7 years old. How could she possibly compose such an expansive tale? The story of the investiture of the gods intertwines celestial principles with the myriad experiences of the populace. The manuscript has been meticulously crafted by my young daughter, word by word. It is indeed her notes. Thus far, only you, I, and my daughter are privy to this manuscript. Master Liu is well aware of my character and would never resort to trifling matters. You may perceive the prose as colloquial, yet I fear Master Liu might find it amusing. My daughter has only been studying for a few months, hence she can only produce such a simplistic narrative. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Master Liu is utterly enamored with the investiture of the gods, regardless of its vernacular style. Perhaps this work could very well be the progenitor of colloquial literature, paving the way for future endeavors. Xiao Jingning shares this sentiment, believing that everything in existence bears its own rationale. If my daughter can write in the vernacular and create an expansive narrative that captivates, it should be well received by others as well. Should my daughter gain exposure in the future, she is unlikely to face severe criticism from literati, after all. What can one expect from a child of not yet 6 years? Is it not unreasonable to demand superior prose from her? Surely, no one would dare to challenge a child so rigorously. Were it not for this conviction, I would not have dared to present this work.
Minghua.
Allow me to introduce you to Master Liu. Xiao Jingning gestured towards the two, saying, Master Liu, this is my daughter, Minghua. Minghua bowed respectfully, albeit her petite stature belied her earnest disposition. Master Liu, I am well, she said. I have commenced my studies and am among the first cohort of female scholars at the county school, indeed the very first female student. Master Liu expressed his admiration, exclaiming, Excellent, splendid. This young lady possesses remarkable talent. You and your esteemed wife are truly fortunate. The manuscript is commendable, though I regret to inform you that it can only sustain publication for 2 months. Your daughter is still quite young. Might she be able to keep pace with the publication schedule? The essence of a tale lies in its freshness and promptness. Once the novelty fades, it loses its charm. Xiao Jingning did not respond immediately, but instead turned to his daughter, Ming Hua, and inquired, "Can you manage this?"
Certainly.
Exclaimed Manager Lu, nodding enthusiastically. "Let us step inside for a cup of tea and sign the document. We can further discuss the value of the manuscript." The three of them proceeded through the inner door, entering a small room lined with a corridor. Inside, black cotton curtains adorned the space. Upon lifting the curtain and stepping into the modest room, one would find it well-equipped despite its size. There were tables and chairs, tea utensils, a small stove, teacups, as well as writing materials. Manager Lu picked up the teapot from the stove and poured each of them a cup before finally taking a seat opposite the father and daughter. "Master Xiao, shall you draft the document, or shall I?" "It will be you who drafts it," Xiao Jingning replied, gesturing with one hand. Manager Lu smiled in agreement, moving to gather the writing instruments, grinding ink, and preparing to write. In a short while, he produced a simple document, which he first presented to Xiao Jingning for review. Once confirmed to be correct, he proceeded to make 3 copies, one for himself, one for Xiao Jingning, and one to be filed at the county office. Without this, the document would be rendered invalid. "Miss, as this is your first manuscript submission, would you prefer to opt for long-term dividends? Or should we calculate based on 50 coins per 100 words?" Xiao Jingning intended to propose the latter, but was interrupted as someone tugged at his sleeve. Looking down, he asked, "What is it?" "Father, I wish for dividends," she replied, somewhat unexpectedly. He gazed at his daughter for a moment, realizing that as the author, she had the right to request dividends. He then raised his gaze to meet Manager Lu's and inquired, "How are the dividends calculated?" "Regarding the dividends, a share of 20% of the profits shall be distributed." Master Lu extended his hand, indicating the number 2. Xiao Jingning was uncertain about the potential sales, rendering it impossible to gauge whether 20% was substantial or not. Ming Hua discreetly inscribed the number 4 in her father's palm. Noticing his daughter's gesture, Xiao Jingning promptly remarked that 20% was insufficient. Thus, he proposed 40%, excluding labor costs, with a division of 60 to 40 in favor of Master Lu. "That is rather excessive," Master Lu replied, shaking his head lightly as he continued the negotiation. "You are aware, Mr. Xiao, that sustaining this bookstore is quite challenging for me. Let us each concede a little. Would 30% be acceptable? After the books are published, we will also need to hire individuals for distribution."
You cannot deceive me.
Once Feng Shun is released, there may be an initial lull, but it will not endure for long. Once someone purchases and reads it, word will spread exponentially. If I did not recognize the potential of this manuscript, I would not dare to bring my daughter's work to publication. Collaborating with individuals nowadays is often fraught with unpredictability. Being overly meticulous with the text can lead to significant losses. Yet, I have faith in your integrity, Master Lu. It is evident to any discerning eye that this book possesses immense potential, and you would not resort to short-sightedness. Even with the proposed division of profits, he felt it was still a loss. Master Lu chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement, and lightly gestured toward Xiao Jingning. "Ah, you, with your ever-eloquent tongue. Very well. Let it be 40%, but in return, should your esteemed daughter or you have any future manuscripts, I trust you will prioritize collaboration with our publishing house. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 94. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. A pleasant collaboration will naturally lead us to seek you first. If not, we shall address it differently. Stepping out of the study, Xiao Jingning held his daughter's hand as they walked along the street, his spirits high. His daughter, with remarkable talent, had penned grandiose tales after only a few months of study, indicating a broad-minded disposition. With proper guidance, she undoubtedly represented the future of the Xiao family. Bending down, he lifted her into his arms and gently advised, "My dear child, achieving success is commendable, yet one must not become complacent. The accomplishments and advantages one possesses today may not necessarily endure in the future. To traverse the long road ahead, One must remain steadfast in diligent effort, maintain a positive mindset, and continue on with unwavering resolve. Do you understand?
Not really, she replied.
While she grasped the essence of his words, the depth of their meaning eluded her at just 5.5 years old. Xiao Jingning chuckled softly. It was perfectly fine that she didn't comprehend everything. He would patiently guide her to become a true lady of grace, undisturbed by praise or reproach. In the days that followed, Ming Hua devoted herself not only to her studies, but also to weaving her learnings into a narrative. She discovered that the act of writing unfolded much quicker than anticipated, completing an entire volume of Fengshen in just over 20 days. The tale commenced with the annihilation of the protagonist's clan, who, by a twist of fate, found herself wandering the streets. She then participated in the selection of new disciples from the mortal realm by the sects of the immortal world, entering as a 5-element root candidate. The ensuing narrative chronicled her diligent perseverance and the trials she endured, ultimately leading her to become a formidable female cultivator, known as the Sword of Frost across the 14 prefectures. By the end of the month, clutching the latter half of Fengshen, Ming Hua accompanied Xiao Jingning to the study. Manager Lu greeted them warmly, personally attending to their arrival. He ushered them into a small room along the corridor, first handing them the dividend silver notes. At long last, the two have arrived. Master Xiao, the sales of Miss Xiao's book have been exceptionally prosperous. Numerous patrons have been urging for updates, and the printed copies are insufficient to meet the demand. The book Fengshen has not only gained immense popularity in our county, but has also captured the attention of the provincial capital. Individuals from the city have come specifically to purchase it. Here is this month's share of profits, shortly. I shall instruct the waiter to bring over the account book for your perusal. No need for verification. Can I not trust Manager Lu? Replied Xiao Jingning. As he counted the banknotes, 3 notes of 50 taels each, totaling 150 taels. Holding this sum in his hand shattered and reassembled Xiao Jingning's worldview. He had never considered that writing stories could be so lucrative, nor had he thought to write more to alleviate his family's burdens over the years. Although he stated that verification was unnecessary, Manager Lu still had a waiter fetch an account book for him, one of 2 identical copies, prepared for you. Remember to take it with you when you leave. Regardless of whether you verify it or not, I aim to fulfill my duty, Manager Lu asserted, with commendable transparency. Praising the account book, he set it aside. Minghua presented the remaining half of the manuscript before Xiao Jingning, who pushed it back towards her, saying, "Please take a look. This is the remaining manuscript. Master Xiao, does Miss Xiao have any further plans?" Xiao Jingning nodded. "In a few days, we shall return to deliver new works. By then, I hope it will also satisfy Manager Lu. Fengshen has indeed achieved legendary status. Miss Xiao's storytelling is exceptional. While her prose may be somewhat simplistic, her careful choice of words paints vivid imagery. I anticipate that the new book will be no less delightful, and I look forward to it alongside you." After conversing with Master Lu for a while, Xiao Jingning lifted Minghua and departed from the study. Once outside, Minghua tugged at her father's ear and whispered, as if engaged in a clandestine discussion, "Father, how much silver is it? Please tell me quietly. I won't tell anyone." With a playful gesture, Xiao Jingning jostled his daughter's small backside and replied, "A full 150 taels, and this is just for 1 month. Next month may yield more. Or perhaps less. You must prepare yourself mentally. This 150 taels already exceeds the value of this book, which is worth 50 when per 100 characters. Do you understand?" Minghua nodded earnestly and said, "I understand, father. Having the silver is already a lot. My brothers and I need not fear dropping out of school. We can continue our studies. If I work hard, in a couple of years, the money for my elder brother to take the imperial examination will also be available. You and mother need not worry, and grandfather and grandmother need not fear that there won't be enough for expenses, as grandfather has already taken it upon himself to seek work for us." Xiao Jingning fell silent. He was somewhat aware of his father's efforts to find work for them. Yet, as a son without the means, he could only pretend to be oblivious. Father, let us not be disheartened. Let us strive to earn silver. When I grow up, I will dutifully support you and mother, as well as grandfather and grandmother, ensuring you enjoy good food, drink, and comfortable living arrangements. I will even hire maids to attend to you. You raised me when I was small. I shall care for you in your old age. Her innocent words, imbued with sincerity and determination, resonated deeply. You are still young. Do not burden yourself with such concerns. Treat your studies as a pleasurable pursuit. Your education expenses will be taken care of by your father and mother, and this money will be reserved for your dowry. In the future, my dear Sanya shall undoubtedly be the most confident and fortunate young lady in the vicinity. Ming Xiao beamed with delight, tenderly cradling her father's face while playfully insisting, "Oh no, please, let's bring out the silver to buy delicious treats for Grandma and Grandpa. Their teeth are not strong, so they need soft cakes. Let us also procure new garments for them, and fine clothes and jewelry for Mother." "Bad Daddy, you are not listening. I shall manage the silver myself, saving more for my brother's future studies and for when he takes a wife." With a gentle pat on her father's cheek, what began as a jest was taken to heart by Xiao Jingning. "Your brothers will not require your funds for their marriages. A young lady should be a tad selfish, not always thinking of others. A sensible and endearing girl is cherished, yet a touch of selfishness often yields a better life. It is rare to find a solution that satisfies all parties. Selfishness is not inherently wrong. If one is excessively selfless over time, those who benefit from such altruism may come to take it for granted. There is nothing amiss in a girl being a bit selfish. It often leads to a more prosperous existence and enables her to safeguard her own treasures." He began to worry, pondering how to navigate the future with a daughter so delightful in character. What would happen when she marries? Would she be subject to an ungrateful in-law family, leaving her with nothing but bones to gnaw? "Father," she said, "Mother has said that a girl should be well-behaved and understanding, not selfish." Chapter 95. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Xiao Jingning. Ahem. Both father and mother are correct. Mother says one should not be selfish. It is unnecessary to be selfish before one's parents, for they would never covet your possessions. However, the same cannot be said for outsiders. In the presence of others, one must be a tad selfish. This does not mean one should become entirely self-serving, unwilling to part with even the slightest of belongings. Rather, it is about knowing when to draw the line and understanding the importance of safeguarding what one holds dear. Minghua cast him a puzzled glance, nodding in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. It matters not if she fully grasps the notion. What is essential is that she remembers never to relinquish what she treasures to others. As for other possessions, if they must be given away, then so be it, but one must firmly retain control over their finances. He often questioned whether this method of teaching his daughter was right or wrong. His sole wish was for her to evade those who might seek to usurp her belongings. Otherwise, she would be compelled to mature prematurely. "Father, I understand. What is mine? I shall not give away." The little girl's eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. She expressed her willingness to spend money on her brothers, believing that once they achieved success, they would support her in return. Her soft voice, resolute in its declaration of intent to share her wealth with her brothers, eased some of Xiao Jingning's worries. "You need not spend your silver on your brothers. They will support you as well." Xiao Jingning chuckled, bemused. "Who told you that?" "Second aunt," she replied. Second aunt once wept to eldest cousin and second cousin, lamenting that she did not bear them a younger brother, saying it was all their fault. After having them, she never heard from them again. If only they had been boys. But having them as sisters is just as good. An elder brother can still support his younger sister. My classmates remarked that their brothers have achieved success and can provide them with support. However, if the brothers lack ambition, their backing will be ineffectual. Thus, the truth is revealed. It is the responsibility of the children's aunt and their peers. Xiao Jingning, with resignation, acknowledged that this interpretation holds some validity. Well, Father encourages the brothers to strive for progress, so they may support us 3 girls in the future. Should they fail to do so, Father will surely discipline them. Ah, Father is the best. The 5 young girls turned in unison at the sound, and indeed, they saw a little girl running towards them with a bundle in her arms, her short legs moving swiftly. The soft little girl, Su Shu, pinched her chubby cheeks, confirming that she had indeed gained some weight. Sister Su. All right, I want to say more. Our Minghua will surely slim down as she grows. All of us will thin out as we mature. There's no need to worry. For now, she can indulge in her meals. Once she grows a few more years, the family will hardly allow her to eat freely. Su Shu chuckled, delighted by the sensation. Cheng Yi, standing nearby, also pinched a handful, agreeing with Su Shu that it felt quite nice. Sister Su is right. We all went through this. When I was 7, my parents forbade me from eating too much, fearing I would become overweight. Me too, they restricted my portions at 7. Si Eugene nodded. Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily quietly listened to their chatter. In their household, there were not so many rules. They could eat as they pleased. Thus, being the eldest daughter came with its own challenges, too many restrictions and little freedom, with every meal having its limitations. Minghua felt a pang of sympathy, how torturous it is for a person to be unable to indulge in food and drink. The teacher has arrived. Fong Mingmei spoke, and the crowd turned to see Master Feng leading Xiao Dia and another woman, disguised as a man, standing at the entrance. The assembly rose to pay their respects. Greetings, Master. All is well. Master Feng instructed someone to step inside, but did not advance further, remaining at the threshold. He announced, "We have a new female master at our women's academy, the lady beside me. Her surname is Tian, her given name Xiaonian. Xiaonian signifies beauty. This Master Tian possessed delicate features and a well-proportioned figure, truly deserving of the title of beauty. Greetings, Master Tian." The 6 individuals, excluding Xiao Dia, bowed in acknowledgement. Master Tian frowned and inquired of Master Feng, "Though we are a women's academy, why do we adhere to the customs of men? Women possess their own grace and should observe the etiquette befitting their gender." Ming Xiao remarked, "What is this?" Su Shu commented, "Oh no. We have an overly pedantic woman among us." Cheng Yi added, "Great. We have someone here to nitpick and stir trouble." Both Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily were equally at a loss, questioning the absurdity of the situation, arriving only to assert authority over them. If they were to be treated as men, then why separate the men's academy from the women's? Master Tian's piercing gaze stirred discontent, leaving Master Feng speechless. And the young ladies found themselves at a loss for words. The girls attending the academy were predominantly not from families aiming for the court. Rather, they sought merely to enhance their own standing and cultivate connections through their time in the women's academy, and nothing more. The words of Master Tian hold merit, however. The deeply ingrained traditional notions that have been passed down through the ages have sown seeds in the hearts of many, blossoming into a deeply rooted ideology. The allowance of women into the court began with Her Majesty the current Empress, and shattering the notion of gender-based separation will require considerable time. Master Tian's willingness to teach at the Women's Academy is, after all, a hope for more women to step forth into the world. Only when more women emerge, standing in the public eye and achieving success, can it be demonstrated that they are no less capable than their male counterparts, thereby altering the existing circumstances. Master Feng is undoubtedly an astute individual, otherwise, she would not have been invited to instruct at the Women's Academy. What is needed there are pioneering women who can withstand any gossip and innuendo. Her thoughts are agile, and her adaptability is remarkable. The students, including Ming Hua, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Master Feng's words. However, Su Shu and Si Eugene were pondering the implications of Master Feng's statements. They had come to study, but their elders had not advised them in such terms. Rather, They were encouraged to build connections within the academy, for such ties would bolster their confidence in the future, especially when it came time for marriage. They had never been told to aspire to a place in the court. Master Tian observed Master Feng in silence, then turned his gaze to the 7 female scholars. Shifting the conversation, he acknowledged that the transformation of ideas requires time and suggested they set aside that topic, as it was not their focus. Yet, he expressed a desire to inquire about something concerning the 6 students before him. Master Feng, perplexed, glanced at them, while Su Shu, being the eldest, stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master Tian, may I ask, are you not a total of 7 scholars?" "Indeed. There are only 7 students in the academy for the time being." Su Shudao continued to inquire, "You 7 are all young ladies. You should support and assist one another.
Should you not?"
Chapter 96. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 25. I do not know, Su Shudao replied.
"Do you not know?"
"You are all in the dormitory. Why is it that she is not present? Do you not care for her at all? If she has not come and has encountered some troubles outside, would you truly be at ease?" Feng Fuji furrowed his brow and spoke. "Teacher Tian, your words are rather severe. The student you refer to as isolated is Xiao Dia. Is it not? I am somewhat acquainted with her situation. It is not that everyone has shunned her, but rather, she has been unable to integrate among her peers. You must understand, it is our duty as educators to teach according to the aptitude of each student. There is no need to place the blame on a few individuals. They are still children. Why must you repeatedly utter such piercing words towards them, Teacher Tian? Is this the virtue expected of an educator?" Teacher Tian's expression softened, and he ceased to be so aggressive. "You speak rightly, Feng Fuji. I have been hasty. Dear students, do not take my words to heart. It is just that seeing Xiao Dia wandering alone outside truly pains my heart. They too wish to be a part of your circle. I have asked her, and she confided that you do not like her, look down upon her, and wish not to converse with her. Is there any truth to this?" Fang Mingmei and Luo Lily exchanged glances. They felt weak and their backgrounds were not as privileged as others, making them hesitant to assert themselves in such circumstances.
"Oh."
My fiery temperament. Repeatedly subjected to scrutiny and provocation, Su Shu and Cheng Yi were not the type to passively endure such treatment. They were poised to confront the challenge. However, Ming Hua swiftly intervened, gesturing to see Eugene to obstruct any further confrontation. As a scholar, Xiao Minghua had previously encountered Master Tian. She performed a respectful bow, ensuring proper decorum. Master Tian, upon noticing the young lady before him, softened somewhat, acknowledging, "Xiao Minghua, there is no need for excessive formalities." "Indeed," Minghua replied, rising gracefully. "Master Tian, may I take the liberty to address your earlier remarks?" "Certainly," he replied. Minghua continued, "You suggested that the students have ostracized our esteemed elder sister. I must respectfully disagree. The dynamics of human interaction often hinge upon fate. Those who resonate with one another may forge friendships with but a single meeting, while those who do not may find their words falling short of connection. Our elder sister is well aware of her inability to engage with her peers. Thus, she chooses to focus on her studies rather than interfere. Therefore, it cannot be said that the students have isolated her. Furthermore, there exists a regulation within the Women's Academy that prohibits students from straying beyond its confines. Any violators face expulsion. This rule is instituted for our protection as well as for self-discipline. Surely, our elder sister recalls this guideline? Naturally, Xiao, the delicate and timid girl, nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you're a member, I trust you would not venture outside the Academy's boundaries?" "I would not. I am not one to knowingly defy the rules." Ming Hua flashed a cunning smile, her sharp intellect evident. Thus, Master Tian's assertions hold no merit. Our elder sister would not step beyond the Academy's limits, and, consequently, how could she possibly encounter danger? Xiao Daya's expression shifted, and even the most obtuse could perceive that she had unwittingly stepped into Xiao Minghua's trap. Casting a glance at Mr. Tian's countenance, "Cousin, please refrain from speaking for a moment. Allow me to finish," Minghua interjected, halting her words before they escaped her lips. "Even if she left the academy and encountered misfortune, should we bear the blame? Mr. Tian, I must disagree with your assertion. Each individual is an autonomous entity, and no one ought to bear the consequences of another's actions. Though I am the youngest, my father has made it clear that I, too, must face punishment for my misdeeds, and it is unreasonable to expect my brothers to take the blame on my behalf. I am but 2 years younger than my cousin, and even at my tender age, my father insists that my brothers cannot be held accountable for my transgressions. Surely, my cousin's actions cannot place the burden of punishment upon me, her younger cousin? Perhaps some may perceive her initial remarks as the musings of an exceptionally clever child, while others may simply view her as a mere youngster. Furthermore, her speech, albeit somewhat disordered, serves to illustrate her youthful intellect, a child so astute that one cannot afford to underestimate her. Despite the slight confusion in her words, it did not hinder the audience's comprehension. Mr. Tian's face flushed slightly. She truly believed that when one person erred, all must share in the punishment as a means of fostering unity. Yet she overlooked that her intention was to vent her frustration on Xiao Daya while also establishing her authority over the students. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Minghua declared, "Mission accomplished. Well then, you have all met Mr. Tian. Now, each of you, tidy your belongings. Retire early this evening, for we cannot afford tardiness in tomorrow's early class. Should you arrive late, you shall stand outside the classroom for 2 hours as punishment." Feng Fuzi stepped in to mediate, escorting Tian Fuzi away. Minghua quietly remarked, "The current teachers are so feeble. They are nowhere near the modern educators who have been tempered through countless trials. How could they possibly be swayed by her?" "With Fuzi gone," she suggested, "let's tidy up and head to the cafeteria. I wonder what delicious dishes they have prepared tonight." Setting aside the matters concerning Fuzi and her cousin, Minghua spoke cheerfully. Su Shu and the others appeared despondent, their disdain for Xiao Daya intensifying. In contrast, they observed that despite being younger than them, Minghua possessed a resilience that made them feel inadequate. "You, with your carefree spirit, will eventually find yourself stripped bare by your elder cousin." Su Shu playfully tapped the little girl's forehead, then embraced her shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I will protect you within the academy, and if any issues arise outside, you can send someone to convey messages to the Su residents. As classmates, my parents will certainly assist." Minghua responded with silence. Cheng-Yi smiled. "Do not heed Sister Su's words. Just come to us. There is no need to involve the elders. Let us, the younger generation, resolve our own matters. Involving elders could complicate things." "Indeed," Si Eugene Rare agreed from the side. Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily joined in their laughter, prompting Su Shu to add, "You all too. Feel free to reach out to me.
I will certainly help if I can.
Provided that I am able to assist," she noted, acknowledging her limitations. "Thank you, Sister Su. No need for thanks." As they chatted and laughed, they tidied their beds and set off together to the cafeteria, leaving Xiao Daya forgotten at the doorway, her expression somber, her downcast eyelids concealing her jealousy. Fuzi claimed to act on her behalf, yet what support had actually materialized? Instead, she found herself further disliked by her classmates. Xiao Daya subconsciously believes that Tian Fuzi is unreliable and thus refrains from showing him further attentiveness. Ultimately, her youth leads to a lack of foresight and her strategies are rather simplistic. As she withdraws her affections, Tian Fuzi's interest in her naturally wanes, and when challenges arise, he is unlikely to stand up for her. While Xiao Daya doubts Tian Fuzi's dependability, he too feels that defending her would diminish his own standing. Consequently, after the events transpire, Xiao Daya fails to express any gratitude and does not approach him again. This young girl, in Tian Fuzi's eyes, no longer warrants special care, making Xiao Dai's life increasingly difficult. Chapter 97. Overcoming the Reborn Girl, Cousin. Upon rising early, Ming Hua briefly freshens up and then takes her books to the stone table beneath the great tree to study. Just as she settles in, Xiao Dai follows her outside. Ming Hua has no intention of engaging with her. Xiao Dai belongs to the category of individuals who, despite lacking capability, excel in being bothersome. The more one interacts with her, the more insistent she becomes, so it is best to ignore her. As they share the same lineage, Minghua wishes to avoid causing her parents and grandparents any distress unless absolutely necessary. Having come to this world, her task is to cultivate fortune, merit, and faith. Thus, her current focus must be on diligent study, for it is only by entering the court that she can effectuate real change. Sister Sanya, I understand that Arya has not treated you well, but could you refrain from holding me accountable for her mistakes? As sisters of the same clan, we should support one another harmoniously while pursuing our studies, should we not? I realize that my previous intercession for Arya has left you feeling quite displeased. However, she is my sister, and what can I do? I cannot simply watch her be cast out from her home, can I? Furthermore, Arya has received the punishment she rightfully deserved, and as a consequence, I too have been confined to the yard designated for errant women of our clan, where I have learned my lesson. Sanya, let us put this matter behind us, shall we? In the future, let us coexist harmoniously. As your elder sister, I will undoubtedly look after you. From a broader perspective, she must eventually yield to Xiao Sanya, who has now forged connections with 5 affluent or influential peers at the academy. She finds herself isolated. If this continues, not only will she be ostracized, but her future endeavors will also become exceedingly difficult. Confined in the small dark room, she repeatedly questions herself, did she truly err? Yet, she feels no guilt. Why should all bear the surname Xiao, growing up together, while Sanya possesses what she and Arya have long desired but never attained? Arya is aware of the motives behind the harm inflicted upon Sanya. During these months at the county academy day by day, she has endured comparisons made by the master and her classmates between herself and Sanya. Sanya is clever, Sanya excels in her studies. Sanya possesses a sweet tongue, Sanya knows how to charm others. The incessant praises of Sanya bombard her ears and cloud her vision, allowing her to genuinely experience the anguish of Arya. She too yearns for the day when she can trample Sanya beneath her feet, ensuring that she never rises again, so that Sanya may also endure the suffering and hardships faced by their sisterhood. Sanya, must you continue to provide entertainment for others? We are, after all, true sisters. From now until death, we shall remain sisters. Why must we be subjected to such treatment? The incessant chatter fills Ming Hua's head with discomfort. How utterly vexing this situation is. Her biological father truly knows how to stir up trouble, sending her a bothersome nuisance. Please, do not be upset any longer. Arya realized her mistakes, as did I. From now on Ming Hua set aside her book and slowly turned her head, her fair, plump, baby-like face taut. Observing the flicker of joy in Xiao Daya's eyes, she assumed her words had resonated, prompting her to speak. You are quite bothersome.
Xiao Daya se je svidenet in dispeliev.
What did you say? I said you are truly bothersome. Whether you acknowledge your wrongs or not is of no concern to me. Her temper had indeed improved, for she had endured the presence of someone with ulterior motives for several months. Father always said it is best to possess self-awareness and not to take others' patience as your shameless asset, understand? Sanya, what are you talking about? Xiao Daya was taken aback, perplexed by the notion of shameless assets. How have I been shameless? You are just like your sister. She too is a fickle wolf. Have I not treated you both well? I have always found ways to share what little I possess with you. Yet, how do you treat me in return? How did Arya plot to harm me? And how did you intend to climb over me? Do you truly believe that my youth renders me oblivious? If you too had any sense of shame, you would not seek to assert your presence before me. Sanya. Xiao Daya's eyes brimmed with tears. Her words caught in her throat, wishing to deny the accusations, yet, deep down, she grappled with the same thoughts. Sanya, I mean no harm. Whether you believe it or not, I genuinely wish you well. With that, she covered her mouth and hurried away. Ming Hua sighed and shook her head, pondering the absurdity of it all. Was it truly a fault for Sanya to be well-fed, well-clothed, and cared for? The parents are willing to provide, having not partaken in their sustenance, yet they still harbor resentment. If Ming Hua were to truly take advantage of them, one could only imagine the depth of their hatred. Casting aside this unfounded causal reasoning, the tendency to harm others merely out of envy or to ruin their affairs raises a question. Is it the inherent malevolence of the human heart or the ignorance of life's truths? A person's most fundamental quality ought to be kindness. As the saying goes, when the heart harbors goodwill, benevolent actions will surely follow. With goodwill and benevolence, heaven will extend its favor. To be unable to bear witness to another's fortune, believing oneself inferior, is a sign of inner turmoil. One who is truly good at heart will wish well for others, regardless of their circumstances, thus ensuring their own peace of mind. Genuine friendships are built on the hope that others thrive and find tranquility, devoid of chaos and filled with serenity. It is not mere rhetoric. Life is fleeting, spanning only a few decades. Why cling so desperately? She has let go, yet Xiao Daya remains at the academy's entrance, sobbing for half an hour. When the two scholars rise, they mistakenly believe someone has wronged her. Upon inquiry, Xiao Daya stutters, "Esteemed teachers, I am fine, it's just my cousin." Enough with the tears. Speak plainly. Minghua has always been amiable and gets along with everyone. If you find her difficult, reflect on your own faults and amend them before seeking reconciliation. Spare us the melodrama akin to the grievances of flower house girls, admonishes teacher Tian impatiently. Though he may not hold a fondness for Minghua, he certainly despises Xiao Daya's antics even more. Xiao Daya was taken aback, forgetting to weep. How could reality differ so drastically from her imagination? Despite her pitiable tears, there was not a shred of compassion to be found. Chapter 98. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 27. What a splendid opportunity, yet how could one fail to cherish it? Must one remain ensnared in a web of grievances and grudges? Teacher Tian, frustrated by the lack of progress, felt a twinge of discontent towards Xiao Daya. Ultimately, it appeared that the student had yet to awaken to her potential. Perhaps a one-on-one guidance session with Xiao Daya would suffice? She was not devoid of intelligence. Rather, her cleverness had been misapplied. All her cunning had yielded little advancement in her studies. Regarding the matter of guidance, Teacher Foam quickly raised a hand to his forehead, admitting his own inadequacy. I lack the capability for such a task. Teacher Tian, if you possess the ability, you might as well offer her some counsel. Should you manage to steer her in the right direction, it would indeed be a merit to your name. After making a statement, Teacher Feng headed towards the girls' dormitory, while Teacher Tian cast her a scornful glance, realizing that this individual was equally unreliable. Turning back to Xiao Daya, one could hardly blame Teacher Feng for his headache. It was challenging to offer guidance to someone ensnared in self-pity. Perhaps it was best to take a gradual approach. If all else fails, they could confine her from participating in the examinations. After all, Teacher Feng had arrived first and had cultivated closer ties with the other 6 students. Possessing an astute eye for talent, an individual with malicious intent entering the officialdom would face disappointment, but should they succeed, it would surely spell disaster. And she had nearly followed Xiao Daya's misguided path, complicating matters for the 6 female scholars. The female students of the county were indeed precious. Not just anyone could easily suppress their spirits. Upon arrival, it became apparent that Su Shu and Cheng Yi, despite being among the most esteemed merchants in the county, could not shield themselves from the influence of their illustrious relatives, Indeed, they were closely related and wielded considerable power, an advantage inaccessible to others. Si Eugene, a daughter of nobility, held the highest status among the young women in the county academy. Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily belonged to families of slightly lesser standing, while Mingzhu's lineage was marginally superior, being the daughter of a scholar, thus placing her above Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily in societal ranks. In such times, social hierarchies were predominantly dictated by one's family background. Hushed silence. Is Mingzhu truly so diligent? Mr. Fong nodded, affirming that Mingzhu had always been industrious. For her father harbored great aspirations for her. This child was self-motivated, often engrossed in her studies, seldom engaging in frivolous play with others. Mr. Tian observed for a while, smiling, and inquired about the others' diligence. They are likely still asleep. It must be said that Mr. Fong had a keen understanding of them. Indeed, at this moment, they were lost in dreams, sleeping soundly and sweetly. Mingzhu, with a slight twitch of her ear, caught the sound of conversation, turned her head, and, upon laying aside her book, rose to offer a respectful bow from a distance to the two gentlemen, greeting them with a morning salutation. Good morning. How is it that you are awake so early? Should you not indulge in a bit more rest? Mr. Fong, maintaining a stoic demeanor, allowed a flicker of amusement to dance in his eyes as he inquired with genuine concern. Does she require recitation? She could memorize the material after a single reading. Mr. Fong subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Then do focus on your studies. We shall go and observe the other students. Very well, gentlemen. Please proceed as you wish. The two gentlemen passed by her and entered the dormitory, while Mingzhu supported herself on her hands and settled onto a stone bench, determined to finish the remaining portion of her book before taking a break, before eventually carrying it back into the dormitory. At this moment, everyone had risen, and the two scholars turned around, instructing, "Once you have tidied up, come out and stand in formation." Indeed, one replied. What else could it be? Look at you. Not only are you more intelligent than us, but you also put in more effort. How could the scholars not be vexed? You are but a mischievous star here to torment us. Cheng Yi, half annoyed yet not truly so, reached out to pinch her cheek gently, without exerting any force. The others hurried to organize their bedding and arrange their belongings. Ming Hua, rubbing her cheek, placed the books she had finished reading into her small wardrobe, which was already stacked high with a substantial pile of volumes she had perused. She was careful not to leave any unread books outside, fearing they might get lost. As for the ones she had completed, it mattered little, for the knowledge retained in her mind was indelible. Once they had all tidied up, they stepped out of the dormitory together. Scholars Fong and Tian were seated at a stone table beneath a large tree, their hands neatly folded on their laps, observing the 6 students who emerged. Scholars, the 6 chorused in unison. Fong and Tian nodded slightly and responded with a soft hum. Except for Ming Hua, the others took out their books to recite. Find a suitable spot by the wall, one that you find comfortable, Fong instructed. Recite on your own. Do not expect us to supervise you. If we must supervise, it will be more than just a simple recitation. Upon hearing this, the 5 young ladies cast a resentful glance at Ming Hua, resignedly clutching their books as they sought a relatively comfortable position by the wall to begin their light recitation. Fong and Tian rose and walked with them to the wall, passing behind them to check the pages they had opened. Indeed, even the pages are identical. How similar must their reading levels be? Pay attention, everyone. Do you believe that reading is of no value? That is a misguided notion born of your arrogance. Master Tian, filled with fervor, reminds you that all the privileges you presently enjoy are bestowed upon you by your family or parents. Should there come a day when your parents and family cease to support you, what will you rely on for your livelihood? What means will you employ to lead a fulfilling life? It is only through diligent study and the attainment of scholarly distinction that you can secure your place in the world. Your family will not intrude excessively into your affairs and may even come to respect you. Your parents will not easily dictate your marital choices, nor will they treat you as mere pawns for their own gain. While your body is a gift from your parents, your thoughts belong solely to you. When you aspire to carve out your own way of life, you must possess sufficient confidence and resources. So, what constitutes your confidence and capital? Chang'e cautiously turned her head and mischievously smiled, saying, Master Tian, the lifestyle I desire does not involve daily reading and homework. Master Tian was taken aback, casting a glance at Master Feng. Master Feng was equally surprised, never having anticipated Chang'e held such views. Is this what you all think? Master Tian demanded sternly. Si Eugene remained silent, uncertain of the prospects for her daughter's education. The imperial examination? She doubted her ability to succeed, navigating the perilous path that many men tread. A single misstep could lead to a fall. Fong Mingmei and Luo Lily were merely passing their days without ambition. When they were sent here, their parents had expressed low expectations, stating that as long as they could contribute positively to the family, it sufficed. Upon reaching the appropriate age, their destiny was to marry, bear children, and fulfill the roles of dutiful wives and mothers. Tian Fuzi felt a headache coming on. This was not in line with her initial expectations. Attending the county school was a remarkable opportunity, one that could lead to extraordinary prospects. Why not seize it? Why not strive for greatness? Placing all hopes on Fumu was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Many parents today have more than one child, some even 5 or 6. When maternal affection is diluted, the attention received diminishes. The one who garners more attention will inevitably be favored. What does parental preference signify? She understood all too well. She had once been the overlooked one, while her sister received the preferential treatment. Consequently, her parents paved the way for her sister, who enjoyed a blissful life, while she endured a lifetime of hardship. After bearing children and facing abandonment due to her inability to conceive again, she contemplated a tragic end. Had it not been for someone recommending her to the county school as a teacher, she might have considered ending it all. Alas! Tian Fuzi realized that her peers lacked the awareness to grasp the gravity of their situation, and any further words would be in vain. Feng Fuzi intervened to alleviate the tension. Very well, teacher. Minghua nodded and hastily departed. Su Shu and her sisters silently criticized Minghua for her lack of loyalty. When Minghua found Xiao Dia, she was slowly rising to her feet, perhaps stiff from squatting too long. She nearly stumbled but steadied herself, grimacing in pain. Cousin, so you are here counting ants. The 2 teachers are calling for you. Understood. Suppressing her discomfort, she approached her cousin and halted. Cousin, let us depart. Greetings to the 2 scholars. Her courteous demeanor prompted Xiao Dia to respond in kind, bowing respectfully.
What?
Xiao Dia gasped in astonishment. 1,000 times?
Indeed.
She replied through gritted teeth. Let us go. Frustration welled within Xiao Dia. In her haste to leave, she had neglected to pay her respects, prompting the scholars to shake their heads disapprovingly, lamenting her lack of self-discipline, urging for improvement. The Su sisters exchanged knowing glances, recognizing their shared plight, thus refraining from displaying any displeasure. In silent accord, they each battled with the intricate characters in their textbooks. Xiao Dia instinctively retreated to a small corner, choosing not to engage with the group. Through numerous trials within the academy, she had come to comprehend that no one here was benevolent, regardless of her plight. No one would extend compassion. Tears proved futile, and feigning weakness only elicited disdain. Speaking too much invited errors, so she resolved to remain silent. As half an hour slipped by, the time for the morning meal drew near. Scholar Feng called upon the students one by one to recite their lessons. Very well, responded the Su sisters, though Su Shu was too dispirited to muster any enthusiasm. Let us use the morning meal, they were reminded, but do not take it out of the dining hall. After Scholar Tian concluded his remarks, Ming Hua and the others acquiesced, ensuring their books were set aside before departing. In casual conversation, Scholars Tian and Feng mused, "Will you not partake of the morning meal?" "I shall do so later," replied Scholar Tian. "I too shall wait." Scholar Feng nodded slightly. They dined together, unaware of which children genuinely struggled to memorize their lessons or whose minds were simply elsewhere. Enduring a few days of hunger can indeed redirect one's focus toward study. The opportunity to engage in learning is something that many girls yearn for in vain. Since she is here, why not dedicate herself to her studies? The initial words of the teacher were spoken with indifference, while the latter part expressed genuine confusion. Perhaps this illustrates the failure to cherish what one has obtained. Otherwise, how can one explain it? The teacher shook his head, disappointment evident in his gaze. As only Xiao Minghua and Si Eugene in the entire class seemed willing to exert themselves. Have they not faced hardships since birth? Perhaps Fang Mingmei, Luo Lily, and Cheng Yi have lived sheltered lives, free from struggles. Their lack of ambition and contentment with the status quo is understandable. Their parents have provided them with a sense of security, and they seem willing to settle for mediocrity. Yet, what about Xiao, the diligent student? What right does she have to be complacent? Her attire is worn and faded, her hair dry and brittle, her complexion far from vibrant. It is evident that she has traversed a path of hardship. Gaining admission to the academy was akin to her parents paving a pathway to success for her. If she simply applies herself to her studies, not speaking excessively, she could achieve the status of a child scholar or a licentiate, thereby expanding her options for marriage. Yet, how does she conduct herself? Restlessly, she engages in mischief daily, constantly seeking to undermine others and garner sympathy. When she first arrived, she indeed felt compassion and had motives that prompted her to stand out. However, as time passed, who could fail to discern the true nature of those around her? Teacher Feng chuckled wryly, reflecting on the initial demeanor of the current teacher compared to how he has been shaped by this group of persistent and demanding students. Chapter 100. Overcoming the reborn girl. It is said that her admission to the county school was facilitated by Ming Hua's father. However, little did anyone know that Ming Hua's father had arranged for someone who was restless and constantly sought to undermine his daughter. Teacher Tian nodded. Having heard whispers of this before. Previously, I held a certain disdain for that child, but upon reflection, I realize I viewed matters through a biased lens. My master, after renouncing worldly ties, advised against harboring spiritual puritanism towards others, for every soul in this world is a blend of humanity and darkness, and it is impossible to scrutinize anyone closely without discovering flaws. Thus, she is one among them. As educators, what do we aspire to? Teacher Feng mused aloud. I yearn for more female scholars to seize their opportunities and carve out a place for women in society. Although I may not advance any further in my own lifetime, I hope my students will have the chance to flourish. Teacher Tian gazed deeply at her and replied, "What I hope for is that girls enduring hardships receive fair treatment. Unlike myself, born as a girl, I was often overshadowed by my brothers and sisters, perpetually overlooked. I wish for those girls like me to discover a radiant path leading to their own lives, rather than merely existing as dependents of their families or husbands." Teacher Feng fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Her knowledge of Teacher Tian was limited. After several months, all she knew was that she was a woman abandoned by her husband, a lamentable fate. Yet, hearing the melancholy in her tone, she felt she understood her a little better. That day will surely come. She places her hopes on Minghua, a young girl with extraordinary talent. We can entrust our aspirations to her. If she can enter the political arena and stand by the emperor's side, she will undoubtedly secure a place for women among us. Do you truly believe in her? Teacher Tian countered. Teacher Feng nodded, affirming, "Yes, I have faith in her." There are countless individuals blessed with talent who lack diligence, yet those who possess both talent and relentless effort are few and far between. She is convinced that as long as Minghua does not falter along the way, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Once one woman rises, others will follow. With both genders entering the court together, fairness will prevail, and women will no longer be relegated to the roles of marriage and child-rearing. They can strive for their careers. Even if she does not witness that day herself, she believes that someone will. Minghua's talent is indeed remarkable, unparalleled in her generation, deserving of meticulous cultivation. From this day forth, Minghua's studies intensified. When the two teachers were at home, they imparted knowledge in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, taking the time to teach her.
2 years swiftly passed.
Xiao Dai became more compliant. Yet alas, her aptitude for study was mediocre. Her grades often ranked at the bottom, with her performance averaging 8 out of 10 times in the lower tiers. Under the watchful eyes of the two teachers, she transitioned from being forced to comply to now being taciturn and solitary. Minghua, have you gathered all your materials? Double-check once more. Outside the examination hall, Teacher Feng, Teacher Tian, Xiao Jingning, Xiao Hongkong, and Xiao Hongbing were all present, alongside participants from both the male and female academies for this child scholar examination. In the Xiao family, only Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Minghua were present, while Xiao Hongbing was excluded. In the girls' academy, only Minghua remained, as the others had not studied long enough and lacked the necessary depth. They would need to study for at least another 3 to 5 years to be eligible for the examination. Everything was prepared. The rice porridge, thin pancakes, and pastries made by their mother were all packed. There were 2 sets of writing materials, and a thick outer coat was also included. Minghua lowered her head to rummage through her backpack, which she had specially asked her mother to make, one for herself and one for her elder brother. With a resounding clang, the examination candidates were reminded to bring their ceremonial offerings and the official proof of entry into the examination hall. At the entrance, a gong sounded, and the officials called out loudly, "Father, teachers, I'm entering the hall now. Don't worry about me. I will eat well, drink well, and sleep well inside." Minghua pulled Xiao Hongkong along as they walked into the examination hall. Xiao Jingning pursed his lips, hoping for the best for his children. After passing the security checks, the two successfully entered the examination hall. Once they were out of sight, Xiao Hongbing tugged at his father's sleeve. "Father, the elder brother and younger sister have gone in. Shall we return home now?" After greeting the 2 female teachers, he stepped ahead. Xiao Hongbing silently rubbed his forehead, following closely behind. "Father, I feel so diminished," he lamented. He simply could not measure up to the brilliance of his elder brother and younger sister. What could he do? His plight was indeed burdensome. Having a sister who was exceptionally clever made life exceedingly difficult. For the past 2 years, he had constantly feared being compared to her, and now he had resigned himself to being ridiculed. "Father, will you not offer me some words of comfort?" "Comfort?" Xiao Jingning's face cracked with seriousness. "Do you still have the audacity to ask for comfort? How can I not have the right to seek it?" Xiao Hongbing retorted. However, what followed left him feeling utterly despondent. Born of the same mother, Kong Kong exhibited remarkable talent, standing out among ordinary individuals. Then there was his sister, who possessed an extraordinary memory, able to recall everything after just a single glance, and was diligent in her studies. As a father, he felt immense pride. Yet, when he beheld his younger son, he could only lament his mediocrity. "Look at you, neglecting your studies. What will you do in the future? You are almost driving your mother and me to despair, and yet you seek comfort. Why not strive to uplift your parents' spirits?" Xiao Hongbing found himself at a loss for words. "Please let the child be. Perhaps, given your disposition, your mother and I will devise some strategies. We must provide you with a path forward, or else, as your elder brother and sister continue to excel, you will only sink further into obscurity. The villagers will point at you, saying, 'Look, he is the brother of the 2 scholars from the Xiao family.' I can already envision that scenario." Xiao Hongbing sighed in resignation. feeling he was being too harsh on the child. "Father, I will study earnestly. I won't speak of anything else. At the very least, I hope to pass the examinations and secure a position as a teacher." Why, at the tender age of 9, must he already be burdened with planning for his future? It is commendable that you possess such ambition. The father felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Receiving a gentle word from his father, Xiao Hongping broke into a smile. "I shall take you as my inspiration, and in the future, I will teach diligently and nurture future generations." Xiao Jingning thought to himself, "What a miscalculation. I rejoiced too soon."
He needs to reflect.
He knows not whether the children of others come seeking repayment. All he knows is that his younger son is undoubtedly here to collect. Chapter 101. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Within the examination hall, Ming Hua and her brother Xiao Hongkong were separated and assigned to different positions, one at the front and the other in the middle. Ming Hua found herself situated in the center, while Xiao Hongkong occupied the foremost spot. After placing her belongings down, she surveyed the examination room and quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, she had not been assigned to the restroom number her father had mentioned, for that would have rendered her unable to eat or sleep, a true torment. She extracted her supplies from her backpack, arranging her writing instruments and inkstone meticulously on the only small table in the room. A thick garment was laid upon the singular bed, as the late autumn nights grew chilly and dew-laden, necessitating adequate covering to avoid illness and disruption. Thankfully, her petite stature allowed her to be fully enveloped by the adult-sized clothing. However, she pondered whether her elder brother, who had grown rapidly over the past 2 years, would be able to fit into it. The candidates were instructed to maintain silence, as the examination papers would soon be distributed. Upon receipt of the papers, they could respond freely. The examination hall would only provide plain water, and candidates were responsible for their own sustenance. Any requests for restroom breaks were to be reported. Loud conversations were strictly prohibited, as was the passing of answers between candidates. Any noise between separate examination rooms would result in immediate expulsion. Once the examination was complete, candidates were to remain quiet and await the conclusion of the session before departing. In essence, there was no freedom. They were to respectfully sit and complete their papers. At last, candidates were asked to await the arrival of their examination papers at the entrance of the hall. Ming Hua rose and approached the door, facing another examination room. 2 rows of rooms stood opposite each other, with her position in the front row. In less than a quarter of an hour, the papers arrived, 3 sheets in total. After expressing her gratitude with a bow, she closed the door, placed the examination papers on the table, and climbed onto a high stool to take her seat. The high stool in the examination hall seems to intimidate her. She is not one who has grown in stature, but rather in intellect. Her classmates often jest that she possesses cleverness but lacks height, and as a result, she stands at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters. How lamentable! One wonders if she might eventually blossom into a robust woman of 1 meter and 70 centimeters. As the examination papers are distributed, any student who has not received their paper is urged to speak up. The exam consists of 3 sections. The first assesses knowledge of classic literature. The second evaluates poetry and prose, while the third pertains to social issues. All have received their papers, it seems. Thus, the time for answering begins. The examination will last for 3 days, concluding at this same hour the day after tomorrow. The section on social issues inquires how, as students aspiring to serve the court, they should act for the benefit of the people, akin to a composition question on a modern language paper. Ink is ground, and paper and brush are prepared for the task. She completes the first and third sections within half a day, while the poetry and prose section, which requires filling in existing verses, proves manageable. However, when it comes to the creative portion, she finds herself scratching her head in frustration. 3 days have passed, most of which were spent in contemplation. She has a rudimentary understanding of poetry and prose. The compositions she has produced are limited, but she hopes to refine them later. striving to craft exquisite verses for her scholarly examinations. As the examination concludes, candidates are instructed to gather their belongings and exit the examination hall. The papers are to remain within the hall, with a 30-minute limit for departure. Ming Xiao packs her things, slinging her backpack over her shoulder before opening the door and stepping outside. At this moment, candidates are seen departing in small groups, tacitly avoiding discussions about the exam content, instead exchanging cordial inquiries regarding their performance. Xiao Hongkong, concerned for his sister, hastily emerges and, with keen eyes, spots the young girl amidst the crowd. He strides forward and takes her hand. "Sanya, how did you fare in the examination?" Minghua looked up. Noticing her elder brother's pallid complexion and dark circles under his eyes, she understood that he hadn't rested well. She nodded with a smile and inquired, "How are you, brother?" "All is well, let us go outside." With Xiao Hongkong guiding her, Minghua was spared from being jostled by the crowd. Yet, the experience was still uncomfortable as each individual was sturdier than she. She could not simply swat them aside, and thus endured the inevitable discomfort of being pushed and shoved. After being confined for 3 days, the divine beast was released. Everything appeared pleasing to her, and the fresh air invigorated her spirit. "Sanaya, Kongkong, mother is here." The siblings turned towards a voice and spotted their parents waiting amidst the throng. Xiao Hongkong led his sister forward. "Father, mother, your complexion looks dreadful. How did you fare in the examination?" Lo, their mother, reached out as if to touch her son's face but retracted, recalling that he was now grown and it would be inappropriate. She stifled the urge and gazed with concern at the pair before her. Sanaya appeared well, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Jingning observed they likely did not attend the same examination venue. Otherwise, the disparity would not be so pronounced. One appears vibrant and full of energy, while the other's pallor suggests a lingering illness. Upon arriving in the village, they attracted a curious crowd. "Scholar Xiao, how did Kongkong and Sanaya perform? Did they succeed?" A slender yet lively woman approached them with eager inquiries. The surrounding villagers quickly joined in. "Indeed, Scholar Xiao, did they pass? If so, your family will prosper." With 3 scholars in one household, I find it doubtful. Sanaya is but a child. Look at her petite stature. It would indeed be a marvel if she were to succeed, came the skeptical remarks regarding Sanaya's chances. "Pa, is it just your foul mouth? What is wrong with Sanya being petite?
Can she not eat or drink?"
You think your words matter. My Sanya will certainly perform well in her exams, making you all envious. Old Lady Xiao squeezed through the crowd and confronted the speaker. "Mother." Xiao Jingning and his wife stepped forward to support the elderly lady. She shrugged them off, declaring, "I am not so old that I cannot move on my own. I do not need your assistance." The crowd chuckled and dispersed. "Dear," Minghua approached, taking the old lady's hand as they entered the courtyard together. The siblings exchanged another round of greetings, this time filled with affection from their grandparents. "It is only natural." Old Master Xiao chimed in. "How did you fare in the examination?" "I think Sanya performed adequately, though Kong's complexion is rather poor. That is to be expected. Which examinee performs well over 3 days?" Xiao Jingning replied nonchalantly. Brothers Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Hongping turned to Minghua in unison. Minghua grinned and said, "Don't look at me. There are no results yet. You cannot learn this." Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Hongping. They grew increasingly mischievous. Sanya indeed performed quite well. Just look at her rosy cheeks, so tender. Old Lady Xiao no longer cared about her eldest grandson, embracing her granddaughter as if to proclaim her affection aloud. In Chapter 102, the old man and Xiao Jingning engaged in conversation, while Old Lady Xiao led her daughter-in-law in tidying up the aftermath. The old man queried his son, "Sanya surely did not perform poorly, did she?" "Impossible. Our Sanya is the brightest, and the questions must have been easy for her. She can eat and sleep well." The old man cast a sidelong glance at his son. Confidence is indeed a good thing. Xiao Jingning gazed into the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips, oblivious to the peculiar gaze of old Master Xiao. My daughter is exceptionally bright, he mused, recalling the repeated praises from her tutors. For two esteemed scholars to engage with the principal on her behalf, they must possess great confidence in her abilities. "Do be quiet," came an impatient reprimand. Unable to endure any longer. "No amount of calling for your father will help. Keep those thoughts to yourself. If Sanya fails the exam, you shall be the subject of ridicule." Old Master Xiao shook his head with a sigh, observing his eldest son, whose demeanor seemed rather untrustworthy. "We shall await the results. When shall they be announced?" "In 5 days," replied Xiao Jingning. Old Master Xiao pondered for a moment before stating, "On that day, you all shall go to check the results together. Regardless of the outcome, do not lay blame upon Sanya. She is but a girl under 8, and she is the only one from our county permitted to enter the examination hall, is she not?" Xiao Jingning nodded. "Not only Sanya, but also Kong Kong. They have worked diligently and should not be burdened further. If they do not succeed this time, they will surely prevail in the future." Although the matter was yet unresolved, the old master had already considered all contingencies, outlining his plans in advance. Xiao Jingning found it both amusing and exasperating. "Father, I assure you that Kong Kong will do just fine, and Sanya has a significant chance as well. Please rest assured." The principal personally confirmed that Sanya was eligible to take the examination, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will perform well. Indeed, old Master Zhao's worries lingered still. Observing this, Xiao Jingning offered further reassurances until he was ultimately dismissed by the increasingly impatient old man. In the study, as Xiao Jingning approached the door, he overheard his daughter conversing with his second son, prompting him to pause and listen intently. "Sister, how do you manage to sleep so soundly during the examination? Brother's face is pale as a ghost, while yours glows with a rosy hue, quite unlike a typical examinee." This year, Xiao Hongping has also turned 9, gaining a deeper understanding of many matters, and has become significantly more composed compared to 2 years ago. At the very least, he no longer runs about frivolously with his village friends. With an exceptionally gifted elder brother and a sister whose brilliance is almost otherworldly, the pressure on him is immense. It would be impossible not to strive for success. Not only their parents, but even their grandparents have begun to fret over his future. In a family where the disparity among children is so pronounced, it is hardly a favorable situation. Fortunately, Xiao Hongping appears to possess a naturally carefree disposition. He takes pleasure in the achievements of his brother and sister. Even if he falls considerably behind, it matters little. He cannot view his sister as a benchmark, but he can certainly regard his brother as one. Though he may never quite catch up to his brother, he still harbors a modest aspiration to excel in the imperial examinations. What is there to be anxious about? One must simply take the exam, eat when it's time, and sleep when needed. Her nonchalance provokes a chuckle from Xiao Hongping. "One might mistakenly think you were off on a leisurely outing."
Indeed.
A 3-day excursion in the examination hall.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Hongping bursts into hearty laughter, and even Xiao Jingning outside the door cannot help but succumb to a smile, inadvertently revealing his presence. Minghua beams with a crescent smile, turning to him and sweetly exclaiming, "Father." Xiao Hongping stands straight. Once the man departs, Xiao Hongping breathes a sigh of relief and resumes his conversation with Minghua, asking questions about everything under the sun, as if he has an insatiable curiosity. Minghua patiently explains, and eventually, Xiao Hongping even inquires about the restroom numbers within the examination hall. The days spent at home always seem to pass swiftly. After a restful night, Xiao Hongkong accompanied his father to the private school the following day. Over the course of 2 years, he had enlightened a group of children, who were then entrusted to Xiao Jingming for their lessons, while he took on the responsibility of guiding the younger ones in their initial learning. After lunch, Xiao Jingming departed with his children and niece, leaving the home once again in tranquility. Madame Xiao stood at the doorway, sighing as the joyous laughter of her grandchildren faded away and the entire courtyard succumbed to silence. On the road, seated beside the ox cart, Xiao Dia frequently glanced at Ming Hua, noticing how beautifully Sanya had blossomed. Her demeanor was elegant, and her posture was upright. As for herself, she had improved slightly from before, her complexion no longer sallow and her hair free from dryness and split ends. Yet, standing beside Sanya, she remained the one most easily overlooked. Xiao Hongkong subtly shielded his sister from view, while Xiao Dia turned her head, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Jealousy and resentment ignited within her spirit. How wonderful it would be if she were the more gracious daughter, able to be as admirable as Sanya. Upon arriving at the county town, everyone disembarked. The ox cart halted outside the town, and Xiao Jingning called the children to get off. As he reached for his money, the old man guiding the ox refused initially, but in the end, as he hurriedly drove the cart away, Xiao Jingning tossed 8 copper coins into the cart. Hearing the clink of the coins, the old man hurried over to inspect. The 8 coins lay scattered, and as he opened his mouth to shout, he saw Xiao Jingning leading the 4 children into the town and had no choice but to relent. Outside the county town, there were yamen officers demanding a passage fee of 1 copper coin to enter. With a single copper coin, one could purchase a steamed bun. So most people would refrain from entering the county town without necessity. Upon entering the county academy, Xiao Jingning bid farewell to his 2 sons, who, accustomed to the routine, merely performed a bow and departed. He then escorted Ming Hua and Xiao Dia to the women's academy before finally turning away with a sense of relief. The students greeted the 2 masters. Ming Hua stood tall and bowed, while Xiao Dia lowered her gaze in a courteous gesture. The masters, particularly Master Feng, maintained a stern demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, one could perceive the relaxation in her facial muscles and the gentle warmth in her gaze directed towards Ming Hua. As they rose, Master Tian inquired, "Ming Hua, how did you perform in the examination?" Master Tian nodded approvingly, reminding them to remain humble and diligent in their studies. The students memorized this advice. After bowing once more, they saw the 2 masters off. As they stood to leave, Ming Hua kept her gaze straight ahead, passing by Xiao Dia, who followed closely with a contemplative expression into the dormitory. "Our little prodigy has arrived," came Su Shu's teasing voice as they entered the dormitory. Ming Hua evaded several of Su Shu's attempts to catch her. Using neither mental acuity nor spiritual power, Su Shu found it futile to grasp her. Exhausted from her efforts, Su Shu leaned on her knees, panting slightly, and remarked, all right, no need to run anymore. I shall not pursue you any longer." But honestly, how can someone so petite and short-legged run so swiftly? Discrimination against height is rather excessive. Ming Hua protested with a smile as she halted her flight.
Chengi chaklet.
While Si Eugene suppressed a grin, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes involuntarily curving with delight. Su Shu made a sudden dash, enveloping Ming Hua in a hug while laughing heartily. "Where do you think you're going? Come now, why have you stopped running? Release me and see if I can run away." "No, I want to let go." The little sisters are having such fun. While Xiao Dia watches them play from the doorway, a wave of discontent rising within her. The teacher only sees her, and her classmates are drawn only to her. Is it truly destined that Xiao Dia must endure this? Must she watch as they excel, stepping over all others? It's unbearable. Yet, what can she do with her discontent? Her talent pales in comparison, her charm falls short, her cunning is not as sharp, and even her social connections fail to match. What can she possibly offer to rival the likes of Sanya? Enough of this commotion. Let Ming Hua catch her breath. She seems on the verge of gasping for air. Si Eugene steps forward to provide assistance. Su Shu grins widely, loosening her grip and instead gently patting Ming Hua's back to help her breathe. "Ming Hua, what is it like to participate in the imperial examination? What awaits in the examination hall? Are the questions challenging? Ming Hua's throat moved, and after she steadied her breath, she replied, the examination hall consists of 2 long rows of examination rooms. Upon entering, candidates are assigned to rooms based on the official reference documents. I was placed in the 3rd room at the front, which is quite favorable. Movement within the hall is restricted, and one must manage their own sustenance. As for using the restroom, there are designated facilities that require prior notification. Because the examination rooms are in close proximity, communication is strictly prohibited. Any form of cheating leads to immediate expulsion. I spent 3 days in the examination hall, half the time sleeping and the other half answering questions. The questions were not particularly difficult, though the poetry and literary composition portion posed some challenges. My sisters are well aware that my skills in poetry are not particularly strong. Thus I dedicated the most time to that section. Chungibai cast a glance at her and said dismissively, "Oh please, no matter how poor your poetry and prose may be, can it possibly be worse than ours? At least you can produce something. We can't even conjure a single character of poetry." Su Shu pinched Ming Hua's face fiercely, as if to vent her frustration. "Your modesty is unwarranted. Just look at your age. You are already able to participate in the imperial examination while we are still grappling with the basics. How can the disparity between people be so vast?" After enduring their playful torment for a while, Ming Hua felt her face burning and quickly attempted to escape. "Dear sisters, have mercy. You do not aspire to rise through the imperial examinations as I do. My dream is to enter the officialdom through the examinations. How could I possibly be compared to you? While you have family support, my father is merely a scholar." Si Eugene lightly curled her lips, acknowledging that they were indeed merely gilding their resumes. Su Shu and Cheng Yi exchanged glances before sitting at the table, pouring themselves a cup of hot water. "We understand your lofty aspirations. Just work hard. In the future, we'll be relying on you, so we can boast a little. Look, so-and-so was my former classmate. We are quite close." Ming Hua nodded repeatedly, saying, "I will certainly strive to do my best." After a lively afternoon filled with laughter and play, following their evening meal, the young ladies tacitly refrained from dragging her into further merriment, allowing her to rest properly. Time slipped by like a fleeting horse, and soon the day of the examination arrived. On that morning, classes at the academy were suspended. Master Tian, Master Feng, Xiao Jingning, Xiao Hongkong, along with the male scholars and other candidates, stepped out of the county school and gathered before the magistrate's examination hall. A fellow scholar approached, of medium stature and slender build, with murky eyes that suggested he was just over 40. His gaze lacked warmth, exuding a somewhat sinister aura, and his demeanor leaned towards the effeminate. "Greetings, Master Chen," said Xiao Hongkong and his sister Xiao Minghua, bowing in unison. Master Chen smiled in acknowledgement, replying, "It is only fitting that you address me as Uncle Chen, as I share the esteemed title of scholar with your father." The siblings turned to seek their father's approval and, upon receiving a nod, corrected their address, Uncle Chen. With a satisfied nod, Master Chen continued to Xiao Jingning, "Your children are indeed exceptional. I wonder how they performed in this examination. Hong Kong's diligence at our academy is well known, so he should fare well." Minghua interjected, "So, are you inquiring specifically about my performance?" Hong Kong's eyes twitched slightly as he led his sister towards the list of results. "The children of the Xiao family are commendable, and you must find solace in that." Master Chen praised sincerely. Xiao Jingning chuckled. "Your 2 sons are quite remarkable as well. It is said that your daughter is well-versed and has gained a modest reputation in the county as an accomplished young lady. My Minghua, however, lacks such prowess,
as she is preoccupied with play."
"You are too humble," Master Chen replied, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Your daughter is quite formidable. She has befriended the county magistrate's daughter and is well regarded at the academy, excelling in her studies. I believe she will not disappoint this time. You flatter her." "She is but a young girl, still lacking focus," Xiao Jingning remarked. Noticing his hesitation to engage further, Master Chen directly inquired, "Has your daughter received any marriage proposals?" "She is still young, and matters of marriage should wait until she reaches 20. Therefore, please refrain from further comments. By then, it may be too late. Many fine young men will have already been chosen. Marriage should ideally occur early to secure the best matches." Xiao Jingning maintained his composed smile, asserting that my daughter Minghua is not in a hurry. She is still quite young. Even if there were proposals, it would be prudent to wait until she is 18, with marriage at 20 being just right. As a mother, I wish to protect my youngest daughter from early marriage. However, one can still arrange engagements. Mr. Chen remarked with a playful expression, "My youngest son is 12 this year and is a classmate of Hong Kong. He is also ready for the next stage. What do you think? It is far too early." Mr. Chen was reluctant to concede. Good young ladies are in high demand, and it is not uncommon to be cautious about such matters. Moreover, Xiao Minghua has already demonstrated remarkable talent at such a tender age, overshadowing many male students. With a girl of her caliber joining the Chen family, they would undoubtedly advance further. A wise wife strengthens 3 generations. A poor choice can ruin them. It is prudent to secure a good match for my youngest son now, and with Xiao Minghua as a potential companion, he would surely thrive. Mr. Chen was clearly drawn to Minghua's potential and sought to make a claim. Yet, Xiao Jingning was unyielding. My daughter is indeed too young, and discussions of marriage are premature. We shall address such matters in due course, Mr. Chen. Your family also has daughters and should understand this. Understand? Mr. Chen nodded eagerly, as he merely sought to secure a better future for his somewhat unremarkable son. If it were to materialize, how much better would it be for the 3 of them to support each other in the future? Chapter 104. Overcoming the reborn girl. 33. The youngest son of Master Chen was known to him. He was decent in his studies, albeit somewhat inferior to his elder brother and significantly lacking when compared to his sister. After being entangled with Master Chen for some time, Xiao Zheng's patience wore thin, and he hastily excused himself, citing his children as an excuse. Otherwise, he feared he might utter something offensive. With a son like his, it would be a miracle if Sanya did not hold him back, let alone offer mutual support. Such a notion was preposterous. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd stepped back 2 meters. The people gathered around quickly made way for the officers to post the red list. In the entire county, apart from the county school, there were other private academies as well. After 3 red lists were posted, the officers finally ceased their activities and departed. Once the officers had left, the crowd closed in. Xiao Hongkong held his sister's hand, guiding her through the throng towards the red list. They began by examining the first red list, where the top name was prominently displayed. First in the children's examination, Xiao Hongkong. Second, Xiao Minghua. Third, Luo Yongsheng. Fourth. I did it! I did it! The crowd erupted with excitement as throngs of people surged forward. Behind his children, Xiao Zheng diligently shielded them as they retreated from the crowd.
Did you see?
Did you succeed? Master Tian approached to inquire. Xiao Zheng nodded with a smile, but before he could speak, a male student burst forth from the throng, exuberantly waving his arms and shouting, I did it! I did it! Xiao Hongkong, Xiao Minghua, and Chen Mingsheng also succeeded. Master Chen's joy was evident, his smile wide enough to reveal his teeth. Xiao Jingning laughed heartily, while both Mr. Tian and Mr. Feng displayed gleeful expressions, their eyes sparkling with joy. Minghua looked up to see the 2 teachers beaming with happiness, as if she were the one who had succeeded in the exams. Their genuine delight for their students was palpable. When they gazed down at her, the warmth in their eyes seemed almost overwhelming. It filled her heart with a comforting warmth. This moment, where her efforts and struggles brought joy to her loved ones and mentors, was something she wished to cherish forever. Determined not to disappoint them, she resolved to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Congratulations, congratulations, Mr. Chen said, bowing slightly to Xiao Jingning. And then his gaze turned even brighter as he looked at Ming Hua. His admiration extended not only to her, but also to Xiao Hongkong. Though their daughter was already 15, the old adage rings true: a woman 3 years older brings fortune. As long as Xiao Hongkong was willing, there was hope for their daughter. Amidst the polite exchanges, an exuberant student rushed toward them, having just greeted the esteemed teachers, proudly announcing his achievement. He ranked 15th. A tall, slender male teacher smiled appreciatively and nodded at the student, who beamed with even greater joy. What about Ming Hua and Hong Kong? What are their rankings? Mr. Chen inquired. Excellent. Excellent. Mr. Chen chuckled, casting a glance at his exuberantly joyful young son, a boy of sturdy build but not particularly tall. Xiao Jingning gently patted his daughter's head and addressed the assembly. The results are out. I will take my son home now. My family is waiting. I would appreciate it if Mr. Tian and Mr. Feng could kindly inform the dean on our behalf. Of course, Mr. Feng readily agreed. It's no trouble at all. Xiao Jingning joyfully led his children away. Father, you are referring to the younger member of the Xiao family, right? I had seen her from a distance once. Short and petite, resembling a small winter melon. Mr. Chen sighed. Forget it. This son is not worth keeping. Though he may be diminutive, I never imagined he would perform so remarkably. Achieving second place this time, Chun Mingxing, a spirited youth, full of mischief and lacking seriousness, remained oblivious to his father's intentions. Mr. Chun gazed helplessly at his son and suddenly realized it was no wonder Xiao Jingning was reluctant. Just look at his youngest son. Even as a father, he found it hard to bear, let alone what others might think. Continue to be foolish, then, he remarked before turning to leave. After bidding farewell to Mr. Chen, Chun Mingsheng wore a perplexed expression, scratching his head. He felt he had said nothing wrong, yet he sensed a hint of disdain from his father. Observing Xiao Xiaozai's joyful demeanor, it was evident he had succeeded. Indeed, congratulations to Xiao Xiaozai. His family had truly risen in status. As soon as the villagers saw the village had arrived, they stepped aside to clear the path but did not disperse. They were eager to learn about the situation in the Xiao family, particularly whether Xiao Hongkong and Xiao Sonia had also passed the examination. Thank you, dear villagers, for your concern. This evening, my eldest son and youngest daughter have both achieved first and second place in the scholars' examination, bringing us great joy. I shall return home now. You may all disperse. The scholars' exam is merely the beginning of their journey. They have a long road ahead. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from excessive praise, allowing them to maintain their composure. The village had nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Xiao family's thoughtful manner. All right then, everyone. Please disperse. With a wave of his hand, the village chief turned and called for Xiao Jingning to accompany him to his home. The villagers felt it inappropriate to follow, as doing so would be akin to overstepping boundaries. Xiao Jingning's intentions were clear. He understood that while one may achieve success, it is the arrogance that often follows, self-satisfaction leading to an inflated ego, that is truly perilous. Such a mindset can foster complacency and a reluctance to pursue change. He fervently hoped that none of these traits would manifest in his 3 children. Life is fleeting, a mere few decades, and in order to live with joy, purpose, and ambition, one must continually set examples and goals. As they entered the courtyard through the wide-open gate, the 2 elders and Xiao Leshi were gathered around a table, playfully shelling edamame. A small basket filled with the pods awaited them, revealing the edible beans within. Upon hearing Xiao Jingning's voice, all 3 looked up and, filled with excitement, rose to their feet. The eldest, old Master Xiao, was the first to spring up, followed closely by old Madame Xiao and then Xiao Leshi. They hurried towards him, and upon seeing this, the village chief smiled and said, "Congratulations, my dear brother and sister. Hong Kong and Sonia have both been accepted as students. Soon, your family shall boast 3 scholars." "Thank you for your kind words," old Master Xiao replied, extending an invitation Please come in and sit with us." The village chief, however, waved his hand in polite refusal, stating, "You should enjoy this moment together as a family. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long." Despite several attempts to persuade him, the village chief remained resolute in his decision to leave, and old Master Xiao could do no more than escort him to the door. As the person departed, a sense of ease and comfort enveloped the household. The parents, along with the elder brother and sister-in-law, extended their congratulations. Xiao Jingrong and the Xiao Wang family emerged from the second room to offer their felicitations. The elder Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao, beaming with joy, remarked, "Indeed, congratulations are in order. Our third daughter has prospered. She will undoubtedly support her elder brother in the future." The father's words rang true. Xiao Jingrong glanced at Xiao Wang and then turned to look at the reticent Xiao Area, asking, "Have you lost your voice?" Xiao Area met his gaze briefly before lowering her head in silence. Ever since she was removed from the red envelope group, her confidence had waned, and she ceased her unruly antics. When she was part of the group, as a reborn girl, she had felt a sense of superiority, eager to gain the upper hand. She had longed to reverse the misfortunes of her previous life and wished to bestow the same hardships upon Xiao Sanya, who had enjoyed a blissful existence in her past life. However, it was only after losing her connection to the red envelope group that she realized she was merely an ordinary person, a village girl as commonplace as could be. Her rebirth was not meant to facilitate change, but rather to allow her to endure the trials of her former life once more. Since that realization, she had languished in despondency, consumed by gloom. Xiao Wang, forcing a smile, congratulated those in the courtyard, offering her well wishes to the parents and the elder brother and sister-in-law. Believing he had once again incited his mother's anger, Xiao Jingrong felt reassured upon hearing the elder lady's next words. "Very well, mother, I shall come over shortly." Ming Xiao was summoned by the elder lady, who embraced her granddaughter, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Our third daughter is indeed remarkable. It was truly wise of us to promise to send her to school. Now, not only can she earn money, but her studies have also flourished. I am uncertain whether there are any children in the county akin to Sanya, but among our village, and even in the surrounding 10 or 8 villages, those under the age of 8 are indeed a rarity. There are none in the county city either." Xiao Jingming responded with a smile, and Xiao Laotai became even more delighted, exclaiming that their ancestors had truly blessed them, hoping that henceforth they would navigate life with ease. The siblings would support each other, discussing matters together, and Kong Kong, being the elder, would take extra care of his younger sister. "I understand, grandmother. You need not worry," Xiao Hong Kong nodded in agreement. The filial piety and achievements of one's descendants are perhaps the greatest joys for every elder. The second son arrived and took a seat to join the conversation. Xiao Laotai gestured towards the long bench on her right. The left side was occupied by the eldest son's family, while the right was intentionally reserved for the second son. "Ah, very well, mother." Xiao Jingrong strode forward and, upon sitting down, wore a cheerful expression. "You, at your age, can no longer drift through life aimlessly. It is time for you to stand on your own. In the past, we were here to oversee your wife, ensuring that no grave misfortune befell you. Now that the family has been divided, we, as parents, can no longer meddle so closely. You must learn to govern yourself and teach your wife accordingly." After the division of the family, it seemed that the woman had become even more bewildered. Xiao Jingrong's smile faltered, replaced by a sense of shame. "Indeed, mother speaks wisely. I will ensure she is well disciplined. However, that child, Arya, has ultimately gone astray. Ever since she emerged from the dark room, she has seemed to carry an air of misfortune about her. Perhaps it is best to keep her indoors until she matures, then marry her off, allowing her in-laws to teach her well. She did not have the fortune of a good mother to impart the principles of life, so it falls to her mother-in-law to educate her. If she cannot learn at home, she will surely be taught once she is married. There are indeed daughters like Xiao Arya, who, despite being unruly at home, endure considerable hardships after marriage and ultimately transform for the better. Elder Madame Xiao, preferring to remain oblivious, decided to let Xiao area experience the true essence of suffering. After all, at home, one's parents inherently care for them. It would be better to study diligently and become a good person, marrying into a respectable family. Yet, Xiao area refuses to improve. Once she enters another household, devoid of familial ties, and as a new bride, who would indulge her? Fragility and capriciousness stem from excessive pampering. Only those who have truly endured great hardships comprehend that such traits require a foundation. Without it, one must shoulder their burdens alone, cultivate resilience, and learn to live independently. Heeding his mother's words, I have instructed Mrs. Wang to keep a watchful eye. It is best for you to remain indoors. While Dia should receive more attention from you, Sanya, and the elder brother and sister-in-law. All hopes rest upon Dia and Xiao Jingrong. Having found a source of solace, has improved significantly over the past 2 years, refraining from indiscriminately scolding his wife and daughters. Sanya may no longer be able to look after Dia, as she has been accepted as a student. Her future studies will diverge from those of Dia. I plan to send Sanya to the dean, hoping he will take special care of her, as it is inconvenient for a girl to study alongside male students. The only viable solution is to entrust her education to the dean, who was once a successful scholar and attained a high official rank. He is more than capable of instructing Sanya. This also implies an apprenticeship. With a mentor who has navigated the court, Sanya's path ahead should be relatively smoother. Xiao Jingrong paused for a moment, then realized that his elder brother intended to pave the way for Sanya. At this juncture, Daya's future must be earned through her own efforts, just as Sanya has done. Indeed, Sanya must strive diligently. The opportunity for our Xiao clan to rise anew lies in the hands of Sanya and Kong Kong. Xiao Zhengning is not surprised by his smooth acceptance. His younger brother, when faced with adversity, tends to exhibit a rather irritable demeanor, yet he refrains from directing his frustrations towards his elder brother or their parents. With Dia studying away from home, he has glimpsed a ray of hope as life has taken a turn, transforming his outlook completely. Second uncle, I will put forth my utmost effort. Ming Hua's voice now carries a touch less of childishness, replaced by the crispness of a young girl. It is imperative for second uncle to encourage Daya, his elder cousin, to devote herself earnestly to her studies. For Dia often finds herself at the bottom of the rankings within the academy. Among the 7 female students in their institution, she consistently occupies the last position. Xiao Jingning's lips twitch slightly. Ahem, Sanya. You and Kong Kong should head to the study and peruse some books. We adults have matters to discuss. And you children should refrain from interjecting. 5 taels of silver a year is not a trifling sum for an ordinary family. 2 taels would suffice comfortably for an entire year. Given Daya's lackluster performance in her studies at the academy, it would be quite remarkable if she were not chastised. Chapter 106. Overcoming the reborn girl. Xiao Zhengrong indeed absorbed the words, his expression shifting. After Sanya and Xiao Hongkong departed, his demeanor softened. Elder brother, why not allow Sanya to share more about Daya's situation at the academy? My knowledge on the matter is rather limited. If Daya is willing to speak, it would provide me with some insight. If she chooses not to, as her father, I would remain in ignorance. What use is this knowledge? Daya's aptitude for academics is mediocre. With a few more years of study, passing the examination to become a Tongsheng should pose no challenge. Aspiring to be a Xiozai is a distant dream, yet possessing the title of Tongsheng would undoubtedly attract a commendable son-in-law. In the future, you and your siblings should treat your son-in-law with kindness. Do not fear the absence of future blessings. Xiao Zhengrong furrowed his brow in discontent, lamenting, Eldest brother, why have you kept this from me? It was not intentional concealment, but rather a recognition of the inherent limitations of Daya's talents. What was your original intention in sending her to school? It is futile to aspire to match the family of the eldest brother, for such parity is unattainable. Even the most unremarkable member, Xiao Hongping, surpasses Daya in intellect. How can one aim for such comparison? Instead of yearning for what is beyond reach, it would be wiser to preserve one's original aspirations and plan for the future. If Daya is lacking, we can nurture her once she becomes a mother, just as her parents did with the eldest brother, fostering him to become a scholar so that the next generation may advance further. It is reassuring that you understand this. I feared you might feel constrained and hence refrained from speaking. Xiao Jingning felt a sense of relief. He ceased to persuade, having achieved his objective for his daughter. Now that you brothers have concluded your discussion, it is our turn, smiled the elderly matriarch, Xiao Laotai. Sanya and Kong Kong have both passed their exams to become child scholars. This is a joyous occasion. We must arrange several tables to celebrate and let the villagers know that our Xiao clan is on the rise. The elder patriarch nodded in agreement. A banquet was indeed in order. If a banquet is to be held, I will assist, Xiao Jingrong offered. However, Xiao Leshi shook her head, and Xiao Jingning interjected, Father, Mother, this is hardly the right time. When I passed the child scholar examination, we did not hold a banquet. It is inappropriate for these two young children. Even if we were to celebrate, it should wait until they pass the provincial examination. The provincial examination, sighed Xiao Laotai, her voice tinged with disappointment. When shall we have to wait for that? Sanya and Kong Kong are diligently studying, and it is undoubtedly feasible for them to pass the imperial examination in 10 years. However, we are currently hosting a celebratory banquet for merely a child scholar. If we elevate them too soon, what will happen if they fail to attain the title of Xiozai later on? Won't they become the subject of ridicule in secret? As Xiao Jingning concluded his remarks, the joy of the elder Xiao began to wane. He spoke the truth. It is rather presumptuous to hold a feast at this juncture. Patience is required. 10 years will pass swiftly, and perhaps Sanya may not even need the full decade, while Kong Kong must exert himself diligently. Although the elder Lady Xiao was reluctant, with both her son and husband opposing her, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. I hope that your father and I can live to witness the day they celebrate their achievements. Indeed, you and father remain vigorous, enjoying good food, drink, and rest. Not only should we look forward to Sanya and Kong Kang's celebration, but we must also anticipate their success as Jinshi, so that we may revel in our rewards. In the future, you will be the esteemed matriarch, and father will be the venerable elder. Speak kindly, she admonished. Indeed, the elder Lady Xiao relished such words. Yearning for the day she could be called the respected matriarch. She felt compelled to endure, waiting until her grandchildren reached that milestone before she could peacefully close her eyes. Xiao Jingrong inquired, What shall we say to the villagers? What should we say? Simply state the truth. Just inform them that the children are still young, and we shall not hold a banquet for now. The villagers merely seek a bit of festivity and perhaps a free meal, and we must not be so naive. The elder Lady Xiao raised her eyebrows, appearing to believe that this was the only sensible course of action. Xiao Jingrong remarked, I wonder who suggested the banquet earlier. How fickle our dear mother can be. The diligent scholar is Xiao Hongkong, while Ming Hua writes fervently. The siblings are steadfast in their pursuits. Xiao Leshi gazed affectionately at her children, her demeanor serene. With their presence, even a mundane was infused with a sense of ambition. Xiao Jingning nodded, acknowledging that Hongping had indeed exerted considerable effort, aware that he could not afford to lag behind. They must proceed, allowing the children to engage in reading and writing. For they needed to visit the academy in the afternoon, and matters concerning Sanya must be expedited. Was it truly necessary for Sanya to take on a mentor? A hint of worry creased Xiao Leshi's brow. If she could pursue her studies, Sanya's innate talent should allow her to find a superior teacher. Yet, a better teacher does not necessarily equate to a suitable one. Xiao Leshi smiled, though somewhat perplexed. She felt her daughter deserved a more accomplished mentor. What sort of person was the academy's head? Was he of good character? Did he possess extensive connections? The head of the academy was known for his integrity, having been too principled, which led to his estrangement from the former prime minister, who had since faced ruin. The head merely wished to withdraw from public office, yet he maintained significant influence within the court. As long as he treats Sonia well, that is sufficient, Xiao Leshi mused, a smile finally gracing her features as she began to contemplate the preparations for the apprenticeship ceremony. What items were necessary for such an occasion? Xiao Jingning had yet to experience the honor of a worthy mentor, thus had no prior knowledge of the ceremonial gifts. Similarly, Xiao Hongkong had not formally studied under a teacher, leaving both Xiao Leshi and the elder Mrs. Xiao lacking in this regard. 6 gifts will suffice, she concluded. Very well. I understand. Xiao Leshi then turned to discuss the arrangements with the elder Mrs. Xiao. As they departed, the elder Mrs. Xiao and Xiao Leshi traversed the entire village to procure celery, lotus seeds, red beans, and dried meat strips, preparing 4 of the 6 ceremonial gifts. The remaining 2, longan and red dates, would need to be purchased in the county town. Are these gifts sufficient? If not, we can always purchase more in the county town, Mrs. Xiao expressed her concern, repeatedly urging them. Xiao Jingning, carrying the basket, offered a resigned smile and reassured his parents and wife, who were standing at the door to see them off. It's enough. It's merely a token of our intentions. Mother, you need not worry. The director holds a favorable impression of our Sanya, having praised her multiple times. If this attempt does not suffice, I shall endeavor further until it does.
Well,
with your assurance, we can rest easy. Hurry along now, or it will be dark by the time you reach the county. Mr. Xiao interrupted his wife's continued inquiries. Take care of yourselves at home, dear parents. Xiao Jingning turned to his wife, Xiao Leshi. She understood his unspoken sentiment, assuring him, I will take good care of your parents. Yes, do look after yourself. Chapter 107. Overcoming the reborn girl. Ming Xiao nodded obediently, acknowledging that certain matters were best left unspoken among them. Very well, father. I shall take my leave now.
Go on.
With a heart full of unvoiced thoughts, he entered the director's courtyard, where the director was leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing his arrival, the director smiled broadly and called out, Zhengning has come. Splendid. Join me for a cup of tea. Drinking alone is tranquil, but sharing enhances the experience.
Certainly.
Xiao Jingning first offered a respectful bow before taking a seat at the stone table opposite the director. The director personally poured a cup of tea and presented it to him, saying, Do taste this. It's a rare find. Indeed, Xiao Jingning replied, savoring the flavor. The director chuckled heartily, his demeanor bright and cheerful. You've come at a fortuitous time. Have you settled matters at home? Their teacher has imparted wisdom well, the director remarked, acknowledging the effectiveness of his guidance. Xiao Jingning smiled faintly and said, Nothing escapes the keen perception of the dean. Therefore, I shall be forthright. Should there be any discrepancies, please do not hesitate to point them out. This pertains to the future of your 2 children, correct? Indeed, Xiao Jingning replied earnestly, speaking with measured calmness. I have come to seek a mentor for my youngest daughter, Ming Xiao. Her opportunities for learning at the Girls' Academy are becoming limited. I earnestly request that you take her under your wing. You are already aware of her innate talent. I wish not to see her gifts squandered on superfluous time, and with your guidance, her path may prove to be smoother. He harbored no illusions about his intentions. In the presence of Dean Fan, his schemes appeared rather trivial and utterly transparent. The dean cherished Xiao Jingning's honesty and intellect. Knowing that subterfuge was futile, he opted for straightforwardness, speaking freely, without the need for guile. Your daughter Ming Xiao is indeed astute, but her talent is but one facet. Your guidance, along with that of her instructors, plays a crucial role as well. Yes, her talent is one aspect. To be candid, my private instruction has been minimal, far less than that of her two elder brothers. Yet, she has still managed to achieve the status of a child scholar at the tender age of 7. I take pride in her accomplishments. With a capable mentor, she could excel even further. Have you not considered allowing me to take Hong Kong as a student? Xiao Jingning gently shook his head. I am aware of Hong Kong's abilities, yet they do not compare to Minghua's. Despite having devoted several more years to diligent study than she, he has only surpassed her by a single rank. Who can say that Minghua might not outshine him in the future? Dean Fan repeatedly assessed the two children, expressing a greater preference for Xiao Hong Kong. As a boy, he faced fewer constraints and did not contend with emotional complications associated with gender. It is not that he holds a poor view of women. Rather, contemporary women largely depend on their husbands for sustenance, often swayed by emotional considerations. You are indeed kind to your daughter. She is my daughter, and her ability to pursue the imperial examination is a grace bestowed by Her Majesty, as well as her own fortune. As a father, there is little I can offer her. I merely hope that her future will be spared from hardships, and should trials arise, that she may navigate them safely. This thought brings me to you. Should you be willing to take her under your wing, her path ahead would undoubtedly become much smoother. After a pause, Xiao Jingning continued, stating that concerning Hong Kong, being a boy, his journey would inherently be less arduous than Minghua's. Dean Fan chuckled, shaking his head. You are clearly biased. Not at all. It is simply a matter of weighing the futures of both children, Xiao Jingning replied. He insisted that bias did not exist, although it was true that resources were disproportionately allocated to Minghua. Nevertheless, I cannot teach that child. My esteemed mentor is now 80 years old and enjoys a leisurely life at home. I shall take the initiative to write him a letter to inquire about his thoughts. He genuinely wished to avoid squandering Xiao Minghua's talents and was willing to offer assistance if possible. Xiao Jingning's spirits lifted at this prospect. Will it be feasible? He queried, aware that Dean Fan's mentor had many disciples and that Dean Fan had long since withdrawn from court affairs. Do not fret, simply follow the mentor's guidance. Your daughter's achievement of passing the childhood examination at the tender age of 7 is a testament to her extraordinary intellect, and this is her finest response. It is impossible for a mentor to remain unmoved. Very well, I shall heed the dean's advice. I am grateful for your efforts on Mingzhu's behalf. Xiao Jingning has taken note of this kindness. He is unaware of who the dean's mentor is, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of this individual's accomplishments. He merely hopes to genuinely provide Mingzhu with a measure of protection. The young servant departed the academy with the envelope in hand, while Dean Fan remained seated at his desk for a long while, letting out a soft sigh. It has been years since he last saw his mentor, and he wonders whether his mentor is angry or holds any grievances against him. This letter serves a dual purpose. Firstly, it is for Mingzhu, and secondly, it is for himself. Many years ago, fueled by a surge of anger, he relinquished his ambitions for an official position out of disillusionment with the murky waters of the court, resolutely choosing not to return to the ranks of scholars. His mentor had written to him repeatedly, sending over a dozen letters that he graciously declined. Since then, their relationship had become stagnant, remaining unresolved for many years. Each year, he dutifully sent his respects, yet he felt unworthy to meet his mentor face to face. This letter is intended to break the silence between them, as well as to serve as a test of his mentor's disposition. Upon its arrival at the residence of the Marquis of Wei Yuan in the capital, the letter was directly delivered into the hands of the venerable elder. This gentleman, in his 80s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, still possessed keen eyes and a robust stature. Your student has sent this from Xianyan Town in Shuzhou, announced the old steward, presenting the letter with both hands. The elder responded with a soft acknowledgement, but did not immediately accept it. The steward contemplated placing it on the table for the elder to read at his leisure. The elder then sighed slowly, remarking, "Well, that rascal is quite old now. How ungrateful. After all these years, He finally decides to write to me. Hand it over. Yes, my lord. The steward placed the letter into his hands. The elderly gentleman carefully unfolded the letter, furrowing his brows before relaxing them. The old stewardess heart raced in response. Chapter 108. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Elder, is there anything amiss in the letter?
No.
Upon finishing the letter, the elderly gentleman folded it and returned it to the envelope. You are to visit the Prime Minister's residence and summon Prime Minister Su. The steward, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded and exited the study. After about an hour, the steward returned, escorting a man in his 60s with graying hair. This individual possessed sharp, discerning eyes, concealing profound thoughts.
Master.
You have arrived. Please take a seat. The steward served tea and snacks. The elderly gentleman sat at the writing desk, offering only a slight gesture of acknowledgement to Prime Minister Su. The steward withdrew upon receiving his orders. Prime Minister Su settled into the first seat on the left side of the desk steps, while the steward presented 2 plates of delicacies and a cup of tea before each individual, then bowed slightly and exited. Once alone, the elderly gentleman retrieved the letter once more, placing it at the edge of the desk and gesturing for Su to take it. Have a look. Su, however, was not inclined to do so. The elderly gentleman's expression was composed, his gaze steady. So what is this? The elderly gentleman raised his gaze and spoke deliberately. He appreciates talent but also seeks to test me. How clever can a young girl truly be? Achieving the status of a child scholar at 7 is indeed remarkable. Yet what lies ahead remains uncertain. Prime Minister Su silently shook his head. You are mistaken. The young emperor, barring unforeseen circumstances, will reign for a considerable time. She has ample opportunity to grow. If you are disinclined to accept her, I shall instruct your second senior brother to do so. The elderly gentleman harbored his own calculations. Su Shofu chuckled wryly. Master, I understand that you are considering my interests. However, if I were to take on a disciple, it would inevitably attract considerable attention. Can the young girl bear such scrutiny? With increased attention, unforeseen troubles are bound to arise. Her parents are of no assistance, and numerous powerful individuals wish to place their disciples under my tutelage. I have yet to acquiesce to such requests. If I were to suddenly accept a closed-door disciple, one can only imagine the ridicule I would face. Therefore, I suggest that you allow my second senior brother to take on this responsibility. He is merely a minister in the court, not yet a member of the cabinet. Thus he would have fewer concerns. The elder remarked thoughtfully. One cannot force the bond of master and disciple. Su Shofu shook his head, deliberating before stating, I have no objections to accepting a closed-door disciple. I merely fear for the young girl's tender age and fickle temperament. The elder cast him a sidelong glance. So will you, or will you not accept her? Do not dither. Your cautious nature is excessive. Our lineage flourishes as it does. Each of us is loyal to the country, and it suffices that she comes from a humble background. If you are willing, I too wish to meet this young girl. That is precisely right. Indecision may lead to the loss of a promising disciple. Once she becomes part of our lineage, will you not protect her? Will your fellow senior brothers not stand by her? As long as you are present, no one would dare to bully her indiscriminately. This is something you must clarify with my disciple when you take her under your wing. Her youth renders her malleable. She is intelligent and studious, sweet and endearing. Why should we not accept her? As long as they are with us, what is there to fear in providing protection? What of her humble origins? There have been many successful disciples from similar backgrounds in our fold, all thriving, save for the one unfilial disciple surnamed Fan. Indeed, you speak wisely. Su Shofu inquired. Should I take a brief respite to visit Xianyan town, or would it be more suitable for my senior brother to escort the individual to the capital? Given your overwhelming responsibilities, it would be impractical for you to leave. Thus, let your senior brother bring the person to the capital. It would facilitate their education, allowing them to broaden their horizons while still young. And so, the matter was settled. Far away in Xianyan town, Director Fan felt a sense of unease for several weeks until he received a letter personally delivered by a messenger. Upon reading it, he exhaled softly. His esteemed mentor indeed cared for him, unable to chastise him, despite the letter containing many words of admonition regarding his filial piety, each phrase nonetheless imbued with concern. "Ah San, please summon Xiao Jingning and bring along his daughter," he instructed. "Certainly, sir," Ah San replied, bowing slightly before departing. After a brief wait, Director Fan saw Xiao Jingning approaching with Ming Hua, who first offered her respects. The director hurriedly gestured for them to dispense with formalities, stating, "Your arrival is timely. My mentor wishes for a junior disciple to take on a pupil. I cannot disclose the identity, but suffice it to say, this individual holds considerable standing within the court. For this reason, my junior is unable to leave, and I shall accompany Ming Hua to the capital." Xiao Jingning's hands, tucked within his sleeves, tightened subtly. "Director, Ming Hua is still quite young, being away from her parents. She has returned home once and has been quite comfortable at the academy. Ming Hua, what is your opinion? Would you like to accompany me to the capital?" He bypassed Xiao Jingning and directly posed the question to the young lady. Ming Hua, possessing clarity of thought, offered a faint smile. Nonetheless, an array of worries surfaced in her heart. "Jingning," Dean Fan reassured, "you need not worry. My esteemed mentor circle is quite amicable, sharing a common virtue of protecting their own. They may appear lenient in public, but at home, they are committed to nurturing their children. This principle is unequivocal. So you may rest assured. Should you wish to see her, you are welcome to visit her in the capital. Alternatively, you could arrange for a family member to accompany her to Beijing with us." "Very well, Dean, I understand. But when shall we embark? Is a date set?" Xiao Jingning's mind momentarily clouded. Sanya was not like other young ladies. She possessed her own aspirations and ambitions. Her goals were distinctly defined, even more resolute than those of her two sons. Such a daughter, despite his concerns, should not be hindered in her pursuit of a bright future. As for the idea of having a family member accompany her, he found himself uncertain. "I need 2 days to finalize matters at hand. We shall depart early on the 3rd day. Please prepare some simple clothing for Ming Hua, along with a modest sum of silver for her expenses. Thank you for your assistance."
Dean.
"I shall return home to discuss this with my family. I hope for your understanding." Dean Fan furrowed his brow but refrained from further comments, instructing them to set aside their academic concerns for the day. He granted them a 2-day respite, requesting their presence on the morning of the 3rd day to ensure their journey was not delayed. "Understood, Father. Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly." Chapter 109. Overcoming the reborn girl. 38. The children have grown and taken flight. He no longer worries excessively. Yet, the prospect of his daughter leaving at the tender age of 7, with no chance of seeing her in the short term, weighed heavily on him. Regardless of the storm she may face outside, she must spare them alone. Once she takes flight, she will soar further, into a future filled with promise. Xiao Jingning's thoughts were in disarray, yet he comprehended that Dean Fan's disciple intended to bring someone to Beijing for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, for cultivation, and secondly, to closely shape the student's worldview and character. The chasm between wealth and poverty was immense, and the mentor harbored concerns. Willing to take action to distance his apprentice from all detrimental influences and environments, which clearly indicated his stance. He would nurture and protect this disciple, but he wished for no negative elements to intrude. Such an overt attitude left no room for misunderstanding. Anyone who failed to grasp it would be a fool. Ming Hua first approached her mentor to articulate her purpose for going to Beijing. The teachers were initially taken aback, but upon considering her innate talent, they found her intentions both reasonable and justified. She was advised to study diligently in the capital, to heed her mentor's words, and to refrain from arguing with him. Her ideas could be gradually implemented, But she must not indulge in stubbornness. She was reminded to take care of herself while away, to discern what should be tolerated and what should not, and to master the balance. Master Foam, filled with concern, imparted his earnest advice, while Master Tian chimed in with additional points, suggesting that if she encountered any difficulties or was bullied, she should not hesitate to approach her mentor for assistance. A child who cries receives nourishment. She must embody that crying child, for she was still young. Grateful for the two teachers' care, she assured them that she would not allow herself to be wronged and wished them good health, promising to visit upon her return. After a deep bow, she bid farewell to her mentors and departed under their watchful, caring gazes. I must take my leave now. Her words stirred a wave of astonishment among her companions, leaving them bewildered. Where are you going? Eugene was the first to regain her composure. After all, she was a lady nurtured by the aristocracy. At such a tender age, she had already begun to exhibit grace. Where are you planning to take them, sir? Xiao Dia, sitting alone, turned her head to glance at Ming Hua after hearing her words. Her eyes flickered with a mix of anticipation for her departure and an unspoken wish for her to falter. Yet there was no concern about her destination. Luo Lily inquired, Ming Hua, where are you headed? Su Shu, anxious, grasped her hand, urging, do tell us. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to let us know. We will assist you in any way possible. Indeed, I have some connections. I will seek help from my parents, Ching Yi declared hastily. Fong Mingmei's gaze was fixed on her, filled with unvoiced concern. Minghua managed a sorrowful smile, embracing each of them in turn. The five felt a collective sigh of relief as their worries dissipated. Su Shu then asked, are you going alone? Where will you find a mentor? Is it far? It hasn't been decided yet. I will be heading to the capital. If you sisters ever get the chance to visit, I will show you around every nook and cranny of the city. Consider this an opportunity for me to familiarize you with the capital's roads in advance. The sentiment of separation lingered heavily among them. The news had come too suddenly, stirring a profound discomfort in their hearts. After 2 years at the academy, she had accumulated quite a number of belongings. Her possessions, gifts from her friends, and items she had acquired over the years filled 3 baskets to the brim, with Eugene and Su Shu's luggage being utilized for her things. Feeling it inappropriate to take without giving, Minghua decided to gift all her notes to them. Xiao Xiuzai, have you all begun your holiday? Asked the familiar driver in a casual tone. Greetings. It is fortunate to have children who have achieved success. The father-in-law expressed with envy, remarking that my own sons are of similar age to your young scholar, yet they only know how to indulge in play. Each family possesses its own blessings. You too are blessed, surrounded by children and grandchildren. The father-in-law also admired the elderly couple of the Xiao family, for their blessings are yet to come. They have a son who has passed the scholar examination and 3 promising grandsons, ensuring a life of prosperity ahead. Xiao Jingning loaded the goods onto the ox cart, which was already rather cramped. With 3 wicker baskets, it barely accommodated 3 or 4 individuals. Xiao Hongkong instructed, Father, please be cautious on the journey with your sister. Minghua nudged her head against his hand a few times in acknowledgement, not only for himself but also for his sister. He felt a pressing need to excel. His own inadequacies had allowed his sister to forge ahead, and if he did not strive harder, he would surely be left behind. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jingning, his eldest son had caught a glimpse of the underlying truth. When an ox cart arrived at the village entrance, Xiao Jingning offered copper coins. Yet the father-in-law still declined, hastily driving the cart away. Minghua was accustomed to this routine. Each time, Xiao Jingning would present the coins, and the father-in-law would invariably refuse. Occasionally, they would argue until he accepted, or at times, Xiao Jingning would toss the coins onto the cart. Even as the father-in-law departed with the cart, the coins remained unyielded, with only 2 or 3 occasions out of 10 where they were genuinely unaccepted. Father, that grandfather's 3 grandsons are all in private school. Please keep an eye on them in the future. Perhaps you could exchange the copper coins meant for the ox cart for food and drink for his 3 grandsons. This way, we owe no favors, and should any matters arise in the future, it will not be too difficult to address. In the realm of interpersonal relationships, the elders often speak of reciprocity. It is a principle that remains constant. Xiao Jingning paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Very well. I shall heed the advice of our dear Sanya. Consequently, I will pay closer attention in class. I shall oversee their studies and allow your second brother to bring them some provisions. As a teacher, it would be rather unconventional to suddenly bestow gifts upon the children of others, as one must navigate the complexities of fairness. The eldest, having matured, would find it inappropriate to intervene. Thus, it falls upon the second child, who is most suited for this task, having previously established camaraderie among the village children. Sharing some snacks with friends is hardly an imposition. Minghua nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed inside. As the father and daughter crossed the threshold, the elderly couple in the courtyard, engaged in shelling beans, heard the commotion and instinctively halted their activity. Very well, Mrs. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Old man, let's set aside the beans for now. Eldest, quickly fetch a bowl of hot water for the elder brother and Sanya. Bring over the leftover pancakes from lunch to tide them over. Of course, mother. I shall do so at once. Mr. Xiao, with a cheerful demeanor, brushed off the dust from his clothes and strode towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Mrs. Xiao and Mr. Xiao led their son and granddaughter into the main room. In the second household, Xiao Zhengrong was inside with his wife and daughter, similarly tidying up beans, as the sun blazed outside. Mrs. Xiao Wang preferred to stay indoors, transferring the task of shelling beans into their living quarters. The second daughter had no choice but to assist her parents with their work, mirroring their actions. When her parents were idle, she too would refrain from labor, believing herself to be clever, no longer foolishly exerting herself. 2 elderly individuals took their seats, followed by Xiao Jingning, who settled beside the old gentleman. The old lady called her granddaughter to sit next to her. Xiao Jingning smiled wryly, recognizing that these were all Sanya's belongings. Sanya's? Exclaimed old lady Xiao, suddenly rising in shock, momentarily dizzy. Minghua, noticing this, quickly extended her hand to support the old lady, preventing her from toppling backward. Furthermore, in this era, there was a particular emphasis on the separation of genders. It was inconvenient for a wife to venture out with her daughter. Xiao Jingning shook his head, admitting his ignorance on the matter. Old lady Xiao opened her mouth, intending to suggest that her aging husband should refrain from going out, but upon glancing at her petite granddaughter, concern washed over her. How could she possibly feel at ease? They longed for each other, yet remained apart. Traveling to the capital would present significant differences in food and drink, and she feared her granddaughter might struggle to adapt. Old Lady Xiao proposed, why not purchase a servant for Sanya? As a family of scholars, we ought to be able to afford one. A capable servant could accompany Sanya to the capital while a man stays behind to assist with the household chores. However, it was too late to make such arrangements now. A servant must be reliable. In the past, one could observe the character of potential servants before making a purchase, but acquiring someone hastily and placing them beside her daughter would only heighten her unease. Father, mother, how about allowing Li to accompany her? As for your daily sustenance when we are away, we could ask the wives in the clan to lend a hand, providing a couple of hundred when each month. We have enough provisions at home, and that should suffice for 3 meals a day.
There's no need for that, she replied.
I am still capable of managing. If it becomes too difficult, I can simply call Wang over to cook. There's no need to pay someone else 201. Only now that our family has begun to prosper can we afford a bit more comfort, yet we mustn't squander our resources recklessly. 200 one can procure a substantial quantity of meat. Xiao Jingning sighed quietly, contemplating the constraints that seemed to envelop them from all sides. With both of you aging and no one at home, should any illness arise, we would be at a loss. Having someone to look after you would ensure that you receive proper care. ISN to your second brother capable? They reside nearby. And surely they could check in on us elderly folks occasionally. Perhaps we could send Le to accompany them. However, Le is a woman, and it troubles my heart to impose that burden. Separation between husband and wife is never a favorable circumstance. Chapter 111. The family faces a dilemma. Oldest son, please take a seat. We have a matter to discuss with you. Mr. Xiao gestured towards the space beside Sanya. Xiao Li's expression momentarily faltered as she glanced first at her husband and then at her daughter. Ming Xiao gave her a reassuring nod, and Xiao Li felt a measure of relief as she settled beside her. Father, mother, what is it that requires my input? Director Fan did not agree to accept Sanya as his disciple, but instead recommended her to his esteemed mentor. Now a letter has arrived from that mentor, inviting Sanya to the capital for apprenticeship. Xiao Xingming explained. To the capital, you say? He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Sanya is still quite young, and we cannot send her alone. I'm unable to leave, and given your age, it's inconvenient for you to travel. I shall go, Xiao Lu declared resolutely. However, if I care for Sanya, there will be no one to attend to you. I would need to trouble my sister-in-law and second brother. With my absence, I cannot look after the two children either. Madame Xiao maintained her usual demeanor, showing no surprise at her decision. Mr. Xiao remarked, I believe I am the most suitable choice. Although I am elderly, my health remains relatively robust. It is unsafe for a woman to venture out with Sanya. As an old man, it is most fitting for me to look after her. What use would your presence serve? Can you cook for Sanya or wash her clothes? Madame Zhao's expression darkened. Thus, she deemed herself the most appropriate guardian. Xiao Jingning felt a pang of reluctance. The sorrow was inevitable. It was indeed most suitable for Madame Le to go, yet this journey would mean that the couple would not see each other for a year or two. Madame Le lowered her gaze, unwilling to part with her husband and son. Very well, let Madame Le go. Our eldest can accompany her to the county town to purchase a residence. This serves both to protect them and to allow Sanya to focus on her studies. Madame Xiao quietly calculated the silver coins in her possession, knowing that upon arriving in the capital, they would need a place to stay. Purchasing a house was essential. Having a home would be beneficial for Kong Kang's future participation in the imperial examinations. However, she only had about 100 taels, which was insufficient for a residence. Father, mother, please keep your money for yourselves. How can we, the younger generation, take your funds? Xiao Jingning hastily declined. After their separation, their finances were no longer entrusted to the elders, though they occasionally offered tokens of respect. The funds were now managed by the couple, and upon careful consideration, excluding travel expenses and the necessary funds upon arrival in the capital, the issue of purchasing a residence remained. The elderly Mr. and Mrs. Xiao wore expressions of deep concern. After watching their couple take Sanya out, Mrs. Xiao spoke heavily. Ultimately, we, as parents, feel inadequate. Purchasing a residence is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, what shall we do if we lack sufficient funds? We cannot expect the two of them to reside in a rented place. Do not dwell on it. They have their plans, Mr. Xiao replied. Over the past 2 years, Sanya has likely earned a considerable sum. There should be enough money for a house. Yet, once the house is purchased, life will become arduous. Wealth is, after all, never enough. Mrs. Xiao insisted, that simply will not do. I shall fetch the silver to contribute to them. A poor family should not let their children suffer outside. Without hesitation, she resolved to act. Our savings are quite limited. Had I known, I would have allocated less during the division of assets for the second son. At least it would have afforded Sanya more financial security while she is away. Mr. Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Given our circumstances, were it not for Sanya's remarkable perseverance, we would have nothing at all. Most of the silver is from the eldest son's filial contributions. The second son hardly provides a few coins a year, as he is focused on nurturing a scholar, which requires considerable funds. We, as elders, cannot impose expectations on our children. We shall give to them, and what falls short, they must find a way to gather themselves. We are growing old, and are of little use now. Although I consider working outside with a scholar and 2 students in the family, would it not bring shame upon our descendants? In ancient times, filial piety was held in the highest regard. With a scholar and students in the household, would the elderly be criticized for working outside? Mrs. Xiao nodded helplessly, gathering the silver coins into a cloth bundle and stepping outside the main hall to call out, "Eldest son, come out for a moment." As he stepped out briskly, Xiao Jingning inquired with a hint of confusion, "Mother, what brings you here?" "We just parted ways." Handing a cloth bag to her son, old Madame Xiao remarked, "Your father and I are unable to offer much assistance. All we possess are these coins. Take this for Sanya. In a poor household, the remaining funds must be managed by you and your spouse. We can no longer contribute." Old Madame Xiao insisted, "We hardly need any money at home. This is merely our token of goodwill as grandparents. There's no need for such a sum. A modest allowance will suffice." She replied, "Set it aside. Once we depart, return the coins to your parents." Xiao Le and Minghua sat together, a large box placed before them. "Your monthly income covers most of our expenses. Sanya has diligently saved the majority of her earnings. Over 2 years, she has amassed more than 2,000 taels. We can visit the capital to assess property prices and make a purchase if suitable. As for our expenses, I can take on laundry work to earn a bit." The family was united in their efforts, each striving to alleviate the burdens of others. Minghua, seated cross-legged on a stool, said, "Mother, would you accompany me to the capital? I promise to honor you well. You mustn't take on any labor. Recently, I wrote a new script, and once I arrive in the capital and find a mentor, I expect my master will assist me with it without issue." The director, Fan, mentioned that her master, being an official in the capital, would find such trivial matters easily manageable. "Your father may assist with your script, but be cautious. Your master may disapprove of your lack of focus." Xiao Leshi gently tapped her daughter's nose, ultimately feeling a sense of joy. The filial piety of children is, after all, quite apparent. Chapter 112. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Ming Hua smiled silently. The obedient and understanding daughter softened Xiao Leshi's heart, and she merely reached out to touzle her daughter's little head. "Your father and I lack the means to provide you with a life akin to that of a wealthy young lady. You must strive for it yourself. We owe you that," she said. "Mother," Minghua said, wrapping her arms around her mother with a beaming smile, "you and father have worked tirelessly to raise me. You have not wronged me in any way. You have given me flesh and blood, granted me life. If we lack a good life, we can create one together as a family. If we lack power and status, I shall seek it on my own. When I grow up, you and father can enjoy your lives at home as esteemed elders, and I will hire servants to care for you both, allowing you to enjoy your golden years. You, my dear, may be small in stature, but your understanding is profound." Her 2 sons, though affectionate, could never match the closeness she shared with her daughter. Every word from Ming Hua resonated deeply within her heart. How could she bear to see such a child toil for a living? "Your grandparents have me, your father, and your brothers. You need not worry about them. You should proceed without burdens." Ming Hua nodded. "For now, I am but a child, relying on you and grandmother for support. When you grow old, I will care for you, without needing my brother's assistance." "My foolish child." Xiao Leshi embraced her daughter's slender shoulders. "Caring for the elderly is the responsibility of sons. It does not pertain to you. I understand your ambitions and recognize your intelligence, which far surpasses that of your 2 brothers. Therefore, I hope you can reach even greater heights. Mother understands that this may weary you, yet it is the arduous labor one must undertake to attain certain aspirations. I am aware, Mother. I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. The accumulation of virtue and fortune is of utmost significance. One's fortune is not solely wrested from others. It can also be earned through one's own endeavors. Human fortune is not immutable. When one engages in sufficient good deeds, their fortune naturally shifts. Conversely, the more malevolent acts one commits, the more their fortune diminishes. Thus, it is said that life, fortune, and feng shui are intertwined. While one's destiny at birth is predetermined, fortune can be altered. When it reaches a certain threshold, individuals often find themselves fortunate, and their endeavors succeed more easily than others. As for feng shui, in truth, a person embodies a magnetic field of feng shui themselves. By cultivating virtue, goodness, and mindfulness, one can transform any place into a favorable feng shui haven. Xiao Leshi gently patted her daughter's head, urging her to strive diligently, assuring her that she would be by her side. Once preparations were complete and matters settled, on the day of departure, Xiao Leshi placed the money for Elder Xiao on the bedside table. Xiao Jingning carried the luggage of his wife and daughter, 2 substantial wicker trunks. As they exited the courtyard, Elder Xiao waved at them, reminding Leshi to look after Sanya while they were away and to keep in touch with letters if any matters arose. Xiao Leshi knelt beside Ming Xiao, bowing her head to the 2 elders before following Xiao Jingning. After a few steps, Xiao Jingning remarked, "Mother, please take care of the items in my room. The bedding needs washing. Rest assured, I will handle it. Leshi, you must also take care of yourself. I do not wish for my granddaughter to achieve great success only to have to replace her daughter-in-law," Elder Xiao expressed, feeling a pang of regret for her words. As people depart, she wonders what is the purpose of such words. A few comforting remarks would suffice. Old Master Xiao, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, reminds them to take care of themselves, for in the outside world, the only reliance one has is on oneself. With the departure of the loved one, the 2 elderly figures stand still for a prolonged moment. Xiao Jingrong emerges to invite the elders inside. They heave a sigh and follow their second son into the courtyard. Once seated in the main hall, a sense of discomfort envelopes them. They had not felt it in the presence of their granddaughter, but now, with her absence, their hearts feel achingly hollow. "Father, mother, please do not worry. Sanya is quite astute and will not suffer outside. My sister-in-law is always prudent in her actions, and with her accompanying Sanya, you need not fret." Madame Xiao nods in agreement, and upon observing her second son's calm, yet concerned demeanor, her heart feels somewhat eased. "You attend to your matters. Shortly, I shall dismantle the bedding from the eldest's room. Please ask Wang to come and assist me with the washing. We cannot always rely on your elder brother's household for support. It is essential for you to extend a helping hand within your means." "Indeed, that is the right approach. I shall summon her now." After the departure of the second son, Old Master Xiao remarks, "After all these years, the second son has finally shown some promise." The division of the family was indeed timely. He understands the importance of diligent work and has learned to guide his wife and daughter where necessary. The old lady nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Prior to the division, the second household was often embroiled in conflict, culminating in instances where Wang or the 2 girls would bear the brunt of the altercations. Eventually, they grew weary of mediating, perceiving Wang as deserving of reprimand. The household was fraught with unrest. A glance at the elder brother's family contrasted starkly with the second son's, extinguishing any desire they had to encourage reconciliation. Without further ado, I shall tidy up the elder's room. Indeed, the 2 children did not take the money she gave them, leaving it in the room specifically for her to organize, intending for her to collect the funds. The old man, bustling in with a cloth bag, entered the main hall with fervor, placing the items upon the table. Look at how considerate they are. The money I bestowed upon my granddaughter remains untouched, deliberately left in the room for me to discover." Old Mr. Xiao cast a glance, falling into silence. The eldest and his spouse are undoubtedly concerned that we, as the elderly couple, might lack financial resources at home. While they are present, There is a sense of security. Once they depart, we shall have to rely on the second son for support, necessitating some funds at our disposal. Old Mr. Xiao advised, fearing that she might genuinely tidy up after the eldest son. Chapter 113. Overcoming the reborn girl. Old Mrs. Xiao shot him a glare, asserting that this did not justify Sanya's appropriation of the money. Mrs. Xiao Wang eagerly nodded, pulling the morose and despondent Arya along to the main house. Upon entering, Mrs. Xiao Wang surveyed the room, an uncontainable anger surging within her. Just look at the life they lead. The bedding is new, and the cabinet appears nearly pristine. Everything is superior to our second residence. Given these circumstances, the elderly couple must be partial. They must have secretly stashed away money. Otherwise, how could the main house, supported solely by a scholar, thrive so well with 3 students? Unfolding the fabric, she revealed a long strip of fine red cotton, approximately a foot in length. Such a splendid item would suffice for making a pair of trousers for inner wear. Muttering softly, she folded the bedding and tucked it away in her bosom. This is something you do not accept. I shall take care of it for you. What are you doing? Came the voice of Mrs. Xiao as she stepped into the room. It's good to know how to avoid angering others. Hurry up and don't linger here aimlessly. Mrs. Xiao, with a look of exasperation, approached her, surveying the bedside and the cabinet to see if anything was amiss. Noticing that the items she had seen earlier remained unchanged, she finally relented. Make sure to clean it well. Understood. Understood. Mother, rest assured. Xiao Wang promptly gathered the bedding and duvet cover, calling for Arya to assist her. As they carried the basin outside, a voice echoed from behind. Xiao Wang's heart raced, fearing she might be discovered with a piece of fabric. Wait, take this fragrant ointment. Wash it and let it air dry. Mrs. Xiao entered the room and handed her a half-used piece of fragrant ointment. Do not use too much. Just a little will suffice. All right, mother. I shall wash it now. With hurried steps, she led Arya out of the courtyard. Once they reached a secluded area, Xiao Wang whispered a warning. Do not mention anything about me taking these items to your grandmother, grandfather, or father. If you dare to speak of it, I shall not hesitate to punish you. Arya fell silent, casting a glance at her, utterly unable to fathom the situation. In her previous life, they had never been able to separate. Under the watchful eyes of their grandparents, her parents had remained relatively compliant, and her mother rarely resorted to harsh words, especially after she and her sister had grown up. The most she had ever done was to feign pity, allowing the 2 sisters to occasionally take some belongings back to their maternal home. It remains uncertain whether their grandparents are aware of this. It is also unclear if any benefit has been derived by them. She has chosen not to dwell on such thoughts. As for her, she merely feels like a burden. Whenever there is frustration, it is directed towards her. Do you hear? While carrying a basin, Wang lifted a hand to pat her shoulder, exclaiming that their grandparents were truly excessive, pointing out that while the main family possesses so much, the secondary family has nothing. If their grandparents were not hoarding money, could the main family possibly enjoy such prosperity? 3 scholars, not just one. Those 3 scholars could very well drag them down, yet over the past 2 years, their fortunes seemed to have improved. Arya remained silent, casting a glance at her mother, resigned to squatting on a stone. She pulled out the mattress cover and soaked it in the basin of water. One was diligently washing, while the other supervised, drawing the disapproving shakes of heads and murmurs from passers-by. After the separation of the Xiao family, the second branch seemed increasingly out of sorts. The mother observed her daughter washing the large items, offering no assistance and instead urging her on. Who would be unfortunate enough to have such a mother? Arya chose to ignore the comments, living one day at a time, no longer daring to contemplate issues of fairness or injustice. She began to grasp why their grandparents held such disdain for the 3 of them. The demeanor of their mother and their own lack of ambition made it unsurprising that they were not favored. Sanya, Yushua, was endearing, with a sweet tongue, bringing joy to others and filling their hearts with warmth. Yet, what of her and her elder sister? Day after day, they maintained a submissive demeanor, cautious and humble to the extreme. They were either working or working, and crucially, they did not take the initiative to approach their grandparents. At least there is a realization of the underlying reasons. One must not treat familial affection as a disposable commodity. Once it is exhausted and patience wanes, it is inevitably lost. The Xiao Wang family has squandered this sentiment with their incessant whispers in the ears of the two children, perpetuating notions of favoritism from their grandparents and attributing their prosperity solely to them. Such a mindset is fundamentally flawed. It must be noted that during Xiao Jingning's years of study, it was his parents who supported him. After passing the imperial examination, he consistently sent money back home. The contributions of Xiao Wang are negligible, yet she insists on claiming the mantle of a benefactor. If we speak of genuine contributions, then Xiao Lier has a share. However, after he achieved his scholarly success, the family no longer bore the burden of heavy taxes on their land, saving them a considerable amount of grain. After all these years, surely the debts have been settled. Yet, Xiao Wang only recalls her husband's sacrifices, neglecting the benefits accrued over the past decade. Outside the courtyard, a carriage awaits, with the steward of Director Fan standing by. "Master, you have arrived. The horse has been fed, and your belongings are prepared," the steward respectfully announced. Bowing to Xiao Jingning and his companions, Master Xiao, Madam Xiao, Miss Xiao. Chapter 114. Overturning the reborn girl, Xiao Jingning and his wife exchanged a glance, filled with reluctance. Yet for the sake of their children, they had no choice but to part. "Go, take care of our daughter, and do remember to look after your health. I shall send silver through someone every month. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek help from Minghua's master." The sudden departure left not only the two elders unaccustomed, but also Xiao Leshi. "I understand. Let us board the carriage," she replied. "Indeed, Director. I entrust my wife and daughter to your care." Outside the carriage, Xiao Jingning performed a deep bow, speaking earnestly. Dean Fan opened his eyes and lifted the curtain of the carriage's small window, a smile dancing in his gaze. He expressed his polite admiration for Minghua, a child he held in high regard. "Were it not for my absence from court, which prevents me from providing her with better opportunities, I would indeed wish to take her as my disciple. However, rest assured, even if Minghua becomes a student of my junior, she will still belong to our lineage. As long as she avoids grave mistakes, we shall protect her." "Thank you." Xiao Jingning bowed respectfully once more. Dean Fan chuckled softly, lowered his hand, and let the curtain fall back into place. "Let us be on our way." The scholar's attendant leaped onto the carriage, positioning himself beside the yoke, urging the horses onward. This strictness and diligence brought Xiao Hongkong great satisfaction. Yet, for Xiao Hongping, the ordeal was arduous. Before dawn, he was roused by his father and elder brother to recite scripture, enduring constant examinations not merely 3 times a day, but whenever he was caught unprepared. Over time, he developed a desire to evade his father and brother. Yet, this impulse was swiftly quelled by the thought of his sister already in the capital, diligently honing her studies. Neither he nor his elder brother had the luxury to slacken their efforts, nor could they escape the futures that awaited them. His brother aspired to excel in the examinations, while he himself aimed to become a scholar, destined to follow in their father's footsteps and preside over a school. As for his brother's aspirations, he could not fathom them. But he understood that in order to achieve his own goal, he must toil even harder. With the blooming of flowers, Dean Fan embarked on the journey with Minghua and her mother, leaving the confines of the county and heading toward the provincial capital. Upon exiting the city, 4 bodyguards awaited them, joining forces with the escort agency before resuming their travels without delay. Within 2 days, they crossed the borders of the provincial capital, embarking upon a long and arduous journey. A month had passed in this journey, during which they had scarcely paused for anything other than sustenance and rest. Xiao Leshi, whose constitution was somewhat frail, began to suffer from motion sickness after merely 7 or 8 days in the carriage, feeling utterly listless and out of sorts. Ming Hua, possessing a more robust physique, found herself largely unaffected. However, the prolonged confinement within the carriage inevitably caused a sense of suffocation. "My lord, we have arrived in the capital," announced the attendant, who sat at the front, pulling the reins to bring the horse to a halt. Dean Fan lifted the curtain slightly to gaze outside, and indeed, they had reached their destination. Ming Hua, curious about the ancient capital, lifted the curtain and peeked through the small window. The towering city walls were adorned with the inscription "Capital," rendered in bold characters, a testament to the skill of the artisan who crafted it. The entrance to the capital was bustling with a myriad of individuals, each engaged in their own pursuits. It was a scene of vibrant activity. As the capital, it was naturally a hub of liveliness and prosperity. Within the city, the atmosphere was even more animated, with vendors setting up stalls daily and an abundance of goods available in the shops. There would be ample opportunity for exploration in the days to come. With a smile, Dean Fan lowered the curtain and instructed, "Let us continue into the city." "Yes, sir," replied the attendant, dismounting from the carriage and leading the horse alongside the others in line to enter the city. When it was their turn, the guards stationed at the gates, noticing the carriage, assumed it must contain passengers and requested to inspect the interior. The attendant found himself in a predicament. The occupant of the carriage was his master, and they had no decree permitting such an inspection. The guards' expressions shifted, their demeanor growing stern. "Are you concealing something forbidden within?" one demanded. "Allow him to come forward," Dean Fan interjected calmly. "Understood, my lord." The young attendant cleared the way, and the soldiers gathered closely around the carriage, forming an impenetrable barrier. Just as the leader was about to speak, Ming Hua witnessed Director Fan rummaging through his sleeve, ultimately retrieving a silver insignia, which he casually handed over. Suspended by a cord, the insignia floated in the air. Upon seeing the emblem, the leader instinctively took 2 steps back, his mind consumed by the phrase "mother's compassion." It turned out to be someone from the Wei Yuan Duke's residence, and he felt a profound sense of guilt. The insignia on the carriage rendered them hesitant to approach. The young attendant guided the carriage smoothly into the city, providing the onlooking citizens with quite a spectacle. Xiao Leshi wore a troubled expression. Feeling a deep concern for her daughter, her brow furrowed tightly. Sensing her unease, Director Fan attempted to offer reassurance, advising her not to fear. While the capital may be bustling, it is also rife with those who look down upon others. My esteemed mentor holds a certain standing in the capital, and once Ming Hua becomes his disciple, she too will be regarded as part of our lineage, ensuring that no one dares to underestimate her in the future. Is everyone in the capital like this, Director Fan? Were those officers and soldiers seeking personal gain? She inquired. Among those who can afford to travel in carriages, many hail from affluent families, and one must offer something to gain favor. Not necessarily, Director Fan replied. In the capital, from officials to wealthy merchants, carriages bear insignias. Those with such emblems are seldom trifled with by officers and soldiers, while carriages without them are subject to scrutiny, often requiring a bribe. Xiao Leshi's expression remained grim as she glanced at her daughter, who maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout. She found herself torn between sighing at her daughter's perceptiveness and intelligence, marveling that she could still smile in such circumstances. One cannot help but lament her audacious ignorance. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are quite troublesome. Chapter 115. Overcoming the reborn girl, Director Fan remarked, "Madam Xiao, you must understand that as long as my esteemed mentor's lineage endures, Minghua shall not be subjected to any indignities. Moreover, you ought to be aware of Minghua's temperament. She would never compromise her own dignity. This trait is what I admire most about her. You are correct. I should place my trust in you all, replied Madame Xiao, suppressing the worry etched across her brow, though her heart remained unsettled. Suddenly, she felt a small hand squeeze hers. Looking down at her daughter, she opened her mouth but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Mother, you must believe in me. Director Fan knows I am not one to be easily trifled with. Whoever dares to provoke me will surely regret it. This applies to both Xiao Erya and Xiao Dia. Perhaps it was the resolute gleam in her daughter's eyes or her composed demeanor that eased Madame Zhao's heart slightly, prompting her to nod in silence. Director Fan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. While most families have parents comforting their children, the Xiao household was unique in that the daughter consoled the mother. This, perhaps, illustrates the significant disparity between those with broad horizons and those with a narrow perspective. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them until it came to a halt once more. The servant lifted the curtain of the carriage, announcing, "Sir, we have arrived at the Weiyuan Duke's residence. Madame Xiao, Miss Xiao, please disembark." At the entrance of the Weiyuan Duke's residence stood an elderly man with a full head of white hair, attired in a dark silk robe. "Master Liang, your grand gesture is too much for me," said Director Fan as he reached out to support the elder, inquiring warmly, "How is your health? Is my esteemed master still in good spirits?" Mr. Liang tightened his jaw and shook his head regretfully, yet there was no true cause for lamentation. Dean Fan beckoned Ming Hua to his side, declaring, "Behold, we have indeed found a promising talent. Her name is Xiao Minghua, and she is but 7.5 years old. Initially, I intended to take on a disciple. However, I am quite content teaching at the academy and wish to avoid the additional burdens that come with such a commitment." Mr. Liang led the way, while Dean Fan followed respectfully into the residence of the Duke of Weiyuan. Xiao Minghua and Madame Xiao trailed closely behind. The interior of the Duke's manor was adorned with exquisite furnishings, and the gardens were a riot of color, showcasing a plethora of flowers and plants, all breathtakingly beautiful. As they traversed the path, the quartet unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged gentleman accompanied by a young boy and girl. Mr. Liang bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, my lord, young master, and young miss."
Who are these three?
Inquired the middle-aged man, casting a glance their way. Mr. Liang gestured towards Dean Fan, saying, "This gentleman is none other than your father's second disciple, Fan Wan. The two beside him are Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao." "Ah, it is Brother Fan. I beg your pardon for any offense caused by my earlier ignorance," replied the middle-aged man with courteous elegance. "Indeed, I am aware, father," said the young boy, performing a slight bow. His expression shifted subtly, and he chose not to elaborate further before turning away. "Such impertinence! She is truly spoiled," exclaimed the girl, stamping her foot in frustration. With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned and ran off in a huff. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, reflecting, "One should not indulge her so. In a household filled with sons, she is the sole illegitimate daughter, naturally receiving the affection bestowed upon a legitimate child. Yet, it has fostered in her a sense of pride and unworthiness, as the upbringing by her stepmother has proven inadequate. And then there is my legitimate son, raised with great care by his mother." With a measured approach, his words and actions garnered praise from numerous esteemed families and their matriarchs within the capital. The middle-aged man, with a hint of resignation, shook his head once more, dismissing thoughts of the illegitimate daughter, and turned towards the old master's courtyard. "Thank you for your trouble." Ming Hua bowed respectfully. Dean Fan offered her a reassuring glance before entering the inner chamber with Mr. Liang. Upon catching sight of the old master reclining on the soft couch, tears involuntarily welled in Dean Fan's eyes, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Unfilial disciple pays respects to the master. Mr. Liang retreated to the doorway. "It is the disciple's unfilial nature that has prevented me from serving you faithfully all these years." Dean Fan looked up, his eyes filled with admiration and sorrow. "Master, you have aged. Your hair has turned more silver. Chapter 116. Overcoming the Reborn Woman 45. The old master grunted coldly as he sat up, pushing the person away. Are you still planning to leave? I have grown accustomed to life in Xianyan County, where you and my fellow brothers have provided support. My days have been quite agreeable. I have grown used to it over the years, and do not wish to uproot myself. Even in death, I prefer to be buried in Xianyan County. Dean Fan lowered his head in shame. He had faced adversity, and at that time, his esteemed teacher was hindered by multiple forces, rendering assistance limited. He had preserved his life at the cost of his official position. Fortunately, he was alive, and after being expelled from the capital, he found refuge under his teacher's care in Xianyan County, leading a leisurely life, which, all things considered, was still fortunate. His disposition was too straightforward, lacking the art of subtlety, rendering him ill-suited for the political arena. Zhongqing, you remain as obstinate as ever, the old master said, patting him twice. Unable to bring himself to be harsh with a disciple he once cherished, letting out a sigh. Fan Wan, courtesy named Zhongqing. Dean Fan felt a sense of shame. Master, you are well aware of my temper. It is easy to offend others in official circles. While teaching in distant counties with your presence and that of several senior brothers, no one dared to provoke me. Yet this is the extent of my capabilities. The elder gentleman shook his head in resignation. If you wish to teach and nurture others, then so be it. At least we are here to support you. And what of the students you are mentoring? They are outside, Dean Fan replied, loosening his grip and gently wiping away his tears with a corner of his wide sleeve. The elder gentleman sighed silently once more, hoping that the students he favored would differ from him. After all, those with similar temperaments tend to be more readily understood, and it is difficult to say what would compel someone like Zhongqing to invest such effort. Call them in, he instructed. Dean Fan nodded repeatedly, rising from the floor and moving to the door, addressing the old steward, Uncle Yang, please let Minghua enter, and also bring Madame Xiao to pay her respects to the master. Of course. Uncle Yang stepped away and shortly returned, leading the mother and daughter into the room. Master. Young Master Fan, Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao have arrived. The elder gentleman looked up. Although the fabric of their clothing was modest, it was appropriately tailored. From the material, it was evident they hailed from a reasonably affluent family. His gaze fell upon the petite girl, whose clear eyes and introspective demeanor made her thoughts inscrutable even to someone of his experience. The scholar Xiao Minghua and her mother paid their respects to the elder gentleman. Minghua performed a respectful bow, without kneeling. Greetings, master. Madame Xiao slightly bent her body, her unfamiliarity with the etiquette rendering her appearance somewhat comical. The elder gentleman nodded faintly, gesturing for Minghua to approach. Rise, come closer. Minghua straightened and stepped forward, bowing once more. Master. What books have you read? The little girl may be small in stature, yet her wisdom is abundant. A smile flickered in the eyes of her husband as he inquired, have you read the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, and the Book of Rites? Indeed, she replied. That is commendable, but do you comprehend them? Merely reading without understanding is of little value. Dean Fan interjected, noting that Minghua possessed an exceptional memory, capable of retaining everything she had read. Interpretation was no different. Were it not for this talent, the disciple would not have dared to allow her to take the preliminary examination. The husband regarded his disciple, but chose not to press further. It is commendable to study diligently, but are you truly 7 years old? Minghua responded with a silent contemplation. Is it my fault for being short? Xiao Leshi stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into mirth. Dean Fan chuckled softly, affirming her age of 7, suggesting that her youthful appearance might be attributed to her scholarly pursuits overshadowing her growth. Dean, why tease her? The husband could not suppress his laughter, adding, since you have arrived in the capital, indulge in nourishing food to bolster your growth. If you remain this diminutive as an adult, you may lack the gravitas befitting an official. Being youthful and petite would render her unnoticed by others. Minghua sighed. I am weary. I shall lie down and endure the jests. Indeed, I ought to consume more nourishing food. Children must build a solid foundation during these formative years to grow tall. Dean Fan concurred. However, Xiao Leshi found it difficult to smile, feeling a pang of guilt. During those years, their family had not been affluent, and the means to nurture their daughter's growth had been limited. Though she appeared plump, in reality, she bore little weight. First, let us arrange accommodations for you in my courtyard. Madam Xiao, please do not feel constrained. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Liang Bo. Liang Bo, kindly escort them to their quarters. Have all the necessary provisions been prepared? The young girl exhibits a certain charm, despite her impassive demeanor. Her earlier expression of helplessness belies her age. Liang Bo bowed and assured, Rest assured, my lord, everything was arranged just a few days ago. However, I fear the garments prepared for Miss Xiao may not fit her properly. I shall procure more. Very well, Liang Bo replied, turning to lead the way. Madam Xiao. Miss Xiao, please follow me. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Lu expressed her gratitude. Once they departed, the master cast a glance at his second disciple. You seem quite fond of her, always coming to her aid. Master, she is still but a child. Let us not frighten her. After all, she is a disciple to be taken under your wing. The Lord dismissed the concern lightly. What is there to worry about? It is merely a matter of sustenance and clothing. How much can a mother and daughter require? The household can certainly afford such expenses. Meanwhile, upon their arrival in the guest quarters, Ming Hua and her mother examined the furnishings of their new room. Even though it was a guest house, the arrangements surpassed those of their own home. Madam Xiao, Miss Xiao, you shall reside in this small courtyard. If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, I will have it rectified at once, Liang Bo inquired. Ming Hua's gaze swept across the room. It is quite lovely. Thank you, Liang Bo, for your thoughtfulness. We are grateful to the master for his generosity. As newcomers, we do not wish to impose upon the household. Indeed, she affirmed. Xiao Leshi produced 100 taels of silver notes and presented them, saying, Liang Bo, please accept this. We shall rely on you for our expenses in the government residence. Liang Bo politely declined. You are too kind. Miss Xiao is destined to be a lady of our household, and moreover, a daughter of the esteemed Su family. As a disciple, she is akin to my own daughter. There is no need for you to provide funds for her clothing and sustenance. Rise, please. You will have ample expenses in the capital in the future. Xiao Leshi wished to retort that the apprenticeship had not yet been formalized, but she understood that voicing such a thought would only invite ridicule. Miss Xiao, please do not overthink it. In the government residence, the master holds authority. Others cannot interject. So you too may stay without any psychological burden. This place will also be your home in the future, Liang Bo stated with sincerity. Ming Ji remained silent, and Xiao Leshi was uncertain whether to continue offering the silver. Observing the silence from the mother and daughter, Liang Bo felt a softness in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the Xiao family were not those who would take advantage of others, which was indeed commendable. Madam Xiao, this is merely the master's expression of goodwill as an elder. You and Miss Xiao may reside here with peace of mind. Ming Ji understood the implications, while Xiao Leshi was oblivious. She contemplated inquiring, but Ming Ji had already spoken. In that case, Liang Bo, please convey our gratitude to the master. I understand his affection for his juniors. The young lady is quite astute, Liang Bo remarked. Mr. Liang cast a surprised glance at her, then broke into a broad smile, nodding in satisfaction. Please take a moment to rest. Shortly, a maid will bring warm water for you. Prepare yourselves well. For this evening, the master will host a banquet in your honor and introduce you to the young masters and mistresses of the household. With a heart full of joy, Mr. Liang felt that another exceptionally astute disciple had joined his master's ranks. Once the guests departed, Mrs. Xiao closed the door and inquired, Minghua, what did Mr. Liang mean by his words? Mother, since the master has made these arrangements, we shall proceed accordingly. The Weiyuan Duke's residence is bustling, and the master is indeed providing us with support. Each household has its share of disdainful individuals, but with the master's endorsement, we hold significance. He values me highly. Those who may wish to belittle us will think twice. Although the master appeared indifferent during our reception, he has meticulously orchestrated our welcome. This clearly indicates his thoughtful nature. Indeed, the Weiyuan Duke's estate is vast, with a grand entrance befitting high-ranking officials and nobility. This underscores the master's esteemed status and influence. His ability to navigate the court for decades without faltering speaks volumes about his keen intellect. The master is truly considerate. After you become his disciple, be sure to honor him sincerely, treating him as a beloved grandfather, and put forth your utmost effort. By securing the master's favor, my daughter shall face no worries in the capital. I understand, mother. Let us set down our luggage. You should rest as well. Minghua graciously took charge of the luggage, placing the 2 suitcases gently on the ground. It was only then that Xiao Lisher began to truly observe the guest room. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the accommodation comprised 2 bedrooms, with a reception area in between, allowing each of them to have their own space. Sanya, you shall sleep in the room across, she said, noting the larger room. Minghua shook her head, asserting, you should occupy the larger room. I will take the one here. As the elder, how could you allow the younger generation to occupy the more spacious quarters? Xiao Lisher had intended for her daughter to have the better room, yet her daughter's logic was sound. To avoid giving others the impression that she was an unfilial daughter, it seemed only fitting that she take the larger chamber. Let us not worry about organizing our belongings just yet. We need only retrieve a change of clothes. Minghua continued, we cannot remain in the public residence indefinitely. At most, we can stay for 2 days before we must relocate. It would be inappropriate to linger here, as outsiders might assume we are here to take advantage of the hospitality. I shall heed your words, Xiao Lisher replied. A gentle voice then called from outside, guests, the hot water has arrived. May we come in? Xiao Lisher glanced at her daughter, feeling somewhat flustered. Minghua, remaining composed, offered a reassuring glance to her mother and called out, please come in. The door swung open, revealing a procession of 6 maidservants who carried a large bathing tub, followed by 4 others bearing wooden buckets filled with steaming hot water. The tub was placed in the more spacious room, and the hot water was poured in. After the 10 maidservants exited the room, the remaining 4 returned in succession, filling the wooden tub until it was half full before finally pausing. Dear guest, you may take your bath and change. Upon finishing, simply call for me. I will be just outside the door. The maids then exited the room. Minghua smiled softly. These maids were well trained, executing their tasks with precision, neither bothersome nor irritating. Mother, you go ahead and wash first. Once you are done, please have them change the water before I bathe. Or perhaps you should wash first. After you finish, I can manage with your water. It would be no trouble at all. She still found it difficult to relent. Minghua shook her head with a chuckle, gently urging her mother further inside. You wash first. Once you are done, I will follow suit. Please, do not insist on my bathing first. Let me sit for a moment while you take your time. Stop pushing. I will wash. Is that not acceptable, my dear? Madame Xiao entered the main room, and Minghua turned to open the rattan chest, retrieving a set of garments to place beside her mother for convenience once she rose. She then found her own clean attire. In hot weather, bathing and changing were frequent. In cooler times, changing was hardly done at all. When the weather was warm, clothes dried quickly, keeping pace with the next day's journey. However, inclement weather posed challenges, making changes rather cumbersome. Hence, ancient travelers were quite particular about their changing habits, yet at the same time, rather indifferent. With everything prepared, she seated herself cross-legged on the carpeted floor, quietly reflecting on the events that had transpired since entering the official residence. She contemplated the path ahead and how best to navigate it. Although the master of the household did not openly express his fondness for her, it was evident he held no objections. Therefore, she must walk the path laid out by the master and that of Director Fan, along with her future mentor. She needed to perform exceptionally well, earning the affection of the elder generations as their dearest descendant. With a modest family background, she would rely on her knowledge to compensate. As the calculations neared completion, Xiao Leshi emerged from the inner chamber, drying her hair. "Sanya, mother has finished washing. She calls for hot water for you to bathe." Indeed, the bathing tub in the mansion is remarkably spacious, filled with ample water, making the experience quite delightful. Once they had filled the tub halfway, they retreated once more, allowing the space for Ming Hua. Ming Hua entered the room with her garments, ready to wash her hair and body. After her cleansing ritual, she felt rejuvenated, donned fresh attire, and wrapped her hair in a dry towel, exuding a sense of clarity and uplifted spirits. Stepping out of the room, she summoned the maids to clear the water stains within, then hurried to her mother's quarters. Observing her mother still drying her hair, she approached to lend a hand. Once the mother and daughter had assisted each other in drying, they settled on a stool to let their hair air dry. A freshly washed main doesn't tea become dry merely by toweling. Most individuals prefer to sit quietly for a while to allow the moisture lingering on the scalp to evaporate, preventing the accumulation of dampness. "Madam, miss, the room has been tidied up. Shortly, someone will bring food for both of you." "Understood. You may continue with your tasks," Ming Hua replied, her voice resonating through the space. Once the servants departed, they exchanged smiles, though Xiao Leshi couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Her daughter handled these social situations with greater ease than she did, and she realized she could no longer accompany her daughter in public without risking disgrace. In the study of the Lord, the gentleman walked into the courtyard, where Liang Bo immediately spotted him. "Greetings, Lord. What brings you here?" "I have come to pay my respects to Father. Is he available to receive me at this hour?" the Lord inquired politely. "Please allow me to inform him." "I shall let him know you have come to pay your respects," Liang Bo replied. "Thank you. I shall await your return." "Master, the nobleman is outside, here to pay his respects to you. Did you not inform him that I am receiving guests?" The nobleman's brow furrowed, a wave of displeasure washing over him. With a hint of coldness in his demeanor, he decided, since he has arrived, let him enter. It would be beneficial to meet his senior brother. "Understood," Liang Bo replied, stepping out of the study to welcome the nobleman. Upon seeing his father, the nobleman first offered his greetings. "Son pays respects to father. May you be in good health." "Greetings, second senior brother," he said. The nobleman rose with a beaming smile, casting a few glances at Fan Wan, who seemed little changed. "Not at all. I have aged. Indeed, I no longer have the vigor to move about," Fan Wan replied politely. "When I last saw my junior brother, he was still in his youth. So many years have passed, and now you have a wife and children." Branching out, the nobleman interjected, "He has been lackluster. After taking my position, he has achieved little in terms of governance. He merely drifts through his days, unlike you and your capable brothers." Fan Wan could only listen, not perceiving the pride entwined in his master's words. "As you say, master, my junior brother is doing just fine. A cup that is full will overflow. You are a venerable minister of 3 dynasties. Though you have stepped back, your former high position commanded the emperor's respect. It would be inappropriate for my junior brother to tread the same path as you. The circumstances of the past were unavoidable, whereas now there are choices to be made. Indeed, the past emperors were somewhat inept, and it was thanks to several elder ministers that they received assistance. Even so, many loyal officials were exiled, and I was among them. Yes, it would be inappropriate to follow my path. This situation is quite satisfactory as it stands." The husband expressed his agreement, yet he also felt a sense of regret. Your political acumen remains sharp. Do you truly not consider my suggestion? He shook his head, harboring regret within, but refrained from further persuasion. Observing this, the Lord inquired, "Is your second brother seeking an official position in the court?"
No.
The husband cast a glance at him, having a fair understanding of his son's capabilities. He was astute, and his character was upright, qualities that were not entirely unfavorable. The Lord was in the city to escort his disciple to the capital, a clever child indeed. At present, I have arranged for her to reside in the guest room of my courtyard, and in the evening, we shall hold a welcoming banquet. You all must attend. The Lord's heart stirred with intrigue, and he readily agreed. After conversing for a while, the husband began to send everyone away, allowing not only his son to leave but also granting Fan Weian the opportunity to rest rather than remain idle for half the day. When Ming Hua and her mother awoke, the remnants of the meal had grown cold. What shall we do with this? There is still so much left. After regaining her energy, Xiao Lo asked. Ming Hua replied, "Mother, do not worry. A maid will come to tidy up. We should quickly find some clothing to wear. Someone will likely come to take us to the welcoming banquet shortly."
All right.
Third miss, perhaps I should not go. I am but a simple village woman, and the highest official I have ever encountered is merely the local magistrate. What if I make a fool of myself at the banquet? Would that not bring shame upon my daughter? Do not fret. Be at ease and treat them as you would any common vegetable. You eat your food, and should anything arise, I will be there, along with Director Fan and the husband. As long as he is present, even if the lords of the house look down upon you, they will not make things excessively difficult. Xiao Leshi was persuaded to search for a more aesthetically pleasing outfit alongside Ming Hua. Soon, as Ming Hua had predicted, 2 maidservants knocked at the door, inquiring whether they were ready. Ming Hua called out, "Please enter. We are in the midst of our preparations." With a creak, the door swung open, and the hurried footsteps of the maidservants echoed as they approached the inner chamber. Upon arrival, the 2 maidservants bowed respectfully before addressing them, "Madam Xiao, Miss Xiao. A feast has been arranged in the courtyard by the master. He has sent us to invite you both to join him. It is fortuitous that you have arrived. We would be grateful if you could assist us with your grooming, as we are not as skilled in the art as those accustomed to the grandeur of the capital." Upon hearing this, Ming Hua stepped aside, gesturing for them to attend to Xiao Leshi first. The maidservants, expressing their reluctance, soon moved behind Xiao Leshi to undo her previously styled hair. They fashioned her hair into a traditional updo, which softened the contours of her face. On the dressing table lay a few pieces of jewelry, which the maidservants initially intended to use. However, Xiao Leshi declined, opting instead for a silver ornament she had brought from her luggage. The maidservants exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their altered perception of Xiao Leshi and Ming Hua. Having served numerous guests in the past, the maidservants recognized that some individuals, lacking discernment, would hastily adorn themselves with all that was available, unaware that such ostentation could lead to a disdainful view of their character, inhibiting genuine connections. "Miss Xiao, do you find this suitable?" they inquired, tilting their heads slightly. Ming Hua scrutinized the arrangement carefully before responding, "It is lovely. Please style my hair as well, but refrain from using any jewelry. Simplicity is preferred." The intentions of the mother are clear. It is not that the possessions of others are untouchable, but even when they are within reach, they must remain untouched. Moreover, she is not a person easily swayed by material wealth. How could she possibly be captivated by mere gold and silver adornments? It is merely that the craftsmanship of the artisans in the capital is remarkably exquisite. The jewelry, though composed of minimal materials, is masterfully refined, some even featuring the intricate technique of wire drawing. The cost of such craftsmanship is not insignificant, not to mention the exorbitant prices in the capital, where every inch of land is precious. The maidservant styled her hair into a charming bun, with 2 playful loops adorning either side, elegantly secured with a piece of exquisite red fabric. Upon discovering a pair of small silver bells in the jewelry box, they sought her opinion. Miss Xiao, would it be suitable to attach these silver bells on either side? Xiao Minghua replied, no. Simplicity is preferable. Just one bell on each side would create an incessant jingling as I walk, and I am not accustomed to such distractions. Chapter 119. Overcoming the reborn girl dressed impeccably. The mother and daughter presented themselves without a trace of makeup. However, Xiao Leshi's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The month-long journey from Xianyun County to the capital had taken a toll on her health, evident on her face. Minghua, in contrast, enjoyed robust health and was untroubled by motion sickness, experiencing the journey as if it were a leisurely excursion, aside from a touch of discomfort from the enclosed carriage. She felt no other ailments. Guided by the maidservants, they arrived at the study courtyard of the master. Upon entering, they discovered a gathering of numerous individuals, men and women of various ages. The master sat at the head, sipping tea, with Director Fan Weian to his left, accompanied by a couple, and, to his right, another couple. Below them sat a row of young boys. Esteemed Sir, Madam Xiao, and Miss Xiao have arrived, announced the maid with a courteous bow. Ming Xiao has come, ventured Fan Weian. The esteemed Sir cast a sidelong glance at him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought that a young girl would receive the protection of a second disciple? His words bore a hint of partiality, lamenting that it would be a pity if they were not recognized as master and apprentice. Greetings, esteemed Sir and Dean Fan. Ming Xiao performed a respectful bow. The two noble ladies flanking her, as well as the second lady, exchanged disapproving glances, while the young gentleman observed with keen interest. There is no need for excessive formalities, the esteemed Sir interjected, introducing them. These are Madam Xiao and Ming Xiao, who has come to the capital to seek a mentor. Madam Xiao, the lady by the esteemed Sir's side, greeted with a smile. The second lady, eager not to be outdone, added, Madam Xiao has endured considerable hardship. They are the wives of my two sons and seldom leave the estate, primarily managing household affairs. Greetings to both ladies. Ming Xiao acknowledged them alongside her mother, executing a bow and a courtesy. This demeanor did not particularly vex Ming Xiao, as it was directed towards her mother. However, it inevitably stirred a sense of discontent within her. The second lady jestingly inquired, where does Miss Xiao's family reside? We are from Xiao Family Village in Xianyun Town, Xuzhou. She replied. What sort of place is that? We have never been there. Should the opportunity arise, we would love to visit. Is it an enjoyable place? Are there any intriguing things to see? Why did you not bring along some delightful trinkets to entertain us during your stay in the capital? Her casual tone belied an air of condescension, portraying her as a simple village maiden lacking in confidence. The second lady could hardly anticipate that the esteemed elder would respond with such unrestrained candor, prompting the second young master of the household to hastily rise and bow in apology. Father, do not heed the words of a mere woman. Your son is thriving in the capital and intends to honor you in our home. The second master cast a furtive glare at his wife, wondering if she had lost all sense of reason. How could she embarrass him before their father? Regardless of the purpose of the mother and daughter's visit, whether to beg for alms or to formally seek guidance, it was of no concern to them. It was merely a reflection of their son's lack of aptitude that he could not gain the elder's favor. Why harbor jealousy? If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at her for giving birth to a dullard. With your elder brother present, the master continued, having spent decades in the capital with no notable achievements, it was indeed time for you to venture out into the world. Xianyun County is a splendid place. Minghua is wise and composed, demonstrating a methodical approach, indicating it is a fertile ground for nurturing talent. Your journey to Xianyun County shall serve the court in discovering more capable individuals. I shall speak to your fourth senior brother about this, and once Minghua has taken her apprenticeship, you may set forth. Realizing that the elder's decision was unalterable, the second master ceased to plead and returned to his seat, his hands clenched tightly within his wide sleeves, maintaining a composed exterior. Having acknowledged everyone, let us take our seats. The master rose and approached the dining table on the left, while the ladies moved towards the table on the right. Minghua followed her mother to the women's area, but was called back by Director Fan. Minghua, come here. Glancing at Director Fan across the table, and then at her mother. She felt reluctant to leave her mother alone to face a group of women. Xiao Leshi nodded slightly to her, reassuring, "It's all right. Mother can manage. Go on. Make a good impression, and do not let Director Fan lose face. This is also an opportunity for you to establish your footing. Then please take care." Minghua nodded thoughtfully and approached Dean Fan, who led her to the table occupied by the gentlemen. Upon their arrival, the patriarch invited Dean Fan to sit beside him, with his son positioned on the opposite side, followed by Minghua seated next to Dean Fan, and then the various grandsons of the family. This arrangement clearly illustrated Dean Fan's esteemed position in the patriarch's heart. Once settled, the atmosphere felt comfortably familial. Just before the meal commenced, the patriarch exchanged a few words with Minghua, to which she responded with a calm nod. It was then that the patriarch announced the meal, and during dinner, silence prevailed as no one spoke or engaged in idle chatter. After the evening repast, Minghua accompanied the patriarch and Dean Fan in conversation, while the patriarch and the family's younger generation exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao was ensnared in conversation with the womenfolk, primarily attempting to forge alliances, deliberately avoiding any actions that might offend. Only the second madam appeared distressed, her eyes reddened, for her words had inadvertently driven her husband from the capital. Her family was well aware of the repercussions, and her domestic life was now fraught with difficulties. Her sons likely harbored grievances towards her for her indiscretion, as she could hardly fathom how a rustic girl could command such esteem from the patriarch. Moreover, she had spoken with her son's interests in mind. The second madam was engulfed in anxiety and indignation, her agitation palpable. In contrast to those conversing amiably with Madame Xiao, she exuded a lowly aura. Minghua, feeling inadequate in poetry, had recently received guidance from Chong Cheng. As an official, while one need not be a master of poetry, the ability to compose and deconstruct verses was essential, lest one suffer in examinations. As the saying goes, experience is invaluable. The patriarch posed a few questions, probing her depths. Dean Fan rose to pay his respects, mentioning that having had a few idle days, he had taken the liberty of instructing her before his fourth junior disciple arrived to claim his apprentice. "It is only fitting. My husband has more on his mind. We cannot allow the second disciple to live a life of desolation. If Minghua is a person of gratitude, she will surely treat him well." The absence of a formal master-disciple relationship, yet the presence of genuine mentorship, is the most commendable approach. "Grandfather, may I go? Little Minghua is already a child scholar. I am still studying the Book of Changes, and I wonder when I shall have my turn." The eldest male heir of the family spoke up. The old gentleman smiled and said, "If you wish to go, then go. Your second master's knowledge is truly exceptional. To receive his guidance is indeed a privilege. You all may go if you desire. Zhongcheng, I entrust these grandchildren to you. Provide whatever guidance you can, and should you deem any of them unworthy, feel free to dismiss them without hesitation." Chapter 120. Overcoming the reborn girl, Fan Wan chuckled lightly and said, "Master, your grandson is surely exceptional and does not need to attend my classes. As for them, let us not speak of it. They all lack ambition. I merely hope for one grandson to pursue the imperial examination earnestly." The old gentleman shook his head, not entirely free of concern for his descendants. Under his stewardship, the Wei Yuan Duke's estate flourished, yet under his son's management, it merely maintained equilibrium. This was to prevent the emperor from feeling threatened, and because his sons truly could not shoulder significant responsibilities. Fortunately, The eldest son is a steadfast guardian of the family's legacy, not one to act recklessly. Nor does he have frivolous ambitions. This alone keeps the Empress wary, which is the best course of action. As the grandsons mature, I hope one of them will inherit my mantle and continue my legacy. You are too humble, my esteemed elder. Your disciples are all exceptional individuals, and there is no need for you to worry excessively. Do not flatter too excessively, lest your tail begins to wag with delight. If you continue to praise, one might float away. Allow them to learn from you for a few days, to broaden their horizons and comprehend that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Fan Wan. You could simply instruct Ming Xiao to engage in mutual harm. Very well, since the master has spoken, I shall not hold back, nor will I permit Ming Xiao to do so. We shall deliver the necessary blows, allowing them to witness what it is to be a prodigious child. A welcoming banquet concluded with the young masters of the Wei Yuan Duke's residence feeling quite beleaguered. The following morning, Fan Wan set up a small study in the courtyard of the old lord. After breakfast, Ming Xiao bid farewell to her mother and was guided by a maid to the small study. Director Fan, she greeted with a respectful bow. Fan Wan stroked his beard and smiled. Rise, please. Take the seat in front. Leave the back for the young masters of the Duke's residence. On the table lay an array of poetry and literary works from various dynasties. Peruse through them and see how much you can comprehend. Should you find something unclear, do not hesitate to inquire. Certainly, Director Fan. Ming Xiao took her place at the front row, the sole occupant of that position. Behind her were over 10 tables, all arranged temporarily, with Fan Wan's primary aim being to guide Ming Xiao. The others were merely incidental, a fact reflected in the seating arrangement. Ming Xiao began to organize the books, some of which were foundational texts while others were renowned poetry from different eras. Following a systematic approach, she first examined the foundational texts. Although there were teachings at the county school in Xianyan County, the collection of poetry and literary works was incomplete. There were only a couple of basic texts, inherently limited in scope. She now has the opportunity to thoroughly read all the fundamental texts, and it would be a disservice to herself not to cherish this chance presented before her. After a period of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, she completed 5 foundational books, which included various annotations. After waiting a while longer, the young masters of the estate had still not arrived. She proceeded to delve into other books. Once she gradually finished the last text, the 8 young masters of the estate arrived belatedly, some appearing to be still in a state of slumber. Ming Xiao suddenly comprehended the elder master's concerns. Without diligent study, one cannot hope to succeed. Unfortunately, being a household of nobility, if these young masters choose to be indolent, even the instructors would be at a loss. Unable to rein them in, they are each coddled by their parents. The elder master, being advanced in years, cannot oversee every matter, which indeed is a source of worry. Greetings, second uncle. Greetings, junior sister. We have arrived late, announced the eldest legitimate son of the main household, stepping forward to express their stance. No matter, your junior sister has already completed all the books on the table. Soon, I shall directly teach her how to compose poetry. You may take your time to study the key points in the texts. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I should be able to finish my explanations as well. Fan Wan stated this, yet the young masters of the estate paid little heed, dismissing his words as mere boasting. How could one possibly finish reading over 10 books in just 1 hour, and even if one did, how much could they truly retain? Please, take your seats, focus on your studies, and refrain from creating a ruckus that might disturb those who are also reading. Do not whisper amongst yourselves. Pay close attention, for I shall test you on how much you have remembered once you have completed your reading. Having spoken, Fan Wan paid them no further heed and took a seat opposite Ming Xiao. He first encouraged her to pose her questions, clarifying any uncertainties before gradually revisiting the material, followed by a more detailed exposition. Ming Xiao articulated several points of confusion, to which Fan Weian responded comprehensively. Once she comprehended the concepts, Ming Hua diligently took notes akin to a modern student's error notebook, documenting her previous misunderstandings and misconceptions. In the future, she would review these notes, serving as a reminder of her erroneous perceptions and guiding her towards a correct understanding. The young masters of the public estate, disinclined to read, merely listened to their exchange. They attentively observed as Fan Weian assessed Ming Hua's recitation and various interpretations, suspecting that she had previously studied the material. However, when she was eventually tested on the final book, integrating the earlier lessons, the young masters began to look bewildered. By the time Fan Weian provided his meticulous explanations, they appeared lost in reverie, as if ensnared in a dream. Throughout the morning, Fan Weian elucidated a third of the essential points regarding poetry and literature. Mastering these key aspects made composing verses relatively easy. However, crafting exquisite poetry demanded both talent and the poet's literary prowess. As lunchtime approached, he instructed his disciples to line up for their evaluations. Those who completed their assessments could proceed to eat, while those who did not were to forego their meal.
All right.
Sister, go enjoy your lunch. Do not linger here to witness their embarrassment. Take your time, but do come back early this afternoon, they urged. Hurry along. There's no need to discourage anyone. What a tragic reality it is when a younger girl outshines you in scholarship. Ming Hua emerged from the study with a beaming smile, while Fan Weian assessed each individual in turn. The one who recited the most had only managed to memorize 2 pages. Fan Weian was not surprised. These individuals had not devoted themselves to their studies, being preoccupied with observing his exchanges with Ming Hua. It would indeed be astonishing if they could memorize more. These texts are readily accessible to you. The county school in Xianyan cannot offer such a comprehensive selection. Hence, today marks the first encounter of your junior sister with these books, yet she can recite them all, while you cannot. The disparity in academic aptitude is not alarming. But what is truly concerning is that Ming Hua possesses extraordinary intelligence and is willing to invest twice the effort. Chapter 121. Overcoming the reborn girl lacking intelligence yet failing to exert effort, it is no wonder they lag behind. The young masters were thoroughly disheartened. Emerging from the study in a state of existential doubt, they had not previously considered their academic performance to be lacking in the capital. How is it that after merely half a day with their junior sister, they have come to a stark realization of their shortcomings? The chasm between them and her seems an unfathomably wide and deep gulf. The 8 of them stumbled out of the Lord's courtyard, while the Lord himself stood in the pavilion, watching them retreat. He turned to the old steward beside him and remarked, "Look, these youngsters were oblivious to their own limitations, but now they are enlightened. They still require some lessons. After a few more, they will understand the value of hard work. The family business I have toiled for a lifetime is not meant for them to enjoy in idleness. If it were a granddaughter, I might accept her resting in comfort, but a grandson enjoying ease? That truly incites my ire. Liang Bo, would you indeed allow Miss Sun to rest in comfort?" The old gentleman's face stiffened at the inquiry, interpreting the question as disdain. He believed that the girl was not virtuous, having been misguided by her aunt. Fortunately, she was not a legitimate daughter, merely a concubine's child, who could be married off with a modest dowry in due course. He did not harbor expectations for his granddaughter's matrimonial alliances. He only wished for her not to disrupt the family harmony. "That is not what you said earlier," Liang Bo remarked leisurely. "Ah, you old rascal. Are you nitpicking my words?" The old gentleman grumbled. "Tell me, how can Ming Hua not be my granddaughter? That child is exceptionally clever. She bears such a resemblance to our family, and even Zhongqing praises her endlessly. She possesses ambition and drive, albeit her actions may seem somewhat immature. Yet, she demonstrates a commendable sense of propriety. She is undeniably superior to our own granddaughter in countless ways." After a moment of silence, Liang Bo spoke. "It seems you have taken a liking to Miss Xiao." Who wouldn't adore such a well-behaved child? Why would one prefer a boisterous and brainless girl over a sensible and considerate one? It infuriates me to think that the only girl in the family has been raised to be utterly inept. The grandsons are already enough of a disappointment, and now we have a granddaughter who is even worse. Just think, she was so charming and lovely in her youth. How did she become so unlikable as she grew older? Indeed, she should not have been placed under her aunt's care. What a regret. Do not dwell upon it, sir. At that time, Aunt Sue was inconsolable, clutching the child and weeping. Even the slightest approach would send her into a fit of despair. To take the child away would have felt like taking her life, Liang Bo replied, feeling helpless. Even noble families have their own burdens to bear. The old gentleman shook his head with a sigh, choosing not to discuss his granddaughter any further. Instead, he turned to Liang Bo and inquired, "How are the garments and jewelry tailored for Minghua coming along?" "Everyone is currently busy with preparations. During these days that Minghua resides in the manor, please take extra care of her. Ensure that her meals, beverages, and clothing are of the finest quality so that she does not feel out of place." Liang Bo remarked, "You seem to treat her like a granddaughter." Indeed, with an unworthy granddaughter at home, it is only natural to cherish a delightful young girl, especially one who is destined to become his disciple's daughter. As long as Minghua does not commit any grave mistakes in the future and has her husband to support her, she will fare well. Rest assured, sir. No one in the manor would dare to neglect Miss Xiao. With your presence, they lack the audacity. You speak too soon. Did you not witness the behavior of the second branch? They dare to speak freely, believing themselves above reproach simply because they hail from the countryside. They truly think I am oblivious. Their offspring, lacking in merit and heavily influenced by the poor customs of the capital, deserve to spend some time in a smaller locale. After the second branch moved to Xianyan County, I instructed those below not to pay them any heed. Understood, sir. On the third day, Minister Su arrived at the manor with a group of people, and the master invited Minghua and her mother to the reception hall. Fan Wan was also waiting inside. Their lively conversation ceased upon Minghua's entrance. This is Minghua, accompanied by her mother, Madame Xiao. Fan Wan took the initiative to introduce them. Minister Su scrutinized Minghua for a moment. The little girl was petite, not resembling a child just over 7 years old. At least in the capital, girls of that age typically begin to exhibit the grace of young ladies. Such a sight is indeed rare. Minghua, this is the current Prime Minister, Su Lingjun. Minghua's gaze shimmered with a subtle fluctuation. Though not pronounced, it swiftly concealed itself as she performed a respectful bow, addressing the Prime Minister. However, Shaoli's demeanor was one of confusion and alarm, nearly causing her to kneel, yet upon noticing her daughter remained standing, she hastily followed suit in greeting. The Prime Minister then regarded her with renewed interest, instructing her to rise. As Minghua straightened, she discreetly offered her mother a supportive hand. The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her as a commendable child. "Have you acclimated well to the capital?" he inquired. "Everything is satisfactory. My husband has shown great care towards my daughter and me," she replied. "However, you must refrain from calling him my husband henceforth. From this day forward, you shall refer to him as Master, Ancestor, or Master." Minghua silently filtered out the title of Master Ancestor, merely nodding in response. Without having formally apprenticed, all proprieties seemed moot, and what she was called mattered little to her. "Consider arranging an apprenticeship banquet at your convenience. For today, we shall partake in tea to establish your name. At the banquet, I shall introduce Minghua to the assembly, as our lineage has gained another disciple over the years, which warrants celebration." The Prime Minister's words aligned with the intentions of the Prime Minister, who also harbored similar sentiments. With the Empress ascending the throne, the Prime Minister retreated into the shadows, alleviating the Empress's apprehensions. One must ponder, in the presence of a venerable elder with immense influence and military strength, who would dare to challenge his position. The Prime Minister's choice to remain unobtrusive was indeed prudent, as it not only garnered favor with the Empress, but also safeguarded the prosperity of his family and lineage. At the very least, financial prospects appeared secure, for the Empress would certainly wish to maintain his goodwill. It would be unreasonable to exploit the talents of the Prime Minister's lineage while simultaneously suppressing them. As long as the Prime Minister's faction held no ill will, their collaboration would persist. Initially, the Prime Minister had intended to have her stay a few more days, but upon hearing these words, he felt compelled to grant her departure. Indeed, Master, rest assured. Su Shofu, feeling helpless, bowed in a gesture of reassurance. What has happened to his descendants? Has he not engaged the finest tutors for them? All that ought to be imparted has been taught. What more could be done? Was it not in a similar fashion that he himself achieved success in his youth? The old gentleman chuckled heartily. As for your grandchildren, I find no merit in commenting on their current state, if left unchecked. The Su family will inevitably fall into decline at their hands, as they seem to adopt all manner of frivolous habits instead of cultivating worthwhile pursuits. Surely, happiness is derived from comparison. At least the grandchildren of the Wei Yuangong household do not exhibit such tendencies. Chapter 122. Overcoming the Reborn Woman. Su Shofu listened intently to the admonishment, unable to refute it, for the descendants within his household indeed lacked ambition, although younger than the old gentleman's grandchildren. They had adopted far worse vices. At last, the old gentleman relented, instructing Liang Bo to arrange a seat for Madame Xiao and bring tea. Let us commence with the tea ceremony. With a command from the old gentleman, a maidservant brought forth kneeling cushions. Ming Hua hesitated for a moment, silently offering her apologies to her master and ancestors, then obediently knelt down, receiving the tea from Liang Bo and presenting it with both hands before the old gentleman. Master, please enjoy the tea. The old gentleman paused momentarily, not bothering to dwell on her choice of words, accepted the tea, took a sip, and said, Now, go pay your respects with tea to your master. Yes. Ming Hua shifted her position, holding the teacup delicately with both hands as she approached Su Shofu. Master, please enjoy the tea. Su Shofu nodded, accepting the teacup with one hand, taking a modest sip, and then said, Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple, also my closed-door disciple. I hope you will dedicate yourself to diligent study and practice, shunning arrogance and impatience, and may you soon ascend to the court. The subsequent statement perfectly resonated with Ming Hua's intentions. However, it did not hold the same significance for others. What purpose does a girl serve in the court? Although Her Majesty the Empress permits women to attend court, the stark reality is that for countless centuries, no woman has graced the halls of power. Deep-seated beliefs have taken root in the minds of many, and while a handful of progressive individuals may send their daughters to school, the treatment received there is far from equal to that of their male counterparts. With disdainful gazes present at every turn, though they dare not openly scorn the enrollment of girls, they readily criticize in private. Yes, the disciple humbly adheres to the teachings of her master. Minghua clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and rose gracefully. She glanced at the others and said, Master, esteemed teacher, I wish to purchase a modest residence in the capital, not too large, merely sufficient for my mother and me. However, I am unfamiliar with the city and uncertain where to find an appropriate dwelling, hence I seek your assistance. The little girl was unreserved in her request. Yet, the chief minister felt a strange sense of ease. Her approach indicated that she did not regard him as a mere outsider, having recently become her mentor. Her willingness to reach out to him marked a promising beginning. I appreciate your trust, and there is no need for excessive formality between us, my disciple. The chief minister replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased. The elder gentleman, observing this exchange, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze toward Minghua imbued with admiration. He recognized her foresight in seeking to improve her circumstances and plan for the future. Though it appeared to be a mere request for help, Ming Hua adeptly managed to achieve dual purposes. She genuinely required a stable place to reside, and as a young child, her initiative in soliciting her master's assistance spoke volumes of her trust in him. Certainly, it is also possible that the master may perceive her as a nuisance, unwilling to offer assistance, and may even reprimand her. Such occurrences are of no consequence, as they can be regarded as a form of mutual testing, a dance of discovery between master and apprentice from the very beginning. As time passes, they will naturally come to understand each other's temperaments and methodologies. Having packed her belongings, Ming Hua departed from the Wei Yuangong residence alongside her mother, Su Shofu, and his students, as well as his grandchildren. Upon entering the residence of the Shofu, she noted a significant disparity in decor compared to the Gong residence. This difference may be attributed to his noble rank or perhaps to the respect accorded to a teacher. The furnishings and space of the Shofu's abode seemed to surpass that of the second-rate Gong residence. Whether intentional or incidental, Su Shofu had, through subtlety, endeared himself to others. Madam Xiao, please rest with the maidservants. During dinner, someone will come to escort you. At that time, you will have the opportunity to meet the family. For now, settle in comfortably within the residence, and shortly I shall take Ming Hua to view the estate. Living in another's home can never compare to the comforts of one's own. A gilded cage is still a cage. When residing under another's roof, one cannot hope for the same ease. Only 5 grandchildren, along with 2 male disciples, remained in Su Shofu's courtyard. Come in, Su Shofu said as he turned to lead them deeper into the house, making his way toward the study on the left. The study was furnished with 2 rows of chairs for guests, a writing desk, and behind it, a Grand Master's chair. Shelves lined the walls, laden with numerous volumes. Please, take a seat. Yes, master. Yes, father-grandfather. In this room, 3 generations were present, with Ming Hua being the youngest, yet her standing was neither high nor low. Su Shofu then proceeded to make introductions. Come, allow me to present your 2 senior brothers. This is Ji Jin, the eldest son of the esteemed Ji family from the capital, and your eldest senior brother. Beside him is your second senior brother, Cui Changhe, a scion of the Cui family, also from the capital. Ji Jin currently serves as an editor at the Hanlin Academy, while Cui Changhe is preparing for the imperial examination later this year. There are only the 3 of you under my tutelage. As your master, I sincerely hope that you will support one another, and even if you may not always see eye to eye, do not harbor suspicion amongst yourselves. Rest assured, master, I shall look after my junior brothers and sisters, Ji Jin stated, clad in a dark blue robe, bowing respectfully. Cui Changhe, with a serious demeanor dressed in black, affirmed, the disciple shall remember this. With a cheerful smile, Ming Hua raised her head and inquired, what are the interests and hobbies of my elder brothers? Hobbies? Cui Changhe replied, unhurriedly. Yes, your preferences, such as archery, poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Ming Hua elaborated before introducing herself. My greatest passion is reading. Give me a stack of books, and I could remain seated in one spot for half a day without moving. Of course, I also delight in food. Anything delicious captures my heart. On top of all this, I cherish sleep, for a restful slumber rejuvenates my spirit, allowing me to read with even greater vigor the following day. Cui Changhe and Ji Jin exchanged glances, concluding, in the end, our fondest pursuit remains reading. All our endeavors are but preparations for it. Su Shofu was momentarily taken aback by his young disciple's words, then chuckled softly. This laughter was quite remarkable, eliciting expressions of shock from the onlooking family members. Ming Hua observed their reactions keenly, choosing to remain silent. As a newcomer, her primary objective was to observe discreetly. Chapter 123. Overcoming the reborn girl. The younger sister's hobbies are somewhat limited. It is time to arrange for her to learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Archery and horseback riding should also be included. I happen to have an excellent instructor in equestrian skills. Master, when do you think we can arrange for him to give lessons to our junior sister? Jijin spoke with a cheerful smile. Cui Changhe lowered his gaze, feeling an involuntary softness within. After all, she is still a bit naive. In the capital, no noble youth lacks the ability to ride and shoot. Numerous archery competitions are held each year. As for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, any well-bred scion from a prestigious family would be proficient in at least one or two of these arts. However, they could not voice these thoughts, lest it provoke unnecessary contemplation in the junior sister. Ming Hua silently nodded, her gaze eagerly fixed upon Su Shofu, her newly appointed master. She need not inquire further. She simply yearned to ride. In a world of cultivation, one can soar through the skies, and in the modern realm, one can travel by airplane, car, or high-speed train. Yet, at this moment, the only swift mode of transportation available is horseback. The significance of equestrian skills becomes evident. Su Shofu found himself under the direct gaze of his two disciples and could only acquiesce. Once your junior sister is settled, you may escort her directly to the instructor. She currently has no one to assist her, so let her use him for now. No problem, if the junior sister requires assistance, she can certainly ask her senior brother, who will arrange it for her. It is essential to find someone skilled in archery and horseback riding first. We can discuss others later. If any additional help is needed, I will certainly reach out to the eldest and second senior brothers. With a cheerful response, she left the conversation open-ended. She intends to cultivate a cadre of servants. Yet such training requires time. Should an urgent matter arise, assistance from the eldest and second senior brothers will be indispensable. Cui Changhe, with an impassive expression, stated, I have two available, but they must first be given to my junior sister. Subsequently, Su Shofu introduced several of his descendants to her. His two sons, both in their 30s, were presented. The eldest son, Su Jingqing, and the second son, Su Zhengwen, wield little influence in the court, yet they are commendable for their integrity, devoid of any deceitful tendencies. Among the three grandsons, the eldest is 13, while the youngest is 9. The eldest grandson, Su Zizong, exhibits a shrewd demeanor with a somewhat dubious gaze. Su Zithian, the second grandson, presents a carefree attitude, though he attempts to temper it in the presence of Su Shofu. His posture and demeanor still reveal much. Su Ziwu, the youngest, appears sturdy, with a grin that hints at a potential for foolishness. After the sons and grandsons took their leave, Su Shofu retrieved a volume of the Great Zhao legal code from the bookshelf and handed it to Ming Hua, urging her to memorize it quickly for future use. As scholars, we cannot rely solely on brute force to prevail. We must utilize all available resources, laws, and regulations to protect ourselves, which in turn serves to restrain our own actions. Understood, Master. I will certainly finish it today. She admitted that she had never studied the legal code before, nor had the instructors at the county academy elaborated on it. Overall, the Great Zhao dynasty had neglected to instill in its youth a subconscious loyalty to the nation during its formative years. In contemporary times, such patriotism is cultivated from a young age, evolving into an ingrained habit. Love for one's country is paramount, etched into one's very essence. And the sin of betraying one's homeland surpasses even that of forsaking one's ancestral lineage. There's no rush. It suffices to read a little each day. Your great ancestor once said that you possess a good memory. A single reading should suffice for retention. However, I require you not only to memorize it but also to apply it. Utilize all means to safeguard oneself and uphold personal interests. Ming Hua regarded her master with great esteem. The first lesson imparted to her was the art of self-protection. Naturally, she comprehended that this was also a subtle admonition from Su Shofu, emphasizing that one must first be righteous before adhering to the law. Master, I prefer to read a book in its entirety at once. If I do not finish it, revisiting it later diminishes its allure. Therefore, I shall endeavor to complete it swiftly, and upon rereading, I will grasp the legal codes and regulations. In simpler terms, she found herself easily bored with the old. Initially captivated, if left unattended for a few days, the experience would lose its original charm and essence.
Sushufu not that tagufun.
Neither endorsing nor condemning such a habit, simply advising her to proceed as she deemed fit. We must also arrange for the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I have retained several masters proficient in these disciplines, who can instruct my grandchildren alongside you. Minghua was puzzled, having yet to see Su Shofu's granddaughter. Though my granddaughter is a legitimate daughter, her temperament is rather gentle. She is ill-suited for the political arena, so I have allowed her to study within the confines of our home, rarely venturing outside. Thus, she was not summoned this time. As Su Shofu spoke, his expression remained calm, and his gaze was peculiarly tranquil. Noticing this, Minghua refrained from further inquiries. Jijin offered her a smile and a knowing wink, and although it was their first encounter, Minghua discerned Jijin's unspoken hint. Turning her attention back to Cui Changhe, she found him maintaining a stoic demeanor, devoid of any superfluous expression. Master, I shall proceed to study the Daizhao legal codes. Go ahead. Once you have finished, take a moment to rest. After the banquet, we will continue with the other courses. Su Shofu gestured dismissively. Jijin and Cui Changhe also rose to bid farewell, departing the residence of Su Shofu alongside Minghua. Soon after, a maid stepped forward, taking the initiative to guide them. Miss Xiao, the steward has instructed me to escort you to find Madame Xiao. Your quarters have been arranged in the guest house adjacent to the flower garden, which offers splendid scenery and a view of blooming flowers as soon as you step outside. Upon hearing this, Minghua understood that it was the outer courtyard, not the inner residence, as the latter would never accommodate outsiders so closely to the flower garden, which was meant for the family's enjoyment. Very well. Thank you for your assistance. It is my duty, the maid replied, curtsying respectfully before gesturing. Miss Xiao, please follow me. And Lord Ji and young Master Cui are also welcome. Regardless of whether the two would accompany them, the maid fulfilled her obligations. Jijin and Cui Changhe exchanged glances. With Jijin smiling, there is no need for you to lead the way. I know the place well enough. I shall take the lead. You should prepare some food for Madame Xiao and Minghua. Do not forget the fruits and pastries, and ensure the bath is ready. Yes. Everything will be properly arranged and delivered to the courtyard. The maid stepped aside, clearing the path. Jijin gestured, please, little junior sister. Master brother and second master brother. Please. Minghua took a step back, thinking it inappropriate to walk ahead, as they were not in the realm of cultivation. In that world, hierarchy dictated such matters. Yet even there, she had never put on airs before her seniors. You are too modest, little junior sister. Very well, let us walk together. Have you been comfortable living in the capital? What prompted you to move out? Neither had anticipated her candidness. Chapter 124. Overcoming the reborn girl. Cui Changhe pondered for a moment before speaking. Little junior sister. Residing at Master S residence will ensure your safety and that of your mother. Should you choose to live elsewhere, your security cannot be guaranteed. The little junior sister had just arrived in the capital. What could she possibly know? Jijin carefully explained, our master has offended numerous individuals in court. They fear him and would not dare to act against him directly. Similarly, they would not target me or a second junior brother. However, as a newly initiated disciple, you would become their prime target. Do you understand why? Minghua nodded, acknowledging because my family background is humble, lacking substantial connections. My only support lies with you. Thus, they might surmise that, as a mere novice, I hold no significant status in your eyes, rendering me expendable. You would not risk confronting them for my sake. Should they succeed in harming me, it would serve to diminish your standing, while failing to protect me would appear cowardly, placing you in a dilemma. Precisely. Jijin and Cui Changhe exchanged glances, both surprised by her understanding. It was difficult to fathom that a child raised in a small county could grasp such complexities. The most crucial point was that if you were to perish, they would believe they had extinguished our spirit, leaving us without dignity. Engaging in a major conflict over your safety would be unwarranted, yet failing to defend you would be utterly disgraceful. A true catch. 22. Then, would you confront them on my behalf? Ji-jin solemnly nodded. If that day were to come, regardless of your fate, none of them would be allowed to escape unscathed. Our master has restrained himself considerably over the years. Had it not been so, they would not dare to provoke him. How could someone who holds the position of prime minister be purely benevolent? If he cannot subdue the court ministers, his position remains precarious. That settles it. So what do I have to fear? Ming Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, moreover, my two senior brothers, I possess some rudimentary knowledge of formations. I can set up arrays in the courtyard, and it won't be so easy for them to harm me. You understand formations? Ji-jin inquired, astonished. Cui Changhe opened his mouth in surprise, yet the words retreated before they could escape. What could he possibly say? They had only just met on the first day, and it was far too soon to be so familiar as to inquire about everything. Each person harbors their own secrets, and asking too much may be intrusive. Ming Xiao grinned, lifting her hand with her thumb pinching the tip of her other thumb, and said, Well, I know a little. Goodness, that's impressive. Ji-jin beamed and asked, Where did you learn about formations? Could you share with us? Curious, are you?
Yin nodded eagerly. Well,
I suppose I can share a bit, Ming Xiao replied, swaying her head playfully under their expectant gazes. I happened upon a book on the subject by chance. As for how I acquired it, that's a story for another time. You wouldn't be able to find it anyway. It's not particularly difficult, with adequate resources, an understanding of the principles, and the ability to utilize the surrounding environment. One can set up formations anytime, anywhere. My master is a giant in the field of formations, and through observation and listening I have learned a few superficial skills. Ji-jin's expression turned resigned, while Cui Changhe couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head in rare amusement, the little girl was quite entertaining, and after being led around in circles, they realized they had been playfully teased by a young girl. Ming Xiao cleared her throat gently and spoke at a leisurely pace. Do not inquire whether that book still exists. The answer is undoubtedly in the negative. However, I can recite the contents from memory. If you wish to see it, I can transcribe a copy for you to take and study. That would be rather embarrassing. Ji-jin replied, her curiosity piqued. There is no need for embarrassment. Consider it a token of my gratitude. There will surely be occasions when I will require your assistance in the future, and I trust you will not find me bothersome. Of course not. You are our beloved junior sister. We could never disdain you. Ji-jin vowed earnestly. Cui Changhe nodded in agreement. Ming Xiao smiled brightly and said, Very well then. The art of formations is vast and profound. What I know is but a mere fraction. You have a fortunate fate, junior sister, Ji-jin praised, raising her thumb in admiration. If not now, then when should we express our admiration? But tell me, is the formation truly that extraordinary? Once we reach the courtyard, I shall demonstrate a simple confinement formation for you. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Ji-jin and Cui Changhe eagerly led her to the guest house, where they first paid their respects to Xiao Leshi. Ming Xiao guided the two into the courtyard, casually collecting a few small stones. Infusing them with a modicum of spiritual energy, she calculated the formation's positioning and scattered the stones around the entrance of the courtyard. Though the stones appeared haphazardly placed, the entrance showed no visible change. Stepping back a pace, Ming Xiao calmly said, You too may enter and give it a try. Is this truly sufficient? Whether it works or not, you will discover for yourselves. A mischievous glint sparkled in her starry eyes. Outside the formation, Ming Xiao observed as the two clumsily wandered in circles within the confines of the stones, resembling fools. When they could no longer withstand the intricate maneuvers, Ming Xiao dismantled the stones, causing the formation to abruptly falter. Ji Jin and Cui Changhe exchanged bewildered glances, only to awaken to realization upon turning to face Ming Xiao. "Junior sister, you are impressive," Ji Jin exclaimed, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. Cui Changhe added, "Junior sister, your mastery of this formation is commendable. It is indeed a formidable asset on the battlefield. Are you certain you wish to transcribe the contents of the book for us?" "Once I promise, I shall deliver," she responded with a grand flourish, though what she offered was merely the most rudimentary knowledge. Whether they could grasp it remained uncertain. In her world of cultivation, one's progress was solely reliant on individual effort. The extent of learning hinged entirely on the insights gleaned from their master's teachings, with little resemblance to the so-called books of today. However, the formation employed by the junior sister was entirely unlike what they had previously comprehended. "Young master, young master." The servants from both families approached at the door, calling out. Cui Changhe suppressed the astonishment rising within him, gesturing for the attendant to refrain from calling out. He then turned to Ji Jin. "Master brother, let's keep our junior sister's affairs discreet for the time being." Indeed, our junior sister possesses an astonishing level of intelligence, even managing to adeptly wield that peculiar device, Ji Jin mused. After sending off Cui Changhe, he stood in contemplation, pondering what splendid gift to bestow upon his junior sister as a token of appreciation. Assisted by the attendant, he was helped into the carriage, where the servant poured him a cup of tea. "Young master, please enjoy a cup of tea."
"Leave it be," he replied.
Jin Si pondered for a long time, but could not think of an appropriate gift. Chang Sheng, his master, had recently taken on a closed-door disciple, a charming little junior sister. She was delightful, an avid reader, and a remarkably intelligent young lady. What should he present to her as a token of their first meeting? Chapter 125. Overcoming the reborn girl. Whatever the young master chooses, she will surely cherish it. As the young master of the esteemed Ji family in the capital, many sought to curry favor with him. "Very well, young master." Chang Sheng fell silent, aware that sometimes his thoughts did not align with those of the young master. Fortunately, his loyalty remained unwavering, and the young master had never contemplated sending him away. Upon returning to the Ji residence, Ji Jin made his way directly to the rear courtyard, where the matriarch was currently receiving guests. The lady of the house and the other female relatives were present. Ji Jin paused outside the door for a moment, instructing a maid not to announce his arrival, before turning to wait in the ladies' courtyard. With so many female relatives inside, despite being family, certain decorum must be observed. Should he wish to enter, it would necessitate a formal announcement. Young master did not speak. The maid acknowledged. "Yes, mother, I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your time. Sisters-in-law, I shall proceed first." "Safe travels, elder sister-in-law." The family members rose in unison, exchanging greetings in accordance with their status and seniority, embodying a harmonious familial atmosphere. "What are you daydreaming about?" Ji Jin sipped his tea, placing it before him, and spoke slowly. "Mother, I wish to present a gift to a young lady, but I am uncertain of what to choose. She is exceptionally bright, deeply passionate about literature, eloquent, charming, and utterly delightful." The repetition of very caught the attention of the matriarch. "Is she someone you hold affection for?" Shaking her head, "No, mother. Where are your thoughts wandering? It is my master who has taken on a closed-door disciple, a young girl whose greatest passion lies in reading. She is remarkably studious and, in short, possesses a brilliance that sets her apart from the vast majority of girls in this world." She further insisted that it was not merely affection. Such high praise could not stem from anything less than admiration, a notion she struggled to accept. Ji Jin, with a hint of exasperation, clarified, "She is merely a little over 7 years old. Please do not overthink this. My interests do not align with such peculiarities." The matron sighed in relief. "Regarding your marriage, your father has long had plans. Do not stir up unnecessary rumors. Gigi nodded. I am aware, you have mentioned this before. My marriage is not within my control. I will heed your and father's wishes. Being born into a clan, one enjoys the privileges it offers, yet must also bear certain losses. As long as you and father deem the person suitable, I shall proceed with the union. But let us not dwell on this matter now, mother. What do you think would be an appropriate gift for our first meeting? The matron began to ponder deeply, considering fabrics, jewelry, inkstones, books, and calligraphy. Did you not mention that the young girl is quite fond of reading? A gift of an inkstone and some books would suffice. However, my junior sister would not accept such items, and besides, what book does my master lack? Do not underestimate his collection. There are volumes he has yet to peruse. The G family possesses everything, save for the strictly confidential texts that are kept private. My master has all that is available. I wish to present something more novel. Something novel? The matron's worry resurfaced. Is this little girl truly only just over 7? Mother. All right, I shall cease my inquiries. With a resigned sigh, she reflected on the rapidly approaching day of her son's coronation. She found herself increasingly vigilant, realizing that rather than seeking novelty, it would be wiser to discern what the young lady truly desired. A gift must reach the recipient's heart, impulsively offering what one considers valuable, only to discover the recipient's indifference, would indeed be a source of annoyance. The greatest faux pas in gifting is to miss the mark, especially with those one holds dear. I understand, mother, she acknowledged. My junior sister wishes to purchase a residence in the capital. I shall send someone to inquire. Ji Jin's eyes sparkled momentarily, then hesitated as she recalled her master had also agreed to assist Ming Hua. Yet, she reasoned, her master was also showing properties to her junior sister. The matron chuckled. Your master's choices are his own. Yours are yours. If nothing else, once your master has finished selecting suitable options, you could simply acquire the neighboring property after your junior sister makes her decision. A larger estate would be no burden. Ah, so she is newly arrived in the capital. That simplifies matters considerably. A child just settling in would desire a home, and presenting her with the deed to a residence would suffice. Ji Jin shook her head. That would not do, mother. My junior sister would never accept such a lavish gift.
Is that so?
Then it appears the young lady possesses principles. She may take it for now, and once she is financially stable, she can purchase it from you. Or, she could owe you and gradually repay. Ji Jin's eyes gleamed with renewed excitement, her expression animated. You are absolutely right. That is precisely the course we shall pursue. Not feeling weary, I decided to first inquire about suitable residences around my master, mindful that excessively expensive or overly large properties would not be feasible. My younger apprentice, newly arrived in the capital, certainly lacked sufficient funds. Therefore, I resolved to seek out appropriate options. To this end, I instructed my diligent servant to inquire energetically about any available houses for sale in the vicinity while also keeping a close watch on the associates of Minister Su. Once a suitable dwelling was identified, I would promptly secure the adjacent properties. This endeavor occupied me for 3 days, during which time I did not accompany Cui Changhe to meet Ming Hua. On the 4th day, Minister Su brought Ming Hua to view a small courtyard located merely 2 streets away from the ministerial residence. Though it was referred to as a small courtyard, it was, in fact, a 2-entry compound. The asking price was 8,000 taels, which was certainly beyond Ming Hua's means. Yet, Minister Su graciously advanced a portion to alleviate the immediate financial burden. Nevertheless, this still left Ming Hua in a state of anxiety. Initially, she had calculated that 2,000 taels would suffice, but the allure of the 2-entry courtyard was undeniable. Its feng shui and ambience were exceptional, rendering it an ideal haven for the elderly. The courtyard provided ample space for gardening and raising chickens or ducks, complete with a pond. Most importantly, it featured a flowing waterway, symbolizing vitality. When arranged harmoniously, It could not only enhance the prosperity of the household, but also nourish the residents within. After much contemplation, she resolved to borrow money to secure the property. For the sake of her family, she was confident that the borrowed sum could eventually be repaid. After all, the market in the capital would undoubtedly yield greater sales than in the county, and settling her debts was merely a matter of time. Within her fateful talisman lay treasures of considerable value, yet she was unable to sell them. In the future, the number of those who would keep watch over her would only increase, compelling her to act with utmost caution in her state of powerlessness. Chapter 126. Overcoming the reborn girl upon receiving the land deed. Ming Xiao cast a glance at the document, astonished to find her name inscribed upon it. Convention dictated that an unmarried daughter could not possess private property, yet her master had miraculously arranged this for her. Master, is it permissible for my name to be written here? What possible issue could arise? Su Shofu replied nonchalantly, the funds were advanced by me, and I had no intention of expecting repayment. Consider it a gift from me to you as a token of apprenticeship. I was rather hurried during the tea ceremony and failed to prepare a satisfactory gift. Ming Xiao pondered, shouldn't the apprentice be the one to present the gift? Before she could dwell on her confusion for long, Su Shofu continued, among our disciples, there are both affluent and modestly situated individuals. Naturally, the children of wealthy families are expected to offer a gift to their master. However, for someone of your humble background, I would feel remiss to accept anything. How piercing! Yet there was a semblance of truth in his words. Accepting gifts from affluent disciples bore no guilt, while the offerings from those less fortunate were imbued with heartfelt sentiment. How could one compare to the previous senior apprentices? It seemed wholly inappropriate. Ji Jin chimed in, little junior sister. Our master established this rule long ago and has shared it with us. Those who are well off may present gifts freely, while those in need may leave their offerings unaccepted, for our master finds it difficult to accept from those who struggle. Fortunately, my fellow apprentices all found it feasible, thus the custom has been perpetuated. Your second senior brother hails from a prestigious lineage, yet he is a son born out of wedlock, receiving only a modest monthly allowance. Consequently, when he became an apprentice, the master did not accept his initiation fee, but instead bestowed upon him a significant gift, liberating him from his previous circumstances. As for the nature of this grand gift, he has chosen to keep it undisclosed. Moreover, I too possess a token of our meeting to present to you. Ji Jin retrieved a small purse from within his garments and offered it, a gift from the master that I have chosen to include. I was uncertain what would serve as an appropriate initial gift for you. Taking advantage of the master's generosity, I decided to also provide the property deed, thereby alleviating any future complications. May I open it to take a look? As she held the purse, its lightness did not suggest it contained something of little worth. On the contrary, anything deemed worthy of being gifted by Ji Jin must hold considerable value. Ji Jin nodded, nonchalantly stating that if it is given to you, it belongs to you. Ming Xiao, while unraveling the purse, glanced up at him and pulled out a piece of paper, examining it intently. It was yet another land deed, adjacent to the courtyard purchased by the master, potentially allowing for the creation of a larger estate. The signature read, Xiao Ming Xiao. Once again her name was inscribed. How convenient it is to wield power in ancient times. The master, along with the elder brother, reminded her that the law dictates that minors cannot possess private property. Should this be discovered, it could serve as a lever against her. Su Shofu, considering the naivety of a young lady unfamiliar with the intricacies of the officialdom, inquired, What am I to you, master? She exclaimed. A master is akin to a father, is he not? Indeed, is that not so? Su Shofu, isn't it reasonable? I am like a father to you. Could I not gift you a residence and have it registered in your name? Is there any law stating that a father's gift, with the elder's consent, cannot be recorded in a child's name? Ming Xiao hesitated and shook her head.
No.
There isn't. Then it is permissible, Su Shofu replied with exasperation. You, a mere child, are worrying excessively. At your tender age, you ought to be carefree and let your parents handle any concerns. Why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? It seemed perhaps he had a point. Ming Hua ceased to argue and inquired, What about my senior brother? Do you know that gifts from outsiders do not conform to familial customs?
I do not know.
It is not written in the law. Su Shofu cast a glance at his two disciples, then leaned back and sipped his tea. Cui Changhe began to elucidate. In the capital, there exists an unwritten rule. Gifts from outsiders cannot be seized by force, not even by family members. In case of disputes, as long as the giver is willing to testify, the gift is valid. Is that so? That seems contrary to the law. Ji Jin interjected to clarify. Indeed, that is correct. After all, if someone has a good relationship with another and wishes to give a gift, who is to object? Conversely, if someone has purchased a gift for another and that person's family seeks to claim it as their own, is that not akin to coercion? Ultimately, it is the funds of another, not those of their family. Thus, regulations are regulations, and there are indeed loopholes to exploit. One should not be overly honest. For who does not desire to leave a path for oneself? Ji Jin crouched down and whispered to her. Even the senior brother possesses private assets, and quite a considerable amount. Most are gifts bestowed in the name of our master, and your second senior brother is no exception. You shall grow accustomed to this in due course. Very well. In ancient times, the practice of apprenticeship rendered a master akin to a father and a disciple to a child. It is a reflection of societal norms and human relationships, and no one dares to challenge it. The master is not lacking in resources. The senior brother is equally well off. Ming Hua paid them no mind, clutching two land deeds as she hurried towards the guest house. Sitting on a stool, Xiao Lusher was busy knitting and, as she rose, inquired, You've arrived. Are you hungry? Xiao Lusher settled back onto the stone bench, shaking her head with a light chuckle. This child has become quite spirited since coming to the capital. I wonder how the matters regarding the residents are progressing. She had not visited the house, as she lacked understanding in such matters. She did not wish to embarrass her daughter, trusting that with Minister Su's involvement, her daughter would not be assigned an inferior dwelling.
Ding.
I require 3 items that are not overly extravagant. Do we possess such in our space? Perhaps something life-saving, or that could enhance physical constitution.
Ding.
Never mind. I shall inspect it personally. Closing her eyes, her consciousness entered the internal space of the small bell, which was remarkably spacious. Various items were scattered about. Ming Hua rummaged through them, retrieving only those that could be utilized by individuals of profound cultivation, as ordinary people would surely explode upon consumption due to their inability to absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy. After rummaging for a while, she stumbled upon a small jade box. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained ethereal spirit fruits. This one is perfect for you. However, she wondered how this item had found its way into her space, which was predominantly filled with innate-level spiritual objects. Never mind. She couldn't recall. Perhaps it was a gift from some junior disciple. Chapter 127. Overcoming the reincarnated girl 56, she wrapped 3 seemingly underdeveloped spirit fruits in a piece of cloth and placed them inside. It wasn't that she didn't wish to choose more aesthetically pleasing ones. Rather, the more attractive fruits possessed stronger spiritual energy. She feared that the 3 of them might not be able to handle it and could end up with stomachaches. Such drastic changes could pose difficulties for her. Mother, I'm heading to Master S' place. Like the wind, she dashed off, leaving Xiao Lu unable to inquire about her errands, only able to shake her head in resignation. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy. Since her daughter had arrived in the capital, her demeanor had brightened considerably. Previously, she often behaved like a little adult, with only rare moments of childlike innocence. She even began to suspect that her daughter had been swapped. However, the birthmark on her daughter's body remained. making it impossible for anyone to have replaced her. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Seeing her sprinting at such a pace made Su Shofu's brows furrow with concern. Yet, Jijin and Cui Changhe were not worried. Children naturally grow by running and jumping. Occasional tumbles are perfectly normal and would teach her to be more cautious in the future. If Ming Hua were to know, she would surely hide the spirit fruits from them.
Master.
She rushed to the table and placed the cloth bundle upon it. Jijin and Cui Changhe leaned in closer, standing beside her and peering down to take a look. Su, the prime minister, was intrigued by what kind of precious item could make his young disciple treasure it so dearly. Ming Hua carefully opened the package, and an extraordinary fragrance of fruit wafted out. Su instinctively inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of comfort and ease. What a remarkable treasure! Jijin and Cui Changhe, standing a bit closer, were even more profoundly affected. The long-suppressed emotions within them dissipated instantly upon catching the scent of the fruit. They nodded in unison and turned their attention back to Ming Hua. Junior sister, where did you acquire this delightful item? It appears remarkably fresh. It was given to me by an elderly vagabond from my hometown. I inadvertently helped him with a small favor, and in return, he gifted me a bag of fruit. Quite a substantial amount, about 7 or 8 pieces. I tasted one. It was somewhat sour and sweet, with a hint of bitterness. Not particularly palatable, however. It is beneficial for one's health. Her explanation was vague, seeming to clarify while ultimately conveying little of substance. Su picked up a piece of fruit, examining it for a moment before asking, "Do your parents know about this?" "No, I haven't shared it with them yet. However, the fruit appears to be intact, having been stored for quite some time, and still looks this way." Ming Hua replied earnestly, "Master, I have set some aside for my parents. When the time is right, I will ensure they get to taste it." Su gazed at the fruit in his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. His initial intention was merely to assist his disciple by offering her a place to stay, yet she was willingly presenting such a precious gift in return. Is she truly going to give this to us? Just by inhaling its fragrance, one can discern its value. Consuming it would undoubtedly confer even greater benefits to one's health. Yet, it is far too precious, an invaluable treasure, something he had never encountered in his many years of life. Ming Hua smiled sweetly and said, "Master, consuming this will undoubtedly benefit your health. As for the eldest and second senior brothers, while I observe that the eldest brother appears robust, his complexion is somewhat pale, likely a consequence of congenital deficiencies. Despite his subsequent dedication to physical training, the foundation laid during his childhood remains compromised. The second senior brother struggles with various hidden ailments. I believe that consuming this fruit should lead to some improvement." Jijin paused momentarily, recalling his own frail constitution in childhood. His father had engaged an archery instructor when he was merely 3, aiming to bolster his physical condition. Gradually, his health improved, yet he could not endure prolonged periods of riding or archery, his physique not comparable to that of seasoned martial artists. "Are you skilled in medicine?" he inquired. "Not at all. However, I have perused a couple of texts on the subject. I possess a smattering of knowledge," Ming Hua replied, playfully winking. Cui Changhe pinched his fingers thoughtfully. His childhood had been marred by his mother's unjust demise, leading to a life of hardship within the inner chambers. Although born a young master, he lived in a manner inferior to that of the servants. Fortunately, an elderly caretaker in the household took pity on him, providing some degree of care, which afforded him the opportunity to grow and seek guidance from esteemed mentors. Ultimately, his master's initial gift to him was evidence of his mother's wrongful suffering. He presented this evidence to his father. Yet the latter failed to bring the true perpetrator to justice, instead elevating Cui Changhe's status within the family. Out of guilt, his father discreetly offered some financial support over the years, relying mostly on his monthly allowance to sustain himself. Despite these challenges, he gradually eclipsed the standing of his legitimate mother's son. Just wait, he thought, until I have achieved mastery. Yet, he was acutely aware of the toll his frail body had taken, despite his master's subsequent efforts to seek renowned physicians for his recovery. The roots of his afflictions remained deeply entrenched. The esteemed physician once remarked that, barring any extraordinary circumstances, he would not survive past the age of 40. This insight elucidates the master's disdain for the Cui family. Su Shofu extended a fruit to his second disciple. Changhe, please partake. Master, Cui Changhe responded, visibly moved. Do eat. There is more here. If it is insufficient, I shall offer you mine, Su Shofu added, his gaze towards his disciple imbued with anticipation. Cui Changhe possessed a solid foundation of knowledge and sufficient cunning, making him well-suited for the intrigues of the court. Should he gain control over the Cui family, it would be an ideal circumstance. Thank you, Master. I am deeply honored, he replied, a hint of remorse in his voice. Ji Jin gently patted his arm. Do eat. If it is not enough, you may have mine as well. After all, as long as I remain in good health, I am likely to live to a ripe old age of 70 or 80. Senior brother, Cui Changhe interjected, there is no need for such generosity. One is ample for me. I have consumed one, and my health has been remarkable. I have not fallen ill in the past 2 years. My mind is clear in my studies, and I have no trouble walking or climbing. While it was true that his well-being was not solely attributed to the fruit, it was essential to provide reassurance to the trio. Cui Changhe took the fruit, his eyes glistening, and consumed it bite by bite. Eventually, even the pit dissolved into liquid as it slid down his throat. Ji Jin and Su Shofu observed in astonishment, and upon seeing that Cui Changhe exhibited no signs of discomfort, they felt a sense of relief. However, beneath the surface, the remnants of past injuries throbbed with excruciating pain, compelling Cui Changhe to stifle any groan that threatened to escape his lips. Su Shofu and Ji Jin watched him intently, their concern palpable. Yet they refrained from voicing their inquiries. The excruciating pain persisted for an hour, gradually subsiding until it eventually vanished. Cui Changhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and touched the bruised area, feeling the uncomfortable stickiness of his clothing. Master, senior brother, the effects are remarkable. I can sense a newfound lightness in my body, and it seems as though something has been expelled. These areas of discomfort are quite bothersome, he remarked, gesturing towards the bruised spots. Su Shofu, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement, indicating that the prolonged tension had rendered the muscles unable to relax momentarily. Ji Jin, feeling somewhat better, joyfully embraced him. Dear senior brother, it is truly wonderful that you can recover. We owe it all to junior sister. Thank you, junior sister. Su Shofu nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that mutual exchanges among siblings foster closeness. It brings me great joy that you, as siblings, understand this principle. Ji Jin, you should take the other one. Certainly, master. Ji Jin swiftly consumed another pill, the seed transforming into liquid as it descended his throat. He began to comprehend the sensation Cui Changhe had experienced. The sudden sharp pain at the site of the ailment was intense, yet his own body bore fewer bruises, and the discomfort eased after a brief while. No expulsion occurred. Rather, the medicinal effects were gently nourishing his body. Chapter 128. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 57. How do you feel? Su Shofu's gaze held concern, his expression unyielding as he had cultivated the habit of concealing his emotions. Master, I feel remarkably well. My body feels significantly lighter. The meridians throughout are cool and comfortable, with the medicine continuously exerting its effects. It is truly wonderful. He raised his hand to touch his chest, feeling a newfound comfort that had long eluded him, previously overshadowed by an oppressive weight. He had merely attributed it to excessive worry, yet now his body felt an unparalleled lightness and ease. Cui Changhe smiled, extending his congratulations to the senior brother. Senior brother, I congratulate you on your recovery, Minghua said with a smile. Only those who have suffered from illness can truly comprehend the significance of possessing a healthy body. Congratulations indeed, Ji Jin exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. We owe a debt of gratitude to our junior sister for generously sharing such a precious gift with us. Minghua beamed sweetly, her smile both charming and demure. If it weren't for the kindness of our master and brothers, I would not have dared to bring it forth. Su Shofu and the others understood that the 3 fruits were far from ordinary. They likely did not even belong to the realm of mortals. It was a testament to her abundant fortune, from which they all benefited. Reflecting on her fortuitous journey from the countryside to the capital, it seemed remarkably smooth, with constant support along the way. We must keep the matter of the fruits confidential. I shall consume one shortly. Let us consider the fruits as if they had never existed. In the future, we must treat our junior sister even better, for she has saved your lives. The 3 fruits remained in her possession, and she occasionally indulged in one, yet her willingness to share exemplified a generosity and bond that even he could not match. Ji Jin raised 3 fingers in a vow. Master, rest assured, my junior sister's affair shall be my own. Should I betray this oath, I shall meet a terrible demise. Cui Changhe echoed the same vow. Envisioning a future where he could provide more support for their junior sister, once he claimed the Cui family as fortune. I too. Ji Jin busily echoed his sentiments. Cui Changhe's smile subtly lifted, only to be quickly subdued once more. Shortly, I shall send some gold and silver ornaments to my junior apprentice. The young girl is at the delightful age of adornment, where garments and jewelry are indispensable. No need for that. Your Grandmaster has already prepared an ample collection of clothing and accessories for Minghua, which will be delivered today. Later, I shall instruct the steward to have them brought to your courtyard, Su Shofu concluded, sending his 3 disciples away and sitting alone in his study, gazing pensively at the solitary fruit on the table. His health remained relatively sound, having been well maintained over the years without significant issues. The sole concern was that with advancing age, he increasingly felt his vitality waning. Often in the court, he found himself apathetic towards affairs, sensing a disparity between his intentions and his capabilities. He picked up the fruit and savored it thoughtfully. It was somewhat tart and astringent, not particularly palatable. Yet, with each bite, the flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a spiritual essence that cascaded down his throat. Years of throat ailments had been remedied, and there were notable improvements in his gastrointestinal health. He finished the fruit in a few bites, even consuming the pit, feeling enveloped in a warmth and comfort reminiscent of gestation. Both his internal energy and vitality seemed to have been restored, as some dark impurities within him were expelled. Someone is here, Master. A servant stood outside, awaiting instructions. Prepare hot water.
Yes,
Su Shofu added, and summon the steward as well. Understood, Master. A servant dashed out of the courtyard, first calling for the steward and then heading to the kitchen to request hot water. By the time the steward arrived, Su Shofu had already begun his bath, leaving the steward to wait outside. Su Shofu thoroughly cleansed himself, having changed the water twice before achieving cleanliness. Dressed in fresh attire, he dried his hair with a towel and summoned the steward. Master, the steward, his hair graying, stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. Have the items sent from the residence been delivered to the young lady? The steward shook his head. Not yet, but I shall arrange for their immediate delivery. Very well. For tomorrow's banquet, ensure that the maidservants attend to Minghua's appearance meticulously and send 2 capable and reliable individuals from each household. The contract of sale must be delivered directly to Minghua without passing through anyone else's hands. Understood. I will attend to this matter at once. The dark spots expelled from his body were likely accumulated toxins. Among these toxins lay the poisons that had remained within him for years, which he truly appreciated that girl for allowing him to maintain his position in the court for an additional 20 years. Those 20 years were ample time for her to mature. After the steward departed, he first reported to the young mistress in the back courtyard. Do not inquire further. It is known that the mistress has already left. Currently, the household is managed by the two wives of the eldest and second young masters, who strive for fairness by not allowing the eldest son and daughter-in-law to govern alone. The two young mistresses were relatively harmonious. Having swiftly dealt with the contracts of sale before sending the steward on his way, they sat together engaged in casual conversation. Big sister-in-law, why do you think our father-in-law has taken on a new female disciple? How much wisdom can one possess? A girl is raised only to be married. If her parents are willing to invest effort in her cultivation, why must our father-in-law join in on the fuss? The speaker was Tianshi, the second young mistress of the Su family, with a round face and a slightly plump figure. Her tone was laced with disdain, likely a byproduct of her noble lineage. The eldest mistress, Min, leisurely sipped her tea, choosing to remain silent. Madame Tian continued, the world is truly in disarray now, with women rising to power. Silence. Madame Min abruptly shifted her posture, rebuking her sternly. She glanced left and right, then rose to peer outside the door, ensuring no one was present before feeling relieved. If you have a death wish, seek a divorce first. Do not implicate the Su and Min families. Madame Tian pouted, ultimately ceasing her discourse on the topic of women. Fine, I won't speak of it. However, isn't father-in-law being excessively kind to that MASU-MANHUA? And her mother resides in our mansion as well, without any decorum, casually dwelling in another's residence, never even bothering to pay her respects. Madame Min then retorted, could you even bear her paying respects to you? Minghua is our contemporary, and her mother is of the same generation as father-in-law. If we were to be fastidious, it would be us paying respects to her. How could you utter such undisciplined words? A slap in the face brooks no delay, arriving instantly. Eldest sister-in-law, why are you defending them? She indignantly resumed. Xiao Minghua is merely a young lady. Yet look, he's lending her money to buy a house, sending servants over, even transferring the servants' deeds of indenture. If she succeeds in her studies, will our children still have a chance? All the resources will be monopolized by those three. Chapter 129. Overthrowing the reborn woman. 58 among the three are Jijin and Cui Changhe. Madame Min, at the end of her tether, cast her a scornful glance. What intellect do your two sons possess? Are you unaware? My two are slightly better, but not by much. You must recognize your limitations. Why do you think father-in-law is doing all this? Firstly, the elder cherishes talent. Secondly, he is considering the future of our Su family. In recent years, the offspring of the Su family have been increasingly disappointing, failing in their studies and lacking in martial prowess. With neither literary nor martial accomplishments, what prospects do they hold for the future? Once our father-in-law departs and we, as parents, are no longer here, what will become of them? Will they gradually descend into destitution? Tian could scarcely believe it, her pupils constricting as she shook her head repeatedly.
Impossible.
My maternal family would never neglect them, and their cousins would certainly look after them. I still possess a dowry, which will eventually belong to them. She dared not mention the Su family's wealth, fearing further rebuke from her sister-in-law. The two sisters-in-law, one sharp and the other somewhat naive, complemented each other in their own ways. To ensure fairness, Su Shofu had them jointly manage the household, enabling them to understand the family's tangible assets while also keeping them in check. One was shrewd, the other not. The astute one would always have to indulge the less discerning. In the past, Tian had often clashed with Min, only to be subdued after a few encounters. What good is wealth if one observes the dismal fates of those affluent youths in the capital? Possessing riches without power and lacking guardianship leaves one vulnerable to exploitation. As long as our father-in-law nurtures Jijin, Cui Changhe, and Xiao Minghua, should any of them achieve success, no one would dare to encroach upon the Su family's descendants. The bond between a master and disciple is not merely a saying, it is a genuine connection. Even a disciple's misdeeds could implicate the master during sentencing. This reality was too much for Tian to bear. Min would not indulge her. The elder's intentions are entirely lost on you. It is no wonder that those outside perceive you as foolish. Fortunately, you did not bear a daughter, otherwise, no one would dare to seek her hand in marriage. Sister-in-law, calling out to you is futile. If you do not comprehend, it is best to listen obediently. What is the need for so many words? A loquacious tongue only serves to irk others. You've been at odds with the Tian family since your youth, and even in your advancing years. You show no desire to change. After all, Tian often behaves foolishly, and it is uncomfortable not to confront her every now and then. Encourage your two sons to cultivate a closer bond with Ming Xiao and refrain from speaking nonsense in their presence. Ming Xiao has yet to rise. Establishing good relations now will foster affection, ensuring they look after each other in the future. Should you cause them to drift apart, when we are gone, who will care for them? I cannot expect much from my two sons. Do not place your hopes there. Were it not for the family, I would not bother with such trivialities. However, encountering a sister-in-law with a mind prone to obstinacy reflects poorly on the Su family. Spare me your notions. If you do not abandon them, I shall speak directly to the elder. Min was taken aback by her audacity. What sort of behavior is this? Thankfully, she is merely a sister-in-law. Had she been a mother-in-law, one could very well be driven to despair. I wonder how the Tian family raised their daughters, both foolish and muddled, yet incapable of grasping the situation. The Su family maintains strict discipline, managing to preserve a semblance of reputation despite the foolishness displayed. Had they encountered a more lenient household, their family name would have been tarnished. Sister-in-law, why have you singled me out today? Min showed no inclination to engage with her. In any case, control the thoughts in your mind, lest they seep out, for if your father-in-law were to become enraged, you would find it impossible to contain the fallout. Having conveyed this, she departed, for staying any longer would have been infuriating. Tian was seething with indignation. What was there to flaunt? She, Xiao Minghua, was merely a scholar from a humble locale, possessing nothing of significance. Were it not for her apprenticeship under the esteemed elder, who would have known of her existence, her son's desire to marry her was her fortune. She could hardly believe it. Having shared intimate moments, how could she possibly escape now? Tian was undeterred. While Minghua remained completely oblivious, meticulously sorting through the items delivered by the steward. She had also received the contracts for the servitude of 11 individuals from 2 families. Steward, has my master given any specific instructions regarding these contracts? She inquired. The steward smiled and shook his head, stating that the master had merely instructed him to deliver the contracts and the individuals to her. Oh, Minghua replied, accepting the contracts with a clear conscience. The spiritual fruits were exclusive to the realm of cultivation and non-existent in this world. While they held little value in the cultivation realm, they were treasures beyond reach here. If one were to sell them, they would fetch a price calculated in gold, yet even then, acquiring them would not be guaranteed. Thus, she accepted both the property and the individuals. Thank you for making the trip, dear steward. I shall take them to my residence to have a look. Please prepare everything swiftly, as we shall move out after the banquet. Minghua had her plan set, while Xiao Leshi listened with a smile. Once the steward was sent away, Xiao Leshi inquired, "We are acquiring both property and people. Is this not rather embarrassing? It is of no consequence. I previously gifted a valuable item to my master, and this shall be regarded as his recompense. I also presented offerings to my elder and second senior brothers. The elder brother has bestowed upon me a residence, adjacent to our own, which, upon uniting, has considerably expanded our living space." Xiao Leshi was perplexed, pondering what could possibly hold such immense value. Although she was unaware of the nature of the estate, she understood that properties in the capital could never be inexpensive. In any case, it is a fine acquisition. Once the residence is arranged, we shall write to father. During the Academy's holiday, I shall invite father to bring grandfather, grandmother, and my brothers to visit the capital. I wish to say little more. My parents are in good health, and I do not intend to reveal the existence of the spiritual fruit at this juncture. As for the gifts to my master and senior brothers, they have sworn to keep it a secret. During my cultivation, I have amassed considerable fortune and merit. Thus my journey through these two realms has been relatively smooth. I have encountered few malevolent individuals, and I fear them not. Nevertheless, you are a discerning child. My inquiries may have irked you. Should you have matters to discuss, do not hesitate to confide in me. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall always protect you. Yet, despite my assurances, Xiao Leshi remained uneasy. Ming Xiao replied, "Mother, I shall not wrong others, and neither shall I allow others to wrong me. This is all you need to understand. Moreover, my master and brothers are not naive. How many times can they be taken advantage of? You and father have often taught me to look towards the long term. It is merely 2 residences. They shall not lead me to jeopardize my future. I will not take petty advantages, hence I have offered the spiritual fruit. As recompense for the residence, and as for the 2 senior brothers, it was initially incidental. Later, the eldest brother also provided a dwelling, so the fruit could fully serve as compensation." Chapter 130. Overthrowing the reborn woman 59. After a brief interlude, the steward returned, this time escorting 2 households, each member bearing a substantial bundle. Miss Ming Xiao, the individuals have been delivered. They now bear the Su surname, and their deeds of indenture are in your possession. You have the prerogative to alter their surnames. Such was the custom of servants in ancient times. Many lacking even a surname, those with surnames predominantly adopted that of their master, who held the power to revoke it without recourse. The steward conveyed this to the newly arrived households, affirming that their indenture now belonged to Xiao Minghua, and their fate rested solely upon her discretion. Secondly, he informed Minghua of her authority over them. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Steward. While there is time, I shall take them to settle in the new residence, and the purchases must be organized." Having moved out of the Prime Minister's estate and established a home, preparations are in order. The steward nodded in acknowledgement and departed. "Mother, perhaps you would like to inspect the premises or even reside there directly. Following the banquet my master is hosting for me tomorrow, we shall also be moving out." Minghua inquired of her mother's preference, acknowledging that residing in another's home, however hospitable, could not compare to the comfort of one's own abode.
Xiao Leshi responded,
"Then I shall move there first. However, are you certain you will be all right here alone? Indeed, you need not worry. With my master here, no one would dare treat me with disrespect." The esteemed Lord Jingda graciously bestowed 2 servants upon her, a testament to the high regard that Minister Su held for his young disciple. Those with a modicum of discernment would refrain from seeking out discomfort. "Very well. I shall gather my belongings. Please inform me which items you wish to take along. You may leave behind the attire for tomorrow." "Ah, yes. I must bid farewell to your master." Madame Xiao hurriedly busied herself, organizing for the better part of an hour. During this time, she meticulously selected the garments that Minghua would wear, ultimately leaving her with but a single outfit suitable for receiving guests on the morrow. The attire commissioned by the lord of the estate was crafted from the finest materials, each piece unparalleled in quality. Madame Xiao cherished these garments dearly. Reluctant to handle them too roughly, she understood that it was her daughter's accomplishments that had led to this moment. The 2 sons at home also needed diligent oversight, and once they relocated, Minghua would write to remind her husband to take care and return to the capital for a family reunion. She first entrusted the belongings to the servants and then guided her mother to meet with her master. With a mere glance from Minghua, the servants respectfully stepped forward to retrieve the items at Madame Zhao's feet. Minghua led the group out of the guest courtyard, instructing the servants to wait at the estate's entrance. She accompanied her mother to bid farewell to Minister Su. Upon grasping Minghua's intentions, Minister Su had already surmised that with their residence secured, Madame Xiao would soon relocate, taking her young apprentice with her. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he remarked that the move was indeed beneficial. Only once Minghua was settled could she truly focus on her studies. Madame Xiao, do attend to your matters. I shall not detain you further, he concluded. Not at all, Minister Su. You are occupied. I shall take my leave, Madame Xiao replied with humility. Minghua performed a respectful bow and exited the study of the Minister Su alongside Madame Xiao. Upon leaving the courtyard, Madame Xiao discreetly wiped her brow, reflecting on the formidable presence of Minghua's master, as she felt too intimidated to utter a word even from 10 paces away. Sanya, be sure to learn well from your master, she advised. I will, mother, came the response. Upon reaching the gate, they met with the servants from the other branch of the family and exited the minister's residence without summoning a carriage. Instead, they walked together, with Madame Xiao explaining the various houses and routes along the way. After traversing 2 streets, they halted before a courtyard with 2 entrances. The plaque had been replaced with the characters of the Xiao family, and a large lock hung on the door. Madame Xiao looked up with a faint smile, acknowledging her master's thoughtful consideration, as the plaque had indeed been changed. Indeed, Minghua nodded in agreement. Please extend my gratitude to your master on behalf of my mother. Upon arriving in the capital, we owe much to Dean Fan, Lord Lao, and Lord Su for their care. Should you ever disregard Lord Su's counsel, know that I, as your mother, will be the first to oppose you. Given the regard with which Minister Su treated Minghua, it was not an exaggeration to say it was akin to a father's affection, perhaps even surpassing it. Madame Xiao, having calmed her rambling thoughts, led Minghua to the entrance. Minghua retrieved a key from her pocket and unlocked the main gate of the courtyard. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a solid wall partition. As they rounded the screen, the ground was strewn with a carpet of withered yellow leaves, while the greenery remained relatively orderly, left behind by the previous owner, who could not take them along. The 11 individuals from both branches of the family were observant. A simple-hearted man led his wife and daughter to bring 2 chairs, diligently wiping them clean with their clothes. Madam, miss, please take a seat. The courtyard requires some tidying up. You may rest while we attend to it shortly. The honest man, still clad in the livery of the Su family, stood apart from the others in his attire. Madam, please sit. Xiao Leshi nodded and took her seat, while Minghua settled into the chair beside her and inquired, What are your names? Your humble servant bears a name unworthy of mention. In the future, as we accompany you, we humbly request you to bestow upon us new names. The honest man replied. Minghua's gaze naturally fell upon him. His countenance was earnest, his eyes obscured. What position do you hold within the Su residence? Speak truthfully. Raise your head and look me in the eye, Minghua commanded with a stern expression. The honest man lifted his gaze to meet hers momentarily before lowering his eyelids. In that fleeting glance, Minghua discerned a flicker of shrewdness hidden within his eyes, and she nodded inwardly in acknowledgement. Now, tell me your name. Your servant is known as Pingfu in the Su residence. From this day forth, you shall be called Xiao Pingfu, sharing my surname. As for the others, their names shall remain unchanged, only their surnames shall be amended. Minghua retrieved 500 taels in silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to Xiao Pingfu. Since you are working under the steward, you should be well acquainted with his duties. Indeed, your servant is familiar. I understand the procurement process and know which goods are of quality and which are not, Xiao Pingfu replied, his hands hanging at his sides as he slightly bowed. Minghua extended the silver notes, saying, First, arrange for everyone accordingly. Those who need to clean should do so. The rooms for the madam and myself are in the second courtyard. You will manage the rest. Upon our initial arrival at this residence, we quickly became familiar with every nook and cranny. Subsequently, you took 2 individuals to procure supplies, for starting today, my mother will reside here. It is imperative that we acquire an ample supply of provisions, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, and various meats and vegetables. Chapter 131. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. Understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Xiao Pingfu accepted the silver notes with both hands and promptly organized the tasks for everyone. He then accompanied his two sons to bid her farewell before departing. Having just moved in, the household was devoid of essentials, necessitating a considerable shopping list. While Minghua was content to remain seated, Xiao Leshi found it difficult to stay idle. Sanya, I shall assist in the cleaning. Minghua quickly intervened, saying, Please refrain from exerting yourself. There are servants here now, and your involvement may inadvertently threaten their livelihood. It would be burdensome for them, and for you as well. Why bother? You seem to enjoy life more than I, as a mother. Perhaps it is simply your destiny to relish in comfort. Xiao Leshi ceased her insistence. Yet as everyone busied themselves, she and her daughter found themselves idly perched on chairs, feeling out of place amidst the flurry of activity. How long will it take them to clean? Soon enough. They will first tidy the second courtyard where we will rest. The wait shall not be prolonged. Otherwise, would you like my daughter to take you for a stroll in the courtyard? The second courtyard boasts a charming little garden that is quite delightful. The estate is adorned with flourishing trees and vibrant flora. Even in the absence of caretaking, their vitality remains undiminished. Xiao Leshi pondered briefly and nodded gently, realizing it was indeed time to take a closer look. Afterward, she could write to her father, describing the appearance of their family residence. Mingxiao had not mentioned the issue of the land deed signature to her, planning to find an opportunity in the future to place it under her father's name. She intended to keep the other house gifted by her elder brother. As a young lady, it was essential to always have an escape route, especially since she had no intention of marrying in this lifetime. Once her elder brother and second brother were wed, she would likely need to move out. Living together with a sister-in-law and a younger sister-in-law could easily lead to conflicts, rather than waiting to face the disdain of the family, which would burden her parents. It was wiser to take the initiative early and preserve familial harmony. She had previously considered unifying the two sides but had dismissed that notion, finding it unnecessary. Living alone provided a much more tranquil existence. Mingxiao and Xiao Leshi first proceeded to the second courtyard, which contained a total of 4 small courtyards. Adjacent to the entrance of the second courtyard was a row of rooms designated for the servants, comprising approximately a dozen rooms, each around 7 or 8 square meters. The 4 small courtyards reserved for the masters included the main courtyard along with side rooms and a back room, totaling 9 rooms. These were meant for the elder members of the family, while the adjacent secondary courtyard had a similar layout. The other 2 courtyards were somewhat smaller, slightly lesser in standard. They contained 6 rooms and were designed to accommodate a limited number of attendants, allowing them to reside conveniently in one courtyard to serve their masters. How spacious it truly was! Xiao Leshi gazed at the eaves, her head tilted in contemplation. Sanya, this house was a gift from your master. Such a grand residence. Mother, rest assured, I exchanged something of equivalent value with him. He has no objections, so you need not fret unnecessarily. If it truly proves unfeasible, I would never allow you to reside here, would I? Xiao Leshi nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She was acutely aware of what her daughter possessed. What equivalent value could there be? Was it not simply that Minister Su was kind-hearted and had generously gifted Minghua? Her expression betrayed her skepticism, which Minghua noticed clearly, yet she refrained from elaborating further. The more one explains, the more convoluted the matter becomes. And the origins of the Lingua affair were inherently obscure. Mother, you and father will reside in the secondary courtyard until grandfather and grandmother arrive to occupy the main residence. My brothers can inhabit the front courtyard, and I shall stay there as well. The remaining 2 courtyards shall be reserved for my brothers when they marry. In the future, when they have offspring, our rear courtyard will also accommodate us comfortably. In ancient times, children as young as 6 were required to move to the front courtyard to live independently. She was nearly 8 and ought to follow suit. Xiao Leshi held her daughter's hand and, observing her well-thought-out arrangements, suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy towards her husband. How could a pair of promising parents allow their daughter, at such a tender age, to bear the weight of these concerns? It was the result of having witnessed too much that she naturally began to worry. Sanya, we owe you an apology. We have not achieved much, and yet our daughter is so astute that she inevitably takes on the burden of our livelihood. Ming Xiao, perplexed, wondered why her mother spoke thus. You and father have raised me and funded my education. How could you possibly owe me anything? You and father have already done exceedingly well. Just look at the other young girls in the village. Who among them is truly fortunate? Having sufficient food and warm clothing, surrounded by the affection of grandparents and parents, being able to pursue education and earn a living, and once I achieve success, I shall lead my life as I wish. However, what about them? They are confined within a limited sphere, their horizons constrained, unable to access education, lacking financial support, and without anyone to provide for them. In comparison, I feel exceedingly fortunate to possess what many girls yearn for yet dare not dream of.
Oh.
When it comes to discussions with my daughter, she is far too perceptive. Her words leave me speechless. Ming Xiao gazed upwards, locking her eyes with her mother's, and continued, Our family may not be considered affluent in the capital, yet my brothers and I are afforded the opportunity to study. We can pursue our own aspirations. And having parents as enlightened as you and father is indeed a tremendous blessing. One must learn to be content. Contentment brings joy. While birth is beyond one's control, the path to the future is a choice. In the era before the Empress ascended, girls had no options. Now, they possess the right to choose. And as more women take their places in the court, an increasing number of young ladies will surely emerge from their secluded chambers. This is a lengthy journey that necessitates a group of pioneers to forge the way and set an example. Very well. I shall cease my words. I see the main courtyard has been tidied, and they are currently cleaning the side courtyard. Once that is done, you may rest there for a while, and I will keep you company. Before your father arrives, you always sleep with me. As the years pass, it will become difficult for me to hold you close. As daughters grow, it becomes inappropriate to cradle them in slumber. With your growth, your husband, in-laws, and sons will also need to come to the capital. At that time, there would be no opportunity to accompany my daughter. The moments available now are all devoted to her. Very well. I shall heed my mother's wishes and wait for my brothers to arrive before venturing to the outer courtyard with them. However, my daughter desires to reside in a room of her own, as I relish solitude. I politely decline any embrace. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Xiao Leshi acquiesced to her wishes. Once the secondary courtyard was organized, Xiao Leshi and Ming Xiao stepped inside. The servants assisted in transferring their luggage and jewelry. Xiao Leshi had little to bring, just a few changes of clothing. In contrast, Ming Xiao's garments and adornments constituted the bulk of their possessions. Aside from the outfits for tomorrow's banquet, there were 7 or 8 additional exquisite ensembles. All the jewelry was coordinated, some complementing her temperament while others were less befitting, yet undeniably charming and delightful. Xiao Leshi chose the master bedroom of the secondary courtyard, while Ming Xiao opted for the adjacent chamber. There was a washroom conveniently situated, perfectly suited for their needs. As the servants busied themselves, the mother-daughter duo diligently arranged their belongings. Once they finished, Ming Xiao sighed in relief and made her way to Xiao Leshi's room. Upon entering, she found her mother surveying the space, seemingly calculating something in silence. Mother, Ming Xiao acknowledged, noting the sparse furnishings. You needn't worry. I shall enlist the help of a master after tomorrow's banquet to assist with the script, if that proves insufficient. My senior brother can also be of service. He is the young master of the Ji family, well-connected and resourceful. There is no need for any other efforts. A mere introduction will suffice. Once the script is sold, there will naturally be funds available. You should take some time to stroll about, appreciating the charm of the capital. Do not entertain thoughts of financial gain. The older generation possesses rigid mindsets, adhering to but a few methods of earning money. They cannot control others. And as for my mother, I will not allow her to toil in menial labor. Xiao Leshi felt a sense of unease. After all, a daughter cannot solely rely on her mother for support. Moreover, concerning your master. Mother, if you are willing to accompany me to the capital for my studies, I would be immensely grateful. I can earn money, so please do not think of going out to work. If you truly find yourself restless, I shall arrange for a skilled embroideress to come. You may learn embroidery from her and occupy your time, preventing unnecessary worries.
Oh.
You have begun to take charge of your mother. Haven to you? My short and stout daughter, resembling a little adult, fills Xiao Leshi's heart with distress. Ming Hua, not quite grasping the situation, simply declared, "Ultimately, mother, you should live as you please. I shall strive to earn a living." The thought of inviting my in-laws to the capital was something she could not bring herself to utter. Earning money is arduous for a daughter. And if my in-laws were to come, their expenses would require funds. The capital is unlike small towns, where every inch is indeed worth its weight in gold, and one must spend silver at every turn. She felt insecure and lacked the courage to bring them over. The letter was straightforward and succinct, first addressing the three elders, followed by a personal greeting to her two brothers. Thereafter, she briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the capital, glossing over many details. Upon returning to the guest quarters at the Prime Minister's residence, the maidservants in the courtyard busied themselves. Preparations for Ming Hua's formal apprenticeship banquet required careful planning, and she needed to enhance her appearance before adorning herself. Miss Ming Hua, your natural beauty is truly remarkable. With just a little enhancement, you appear stunning. As you mature, you shall undoubtedly blossom into a captivating beauty. Although Miss Ming Hua has not yet fully revealed herself, her gentle features exude an inherent elegance and spirit. In 7 or 8 years, how many young gentlemen in the capital will be enchanted by you? The two sisters are also not lacking in charm. How many young suitors have they captivated? Miss Ming Hua replied with a hint of indifference. The two paused their movements, recognizing her displeasure, and dared not utter another word. They ceased their grooming of her brows and knelt in apology. Though they were not her maids, they felt responsible for inciting the guest's ire. Should the mistress of the house become aware, none would escape unscathed. Miss Ming Hua, please forgive us. It was merely idle chatter, they implored. Miss Ming Hua cast a glance at them. You are not my servants. Mind your own words. I do not wish for any idle gossip about me to circulate outside. Though I may be young, I am not a subject for frivolous discourse. Yes, yes, understood. Now rise, complete the remaining grooming of my brows, and prepare hot water for me. Dinner will be served in the courtyard. I will not be going to the Master S quarters. Please inform the Master S household that I shall rise early tomorrow, and I wish to retire early tonight. The two readily acquiesced, meticulously finishing the grooming of her brows. One went to fetch hot water while the other conveyed the message to the old Master S estate. Upon entering the old master's courtyard, she encountered the steward and relayed Miss Ming Hua's instructions. A single reminder turned the maid's face pale. Having just provoked Miss Ming Hua's anger, how could they expect to be regarded favorably? Upon noticing her unusual demeanor, the steward's expression darkened. What transpired? Have you neglected the young lady? No, no, the maid stammered. It was merely a misstep in our words that displeased Miss Ming Hua. She likely thinks little of us. The pallor of the two maids' faces resembled that of parchment. Serving at the Prime Minister's residence, the path to advancement was fraught with difficulty. Positions were limited, and unless one person vacated their role, another could not ascend. However, serving alongside Miss Ming Hua was a different matter altogether. She was currently in need of attendance, and should they perform well, they might be elevated to her side, achieving the status of senior maids. Given Miss Ming Hua's esteemed position within the household, Their futures would undoubtedly be bright as her personal attendants. Now, however, their careless words had jeopardized that opportunity. With a swift motion, one maid struck her own mouth in self-reproach. Another, startled, grasped her hand, while the others gathered around, chattering in confusion. Xiaozui, what are you doing? Why are you slapping yourself? Indeed, Miss Minghua is known for her amiable nature. Serving her would be a tremendous fortune. Why would you harm yourself? After a moment of realization, one maid inquired, You haven't angered Miss Minghua, have you? The two maids bowed their heads in silence. Their demeanor made it evident that something was amiss. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently eliminated two rivals, leaving the remaining maids burdened with a sense of foreboding. What have you done? Another slightly older maid inquired with concern. Xiao Cui hesitantly replied, We did not say much, merely offered a few compliments. That should be fine. Flattery is not a grave offense. At most, it is merely that the young lady may not appreciate it. Do be more mindful in the future. Yet, they were all acutely aware that even if Xiao Minghua were to select a maid, neither of them would be chosen. Minghua had just finished bathing with warm water. She dried herself and donned her garments. While drying her hair, she called out, Come in. Quickly, Miss Minghua has summoned us. The group hastened towards the room, pushing the door open and entering. Upon reaching the outer hall, they greeted Minghua. Greetings, Miss Minghua. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Thank you for your efforts. Once the hot water is poured, there is no need for you to attend to me further. Just bring the evening meal when the time comes. You must be weary. So, after pouring the water, please rest. Understood. The group respectfully bowed and then proceeded to carry the bathing tub out of the inner chamber. Minghua, having dried her hair, casually styled it and secured it with a hairpin at the back of her head. She sat at her writing desk and picked up the books gifted by her master to read. These books belonged to the minister's residence, so she did not take them away. As Minghua peacefully read, the servants of the minister's residence busied themselves. The first order of business was the procurement for the banquet, which needed to be arranged a day in advance. They discussed which dishes to prepare and determined who would serve in the front courtyard, as well as the proper etiquette for those attending to the ladies in the rear courtyard. Every banquet necessitates a substantial investment of manpower, financial resources, and materials from the host, all the while ensuring the safety of the guests. Proper arrangements must also be made for the guards, ensuring a seamless connection between the inner and outer courtyards. Minghua, lacking understanding of these matters and reluctant to become a burden, did not wish to venture out. She was acutely aware that while some within the Prime Minister's residence welcomed her, there were also those who harbored disdain. On the day of the banquet, Minghua was roused from her slumber early by her maidservants for her grooming. Fortunately, her youth meant that her makeup was merely modest, with no thick layers of powder adorning her face, which she firmly declined when suggested by her attendants. Although she resembled a 5-year-old girl, lacking the stature typical of a 7-year-old, she was nevertheless prepared and escorted by 4 maidservants to the front courtyard, where she first greeted her master. Good morning, master. Good morning. Minister Su occupied the principal position in the guest hall of the front courtyard. Given his esteemed rank, unless faced with exceptionally important elders or members of the royal family of higher status, he need not rise. Have you risen early? Are you not weary? Not at all. I have always awakened at this hour to read back home. The early morning is vital for planning one's day. It is imperative to devote the best hours to the most deserving pursuits. Minister Su nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is commendable that you can not only think this way, but also put it into practice. I am heartened. Such discipline will serve you well when you eventually move out. Once one succumbs to laziness, it can swiftly become a habit. Learning self-discipline is challenging. I hope you can maintain this admirable habit. The disciple shall heed the master's teachings. Minghua bowed. Between just the two of us, there is no need for excessive formality. Let us converse. Very well. Ming Hua positioned herself at the first spot on her right, employing both hands and feet to ascend. Do not inquire, for the absence of a chair of sufficient height is the reason. Her stature constrained her movements, causing her considerable distress. It was quite absurd that, for 2 years, she had not grown even 2 centimeters. Were it not for her otherwise normal bodily functions, she might suspect she was afflicted with dwarfism. Following her master, she would meet as many people as possible. After that, it would matter not if she did not recognize them. I have arranged for the steward's son to accompany you. Having grown up in the manor and been educated by the steward, he possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding external social relations. He is familiar with the prominent figures in the capital and will guide you, alleviating any fears of mistaking identities. When meeting others, do not be timid. Present yourself with confidence, do you understand? Ming Hua comprehended that Minister Su was concerned about her performance at the banquet. She nodded in affirmation, assuring him, I understand, Master. I shall not bring shame upon you. Indeed, Minister Su replied with a faint nod. Whether she embarrassed herself or not was of little consequence. Who would dare to mock the disciple of Su Lingjun? Even if she were to act in a most unbecoming manner before them, they would merely feign ignorance, perhaps even commend her for her commendable efforts. Such was the confidence he instilled. Ming Hua chuckled softly. Master, you are right. As your disciple, I have nothing to fear. I shall proceed as necessary. What can they possibly do to me? They would not dare to challenge her openly, for her master's protection loomed over her. Surrounded by those chosen by her master, they would find themselves powerless to act against her. Thus, she did not harbor any fears. Having considered all of this since her decision to become his disciple, Su Shofu felt increasingly satisfied. His young disciple indeed possessed remarkable insight. At the banquet, should anyone offer you a toast, simply decline. You are still young and should refrain from consuming alcohol. I shall instruct the steward to prepare a cup of tea as a substitute. Thank you, Master, for considering every detail for your disciple. Once more, a bow was made, though this time he did not rise. The master and disciple exchanged simple admonitions and attentively listened to each other when Jijin and Cui Changhe, clad in plain long robes, strode forward. The two paused their conversation in unison, raising their heads to regard the approaching figures. Ming Hua supported herself with both hands and leaped down from the grand chair. Good morning, Master. The disciples apologized for their tardiness. No matter. Come and take a seat to rest. Su Shofu waved his hand, allowing them to sit. Ji Jin, with a beaming smile, addressed Ming Hua. Good morning, little junior sister. Good morning, senior brother, she replied cheerfully. Upon seeing Ming Hua, Cui Changhe's expression softened slightly as he gently greeted, Good morning, little junior sister. Good morning, second senior brother. She responded with a smile. Cui Changhe scrutinized her closely and noticed that she wore only a single set of hair ornaments, which were unified in design. Resembling a delicate net adorned with rubies, it added a touch of rosy hue to her complexion, enhancing her playful and vivacious demeanor. A ruby dangled from her forehead, further accentuating her exquisite charm. Does the little junior sister favor such adornments? I have some emeralds. Thank you for your kind intention, second senior brother. Your gesture is appreciated, but please do not send them. I am not fond of heavy jewelry, and it would be inappropriate to wear them today. This set of hair ornaments is the lightest and simplest, which is why I chose to wear it. Ming Hua touched the ornament on her head, feeling as though it constrained her mind.
Cui Changhe hesitated, truly indifferent?
Indifferent. Aren't all young ladies fond of jewelry? Why is it that my junior sister is unlike the other girls? Did the fabric he previously presented not reach her heart? What does my junior sister truly cherish? Ming Hua pondered for a moment and replied, I have an affinity for ancient texts, calligraphy, paintings, and the arts of the zither, chess, and literature. During my time at home, I lacked a place to study. Having heeded my master's words, I believe there is a necessity to learn. One's skills should never be underestimated. Chapter 134. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 63 Su Shofu. I never anticipated you to be this way, my disciple. Ji Jin, second junior brother. I never imagined you harbored such intentions. I am impressed. The legitimate son of the Chui family found himself overshadowed by the illegitimate one, while the matriarch of the Chui family faced limitations in the inner courtyard. Years ago, her family had suffered disgrace, resulting in their entire clan's exile, leaving them with no one to rely on. Furthermore, her actions back then were far from discreet. The rumors of her mistreatment of the illegitimate sons were widely known. Did she truly believe that the head of the Chui family would not take action against that woman? Chui Changhe did not consider himself a gentleman. Before his health improved, he felt no reservations, clinging to the notion of destruction if he could not possess. Even if he obtained what he desired, it would inevitably lead to doom, ensuring that the Chui family would not remain intact. Of course, now that his health had improved, life was becoming increasingly favorable. He was determined to inflict utmost distress upon that mother and son of the Chui family. Very well, I shall await good news from my second senior brother. A seemingly serious individual, yet internally harboring numerous clandestine machinations, that was Chui Changhe. Ji Jin remarked, second junior brother. You frequently approach the head of the Chui family. Do you think he would acquiesce? What could he do if he did not comply? Chui Changhe's unspoken thoughts were understood by both Ji Jin and Su Shofu. 2 years had passed since she emerged from the trials of her family's disgrace. The backyard was continuously filled with new faces, and her legitimate son, now 9, had already formed a rather obstinate character. Raised by servants, he had become arrogant and unruly, lacking in scholarly pursuits and consistently embroiling himself in trouble, a true disappointment to his father. The illegitimate sons of the Chui family fared no better, aside from Chui Changhe, who had caught the eye of the esteemed Minister Su and was being nurtured under his wing. The others had been utterly dismantled by the matriarch, reduced to mere shadows of their potential, with none capable of standing tall. Presently, the sole hope for the Chui family rested upon Chui Changhe, who was expected to carry on the family lineage. At the very least, he represented a continuation of the Chui legacy. Ji Jin, aware of his misstep, sighed and remarked, should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to approach me. Thank you, senior brother. Chui Changhe nodded, understanding the sentiment. Over the years, both Minister Su and Ji Jin had been of great assistance to him. Without their support, he would have struggled under the matriarch's control of the household. Minister Su nodded in agreement, adding, Ming Xiao is also welcome to seek out your senior brother. He possesses a wealth of resources. It would be a pity for such treasures to go to waste, especially if they remain unexamined and merely occupy space. Ji Jin quipped, is it truly appropriate for you to be so earnestly instructing your junior in the art of resourcefulness? Ming Xiao smiled sweetly and nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Jin felt a momentary darkness, but, upon seeing his junior sister's charming grin, found it difficult to refuse her. In that case, allow me to express my gratitude for your generous gifts in advance, she said with a playful bow, her demeanor quite cunning. Ji Jin chuckled awkwardly. It is nothing. Nothing at all. Consider it a gift for my dear sister to enjoy. I do not mind. Yet, in truth, he felt a pang of regret. The voice of Ji Jin abruptly ceased, her gaze shifting towards Su Shofu. Master, my second junior brother and I shall escort our junior sister outside for a warm welcome. There is no need for that, my dear apprentice. There is no obligation to cater to anyone. As for you, feel free to step outside if you wish. Some families maintain cordial relations with the Ji and Chui households, and it is essential to extend the appropriate courtesies. With that, Ji Jin and Chui Changhe bowed in farewell and departed. The steward then instructed someone to bring tea and snacks, saying, Miss Ming Xiao, please help yourself first. Thank you, Uncle Steward, she replied with a smile. Turning to the steward, she inquired, May I ask how many guests have arrived outside? There are about 10 or so. Primarily those who share a good rapport with our master. Some are acquainted with the Ji and Chui families as well. Minghua understood that those with closer ties would arrive earlier, while those with more casual connections might come later. However, such situations could also unfold in reverse. As is often the case, Su Shofu waved his hand, instructing the steward to attend to the guests first, and to bring any arriving guests to this side. Among the accompanying individuals were several ladies of a similar age to her own. "Old Su, you are rather unkind, silently accepting disciples without a word," remarked an elderly gentleman at the forefront, his hair a mix of gray and white, yet his spirit remained lively. He immediately seized the opportunity to address the gathering. The individuals who followed him either bowed or performed a courteous gesture in greeting. "Good morning, Su Shofu," they collectively offered. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formalities," Su Shofu replied, raising his hand. He then gestured to the elderly gentleman, "Please take a seat." With a warm smile, the elder settled down and, in the process, pulled a little girl alongside him. "Come, let me introduce you to my granddaughter. She is 8 years old this year and is currently studying the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting under the tutelage of a teacher we hired. She greatly admires you and hopes to become your disciple. Grandfather, please do not speak foolishly. I have no desire to become Su Daren's disciple. My aspiration is to be a student of young Master Ji." The young girl spoke clearly, her bright eyes sparkling with spirited energy, revealing her bold nature. It was evident that she was cherished at home. "Isn't your grandfather Su a good choice? You have acknowledged him as my grandfather. How could I shamelessly seek him as my mentor? Thus, grandfather, please refrain from meddling. Once I have become young Master Ji's disciple, Su Daren will also be my ancestral teacher, after all." The lively young girl spoke with such charm and wit. Su Shofu smiled but did not follow their banter. Instead, he beckoned Minghua to his side and introduced her to the assembly. "This is my closed-door disciple, Xiao Minghua." Su Shofu continued. "Minghua, this gentleman is the former cabinet elder, a fellow statesman from 2 dynasties. However, he has been in poor health in recent years and has resigned to enjoy the pleasures of family life. You may simply address him as Uncle Nian. Over there are your Uncle Nian's elder brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews." Minghua stepped forward, moving outside Su Shofu's protective circle, and respectfully performed a bow. "Greetings, Uncle Nian, and to the brothers and sisters of the Nian family." "Such manners," they responded, quickly averting their eyes, not daring to accept her courtesy. Only the elder Nian stroked his beard and chuckled. "No wonder you agreed to take a closed-door disciple. She is truly a remarkably gifted young child, appearing to be around 5 years old. At such a tender age, she is so clever, her eyes bright with clarity, indicating she possesses her own opinions and principles in her actions. Old Su, your discernment remains as admirable as ever." Su Shofu chuckled lightly before quickly composing himself. "This child, Minghua, is intelligent and filial. In the future, I hope you will look after her when you see her outside. I hold great affection for her and look forward to her growing up well." With a single phrase, he conveyed the depth of his feelings. The elderly gentleman laughed heartily. "Very well. My unworthy descendants will certainly protect their sister. As for the aunt, there should be no problem. Minghua, my dear girl, please visit our home more often, and let your brothers and sisters treat you well." "That would be wonderful. Our family only has Xiaolon as a daughter. It brings us great joy for Minghua to come around more often," a cheerful middle-aged woman in the front row remarked, her eyes fixed on Minghua without revealing her emotions. The man beside her nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiment. Su Shofu's eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly pleased with Minghua's poise. "Ladies, please proceed to the backyard to rest. Our esteemed daughter-in-law is already there awaiting your arrival." The women bid their farewells, and the young girl beside the elderly gentleman cast several glances at Minghua before being called away by her mother to the backyard. Upon arrival, the matriarch, Madame Min, welcomed them, with Madame Tian assisting her by the side. The gathering soon turned into pleasant conversation, as they all shared connections through their noble families, making their attendance at such a banquet enjoyable and effortless. Madam, your young lady truly is as lovely as jade, remarkably clever. I envy you for having such a wonderful daughter, Madame Tian expressed. My son will also be participating in the children's examination next year. I wonder what kind of results he will achieve. I hope he can make us proud. Madame Yen, poised and smiling, refrained from directly responding to Mrs. Tian's remarks. Your two sons are quite commendable. I believe they will not disappoint, she said. You and Madame Su may await news. I trust it will be favorable.
Indeed.
I am grateful for your auspicious words, Mrs. Tian replied, her tone laced with a hint of flattery. The two families had once stood on equal footing in the capital, and although old Master Nian had retired, his connections remained intact. As long as one is alive, the warmth of relationships does not easily fade. Furthermore, the Nian family had not fallen into disrepair. Their lineage was still thriving. Is Xiaolon already being courted? Mrs. Tian inquired. A flicker of displeasure crossed Min's brow. Xiaolon is still quite young. There is no rush. Our children from the Nian and Su families need not worry about marriage. Why hasten the arrangements? When the time comes, suitors will abound. A family with a daughter attracts many suitors. This interruption caused Mrs. Tian to become increasingly audacious. Just yesterday, she had set her sights on Minghua, and today she turned her attention to the Nian family, showing little respect by being so choosy about the daughters of both families. Madame Nian's smile deepened, thankful that the Su family had someone with a steady demeanor. She had no desire to engage further with Mrs. Tian. Years of acquaintance had revealed that she was not a person worthy of deep connection, often lacking in discernment. Her future daughter-in-law would bear the burden of managing both external expectations and an ill-informed mother-in-law. Madame Su concurred, my daughter is in no haste to seek a match. I wish to keep her until she is 18. As for the future, we shall address it when the time comes. Thank you for your concern, Madame Su. Mrs. Tian, sensing her overreach, regretfully closed her mouth, refraining from further comment. Min sighed in relief, truly fearful that this person would incessantly nag without regard, even though punishment could follow. The family's reputation would have been irreparably tarnished, which was the most dreadful outcome. Madame Yen's words resonated. In the future, Minghua would indeed be perceived similarly. My esteemed elder greatly dotes on Minghua, and my husband is equally pleased, frequently offering praise. As Minghua matures, one wonders what kind of suitor she shall seek. I eagerly anticipate that day, envisioning a scenario where our family becomes the center of attention for many suitors. Madame Yen nodded with a smile. Having met Minghua in the front courtyard, she is a charming little girl. Although she appears to be just over 5 years old, her demeanor surpasses that of my own Xiaolon, revealing my shortcomings as a mother. You're too harsh, she replied. Minghua is already over 7, nearing 8. She merely has a delicate appearance. Her upbringing has been commendable, thanks to her parents, especially her mother, who is exceedingly principled and diligent. Min expressed a greater curiosity about the Xiao family. Having interacted with Xiao Leshi, she found her to be a person of integrity. Yet she possessed an exceptionally talented daughter, the true testament to the Xiao family's merit. Is that so? I truly couldn't discern it. Madame Yen exclaimed in surprise, but quickly dismissed the thought. When my elder spoke of Minghua's age, even the Prime Minister did not correct him, leading me to believe she was merely over 5. Min chuckled helplessly, saying, the young girl is simply a late bloomer. Let her take her time. Nevertheless, she is undeniably adorable, and I have a particular fondness for Minghua. Alas, I have no daughter. If I were to have one, I would wish for her to resemble Minghua. You may treat her as a sister. How delightful that would be. Indeed, to cherish her as a sister. The two engaged in a lively exchange, occasionally mindful of the other ladies present. This left Tianshi feeling somewhat awkward. Among the Su family's two daughters-in-law, one was graceful and adept in her dealings, exhibiting poise and discretion, never becoming a source of annoyance, but rather evoking a sense of appropriateness. The other daughter-in-law, however, was a sycophant, as dull as a pig, and it was fortunate for her that she had no daughter, otherwise, who among the esteemed families in the capital would deem her offspring worthy of consideration. Ultimately, the selection of daughters-in-law in ancient times was heavily influenced by their mothers. If the mother was lacking in intelligence, the daughter was unlikely to fare any better, thus excluded from the selection process. Conversely, if a woman was known for her virtuous conduct, her children would undoubtedly excel in the marriage market. Thus, it becomes evident that ancient society was one that thrived on reputation. Ming Xiao merely observed, remaining close to her master as they greeted guests. She aimed to familiarize herself with the social scene. After the banquet concluded and the last guest departed, only the four of them remained. Ming Xiao, exhausted, reclined lazily in her chair, and had the circumstances permitted, she would have preferred to lounge in a more relaxed manner. Poise and appearance are but fleeting illusions. Jijin was in fits of laughter, sipping her tea. It was indeed challenging for the junior apprentice to host guests for the first time, with more experience. She would grow accustomed to it. Do not fear, dear junior sister, I shall invite you to my residence for the next banquet as well. Gratefully declining with a languid gesture, she replied, "Thank you for the invitation." Jijin found her demeanor utterly amusing. Cui Changhe shook his head, chuckling. The mirth was short-lived. Yet he noticed that in these recent days, opportunities for laughter had increased compared to the past few years. Chapter 136. Overcoming the reborn girl. Your revered master was unable to attend, but the congratulatory gifts have been sent. Shortly, the steward will deliver them to your courtyard. Tomorrow, accompany me to the public office to express our gratitude, stated Minister Su. Ming Xiao nodded helplessly. Jijin and Cui Changhe exchanged glances, and Jijin teased, "Surely your venerable master did not send another jade pendant, did he?" "You certainly have a way with words," Minister Su retorted, before turning to his young disciple. "The jade pendant from your master signifies your identity. It acknowledges your status. In the future, when you venture outside, this pendant from the public office will assist you." "Yes, master. I will keep it safe," she assured earnestly. Minister Su nodded slowly, cautioning her, "Do not emulate your senior brother. He once treated the jade pendant bestowed by your master as trifling. He even used it to win over a young lady, which resulted in quite a stir between the two families. Items worn on the person should not be given to others casually. If a malicious individual were to exploit it, no amount of explanation would suffice." Feigning ignorance, Ming Xiao tilted her head and asked, "Is it not good to receive a jade pendant? Why would it cause trouble?" Minister Su hesitated, struggling to articulate the reasons behind the inappropriateness of exchanging personal belongings to his innocent pupil. Observing this, Cui Changhe stepped in to clarify, "Little junior sister, as a young lady, giving a gift to another girl is acceptable. However, gifting a pendant to a young man may be misconstrued as a romantic gesture, which could lead to misunderstandings. This would greatly impact your reputation. If someone were to act recklessly with your jade pendant, it could lead to endless troubles." Jijin touched his nose, feeling at a loss as to how to maintain some dignity before his junior sister. "Is that so?" Ming Xiao glanced sideways, her tone laden with meaning. Jijin offered an awkward smile, recalling his youthful arrogance. Later, after receiving punishment, he had worn the jade pendant close to him ever since, never daring to part with it again. Punished? Ming Hua's curiosity was piqued, but with their master present, she refrained from asking directly. Cui Changhe fidgeted under her gaze, instinctively adjusting his attire. Then he remembered that the clothes he wore had been meticulously arranged by a servant that morning and should suffice, as long as he did not appear disrespectful. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the urge to tidy his garments. "Enough, you three, go about your business," There is little left to attend to in the residence. Su Shofu waved his hand, feigning impatience. A fleeting look of distraction crossed Su Shofu's face. Yes, master, I understand. You may leave. The three took their leave from Su Shofu and exited the hall. Upon seeing them emerge, the butler hurried forward to pay his respects before entering the main chamber.
Sir.
Ming Hua's eyes flickered. Butler, why so much? These are gifts instructed by the master to be delivered to you. This is the congratulatory offering from the public house. The butler presented a small plate he held, the bottom lined with red cloth. The dark red box complemented the crimson base exquisitely. Ming Hua accepted it and opened the box to reveal a beautifully smooth black and white jade pendant, the quality exquisite, warm yet slightly textured to the touch. Jin took out the pendant he wore to show her. Mine is also black and white. I used to find this color quite unappealing back then.
Thank you.
Ming Hua took the box and inquired of the butler, what about those at the back? The items at the rear are congratulatory gifts sent by your father's fellow disciples, most of which are intended for you. Your father has instructed me to present them to you. You may wear whatever suits you, and for those that do not, simply set them aside. The butler had perused the gift ledger and was aware of the general contents of the boxes. They contained mainly trinkets for young ladies, clothing, and jewelry. Naturally, there were also a few fine writing instruments and books, though these were less numerous. Please convey my gratitude to my master, dear butler. I shall refrain from bidding farewell to him later. I have nearly finished packing my belongings here and shall depart shortly. After dismissing the butler, Ming Hua retrieved a jade pendant from the box and fastened it at her waist. Jin smiled gently upon seeing this, advising her that it need not be worn outside. It could be concealed within her garments. My great-grandmaster exerted considerable effort to source this jadeite, searching far and wide until he acquired a few pieces. None of my father's contemporaries possess such a treasure. It is exclusively found among our generation of disciples. Moreover, allow me to confide that not every disciple of our generation is fortunate enough to possess one. Ming Hua was taken aback. Cui Changhe chimed in, mentioning that 2 disciples from a certain senior uncle's household lacked this privilege. My senior brother once remarked that perhaps our great-grandmaster did not hold them in high regard, which is why they were overlooked. However, I suspect it may simply be that the original jadeite was depleted, leaving nothing to bestow. Do not fret. Their lack is their concern and does not pertain to us. Such items, which symbolize our status, must be carefully safeguarded. We must ensure they are never lost.
Yin asserted.
Ming Hua turned her gaze towards him with a teasing grin. Is it like this, senior brother? Jin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Ming Hua chuckled. Senior brother, second senior brother, I shall tidy up inside. I will be out shortly. With that, she entered the room, while the maidservants in the courtyard attended to Jin. Cui Changhe settled himself in the yard, busily fetching tea and refreshments, all eager to please him, except for one maid with delicate features who followed Ming Hua into the room. Miss Ming Hua, allow me to assist you. You must rest for a moment. You've been working hard out front for quite a while. Such menial tasks should not burden you, she said. Ming Hua glanced at her and casually inquired, if I recall correctly, your name is Xinger, is it not? Indeed, I am Xinger, the maid replied. Oh, it's nothing. I shall be done shortly. You needn't trouble yourself. It's merely a small bundle. As she spoke, her hands moved swiftly, packing her freshly changed clothes into the bundle, followed by the few pieces of jewelry that remained. This should suffice. It's all items sent by the estate. With one hand, she tossed the small bundle over her shoulder and strode towards the door. The maid was momentarily taken aback before quickly following her outside, where they heard Ming Hua's clear, melodious voice. I am leaving now. Thank you for your care over these past few days, Miss Ming Hua. The maidservant stood frozen, astonished by her words. Thank you, senior brother. Ming Hua casually handed the small bundle to him, and then, with smiles, the trio of siblings made their way out, followed closely by the maidservants and young servants who were busy moving their belongings. Upon exiting the residence of the Prime Minister, the sounds of 2 carriages filled the air, one adorned with a character for Ji and the other with Chui, signifying the carriages of influential families in the capital, those of notable repute. Little junior sister, I shall take my leave now, as my senior brother has accompanied you. Tomorrow, I shall return with master to escort you. It has been some time since I last paid my respects to our grandmaster. Chui Changhe stood before the Ji family's carriage, conversing with Ji Jin and Xiao Minghua. Minghua performed a courteous bow, saying, "Safe travels, second senior brother. I shall see you tomorrow." Chui Changhe nodded slightly, exchanged a few more words with them, and departed. As he boarded the Chui family carriage, the driver urged the horses onward, while a servant sat alongside him. They soon vanished from the sight of the two. Minghua followed Ji Jin into the carriage, which was spacious and well stocked with tea, snacks, and fruits, even including some dried treats. Ji Jin produced the refreshments, casually stating, "These delicacies were prepared by my mother. Many are overly sweet, which I do not particularly enjoy. However, young ladies like you tend to favor such sugary delights. So please indulge." Minghua felt a strong urge to roll her eyes but refrained. "Thank you, senior brother. I am content with just the fruits, as I do not have a penchant for overly sweet treats." Ji Jin, with a hint of disappointment, shifted the plate of desserts aside and placed the fruits before her. "Do partake more." "Very well." Minghua peeled an apricot, savoring its delightful balance of tartness and sweetness. "Senior brother, may I inquire about something?" "Go ahead," Ji Jin replied, also taking an apricot, but after one bite, he set it down. Minghua's gaze flickered upon seeing the apricots. She speculated that he could not tolerate excessively sour flavors, as some individuals possess such palates, disfavoring both sweetness and excessive acidity. However, her inquiry did not pertain to this matter. In her view, one ought to strike with relentless force. It is indeed deserved to be beaten to a pulp. The young master of the household, despite being somewhat neglected, remains a young master, not a servant to be treated with disdain. Yet, Chui Changhe's frail constitution is burdened with ailments inflicted upon him by others. As for the second senior brother, there is no need for concern. Within the Chui family, he is the sole promising heir of his generation, while the others have been rendered ineffectual, a fact for which one might attribute some gratitude to that ignorant matron of the Chui household. Her own son, poorly nurtured and misled by the servants, has grown into a boorish and overbearing individual, which could be seen as poetic justice. Previously, he had looked down upon the second junior brother, taking advantage of his status as the legitimate son of the Chui family, but now he avoids him altogether. It seems that the second junior brother must have dealt with him privately, otherwise, such a transformation would be inexplicable. Reflecting on the scene witnessed at the banquet, it was evident that he would never have anticipated it. Minghua felt a slight sense of relief. The second senior brother's circumstances at home appeared to have improved considerably. While it may not be a significant improvement, at least in terms of finances, he lacks the freedom I possess. His father, recognizing his current utility, refrains from completely alienating him and thus discreetly offers some support. Ji Jin, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Do not be deceived by your second senior brother's earnest demeanor. He is, in fact, brimming with mischief, having attempted to ensnare his legitimate brother on several occasions." "How did it happen?" Ji Jin cast a sidelong glance at her, smiling as he shook his head. "It cannot be disclosed. It cannot be disclosed. Calling for the senior brother is of no avail. I am not present. I have only heard it from others, and the second junior brother has not provided any explanation. However, your second senior brother possesses a sum of money that he has been saving. This money was acquired from the scion of the Chui family, while others remain unaware. Both he and the master are in the know." Minghua inquired curiously, "Who told you that?" "The master." Ji Jin inadvertently blurted out, then realized that he held no reservations regarding his junior sister. Playfully tapping her forehead, he remarked, "You little girl, you have managed to extract information from me.
Well,
Since I've told you, it's of no consequence, but do not let it slip outside. That foolish scion of the Chui family, relying on his status and position. If he were to uncover the truth about your second senior brother, it would surely cause an uproar. The next generation of the Chui family only has eyes for your second senior brother. She remains oblivious to the need for alliances. Once the old patriarch of the Chui family passes, we shall see what kind of life she will lead thereafter." Ming Xiao rolled her eyes in silence. On the surface, life should be better. The second senior brother aspires to a career in the government. The legitimate mother is not of high standing, and many would seek to pull him into their affairs. Yet, with a legitimate heir present, how much can the second senior brother truly inherit? To inherit that little while bearing the responsibility of caring for the legitimate mother? It would be better not to inherit at all. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji playfully tugged at her hair, yet his thoughts wandered to the matter she had raised. However, what you said holds some truth. Inheritance must occur. Families must be divided. The Chui family's assets are not something to be trifled with. The separation of families will inevitably implicate your second senior brother. Very well. Let us privately discuss this matter with him tomorrow. If your second senior brother is to inherit the Chui family, it is imperative that measures be taken to ensure that his father is the first to separate the family. Is that feasible? It has been stated that only the second senior brother can inherit the Chui family. Would the head of the Chui family agree to a division for the sake of other offspring? Would he not rather keep the second senior brother firmly tethered? Chapter 138. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 67. What is there that cannot be done? The most crucial aspect is that your second senior brother must ensure the lineage of the Chui family's direct line continues. Everything else is but an illusion, though it may require some effort. Ji appeared to be deep in thought, devising a plan for Chui Changhe. Ming Xiao gently nodded, indicating that, in this case, the father of the second senior brother is not a virtuous man. He places interests above all else, showing little regard for his children. He favors those who can bring him benefits. Let us not dwell on the second senior brother any longer. Master brother, I have a matter here that I am unable to consult anyone about.
Oh?
Ji raised an eyebrow and inquired, what issue could possibly perplex my little junior sister? Ming Xiao turned sideways and pulled a manuscript from her small bundle, placing it on the table before him. Master brother, please take a look. Very well. I shall examine it. Ji took the manuscript and opened the first page, revealing a grand narrative about the inception of a vast world. In a boundless chaos, the Tao thrived, harboring 3,000 demon gods. One day, a decree of the Tao emerged in the hearts of these 3,000 demon gods, commanding Pangu among them to create the heavens and the earth. Should the 3,000 demon gods fail to vanquish Pangu, they would perish at his hands, becoming the sustenance for the world that would arise after the creation. Ji turned to the first page, where chaos loomed gray, featuring a figure wielding a colossal axe. In the midst of chaos stood a towering giant, proclaiming loudly, "I am Pangu, the divine deity of strength, destined to create heaven and earth." With a mighty swing of his colossal axe, boundless waves surged forth. With the first strike, chaos quivered. With the second, a fissure was cleaved through the void. And with the third, light began to emerge from the expanding chasm of chaos. Pangu, do you intend to obliterate the chaos in which we exist? Questioned the 3,000 divine beings. If you carve out the heavens and the earth, we shall be left without a place to dwell. As various divine lights flickered, a multitude of deities arrived in response to the calamity. Pangu cast a disdainful glance over them and, without hesitation, brought his axe down mercilessly, unleashing waves of creation. The weaker deities were instantly reduced to ashes, while the others, fearing for their existence, summoned their innate treasures to combat Pangu. The deities were no match for him. Some were turned to dust, while others fled, gravely injured. Yet this was not the conclusion, merely the inception, as more divine beings arrived, each meeting their demise beneath Panga's axe. Jin, captivated by the world within the narrative, was engrossed in the tale of Panga's creation until he reached the account of the dragon Han's initial calamity, forcing him to pause. "Did you pen this?" he inquired. Ming Xiao nodded nonchalantly. "It is but a trifling work. Is what you've written true or false?" he pressed. "Merely a story. Do not take it too seriously." Jin nodded. "Once your tale is published, I dare say it will surely ignite a fervor. With success will come scrutiny, and perhaps even criticism. Are you prepared for that? It is of no consequence. Inscribe a phrase on the book's cover stating that this tale is entirely fictional. Even if they wish to scrutinize it, they cannot." The young girl had evidently contemplated this long ago. Jin then remarked, "You conceived this book, did you not?" "Indeed," she replied. Jin continued, "Then let it be sold under my G family's bookstore. I shall arrange for unlimited printing." Such a remarkable work was truly addictive to behold. Even in colloquial language, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Unlimited printing? Master brother, you must consider, if it fails to sell, do not let little sister incur any losses. Ming Xiao teased half in jest, half in probing. Rest assured, you shall not bear any financial burden. However, once the books are sold, I shall take a 20% commission from each sale, including the printing costs. Though the profits may be modest, it allows for a sustained partnership. Just think, my little junior sister is barely over 7 years old and has already crafted such a grand narrative. Who knows what more she may produce in the future? A steady stream is indeed the way to prosperity. Ming Xiao smiled brightly in agreement and did not pursue the topic further. Upon arrival, she leaped down, clutching her small bundle, and waved goodbye as she walked away. Those who had accompanied her entered the Xiao residence alongside her. Once the boxes were placed in the courtyard, Ming Xiao sent them on their way. 3 servants from the front yard approached to pay their respects. "Mistress. Please move the items to my mother's courtyard," she instructed, and without delay, she hurried towards her mother's quarters with her small bundle in tow. The 3 servants then enlisted a few other male servants to assist in transporting the boxes, with Ming Xiao entering her mother's courtyard just as the servants followed closely behind. In the midst of her boredom, Xiao Leshi was weaving a net indoors when she heard a sound and hurried outside to take a look, a smile gracing her face.
"Sanya,
Have you finished over there? Mother, come and see. Master has sent me a piece of jade." Ming Xiao removed the jade pendant from around her neck, cradling it in her hands for her mother to admire. The servants placed the items as she indicated, standing quietly to the side. The young maidservants who had been tending to the courtyard came rushing over upon hearing the commotion. They were a group of 4 young girls, aged between 7 and 13, all daughters of the 2 families. Meanwhile, the adult women were busy in the kitchen or the small garden. Xiao Leshi glanced down at the pendant, noting its black and white hues, which were unremarkable yet pleasing enough. She had anticipated her mother's reaction. With a beaming smile, Ming Xiao explained, "Do not be deceived by the color of this jade pendant. It is, in fact, a fine piece of jade, rare to find in the outside world. Master possesses very few of them. None were given to my master's generation, only to the younger disciples. Moreover, not every junior disciple is fortunate enough to receive such a pendant. I heard from my elder brother that 2 of my uncle's disciples do not even have one." Xiao Leshi chuckled in response. "That is wonderful. It signifies that your master holds you in high regard. Continue to study diligently, so as not to disappoint their expectations."
indeed."
Ming Xiao replied, tucking the pendant into her bosom, discreetly placing it in a small bell. She then took her mother by the hand and led her to a large chest, bending to open it. One compartment was filled to the brim with various gold, silver, and precious jewels. Another contained an array of fabrics, while the third held an assortment of brushes, inkstones, and books of calligraphy and painting. Upon witnessing these tokens, Xiao Leshi comprehended the significant esteem in which her peers held her within the sect. On the surface, her elders appeared to bestow upon her kindness. Her sect comprised individuals of considerable influence, and if they were unwilling to part with even a modest gift, it would suggest she held little value in their hearts. Conversely, if the offerings were overly extravagant, it might induce a sense of unease. Yet the gold, silver, and jewels presented were perfectly balanced. On one hand, they were intended to support Ming Hua, who, upon her arrival in the capital, would undoubtedly be without means. Such gifts could serve as currency. On the other hand, they were also a reflection of the desire to provide her with fine items, such as exquisite writing instruments, which are rare and coveted. The fabrics included soft and vibrant hues, such as pale pink, delicate red, bright red, tender yellow, blue, and soft blue, all chosen with Ming Hua in mind. The Prime Minister and his associates have treated you exceptionally well. You should show them filial piety in return, she mused. These individuals are genuinely sincere towards you, and it is only fitting that you reciprocate with sincerity. Xiao Leshi picked up a small hairpin, distinct from those designed for adults, as this particular style was crafted specifically for young girls. Adult hairpins were unsuitable for those who had not yet reached maturity, being excessively long. Thus, the length was typically reduced by 1/3 for juvenile designs. Adult hairpins exuded a more mature charm, while those for young maidens were characterized by liveliness and playful elegance, showcasing a broader array of styles. These are all splendid treasures. Place them in your room, and you can change your adornments daily. Xiao Leshi's face lit up with joy, realizing her daughter had made the right choice in coming to the capital. In time, she would find more individuals to cherish her, providing her with additional support. Once I earn some money, I shall buy jewelry for mother to wear. Ming Hua raised her hand to signal the servants to bring the items inside. Mistress, the maidservants are here to assist you with your ablutions and to ensure your rest. 2 young maids stood at the entrance, holding warm water.
Come in. Yes.
The 2 young maids, around 7 or 8 years of age, respectfully entered, carrying 2 basins of hot water. One basin held a towel while the other contained toiletries. The edges of the basins featured a small, uneven platform, perfectly designed for placing items. It is indeed remarkable to acknowledge the wisdom of ancient people. They anticipated every necessity, and the living conditions of the nobility often surpass the opulence experienced by many wealthy merchants today. Mistress. The 2 young maids bowed in greeting. Ming Hua casually gestured for them to rise. There is no need for excessive formality here. Etiquette must not be neglected. The maids lifted their heads, allowing Ming Hua to discern their features. One had a round face, while the other had a more square visage. What are your names? She wished to avoid getting entangled in excessive formalities. Should she dismiss the need for courtesy with a simple phrase, she would not dare to disregard it entirely. I am Xiao Yun. I am Xiao Mei. The round-faced girl introduced herself as Xiao Mei, while the square-faced one was Xiao Yun.
How old are you?
Ming Hua inquired as she took a seat. Xiao Mei replied, I am 7.5 years old. I am 8, Xiao Yun respectfully stated. Ming Hua nodded. I am also 7.5 this year. From now on, you may simply address me as Miss. There is no need for mistress. That is a matter for your father's generation. Understood, mistress. Xiao Yun managed a faint smile. Xiao Mei nodded in agreement and bowed again. I will remember, Mississippi. The premise of reuse is to become her trusted aide. Rather than harboring baseless emotions towards the master, such individuals can easily turn against their master with just a slight nudge from others. She intends to refrain from utilizing them for the time being, opting to observe instead. This also serves as a caution to her parents, warning them against the folly of attempting to impose their poorly raised daughter upon her. She is the mistress of the house, not their daughter, and bears no obligation to educate her. As for Xiao Mei, under her keen observation, she found no sign of discontent in her, merely a cautious demeanor. Individuals like her should be watched carefully. If she proves worthy of cultivation, she may become her future ally. If not, she can simply be dismissed. Miss, have I done something wrong? Why is Xiao Mei retained while I am not? Xiao Yun pouted in discontent. Xiao Mei cautiously raised her gaze towards the miss, only to find the latter's expression unchanged, her attention casually drifting toward Xiao Yun for a fleeting moment. Startled by the glance, Xiao Yun instinctively took 2 steps back. Ming Hua, too, felt deterred by her timid nature, which was ill-suited for serving closely. What do you think, Xiao Mei? I harbor no dissatisfaction towards the miss. Xiao Yun replied begrudgingly, her brows furrowed. Her parents had mentioned that the Xiao family had few masters and were just beginning their journey. As long as she diligently followed the miss, there might be opportunities for advancement in the future. However, if the miss were to abandon her, such prospects would vanish, leaving her without a formal position. Xiao Yun's face paled slightly, and upon meeting Xiao Mei's respectful countenance, her frustration surged anew. Miss, this is unfair. Fairness is something your parents provide. It is not my responsibility. Remember, I am your mistress, not your elder, nor your junior. Ming Hua waved her hand, signaling that they could leave. Xiao Yun still wished to speak, but Xiao Mei, after placing down the water basin, took over Xiao Yun's basin and set both aside, quickly pulling Xiao Yun away. This pleased Ming Hua. Xiao Mei was not a rigid individual. Training her would not prove too arduous. With the addition of a nurse to guide her in a few years, she would be capable of standing on her own. Xiao Yun's mother scrutinized her daughter, realizing for the first time that perhaps she had indulged her too much. You possess quite the audacity, daring to challenge the young lady. Do you recall my admonitions before you left? Xiao Yun, with a nonchalant expression, replied unabashedly. You said to heed the young lady's words, and I said nothing and did not retort. Yet, the young lady still finds no need for my assistance. Your instructions hold no weight at all. Mother, she is merely a country girl, of lesser standing than I. Why should I be expected to serve her? And her mother, so petty and fearful of offending others, did not even attend the apprenticeship banquet. Were it not for the esteemed Prime Minister's regard, what significance would they hold? They owe everything to him. We were sent here by the Prime Minister, and she would not dare to act against us. With a sharp slap, Xiao Yun instinctively covered her stinging face, staring in disbelief at her mother. Mother, why did you strike me? It was imperative to put an end to this behavior. Even if it pained her, she had to be resolute. With only 2 factions surrounding the master for the time being, if her side appeared weak, the other would surely rise. Chapter 140. Overcoming the reborn woman. The news of Xiao Yun's confinement reached Ming Hua, who merely smiled softly. She turned to the attendant beside her, Xiao Mei, and inquired, What do you think of such a punishment? Is it too lenient or too severe? It is lenient, Xiao Mei replied, her brow slightly furrowing. Under Ming Hua's gaze, she continued, harboring discontent towards one's master is a grave error in itself. Thus, one must be punished for their misdeeds. Confinement is not a true punishment. An astute girl, Ming Hua chuckled lightly. What significance does confinement hold? One does nothing and can endure hunger for 3 days. Xiao Yun's mother will always care for her, ensuring she does not starve. She intends to use her position to teach her daughter a lesson, necessitating the confinement as a facade. Moreover, it allows her to assess Xiao Yun's capabilities. It seems the rivalry between these 2 families is quite intense. Xiao Yun's mother has grown quite bold, we shall see. Should she falter, she might find herself stripped of her position and dismissed from the manor. Do they truly believe they are untouchable because they are favored by the master? With her hands respectfully clasped before her and her gaze lowered, Xiao Mei displayed her diligence as a servant, feigning ignorance of a conversation. Ming Hua smiled and said, Rest now. Tomorrow we rise early to pay our respects to the master. Please prepare the attire I shall wear. Yes, tomorrow calls for yellow. Brown does not suit the occasion and is rather unappealing. Let us choose a light yellow. Yes, Mississippi. After ensuring her mistress was comfortably reclined, Xiao Mei opened the well-stocked wardrobe of Ming Hua, selecting two exquisite outfits, one in a delicate yellow and the other in a soft shade of yellow. The accompanying jewelry was neatly arranged on the dressing table, a skill she had acquired from her mother, who had once attended to the old lady's grooming. The young lady possessed a pleasant temperament, making her easy to serve, devoid of the habit of tormenting her servants. As long as she fulfilled her duties well, Xiao Mei, as the chief maid, would lead a most agreeable life. Her mother's teachings proved to be astute. Regardless of the mistress, one must never act with impudence before her. The repercussions of such behavior were far beyond their capacity to bear. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Ming Hua stirred from her slumber. Xiao Mei, who had been resting on the small couch, awakened at the sound. Rubbing her eyes, she summoned her energy. Was the young lady preparing to rise? Indeed, she was already up. Ming Hua approached the dressing table, stretching with a languid yawn. Xiao Mei, please fetch me some hot water to wash my face. Certainly, miss. Just a moment, Xiao Mei replied, turning to open the door. Upon exiting the room, she closed the door behind her. The early autumn air was cool and refreshing, and the dry chill of the capital's autumn made it imperative to keep the door shut to prevent the cold breeze from entering. Sudden changes in temperature could easily lead to illness. Seated at the dressing table, Ming Hua picked up a wooden comb, meticulously tending to her long hair. At not yet 8 years of age, her tresses cascaded down to her waist. In ancient customs, there was the belief that one's hair was a gift from one's parents, thus it should not be carelessly cut. Over the years, she had refrained from cutting her hair, resulting in its excessive length, which became cumbersome to manage. Miss, the hot water is ready. Would you prefer to wash up first or begin your makeup? Xiao Mei pushed the door open, followed by a middle-aged woman. After placing the hot water down to pay her respects to Ming Hua, she retreated. Yes, miss, that is my mother. I could not carry 2 basins of hot water, which is why I requested her assistance. Please forgive me. Mississippi. Xiao Mei set down the basin, bowing respectfully, her demeanor sincere and devoid of pretense. Ming Hua shook her head with a gentle smile. There is no need for apologies. I see your mother is well versed in etiquette. She has done splendidly. After washing up, Ming Hua rose and stepped out, with Xiao Mei attending to her mouthwash and cleansing. Following this, the process of dressing commenced. Before starting, Xiao Mei inquired, Miss, I have prepared 2 sets of garments for you. Would you prefer the tender yellow or the light yellow? Both sets of jewelry are complementary. The tender yellow, please, Ming Hua replied, as the soft hue perfectly suited her youthful complexion. Very well. Xiao Mei began to style her, opting for a natural look, only shaping her brows without any additional makeup, as the young girl's delicate skin was ill-suited for cosmetics, especially in an era lacking proper cleansing products that might leave residue in the pores. The sole method of facial cleansing in ancient times was to apply warm water to the face, followed by a splash of cool water to tighten the pores. Her hair was fashioned into a hanging bun, adorned with small yellow flowers on either side, and she donned the tender yellow dress. A charming young lady emerged, her appearance fresh and natural, much to Ming Hua's satisfaction. Once her preparations were complete, she sent Xiao Mei outside to wait. Ming Hua then took a small box to store a spirit fruit she had prepared for Su Shofu and others the previous day. It bore the same peculiar shape as the ones given to Su Shofu, yet it was slightly larger. It is but a trivial matter, scarcely noticeable upon closer inspection.
Come.
Let us visit my mother's courtyard. Cradling a small box, I led Xiao Mei to the residence of the Xiao family. By this time, the day had fully dawned, and the matriarch of the Xiao family had risen, instructing the servants to prepare the meal. Ming Hua arrived just in time to partake in breakfast. Sanya came as well, joining us for the meal. The 2 servants provided by her master were quite competent, one excelling in household management and the other in culinary affairs, both proving to be quite useful. Madame Xiao beckoned her, and the mother and daughter took their seats together. Ming Hua glanced at the spread before her, nodding in approval. It was indeed quite delightful. What do you mean by not bad? It is exceptionally good. The meals we had back home were not nearly as fine. Mother knows her own cooking. Edible, yes, but certainly not exquisite. Madame Xiao beamed with delight. Ming Hua observed that her mother seemed to have regained a youthful radiance, free from the burdens of domestic toil. The worry etched in her brow appeared to have vanished, and with the absence of relentless chores, she radiated a sense of ease. Mother, are you happy living in the capital? Madame Xiao nodded, slightly puzzled by the question. Being by your side and witnessing your well-being brings me immense joy. Knowing you are surrounded by those who care for you amplifies my happiness. Yet, I sometimes ponder about your father and brothers. I wonder how they fare in Xianyan County. Your grandparents are only cared for by your second uncle at home, while your second aunt is rather unreliable, and I fear they might be neglected. If you are concerned, you should bring them here. I will look after them. It would be even better if we could bring father and my brothers to the capital as well. She pondered deeply. Whether her father taught in Xianyan County or in the capital, he was still engaged in education. Once she received her share of the profits from the book held by her elder brother, she envisioned purchasing a rural estate in the outskirts. There, she could cultivate the land, grow vegetables, and enjoy independence in her sustenance, thereby reducing her expenses. In the future, when her grandparents visited, there would be ample space for them to relax, and the produce from the estate could be sold, achieving dual benefits. However, she intended to keep this plan from her mother, who had recently fretted excessively over the matter of their residence. If she were to learn that her daughter aspired to acquire a farm, it would likely exacerbate her worries. Chapter 141. Overcoming the reborn girl. I wish to, too. But your father is quite content teaching in the county. He might not be inclined to relocate. If your two brothers come, where would they study? Many matters remained unresolved, and upon hearing this, a shadow of concern returned to Xiao Li's brow. Ming Hua was at a loss for words. Indeed, once one broadens their horizons, many personal worries diminish. Xiao Li's plight stemmed largely from her limited perspective, feeling overwhelmed by what appeared insurmountable. Mother, please do not fret. My master has made arrangements. Once I set everything in order here, I will see if there are options for my two brothers. As for father, teaching is teaching, regardless of the location. However, it may be somewhat challenging for him to teach in the capital with his status as a scholar. The capital is never short of talent. Even a jinshi may face disdain when teaching, and it is even more so for a scholar like him. I am contemplating whether to persuade father to continue with the imperial examinations. Now, you must concern yourself with this as well. Xiao Li sighed in resignation. Yet her heart brimmed with contentment. The harmony and mutual support among children is what every parent yearns to witness. Isn't it a bit harsh on my daughter? The brother's kindness toward her is something she cherishes. Similarly, the affection shown by you and father is also etched in her memory. Within the bounds of my capabilities, it is no misdeed for me to assist my brothers. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she expressed, in our sect, isn't mutual support among fellow disciples a cherished tradition? Protectiveness towards one another is a fine custom of our school, and it is something I possess in abundance. Moreover, when my brothers thrive, I too can flourish. I have always hoped for their success and prosperity. Xiao Leshi, filled with joy, reached out to touzle her daughter's hair. My dear, I know you are the finest of daughters. Take your time. Do not rush the process. Once you have firmly established yourself, then you may consider ways to assist your brothers. She added, I do not intend to prevent them from coming or to put you in a difficult position. I understand that the scholars in the capital are far superior to those in the county, with Dean Fan being an exception. Most are even less capable than your father. Naturally, if there are better options, I hope for you all to have more competent mentors. This applies equally to each of my children. While you have found a worthy teacher, my son remains without guidance. Coming to the capital will certainly provide you with superior education compared to the county. Moreover, the capital is vibrant and teeming with nobility. It would be beneficial for the two brothers to occasionally accompany Ming Xiao to broaden their horizons. The depth of parental love brings forth far-reaching considerations. I understand, Mother. There is no need for formality between us. As long as the Xiaos remain steadfast in their intentions, her own will not waver. As the mother and daughter enjoyed their breakfast, a servant entered with news. Madam, Miss, the Prime Minister and young Master Ji, along with young Master Cui, have arrived. So early? I will be there shortly. Ming Xiao grasped 2 steamed buns, downing the silver fungus soup in one swift motion. With her other hand, she seized a small box and proceeded to exit, casually announcing, Mother, there's no need to wait for my lunch. I shall dine at the Master's residence. Do take your time. Walk slowly and eat carefully. Be wary of choking, her mother gently admonished. Ming Xiao nodded absent-mindedly, finishing 1 bun in just a few bites. By the time she stepped out of the courtyard, she had devoured the bun in her hand, leaving her fingers greasy and uncomfortably slick. Xiaomei offered her a handkerchief, saying, Miss, wipe your hands. Upon entering the carriage, Ming Xiao first greeted her master respectfully. Su Shoufu inclined his head and amiably replied, Please take a seat. With a smile, Ming Xiao settled into her place. Have you had breakfast? He inquired. I have, she responded. Su Shoufu cast a sidelong glance at her, noting, Make sure to wipe your hands clean. Ming Hua's smile faltered momentarily as she instinctively raised a hand to dab at the corner of her mouth, discovering indeed that she had oil there. The filling of the bun had been quite greasy, inevitably leaving a mark on her lips. How embarrassing! Clutching the small box, she resolved to feign ignorance. For she had already cleaned herself. It was others who should feel the discomfort. Your senior brothers are in the carriage behind. When we arrive at the residence, you will meet a few of your masters and uncles. Among them, your grandmaster has 2 disciples now serving in the Hamlin Academy, one named Chu Sanqi and the other Yan Ruhai. You have met them before, do you remember? I do, she affirmed. As long as she chose to focus, there was nothing she could forget. Su Shoufu nodded and continued. Both of them are naturally intelligent and possess a remarkable aptitude for study. However, one values the welfare of the people, while the other comes from a peaceful, stable family and lacks the drive for advancement. Indeed. However, do not judge a person based on these matters. One must understand that even those seemingly lacking ambition will naturally rise to the occasion when the opportunity presents itself. Such individuals are indeed more formidable, for they are acutely aware that a life devoid of ambition and effort will forever subject them to scorn. Ming Xiao comprehended this well. As did I, master. Next, there are your 4th martial uncle's 2 disciples, Xiao Yunian and Cheng Zixing. Xiao Yunian holds a position at the Imperial Academy, while Cheng Zixing serves as the headmaster of a prestigious academy in the outskirts of the capital. They are the eldest among your fellow disciples. Should you require assistance, you may seek them out. Otherwise, it would be prudent to cultivate a rapport with them. As for the other registered disciples, I have not introduced them to you yet, but you may encounter them in the future. If such an opportunity does not arise, it is of little consequence. There are too many registered disciples to introduce individually, each of whom has received guidance. The disciple has taken note of this. I am grateful for your guidance, master. A bow of gratitude is offered. For when a master chooses to impart even a few words of wisdom, it signifies that they hold you in esteem. Conversely, should they withhold their counsel, allowing you to learn through your own missteps, the likelihood of their regard for you can only be surmised by your own interpretation. Minister Su nodded, his gaze falling upon the box in her hands. What do you intend to present to your master? Spirit fruits, she replied, opening the box for his inspection. Minister Su furrowed his brow. While presenting such fruits would be a kindness to her master, He was aware that her master had a family, making it improbable to keep such a secret. Have you contemplated this carefully? Once this item falls into your master's hands, the knowledge of its extraordinary properties may very well be divulged swiftly. Ming Hua was well aware of this, yet she felt obliged to maintain a semblance of propriety. She could not allow her master to perceive her as overly solitary. Moreover, she did not possess anything of great value to offer. Master. I possess nothing else to offer to the venerable master. She is impoverished, her family lacking in wealth. Su Shofu sighed softly, turning to press a button on the carriage. A compartment revealed itself before him. He retrieved a small brocade box and handed it to her, saying, "Take this and present it to your master." Ming Hua, perplexed, accepted it and opened the lid. Within lay a jade disc of equal quality to the black and white jade pendant, its surface smooth and warm, exuding a faint spiritual aura that felt exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Ming Hua's gaze faltered momentarily as she looked up at her master, only to find him with his eyes closed, entering a state of repose. Chapter 142. Overcoming the Reborn Woman Master. We have arrived at the Wei Yuan Gong residence. Outside the carriage, a calm and respectful voice from the young servant reached Su Shofu, who abruptly opened his eyes. "Master, we have arrived at the residence of the venerable master," Ming Hua announced. Su Shofu nodded, disembarking from the carriage. Ming Hua lifted the curtain and alighted first. Su Shofu followed, assisted by the servant, who cautioned, "Be careful, sir." "Master. Master." Ji Jin and Cui Changhe, accompanied by their respective servants, approached to pay their respects before standing quietly to the side. Su Shofu inclined his head gently, leading them toward the Wei Yuan Gong residence. As a frequent visitor and a disciple of the old master, they were granted entry without the need for formal announcement. "Master." Upon entering the old master's courtyard, Su Shofu greeted him with a respectful bow. Regardless of his high official rank, he remained steadfast in his role as a disciple. Master and master ancestor and Ming Hua, accompanied by two senior brothers, paid their respects, followed by the exchange of greetings among the senior disciples of Su Shofu's generation in the main hall. Subsequently, Ming Hua and the other junior disciples bowed to their elders, and finally, the younger generation greeted one another, as they had already acquainted themselves the previous day. There was no need for extensive introductions today. Ming Hua could recall most of the individuals present, distinguishing between those she knew and those she did not. At that moment, a voice called out to her. It was her elder. She hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Master, did you call for me?" The elder, with a warm smile, responded, "Indeed, I did. Are you settling in well at your master's residence? No one is troubling you, I hope? It's quite pleasant. My master has been exceptionally considerate in every regard. Just the other day, he sent me 2 servants, which has been a tremendous help. I have recently acquired 2 courtyards, but with just my mother and me, I wonder how long it will take to tidy them up for habitation. Thankfully, with the arrival of the 2 servants, my mother has already moved in." She spoke plainly, sharing the facts without embellishment. "That's wonderful. You are still young. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek your master's assistance. It is unwise to bear everything alone. While you are indeed clever, your youth necessitates the support of others, and you must learn to share the burdens." At such a tender age, she had been compelled to become adept at navigating complexities. Su Shofu lifted his gaze to observe the eaves. Contemplating the treatment afforded to his small disciple, it was evident that the disparity between male and female disciples was pronounced, as the male students had never received such privileges. "Yes, master, I will heed your advice. I shall reach out to you and my senior brothers whenever necessary." She intends to charm her elders, particularly the master. "After the banquet yesterday, I asked my senior brother to assist me in printing the script for sale. I will share 2 tenths with him, while the remainder will be mine."
"Oh."
The focus of the Lord shifted towards Ji Jin. "Did you bring it?" This was the Lord's primary concern. Ming Hua replied, "I have given it to my senior brother." The Lord fixed his gaze on Ji Jin, who felt a wave of unease. The master had never shown such attention towards him before. He hurriedly shook his head. Master, the script is already in the printing process. I will ensure to deliver a copy to you as soon as it is printed. Does that sound agreeable? Young lad from the Ji family, do not forget about your senior uncle, Ning Fong interjected from his seat beside the Lord. Director Fan chuckled. I must not be left out. Please send me a copy as well, so I may peruse the remarkable work of our young disciple and witness the flights of fancy of youth. Fourth Uncle Luo Mingxiang, stroking his short beard, regarded them with bright eyes, his demeanor both dignified and refined, often laced with a hint of teasing. Minghua gracefully accepted their banter, feeling no shame in her writing endeavors. In fact, having completed the script ahead of time and refined it, she was confident it surpassed the previous 3 volumes, which she had hastily submitted to the bookstore without proper editing. Ji Jin repeatedly affirmed, Yes, I will ensure that the first copies are delivered to all of you elders. Satisfied, the Lord turned to Minghua once more, inquiring about her master's absence from the apprenticeship banquet yesterday. Are you displeased with him? Not at all. Minghua shook her head without a moment's hesitation. The absence of her revered master surely held purpose, and though the reasons eluded her comprehension, she harbored no discontent towards him. Su Shofu offered a faint smile, quickly veiling it. The elder was quite pleased with her response, observing that her demeanor was not merely a facade to appease him. Good child, should you ever find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to seek your master. And should your mentor treat you unjustly, come to me. I shall advocate for you. Thank you, master, but my mentor would never harm me. Her innocent gaze radiated a pure clarity, as if she could effortlessly pierce through the darkness of the world. Good child. The elder removed a jade pendant from his person. This is for you. Take care of it. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance at the establishment bearing the emblem engraved upon this pendant. They will go to great lengths to aid you. Ning Fong and Luo Ming exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with understanding. The younger generation remained oblivious to the pendant's significance, yet they were well aware. The elder had once served alongside the late emperor, earning numerous accolades for his valor. He had been rewarded with a life-saving token, titles, and considerable wealth, alongside this very pendant. The emblem upon it seemed to convey deeper meanings, though the elder had never divulged its secrets, leaving them in the dark. What they did know was that the symbol represented the elder's private enterprises, and any establishment bearing this insignia was a venture of his making. Of course, these were merely the visible aspects. The true extent of the elder's holdings remained shrouded in mystery. Master, is it truly appropriate to bestow such a precious item upon Minghua? With so many disciples present? What is inappropriate about it?
Su Shofu joget momentia.
Unable to articulate that such actions could cause trouble for Minghua, having just become a disciple, she had not only received her master's black and white jade token but also a jade emblem representing her master's industrial lineage. Setting aside the thoughts of her fellow disciples, one could only imagine the incessant troubles that would arise if the scions of the public office became aware of this. You find yourself at a loss for words, do you not? The old master snorted coldly, expressing his willingness to bestow upon Minghua not merely a token but even the entirety of his enterprise. While his disciples clutched their treasures, his little disciple was left destitute. Su Shofu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Director Fan, with a smile, remarked, "Third junior brother, what the master has given is a manifestation of his goodwill. It is also a form of compensation for Minghua. Yesterday, during her apprenticeship, the master could not attend, which inevitably led to speculation. Although the master harbors no ulterior motives, he indeed owes Minghua a debt." Su Shofu, weary of further debate, recognized that the master's decision was immutable. Chapter 143, Overcoming the Reborn Girl 72. Taking on a disciple was one matter, but in other affairs, it was much the same. Minghua cradled the jade pendant, aware of its inherent value. Her master's inquiry was indeed for her benefit. Thus, she proposed, "Master Ancestor, should I return the jade pendant to you?" Clutching it tightly, she shook her head vigorously, declaring that it was given to her by the master, and there was no reason to return it. She would heed his words. "That is precisely correct." The old master finally exhibited a smile. "What the master has bestowed upon you, accept it with assurance. A young lady ought not to be without silver, for she deserves to be cherished." Su Shofu could only shake his head in resignation. Ning Fong offered a gentle smile, for the tenderly nurtured little cabbage is not easily uprooted by swine. Minghua.
Ha ha ha.
Luo Mingxian laughed heartily, echoing the words of the senior brother, to prevent the little cabbage from being disturbed by pigs. "Yunyan, Zixing, you must keep a close watch over our junior sister." "Yes, master," Xiao Yunyan and Sheng Zixing replied with smiles, their gazes turning towards Minghua. Yet, they found her expression unchanged, her cheeks flushed, as if she had not comprehended their playful banter. Such composure is commendable, both Dean Fan and the others silently acknowledged. Minghua placed the box on the small table beside the old gentleman, having exchanged the spiritual fruit inside for the jade pendant gifted by Minister Su. "This is a token of respect for the master." "What is it?" The old gentleman, benevolent and amiable, reached for the box and opened it, revealing a jade pendant of exquisite quality that caught his eye. He stroked his beard, the smile on his face deepening. "This is indeed a fine piece of jade." "How thoughtful of you, Minghua." The expressions of Luo Mingxian's two disciples subtly shifted. With that, the old gentleman promptly hung the jade pendant at his waist, feeling both gratified and joyful, repeatedly praising, "Good child." Regardless of its authenticity, the sentiment behind it is what truly matters. Having lived a long life, the old gentleman understood that such quality jade was beyond Ming Hua's current means. It was likely a gift from her master. Nevertheless, this gesture of hers was unmatched by others. "Master will wear it with great care." Minghua pressed her lips together in a sweet smile, retreating to the side of her senior brothers, allowing herself the leisure to observe others. It was upon this glance that she noticed the 4 senior brothers under the tutelage of her 4th master uncle wore expressions that were less than favorable. Uncertain, she tugged at Jijin's garment and gestured subtly towards the 2 individuals. The 2 from her Grand Master Uncle's household presented contrasting demeanors. One appeared languidly unperturbed, while the other sat with an air of formality. Upon meeting Minghua's gaze, they exchanged amiable smiles. Jijin chuckled softly, discreetly elucidating, "Our master's disciples, as well as those under Grand Master Uncle, presented a token of respect to our ancestor upon their initiation, regardless of its value. At least they made the gesture." However, the individuals from Grand Master Uncle and 4th Master Uncle's households did not offer anything at all. "Oh, I see." Minghua's perception of the 4 shifted subtly. "Let it be. Everyone is aware of this matter." He harbored suspicions that the ancestors' decision not to grant jade tokens was either an oversight or a keen insight into the characters of the 2 from 4th Master Uncle's family. The 2 from Grand Master Uncle's household had never made an offering either. Their ancestors' wealth was substantial. They were not lacking in such trifles, for it was the sentiment that mattered. In the future, it would be wise to maintain a distance from them. They are quite astute, and as a naive young girl, you would find yourself outmaneuvered. Jijin's heart harbored a cold mirth. This was not a sentiment he had volunteered. Rather, it was prompted by his junior sister's inquiry, revealing her keen observation. Feigning an understanding she did not fully possess, Minghua nodded. "Then, what if I wish for my brothers to study in the capital? Master mentioned one is at the Guozijian and the other at the Ming Xiao Academy. Your brothers are considering coming to the capital?" After a moment of contemplation, Jijin raised his eyebrows and remarked, "In the outskirts of the capital, there are not only the renowned Ming Mountain Academy but also the Xingji Academy and the Jinxiu Academy. Senior brother sure has relatives at Singji Academy. If you truly wish for your brothers to come and study, senior brother can facilitate that for you. The implication was unmistakable. He was offering a backdoor entry. Ming Hua chuckled softly. I will discuss this with my family first. Thank you, senior brother. What is there to thank? Among our master's disciples, there are just the three of us, unlike other senior uncles who have numerous disciples. We must unite. When confronting outsiders, we should stand together with the senior brothers from the other uncles' families. It is essential for our trio to present a united front when facing them. Senior brother. It sounds like you're forming cliques, Ji-jin teased. It's impractical to seek a comfortable life in the capital while acting as a solitary minister. Take notes on how to navigate this. Ming Hua's eyes flickered slightly as she nodded in silence. Subsequently, she listened to the casual conversation between her master and the senior uncles, which included discussions about court affairs and the specifics of their respective positions. From her brief listening, she gleaned that senior brother Chu Sanchi was thriving at the Hamlin Academy. He possessed extensive connections and was well-liked, crucially adept at both yielding and asserting himself. After enjoying a midday meal, the group bid their farewells. Upon exiting the Wei Yuan Gong residence, they found a long line of 9 horse-drawn carriages waiting outside. Farewell, senior brother and 4th junior brother. Safe travels, 3rd junior brother. Su Shoufu glanced at Ji-jin and then at Ming Hua. Ming Hua nodded. Master, I would like to discuss the matter of the script with senior brother. Yes, ensure you return home safely. The latter remark was directed at Ji-jin. Ji-jin hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting as the three of them helped Su Shoufu onto the carriage. Following this, Cui Changhe also accompanied Ji-jin while Ming Hua and another individual boarded the Ji family carriage. As several carriages departed, Ning Fong called his apprentice to leave, and Luo Mingxing along with his 2 disciples bid their farewells and departed. Inside the carriage, Cui Changhe inquired, Senior brother, when will the little junior sister's story be published? In a few days. It is being printed urgently, Ji-jin replied. Very well, once it is out, do remember to give me a copy. I would like to take a look at the little junior sister's tale. With his health restored, Cui Changhe felt as if a knot in his heart had been untied, and his temperament had become considerably more open. He was no longer the stern individual he once was, his brow often furrowed with worry, and his complexion poor.
Now,
Cui Changhe appeared healthy and rosy, with his body at ease. His spirit had lightened as well. Your contribution is indispensable. Our little junior sister's major work deserves your attention. It should be beneficial for you. After reading it, I felt my own perspective broadened significantly. Entering the world of those immortals is truly enchanting. Turning to him, Ji-jin continued, has a price been set for the little junior sister's dialogues? What do you think it should be, senior brother? Given Ji-jin's investment of both manpower and resources, he should have a better understanding of the appropriate price. If it were up to me, I would suggest 1 tael of silver per book. After deducting the costs, the profit per book would amount to 768 won. Cui Changhe was taken aback and asked, is writing such tales really that lucrative? A pure profit of over 700 won per book. What would that amount to if 100 copies were sold? That would be over 700 taels of silver. Then I must read it thoroughly. The admiration bestowed upon the master brother is not merely a consequence of camaraderie among peers. After they finished speaking, Ming Hua interjected, questioning whether 1 or 2 silver coins might be excessively dear, as some individuals might hesitate to make such a purchase. As for those who claim they cannot afford it, they are predominantly impoverished scholars from distant lands or common folk residing in the lower strata of society. However, it is essential to recognize that our current clientele does not consist of the common populace. We must penetrate the circles of the elite. Once the affluent begin to acquire our offerings, word will inevitably spread among the masses. Furthermore, I have commissioned the printing of 100,000 copies, intending to distribute them across various provinces. This will broaden our avenues for sales, allowing you to profit more substantially. Upon hearing this, Ming Hua fell silent. Her expertise did not lie in commerce, and thus, she entrusted the matter to the master brother without objection.
Ah, precisely.
Heed my counsel, and you shall not err. My own study houses a collection of tales for sale, most of which are purchased outright, and upfront some severing ties with the original authors. I possess a keen understanding of which narratives sell well and which ones captivate the audience's appetite. Ji Jin spoke with enthusiasm while Cui Changhe listened intently. He owned but a modest estate, which held little intrinsic value, merely appearing pleasing to the eye. This small estate was a gift from the head of the Cui family, offering no substantial yield, yet serving as a semblance of property. Master brother, I possess a modest sum of silver. What industry do you believe would yield the most profit?
Cui Changhe inquired.
If we speak of lucrative ventures, the tavern and brothel business undoubtedly reaps the highest rewards. Trading in foreign commodities also proves profitable, often yielding exorbitant returns. Ji Jin lowered her voice and said to the two of them, "This matter must not be spoken of outside. Dealings involving overseas goods are conducted discreetly. You two must not divulge it." Understood, understood. Ming Hua waved her hand. Cui Changhe echoed, "Not a word. The ladies of the capital are fond of beauty, and they use a considerable amount of cosmetics daily. If managed well, it can indeed be a lucrative venture. Moreover, the raw materials for cosmetics are not expensive, merely a bit troublesome to procure." Cui Changhe was clearly intrigued. However, he had nothing to offer. Though he had found a potential avenue for profit, without the formula, his enthusiasm was futile. "I lack the formula, so I shall leave the silver with the eldest senior brother to help earn a little." Ming Hua's gaze flickered. "I do possess a few formulas for cosmetics." Ji Jin and Cui Changhe turned their heads in unison, astonished. "Where did you acquire those formulas?" "I gleaned them from a book, though that book is now lost. Only I remember the formulas. At the time, I did not give it much thought. But anything I have read even once stays with me. Otherwise, I would have nothing to offer you now. Little junior sister, how are you so clever?" Ji Jin reached out to pat her head, but Ming Hua quickly dodged. "Have you washed your hands after lunch?" "Don't touch my head. Little junior sister, don't be angry. I was merely too excited," Ji Jin said cheerfully. "Then little junior sister will provide the formulas, the second junior brother will invest. And I shall handle the personnel and raw materials. Does that sound feasible to you?" Ming Hua glanced at them, recognizing such a promising opportunity for profit could not be dismissed. "How will the profits be distributed?" Ming Hua presented the formula, claiming 30%. "Second junior brother. How much silver can you invest?" Cui Changhe gestured a number. 500 taels? Ji Jin's eyes sparkled. "Then I shall contribute 5,000 taels. Taking responsibility for the operation of human resources and materials. Hence, I shall hold 40%, while second junior brother retains 30. No need for 30, 2% suffices." It was evident that Ji Jin was being modest, yet Cui Changhe was not naive. 30%, you are akin to the little junior sister. This shall be considered our shared private property, second junior brother. Do not decline." Ji Jin turned to inquire of Ming Hua, "Little junior sister, do you agree?" Ming Hua nodded in approval. "See, the little junior sister has consented," Ji Jin remarked with a smile, genuinely considering the financial plight of the second junior brother. Ming Hua felt a surge of desire, yet her purse was nearly empty. The dividends from the storybook would not materialize until the following month. Thus she was destined to miss this lucrative opportunity. Upon returning home, she found herself unable to voice her wish to partake in the venture. Parting from her two senior brothers, it was impossible to feel entirely unregretful. The Ji family had been noble for generations, with substantial wealth and numerous avenues for income. Their overseas trade endeavors were undoubtedly well established, supported by the Ji family's robust network. The risk was minimal. As long as one invested, profit was guaranteed. Yet, her heart heavy with regret, it was upon seeing her mother that Ming Hua managed to conceal her feelings. The maid was dispatched, And Xiao Leshi pulled Ming Hua to sit down, inquiring meticulously, "Was your visit to your master's ancestral residence smooth?" "Very smooth," she replied, having concealed the jade pendant within a small bell, choosing not to reveal this to her mother. "That is good, indeed." Xiao Leshi felt reassured and, with concern, inquired, "Have you had enough to eat at noon?" Minghua nodded, indicating that she had dined well and was satisfied. "And what did your master say?" Xiao Leshi hastily replied, "No need to rush. First, establish your footing. Who goes about leveraging connections right after becoming an apprentice?" Minghua slightly inclined her head, sharing the same sentiment. Perhaps in a few days. In truth, if her elder brother could succeed in the imperial examination, matters would be far simpler. There would be no shame in taking a shortcut, would there? "I am here, mother. Please speak," Xiao Leshi remarked, "when you are out alone. Do you not bring a maidservant? In the past, our family lacked the means. Now that we are more fortunate, a maidservant is readily available. Having someone to assist you would ease my worries. At least there would be someone to look after you. Let Xiao Mei accompany me, then," she complied. A smile graced Xiao Leshi's face as she reached out to caress her daughter's cheek. "Our third daughter grows increasingly beautiful. You have gained a distinguished master. In the future, you must take care to protect yourself. That little maid, Xiao Mei, seems quite capable. My daughter has truly good taste." Minghua nodded absent-mindedly, not opposed to her mother's gentle touch. "Madam, miss, the white fungus and lotus seed soup has arrived," the maidservant announced as she approached with a tray. First bowing in respect. "Here, take this." Xiao Leshi received the tray, noticing 2 bowls within. With a smile, she placed one bowl in front of Minghua, urging, "Eat up." "Thank you, mother." Minghua lifted the bowl, slowly savoring the soup with her spoon. Xiao Leshi gazed at her daughter as she ate, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Her daughter, so young, bore burdens that were not rightfully hers to carry. Yet, neither she nor her husband possessed the means to support the family, ensuring that both sons could receive an education. They had to rely on the silver earned by their daughter, leaving Xiao Leshi with a profound sense of indebtedness. This petite girl, barely reaching her waist, was already capable of earning enough to sustain the entire household. How swiftly fortunes had turned. Previously, it had taken half a month just to see any returns from the county town. Her elder brother had many hands at his disposal, sufficient manpower to meet demand. Since it was he who personally commanded the initiative, naturally my tales were prioritized for publication. After a discussion with him, we decided to price each volume of my stories at 1 tale of silver, which would increase our household income. The earnings from the tales were a transparent account, save for one detail. She did not disclose how much would be allocated to her elder brother. Neither the master nor the grandmaster would approach their mother with such matters. She intended to reserve some funds to secretly purchase a farm, securing a fallback option, while she needed to acquire a visible farm. She also aspired to own a private one. Your father's expenditures in the county were modest, his monthly stipend sufficient. There was no need to send him silver. Keep your earnings for yourself. The funds you provide for your mother in the capital have always been yours, and I am already burdened by it. Xiao Leshi's smile faded as she urged her daughter to consider her own future. If too much silver were entrusted to her, it would be well in her mother's hands. She could safeguard it for her, to be drawn upon when necessary. However, once a habit of reliance was formed, she feared it might breed complacency in her brothers. Minghua shook her head. "That will not happen, mother. Please do not worry. My brothers are excellent. The eldest is diligent and ambitious, while the second is striving to catch up. With father watching over them, they would not dare to become lax." Upon arriving in the capital and witnessing the affluent young women of the city, she came to understand that those raised in wealth, endowed with silver, invariably possess a greater sense of confidence than their rural counterparts. Why is this so? It is because they have an abundance of resources at their disposal. They have parents who provide unwavering support. She could not afford her daughter a life of luxury or the refined upbringing akin to nobility. When faced with individuals of higher status, she would be unable to advocate for her daughter. The only course of action she could undertake was to ensure that she would not hinder her daughter's progress. After a heartfelt conversation between mother and daughter, Xiao Lo was unable to dispel Ming Hua's desire to request a modest sum of money from home. Ming Hua merely intended to ask for a lesser amount. Yet she firmly believed that at least 100 taels should be secured. With this sum, she could cover her two brothers' educational expenses and the costs of the upcoming examination. The following morning, Ming Hua rose early and, accompanied by Xiao Mei, took the carriage to the residence of the chief minister. Upon entering, they discovered that their master had not yet returned from the morning court session. However, her two senior brothers were present, each absorbed in their studies within the quiet confines of the study, where the only sound was the rustling of pages being turned. "Good morning, elder brother, second brother," she greeted. "Good morning, junior sister," they replied. Cui Changha's eyes sparkled with amusement as he set down his book. "You've arrived quite early, junior sister. It isn't too early. You two have been here for some time, haven't you? We have only just arrived ourselves. Come, take a seat. Feel free to select any book you wish from the shelves. The books in Master's study are available for reading, provided they remain within this room," Ji Jin explained with a light chuckle. Ming Hua inquired, "Am I free to choose any book I desire?" "Indeed, this is the outer study, intended for receiving guests."
Yin clarified.
"Where there exists an external study, there must also be an internal study. The former serves as a space for receiving guests, whereas the latter is where the master keeps official duties and confidential documents." Chapter 146. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 75. With a clear mind, Ming Hua sought out a book regarding musical instruments to peruse. The study once again fell into silence. Ming Hua remained silent, while Ji Jin and Cui Changha read intently. "Very well, I understand, serve the tea." Bypassing the steward, I walked directly into the external study and inquired, "Ji Jin, Changha, how long have you been here?" The three of them simultaneously set down their books and rose to pay their respects. "Master."
Rise.
With a wave of Su Shofu's hand, they all stood. Su Shofu took a seat at the writing desk, and the steward brought in some tea, placing a cup before each individual. After taking a sip of the tea, Su Shofu spoke lightly. "Ji Jin, Changha, your studies need not be assessed for now. You may continue with your unfinished work. Ming Hua, stay behind. I shall evaluate your progress first." "Yes, master." Ji Jin and Cui Changha exited the study respectfully. Ming Hua remained in place, and Su Shofu inquired, "Have you completed your reading of the Zhou Yi?" "I have finished." "Do you comprehend it?" Ming Hua nodded in affirmation and began searching within the study. Following the master's instructions, she gathered the 8 books and carried them out of the study, guided by the steward to find her 2 senior brothers. Su Shofu had arranged for his disciples a dedicated reading room, not overly large, sufficient for about a dozen individuals. Upon entering, Ming Hua discovered 4 young men of varying ages within. The eldest appeared to be around 12 or 13, while the youngest was merely 8 or 9. "Elder brother. Second brother. The young junior sister has arrived. She should come and sit with the elder brother. There is an empty seat beside Ji Jin, while others are already accompanied." Cui Changha occupies a solitary position due to his unique placement near the window, which is furnished with a solitary set of table and chairs. The 4 young gentlemen rose. Their expressions varied as they saluted her. Ming Hua responded with a smile, greeting her fellow disciples. After exchanging pleasantries, she settled down, and only then did the 4 youths take their seats. Ji Jin assisted her in arranging the books on the table. "Why did you bring so many books?" "They are for me to study, as instructed by master. There are 8 in total." Ming Hua picked each one up for him to see, all of which pertain to subjects she intends to learn. "Is your learning pace truly so swift?" After perusing the titles, Ji Jin felt a sense of discouragement. He too had studied these texts, and now the junior sister was delving into them as well, despite her being several years his junior. Could this truly illustrate the distinction between a prodigy and an ordinary individual? He had once been lauded as a youthful talent, excelling in his studies, boasting a prestigious lineage, and possessing commendable character. Many had deemed him a paragon among the young gentlemen of the capital. Yet, in his view, he genuinely felt unworthy of the term model. Is there something wrong with master believing I am capable of learning? Ji-jin's countenance appeared somewhat peculiar. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Second junior brother and I are also studying these texts, but we have only covered spring and autumn in area. We cannot accompany you in your studies. It's all right. I read swiftly. I will soon catch up with their pace. Blessed with remarkable memory and keen comprehension, she has never felt inferior to anyone. As long as she sets her mind to a task, no one can hinder her relentless pursuit of progress. Ji-jin found it hard to articulate her thoughts. Throughout the morning, Ji-jin, Cui Changhe, and the 4 young masters of the Su residence witnessed the essence of true genius. In less than the time it takes to brew half a pot of tea, she could flip through a page. And completing an entire book took no more than the duration of a single incense stick. They had assumed that this was her limit, yet astonishingly, she finished the next book at an even swifter pace. Time and again, their perceptions were forced to recalibrate until they were left in a state of bewilderment. Particularly, the 4 young masters of the Su family stared blankly as she turned the pages. When the steward arrived, announcing it was time for their luncheon, they realized that they had absorbed not a single word. A few of them cleared their throats, but they were too disheartened to inquire further. The steward looked at them, perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired. Young Master Ji, young Master Cui, esteemed young masters, what is the matter? Ji-jin snapped back to reality, hurriedly shaking her head. It's nothing, nothing at all. Junior sister, it is time for us to have lunch. After our meal, we shall resume our reading. Goodness, in just one morning, junior sister had devoured 6 books. Indeed, 6 books. Understood, I shall finish this last bit. Ming Xiao replied, burying herself in her reading once more. Ji-jin sighed in exasperation. Upon finishing this book, it would indeed be 7. Who could boast such a formidable record of reading 7 books in a single morning? Suddenly, Cui Changhe felt a sense of camaraderie with those present, sharing in their unspoken plight. The other 3 young masters harbored quiet resentment towards their elder brother for abandoning them. Watching their master's relentless reading, he felt despair. Were they not entitled to feel the same? Regrettably, the splendid opportunity was seized by the elder brother, leaving them unable to slip away. Miss Ming Xiao, shall we continue after we finish our meal? The butler approached, slightly bowing in respectful inquiry.
Just a moment.
Ming Xiao insisted on completing the last 3 pages, committing them to the recesses of her memory. Rising with a sense of unfulfilled desire, she mused, indeed, there exists a treasure trove within the pages of a book. Daily engagement with literature enriches one's spirit. The butler smiled and remarked, Miss Ming Xiao speaks wisely. The master has often echoed similar sentiments. Did the master also say this? Indeed, he was merely in his teens at the time, the butler replied kindly. He was a bit older than you, yet devoted himself to his studies daily. His elder disciples would often jest, calling him a bookworm, cautioning him not to become overly absorbed in his reading. Ming Xiao shook her head, silently reflecting. Observing the diligence of the former Minister Su and contrasting it with his current status, she noted that none of his peers could rival his achievements. Effort does not always guarantee success, but without endeavor, one is assuredly left with nothing. Looking at her master now in a prominent position, it is evident that effort and rewards are proportional. Then I must learn from my master. Ahem. Ji-jin interjected with a gentle cough, stepping forward. Junior sister, let us hasten to partake in our lunch. The master is likely awaiting our presence. Very well, Ming Xiao replied, and both Ji Jin and Cui Changhe simultaneously exhaled in relief. A person of exceptional talent, willing to invest more time than others in diligent study, rendered them, with their own moderate abilities, ashamed to slack off. Chapter 147. Overcoming the Reborn Girl 76. As they proceeded to the hall, the three disciples of Ji Jin greeted and took their seats, followed by the three young masters of the Su family, who could not escape. Before the meal commenced, Minister Su inquired, "How is your reading today?" The faces of the three young masters of the Su family turned pale, yet Ji Jin remained remarkably composed as he poured a cup of murky wine for Minister Su. "Master, today I have truly broadened my horizons." "What do you mean?" Skillfully diverting the conversation, the three young masters of the Su family cast grateful glances towards Ji Jin. Striving to diminish their presence, they merely hoped their grandfather would not notice them, lest they be deprived of their lunch.
Yin replied unhurriedly.
My junior brother and I spent the entire morning observing our junior sister peruse her books. Minister Su paused, taken aback, yet refrained from interrupting, allowing Ji Jin to continue. Our junior sister's speed in reading is astonishing. While we take a moment to ponder over a cup of tea, she requires not even half that time, leaving both my junior brother and me astounded. In just one morning, our junior sister managed to read 7 books. You heard correctly, 7. She read that quickly? Minister Su turned to Ming Hua. Were you able to comprehend it all? Ming Hua shook her head in response. Not everything can be understood, but I have committed the parts one do not grasp to memory. I intend to seek my master's guidance after the meal. Only then did Minister Su remain silent. The depth of her engagement indicated her earnestness in reading, yet it was clear that one could not merely apply conventional logic to her understanding. Let us eat. Indeed. A group of individuals dined leisurely, with Ming Hua enjoying her meal while Ji Jin and Cui Changhe seemed to eat without savoring a single bite. The three young masters of the Su family were particularly cautious, glancing at Ming Hua as they ate, unable to fathom how her intellect flourished so remarkably. In comparison, they felt as if their own minds were akin to that of swine. Thus, it was no wonder that their grandfather esteemed her and took her as his closed-door disciple. They envisioned a future filled with the suffocating despair of academic endeavors. With a little apprentice who is diligent and earnest in her studies, their plight seemed insurmountable. They soon realized that running away would not grant them an escape. In an instant, the faces of the three young masters turned as pale as parchment, overwhelmed by the thought of their predicament. Previously, they had only encountered examinations every half-month, yet now the pressure felt unbearable. "Yes, master," they acknowledged. Shortly after the steward departed, the eldest grandson of the Su family hurriedly followed behind, his complexion grave. Ming Hua, intrigued, tugged at Ji Jin's sleeve and inquired, "Senior brother, what has happened? They appear so defeated. What could have impacted them so severely?" Ji Jin, observing his little junior sister's innocent demeanor, felt a pang of frustration at her naive question. Cui Changhe, too, was hardly in a better state. However, he maintained his customary stoic expression, concealing his thoughts. "Little junior sister, be cautious not to utter such words in their presence. They may rebel," Ji Jin finally managed to advise. Hearing their conversation, Su Shofu cast a disapproving glance at several of his grandsons, feeling an unavoidable disdain for their lack of scholarly dedication. The mere mention of examinations sent them into a frenzy. "Come, let us retreat to the study for tea. I shall first assess Ming Hua," he declared. A group of individuals followed Minister Su into the outer study, where the butler presented them with fragrant tea before discreetly retreating. Minister Su, calm and composed, conducted a rigorous examination, the majority of questions drawn from textbooks, occasionally interspersed with queries pertaining to livelihood and practical matters. Textbooks merely offer theoretical knowledge. True comprehension necessitates practical application. Ming Hua found this routine rather familiar, having endured the tribulations of 3 years of rigorous examinations in the modern era. She had faced challenges even more formidable than those posed by her mentor. For her, it was as effortless as dining. She navigated the questions with remarkable proficiency, seeking clarification whenever necessary. Minister Su felt a profound sense of satisfaction, yet Ji Jin and Cui Changhe secretly felt disheartened. The four young masters of the Su family felt even more overwhelmed after Minister Su finished assessing Ming Hua and addressing all her queries. They were almost compelled to kneel before their esteemed teacher. This was a remarkable individual who not only grasped the concepts but also retained and applied them with ease. In stark contrast, they struggled to remember the material, often needing multiple readings, and even then, retention was uncertain. In summary, it was a painful experience. By the time Minister Su completed his examination of everyone, the four young masters of the Su family appeared utterly despondent, as if life had relentlessly worn them down. Minister Su scrutinized his grandsons, his brow furrowed. Your studies lack depth. Do not rush to learn new material. First, revisit the texts you have already studied. If necessary, commit them to memory. It is not foolishness that concerns me, but a lack of diligence. Grandfather. The young grandson of the Su family trembled as he lifted his gaze, only to be met with the deeply furrowed brow of Su Shofu. The words poised on his lips were abruptly silenced. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. At merely 8 years of age, why must he endure such torment? It was one thing for his elder brothers to toil. Why must he be compelled to join their arduous efforts? What need was there for a man to wear a sorrowful countenance? Speak plainly. Su family's young grandson replied timidly, I dare not.
Ah,
Grandfather, I wish to take a nap. The little boy lamented with a forlorn expression. Su Shofu's gaze reflected a sense of helplessness as he observed the young lady of the family, asking, Does she wish to nap? I do not nap. What is a nap? In her view, as a girl of her standing, the opportunity to study should be seized. Excelling in her studies was her only path forward. Once she ascended, whether or not she married would be of no one's concern. The four young boys of the Su family wore faces of despair. Casting resentful glances at Ming Hua, her mere presence sent shivers down her spine, causing her to rub her arms in discomfort. Look here, Su Shofu declared with fervor. Are you all as clever as your teacher? Do you possess her talents? How dare you indulge in laziness and sleep? When talent falls short, effort must prevail. As the grandsons of Su Lingjun, look at what you have become. You are all still boys, yet your teacher exhibits none of your softness. Sleep?
no.
You shall all muster your spirits and devote yourselves to your studies. Minghua found her thoughts involuntarily drifting to modern-day memes. After the four disheartened grandsons of the Su family departed, the anger within Su Shofu had yet to dissipate. His gaze then fell upon his 3 disciples, and his spirits lifted somewhat, grateful that at least 3 of them exhibited determination. You should also pursue your studies. Yes. The trio replied with a bow before taking their leave. Ji Jin and Cui Changhe, having encountered such scenes on multiple occasions, hurriedly planned their exit, lest their master impose additional burdens upon them. In Chapter 148, Overcoming the Reborn Girl, Su Shofu advised Ming Hua, be cautious of arrogance and impatience. Once the others had left, he turned to her. Ming Hua nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Your 2 senior brothers are currently enrolled at Xingji Academy. Would you like to attend as well? Among the 23 academies surrounding the capital, Xingji holds a prominent position. The scholars there are erudite and versatile, and you would gain much more knowledge upon enrollment. Although I can teach you, my instruction is somewhat limited, which may not be advantageous for you. I will heed my master's guidance. He would not steer me astray. Su Shofu smiled and nodded. Then it is settled. I shall write you a letter of recommendation, and tomorrow I will take you to visit the head of Xingji Academy. I appreciate master arranging this. I shall study diligently and uphold your reputation. She joyfully pledged, recognizing that such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. In her previous life as an actress in the modern world, she had experienced the grinding challenges of the entertainment industry, a realm rife with both virtue and vice. One must possess a stable and resilient mindset to endure and triumph in such an environment. Now, she yearned to explore this new world. There is no need for excessive formality between us, my disciple. Your well-being is my own. However, those 3 grandsons of mine, who lack both literary and martial prowess, are also studying at the Xingji Academy. Once you arrive there, I implore you to supervise them closely. If they continue to falter, do not hesitate to discipline them. Sometimes, a firm hand is necessary for enlightenment. Startled by his sudden remarks, Ming Xiao momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Master, you want me to strike them? Su Shofu nodded earnestly. You are their esteemed teacher and possess the authority to guide them. If they are disobedient, a reprimand is in order. The environment within my residence has rendered them too comfortable. They remain oblivious to the harsh realities of the world, unaware that success is not merely inherited from their forebears, but must be earned through their own efforts. But I am no match for them, she replied. Su Shufu. Ming Xiao reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. However, if I truly resort to physical reprimand, my senior brothers and sisters will not hold it against me, will they? They would not dare. Then, with your assurance, I shall proceed with confidence. Unbeknownst to her, she respectfully bowed and exited the study. Upon finding her 2 senior brothers, she informed them of her intention to join her studies at the Xingji Academy. Initially, they expressed joy, which soon gave way to concern. The academy is filled with males. Where will you reside? The master will arrange everything, surely. He would not leave me without a place to stay. Feeling reassured, she remarked, since the master has spoken thus, he must have a plan in place. Ji Jin pondered thoughtfully, recognizing that their master must have a plan. Once they enter the academy, they might be assigned to the same class. At that time, with their presence, no one would dare to bully her. Cui Changhe nodded in agreement, but another concern surfaced in his mind. While their master had arranged their accommodations, their junior sister spent her days coming and going alongside them, which could tarnish her reputation. In the future, her prospects for marriage might be subjected to scrutiny. Yet, such circumstances were unavoidable. After all, their junior sister was exceptionally talented. Remaining in the capital without attending school would squander her gifts, but attending could also jeopardize her reputation. Would they allow her to stagnate? Ji Jin shook his head with a sigh, asserting that their constant presence by her side would mitigate any potential damage. Cui Changhe remained apprehensive, yet felt powerless to act. Ming Xiao, having overheard their conversation, interjected, Brothers, I do not place much value on reputation. Your indifference stems from your youth. You will understand when marriage discussions arise. In the capital, noble families hold reputation in high regard. A girl with a good reputation will find marriage much smoother and more advantageous, Cui Changhe expressed, his anxiety palpable. Ji Jin replied, Enough of this. Our master has his own considerations. It's futile for us to speculate here. Our junior sister wishes to attend, and it is simply a matter of studying alongside the boys. We will always be by her side, never straying far. Even if someone brings up her reputation in the future, they will still have grounds for rebuttal. Eldest brother, second brother, rest easy. I care not for reputation, nor do I wish to marry. Ming Xiao curled her lips in disdain, asserting that men would merely impede her progress. She desired to remain single. In her later years, she would be cared for by the descendants of her brothers and, if necessary, she could adopt a couple of sons. One's life does not necessitate marriage. She simply did not wish to marry, believing it to be far from advantageous. How could it not be? Finding a husband who cherishes you means having someone to share burdens with at all times. Is that not a blessing? Living alone may offer freedom, yet it also brings considerable pressure. When the inevitable comes, one is buried with their husband's family. Without a husband's family, one returns to their own. And if there are no descendants to honor them, Minghua began to comprehend that her second brother placed immense value on family and progeny. However, having experienced modern society, she understood better than anyone that raising children well is indeed a source of comfort in old age. Conversely, if they are poorly raised or if mistakes occur along the way, it can lead to dire consequences, both emotionally and physically. There are countless children, raised with great effort, who neglect their elderly parents in their twilight years, once one passes, who still concerns themselves with matters of lineage. Moreover, she would not care for such matters after her demise. Second brother, I understand your perspective, she stated firmly. I have made up my mind. I shall not marry. Minghua continued with conviction. In truth, I have always believed that a woman's suffering begins with marriage. Life at home before marriage is far more pleasant. Parents cherish you in their palms. After marriage, the husband's family feels foreign, and the family of origin no longer feels like home. One becomes a person without a true home. Should you care well for your husband's family, they may commend you, but if you falter, their words can wound deeply. Although I am not afraid of idle gossip, I do not wish to endure such suffering in my husband's family without cause. A person of wealth and power can live life as they please. Is that not desirable? Chapter 149. Overcoming the Reborn Girl. 78. Ji Jin and Cui Changhe suddenly realized that their junior sister harbored deep prejudices regarding marriage. Ji Jin wished to offer counsel, asserting that not all marriages are fraught with discontent. However, Cui Changhe promptly intervened, diverting the conversation. Their junior sister has her own convictions. If she does not wish to marry, then so be it. Given her exceptional talents, few in this world are worthy of her. Why do you echo this sentiment?
Cui Changhe remarked nonchalantly.
It merely reminds me of my mother. How many scions of noble families in the capital do not take concubines? Rather than allowing our junior sister to share a husband with others, it is better for her to remain unmarried. To do otherwise would be to desecrate her worth. Therefore, no man is worthy of her. In his heart, he believed that if there were only two women deserving of his affection in this world, one would be his mother, and the other perhaps his junior sister. Ji Jin's expression froze. Cui Changhe's mother had been a concubine and had passed away early, a constant thorn in his heart. Each mention of her caused him pain, yet he now spoke of it with an unflinching demeanor. The atmosphere grew tense. Cui Changhe stated calmly, "It is all in the past. We must look forward." What his mother truly wished to see was likely the downfall of those wretched members of the Cui family who should accompany her. Senior brother, concerning this matter, I must speak with you, and the eldest brother. Minghua glanced around, noticing only the four individuals seated at a distance, engrossed in their books. Though they occasionally lifted their heads to glance in their direction, as long as their voices remained hushed, they remained oblivious to the conversation. You speak, Cui Changhe nodded, directing Minghua's attention towards Ji Jin. Ji Jin felt compelled to lower his voice, stating, "You are intent on taking charge of the Cui family. However, before assuming leadership,
Consider the matter of separation.
Should those two, mother and son, fail to obtain their desires, their mental state will undoubtedly become unhinged, leading them to undertake any action. I am unafraid."
Cui Changhe replied coldly.
We are aware of your courage, yet, if you wish to lead a prosperous life, you must exercise caution. Some matters, if handled correctly, will make future endeavors far easier. Would you not agree? Ji Jin tactfully refrained from speaking too bluntly, offering a subtle reminder instead. Cui Changhe's immediate reaction was to look at Minghua. Minghua's gaze momentarily faltered. Senior brother, a separation may well serve your interests, allowing you to legitimately govern the Cui family. As for that mother and son, even after a division, there are countless ways to ensure their discomfort. It is precisely due to the separation that one can act more freely. Cui Changhe suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, you are correct. There are myriad methods to cause them distress. Yes, after the separation, no one will be able to hold you in check. Actions will become more convenient. And even if Cui Changhe refrains from taking action, there are those within the Cui family willing to do so. Cui Changhe's plight was not a secret within the family. Many were aware of it. Once he ascended to the position of family head, numerous individuals would be eager to champion his cause. An inspired thought crossed his mind. He would govern the Cui family, and he would marry his junior sister. Thus, no one would dare to speak ill of her. The Cui family's influence in the capital was considerable, providing a safeguard for her well-being. The rightful matriarch of the Cui family, she is the object of his affection. However, before he can pursue her, he must first secure control over the Cui household. Otherwise, he will have no say in the matter of marriage, and as the years pass, he will inevitably be compelled to enter into a matrimonial alliance. A man of the Cui family cannot fully govern his own affairs, and he may find himself summoned before his mentors. At that point, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. The three siblings sat together, engaging in discourse about the content of their studies, each sharing their interpretations. It is through the myriad interpretations that one can discover the most accurate understanding. A day passed in the pursuit of knowledge, and just before Minghua departed, Su Shofu summoned the butler to bring forth 3 individuals, 2 of whom were women, both clad in neat and unadorned garments. Minghua, they are your instructors responsible for imparting the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Su Shofu addressed the trio. This is my esteemed disciple, Xiao Minghua. She possesses only a superficial understanding of these arts, and I ask that you guide her with care. The 2 female instructors were in their middle years, while the male instructor's hair was already grayed. They scrutinized Minghua for a moment before responding. Rest assured, Lord Su. You shall accompany Minghua to her home. And should you have no other intentions, allow her to care for you in your later years. This will enable you to impart your knowledge freely. The 3 were somewhat intrigued. None of them were married and held a rather indifferent view towards matrimony. They had no children of their own, though numerous nieces and nephews surrounded them. However, their unmarried status had drawn some criticism from their family, as speculation often arose about their choice to remain single. Were it not for this, they could easily maintain their wealth without the need to take on the role of instructors. Having met the 3 instructors, Minghua performed a respectful bow in greeting. You are too polite. Henceforth, we shall refer to you as Minghua, if that pleases you. Certainly, gentlemen. Feel free to address me as you wish. Leading the 3 gentlemen out of the Prime Minister's residence, the carriage at home proved insufficiently spacious at that moment, for individuals could not be accommodated. Fortunately, Jijin and Cui Changhe accompanied the group, and thus, the gentlemen took separate carriages with Minghua and Cui Changhe. The 2 ladies shared a carriage with Minghua, while the gentleman proceeded to Cui Changhe's vehicle. Cui Changhe maintained his gaze steadily. Mr. Long, how do you do? Is Mr. Long genuinely willing to instruct my little apprentice? Mr. Long shot him a curious glance, then, with an expression as unyielding as a mountain, replied, Indeed, I am willing. That is splendid. I hope Mr. Long will take great care in teaching my little apprentice, for she possesses a keen intellect, learning quickly and grasping concepts with ease. I also hope you will impart as much knowledge as possible, ideally revealing all your hidden treasures of wisdom. Within the carriage, silence reigned until they arrived at the Xiao residence. After dismounting, Jijin, Cui Changhe, and Minghua bid their farewells and departed. Minghua led the 3 gentlemen into the courtyard and summoned the steward. Gentlemen, this is the steward of my household. You may address him as Steward Xiao. Should you have any needs or require anything, do not hesitate to approach him. The 3 gentlemen responded, Greetings, I am Xiao Pingfu, the steward of the Xiao residence. Please feel free to command me as you wish. The gentleman nodded in acknowledgement, and Minghua continued. These 3 gentlemen have been invited by my master to teach me the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This gentleman's surname is... She had yet to learn their names. Mr. Long interjected, "My surname is Long, and my given name is Yufei. Chu Shuhui."
Li Si.
The three gentlemen introduced themselves succinctly, and Xiao Pingfu diligently noted their names. It was at this moment that Ming Hua learned of their identities. The butler guided the gentlemen to their accommodations, while she made her way to her mother's courtyard. As for the gentlemen, they would share a meal together in the evening, providing an opportunity for mutual acquaintance. In Chapter 150, titled Overthrowing the Reborn Girl, Ming Hua first visited her mother, planning to meet the gentlemen at dinner later. As she spoke, she performed a respectful bow. Mr. Long Yufei responded with a smile, while Mr. Chu Shuhui and Mr. Li Zi maintained calm expressions. After exchanging farewells, Ming Hua watched as the three gentlemen followed the butler before she turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Upon entering the second courtyard, she made her way directly to the secondary residence of Xiao Leshi. Xiao Leshi set aside her tasks and cheerfully waved at her. "You must be tired, dear?" "I'm not tired. I've spent the entire day reading, and my master has been diligently answering questions for me and my senior brothers. Tomorrow, I will accompany my master to Xingji Academy for a visit. He intends to arrange for my enrollment there, and my two senior brothers are also at the academy." A soft smile danced in Ming Hua's eyes. "I should prepare a few sets of clean clothes. I am unsure whether I will enroll directly after the visit, or if there will be other arrangements. It's prudent to be prepared. After all, it's better to have a plan in place." Her mother, relieved that her daughter would be able to enroll, asked, "Should I help you pack? Will you need to bring any jewelry to the academy?" Ming Hua shook her head. "No need, mother. I am going to study, and it would be best to blend in with the students at the academy." Xiao Leshi considered her daughter a situation, realizing the importance of her appearance as a young lady among her male peers, which eased her concerns slightly. "Does Xingji Academy also have a women's division?" Unbeknownst to her, it seemed unlikely. Otherwise, her two elder brothers would not be so deeply concerned. The smile in Xiao Leshi's eyes had never faded. She glanced at the maidservant beside her and instructed her to fetch some food and drink for the young lady. The maidservant exited the courtyard, and Xiao Leshi let out a soft sigh, gently squeezing her daughter's hand. It was an unfortunate situation, as her brothers were not living up to expectations. If only they could pass the imperial examination sooner, they could all journey to the capital together. As it stood, the family was separated, and even meeting was a challenge. Her brothers had already achieved much. Who could compare to her eldest brother, who had become a student at such a tender age of 12 or 13? There were very few in the capital like him, and he worked diligently. Mingzhu shook her head, filled with regret. If only her eldest and second brothers could come to the capital, they could learn in advance from the three esteemed instructors. She had heard her two elder brothers and their master mention that the standards for scholars in the capital were quite stringent. One must be proficient in the 6 arts of a gentleman. These were to be examined during the palace examination, and failure to master them could lead to significant losses. In ancient times, the 6 arts were essential studies for scholars. While the sons of the wealthy and powerful might indulge in debauchery, they were still expected to excel in at least one area. As the Book of Rites states, to nurture the sons of the state with virtue is to teach them the 6 arts. First, the 5 rites. Second, the 6 music. Third, the 5 archery. Fourth, the 5 charioteering. Fifth, the 6 writing. Sixth, the 9 numbers. These are further divided into major and minor arts, where the major arts encompass rites, music, archery, and charioteering, while the minor arts include writing and numbers. Observing her daughter's wistful sigh, Xiao Leshi felt a pang of worry in her heart. Should they consider bringing her brothers over? In the letter to your father, clarify that there were no conditions in the past. Neither you nor your 2 brothers have studied the 6 arts of a gentleman. Now that your master has created the necessary conditions for you, your brothers must not lag behind, and your father will understand. Minghua felt this was quite reasonable. Parents in this life always consider what is best for their children, and they are willing to do anything beneficial for them. Shall I compose a letter now? Wait a moment. If your brothers have no place to enroll, that would be troublesome. One must not relax their studies in pursuit of the 6 arts. Minghua nodded. Recalling what her senior brother had once said, perhaps she should hasten her efforts. During dinner, the males and females were seated at separate tables, divided by a screen. Mrs. Xiao had formally met the 3 scholars, though she had only seen the countenance of the 2 female scholars, not the male scholar. After the meal, once the 3 scholars had taken their leave, Mrs. Xiao conversed with Minghua, remarking on how learned the 3 scholars appeared. If their knowledge were lacking, her master would not have recommended them to her. Their expertise lies in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but their primary instruction would focus on subjects in which they excel. While they may teach some less familiar topics, they would not lead their students astray. Indeed, while feeling joy for her daughter, Mrs. Xiao also exhaled a sigh of relief. Since becoming a disciple, her daughter had reaped numerous benefits. Henceforth, she must show earnest filial piety towards her master and grandmaster, for otherwise, her mother would be the first to hold her accountable. Minghua exhaled softly, harboring suspicions that her mother might be entering menopause. Mother, if you are well, do not confine yourself within these 4 walls. Take the maid and the servant out for a stroll. Wander through the streets and marvel at the splendor of the capital. It is nothing. I shall weave more nets to exchange for some household support. Staying at home entails the same toil, with no time to visit the town. Now that we are in the capital, I long to venture outside. The market is just a stone's throw away. How delightful! The city is bustling. Yet with limited silver in hand, I feel a pang of anxiety. They brought 2,000 taels when they arrived, yet spent over 100 on the journey. Even if the estate is devoid of funds, these coins must be watched closely, for when it comes to spending, they truly fall short. In these few days of settling in, I have already expended another 200 or 300 taels on purchases, with daily expenses mounting. Furthermore, we must also consider the monthly wages for the servants. Living off mere reserves is not feasible. Mother, do not fret over the silver. I have my ways. The script will soon yield dividends, and afterward, I can engage in small business ventures alongside my senior and junior brothers, which shall bring in profits. She was well aware of her mother's unspoken thoughts. After all, to be born amidst hardship is to perish in comfort. Do not exhaust yourself. If you truly have nothing to occupy your time, it would be better to invite 2 female instructors to teach you some calligraphy or painting. It would refine your character. When father arrives, you could share poetic sentiments with him. How wonderful that would be. A flicker of interest ignited within Xiao Lusher's heart. Indeed, she felt somewhat tempted. Yet, she lacked the audacity to place the weight of life entirely upon her daughter's shoulders. I am but a humble villager. What do I know of poetic sentiments? When we wed, your father was fully aware of the kind of person I am. I am not one who can indulge in the airs of cultured society. Xiao Leshi's refusal was resolute and unequivocal. Do not persuade me further, for I am well aware of my own intentions. Focus on your studies, and do not burden yourself excessively with financial matters. Although our family may not be affluent, we are certainly not in want of food. Chapter 151. Overcoming the reborn girl, no amount of persuasion could sway her mother, and Minghua reluctantly set aside her concerns. The following morning, after breakfast, Minghua awaited her master at the entrance of the courtyard. After a considerable time, a servant finally arrived to report that her master was waiting outside. She hastily rose, called Xiao Mei to gather their belongings, and they proceeded together. Upon reaching the estate, they encountered the carriages from the Ji and Chui families, as well as 3 carriages from the Su family. Ji Jin and Chui Chanha awaited her by the carriages, and upon seeing her emerge, they approached with smiles. Junior sister, did you sleep well last night? Did you enjoy your breakfast? Very well. Thank you both for your concern, Minghua responded with a sweet smile. And where is my master? She glanced around and said, I shall first pay my respects to my master. Go ahead, they replied, accompanying her to the first carriage of the Su family. The servant brought a small stool for Ming Xiao to step onto, and after expressing her gratitude with a smile, she climbed up to the carriage. Lifting the curtain to look inside, she discovered not only her master but also the eldest grandson of the Su family present. "Good morning, master," she greeted as she entered the carriage. Being petite, she maneuvered inside with ease, bowing respectfully to her master. Su Shofu gently assisted her with a nod, saying, "There is no need for excessive formality, rise." "Yes," Ming Xiao replied, and after standing, Su Shofu gestured to a seat beside him. "Come, sit here. I have some matters to discuss with you regarding your training." Ming Xiao gently lowered her chin and took a seat beside Minister Su. Everything was in order, and the minister's carriage led the way. He did not speak at the outset. Only after they had exited the capital did he open his eyes to glance at his eldest grandson. "Shirling, where is your decorum?" Su Shirling was momentarily taken aback, then gazed incredulously at his grandfather. In the past, his grandfather had seldom concerned himself with such matters. Could it be that he truly held Xiao Minghua, this young disciple, in such high regard? Regardless of his thoughts, Su Shirling rose to pay his respects. "Nephew greets aunt. Good morning." "Nephew, good morning." "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please sit and converse." Accepting the salute with grace, she understood perfectly well. This was the master signaling to her that she could discipline a few of his grandsons, while also wishing to temper the arrogance of the eldest. Minister Su silently shook his head. Given the behavior of his eldest grandson, it was impossible not to feel disappointment. Fortunately, he was not beyond redemption. Let us first observe, and only if there is no hope should we take further action. Ming Xiao smiled softly. "Master, which esteemed gentleman are we visiting this time?" "He is the head of Xingji Academy, who once ranked prominently among the top candidates in the imperial examination. He entered the officialdom but was too straightforward, committed to being an upright and honest official. His candidness offended many officials of the court at the time, leading to his early retirement. At that time, I lent him a hand and arranged for him to take up a position at Xingji Academy. As of now, no more than 3 individuals are aware of this. With the addition of you two, remember to keep this to yourselves." Minister Su cast a vigilant eye on his eldest grandson. Ming Xiao, though we have not spent much time together, is evidently a child of discernment. In contrast, her several cousins, who have been indulged and pampered, lack the refinement that life's trials would bestow, and in certain virtues and manners, they truly cannot compare to Ming Xiao. Su Shirlin pondered. Shouldn't this be a matter for admonition from the master? Why must it be directed at his own grandson? "Understood, grandfather." Su Shofu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You joined Xingji Academy for 2 primary reasons. First, the integrity of the principal, and second, because Xingji Academy maintains a relatively equitable environment, with competition less imbalanced than in other institutions." Su Shirlin felt little affinity for this notion. As he had attended Xingji Academy from the outset, having never experienced the competitive dynamics of other academies, he remained blissfully unaware of his fortune. Ming Xiao, in contemplation, asked, "Master, are there students from humble backgrounds at Xingji Academy?" "Indeed, there are. Those from modest means receive far better treatment here than at other academies. Consequently, in recent years, an increasing number of such students are gravitating towards Xingji Academy. As these students flock to Xingji, the enrollment of other academies is inevitably affected. This has led to fierce competition among several institutions in recent years, with the conflicts now laid bare."
Su Silin Interjet, Geng Phát.
"There aren't many students from humble backgrounds at Xingji Academy." Su Shofu cast a sidelong glance at him, and with the emotion so plainly etched upon his great-grandson's face, he sighed helplessly. Upon his passing, the Su family would lack even a steward to uphold their legacy, and their decline would be inevitable. Ming Xiao pressed her lips together in silence. Speaking now would be tantamount to striking her master's face. Su Shirlin, bewildered by his own misstep, gazed at his grandfather with confusion before shifting his attention back to Xiao Minghua. Grandfather, the number of impoverished students at Xingji Academy constitutes only a small fraction. But what would be considered a substantial number? Su Shofu countered. Su Shirlin's lips twitched several times, yet he could not articulate a coherent response. Su Shofu's disappointment deepened. You brothers have been coddled by your mother since childhood, oblivious to the hardships of the world. In the entirety of Dezhou, how many impoverished students can genuinely gain admission to school and even achieve scholarly distinction? I do not know, Su Shirlin replied, shaking his head. Su Shofu inquired further. Have you inquired about the number of impoverished students in other academies? I have not. Have you ever investigated the realities of life among the common folk?
No.
Su Shofu closed his eyes and after a moment reopened them, his gaze now devoid of emotion. Minghua, having grown up among the commoners, possesses a deeper understanding than you. Minghua, please share your insights. The number of impoverished students eligible for admission in our county is merely over 30. This includes my brothers and myself. And I suspect the numbers in other academies are not significantly different. Minghua continued, the chances of attaining scholarly distinction are even slimmer from those 30 impoverished students. It would be a rare fortune for 3 to become licentiates. Life in the marketplace is fraught with poverty. A family subsisting on 2 taels of silver can barely manage a year's expenses, while the annual tuition at our county academy is 5 taels. The families willing to endure hardship to send their offspring to study are exceedingly few. There are instances where students have had to abandon their studies due to an inability to pay tuition, a scenario I have witnessed numerous times in our county. Sometimes I ponder upon the fortune I possess, to have been born into the embrace of my parents, to relish in the educational resources afforded to me as a woman, on par with those available to men. Hence, I must not disappoint their expectations. It is a pursuit for myself, as well as for my parents. The Xia family harbors aspirations of resurgence, a truth that weighs heavily in my parents' hearts. This hope for elevation resides within me and my brothers. While my brothers may progress at a slower pace, I shall strive to advance more swiftly. Who among the elder members of our clan does not yearn for the Xiao family to once again rise to prominence through the imperial examinations? Su Shirlin felt a pang of discomfort. Was the family of his teacher's aunt well off? My own circumstances are neither particularly prosperous nor dire. My father serves as a teacher in the county academy, providing a modest income sufficient for our needs. However, many of my kin in the countryside still grapple with the struggle for basic sustenance. Do not presume that the ability to send her to school implies a comfortable financial situation. Su Shirlin was deeply moved by this realization, prompting him to contemplate further. Teacher's aunt, I wish to learn about certain matters of the common folk. Might you share some insights with me? If you prefer not to, that is acceptable, as I can seek understanding elsewhere. Why should I not speak? Minghua inquired, tilting her head. She had never concealed her origins. She was but a humble scholar emerging from the countryside. What was there to hide? Su Shirlin recognized that his previous concerns were unfounded. She was indeed forthright. Minghua did not wait for him to speak and continued, for the children in the countryside. A single bite of meat is enough to bring them joy for an entire day. Even several days of happiness can ensue from a mere taste of a small delicacy, which they would proudly boast about throughout the village. The youngsters often catch fish from the river and roast them, deeming it a worthy meal. Frogs are also sought after for sustenance. Many families, upon the arrival of winter, possess only a single cotton coat. They must take turns wearing it when venturing outside, spending most of the winter confined to their beds. Some households lack even a cotton coat, and thick blankets are a luxury they cannot afford. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Su Shirlin nodded. It is cold, exceedingly cold. Their existence relies solely on self-sufficiency, yet you and I are immensely fortunate. With such fortune, what justification do we have to refrain from striving? We possess the inherent conditions for endeavor. Countless students from humble beginnings yearn for the opportunity to leap into greatness, motivated by the pursuit of wealth, power, and social standing. Those living in the comforts of affluence often forget that they are starting far ahead of others. However, this starting point should not serve as a reason for stagnation. Su Sherlin felt a pang of sympathy. How tragic, how dire. Is life in the countryside truly this daunting? Such thoughts escaped his lips unbidden. The chief minister closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, unsure of how to respond. At his grandson's age, he had already begun to engage in business and matters of livelihood, yet he observed that none of his grandsons possessed that same level of insight. Ming Hua turned to glance at her master, exclaiming with resignation, "What is there to be afraid of? The circumstances of one's birth dictate the nature of one's life. Even those born into affluent families must maintain a diligent spirit, while those from humble beginnings can only strive through sheer effort. In this existence, nothing is to be taken for granted. If one fails to cultivate oneself in this life, the next will surely be fraught with suffering. The concept of fate and fortune is not to be taken lightly. By refining oneself in this life, one may carry forward some karmic connections into the next. These patterns are discernible. Some individuals possess innate advantages, learning as if they had previously encountered the knowledge, mastering it after only a few readings. In certain matters, they may even grasp concepts intuitively, as if they had engaged with them deeply in a past life. Su Sherlin found himself momentarily stunned by her words. "Master, are you serious? How could I deceive you?" Su Sherlin, still skeptical, remarked, "But didn't my grandfather say that one should not speak of the supernatural?" "This has nothing to do with spirits," Ming Hua retorted with a roll of her eyes. Moreover, the admonition against speaking of the supernatural, from another perspective, suggests that Confucius respected but distanced himself from the realm of spirits, maintaining a sense of reverence. Of course, there are interpretations that regard Confucius as a staunch materialist. Su Sherlin's mind momentarily felt muddled. Had his previous understanding been flawed? Finally, the chief minister spoke up. "When did I ever say I doubted the existence of spirits?" It seemed he had not. Thus, was it his comprehension that was mistaken? Su Sherlin did not expect a lengthy explanation from his elder, but instead turned to Ming Hua. "Do you still believe in such things?" Su Sherlin was left utterly bewildered, unsure of whom to trust. "Master, it is better to believe in the existence of such things than to dismiss them entirely." Ming Hua spoke with an air of ease, concealing the true nature of her thoughts. Master Su's doctrine of inaction embraced a path of moderation, timeless and universally applicable. "When your script is completed, I must take a good look at it." The young apprentice seemed to have considerable faith in this aspect, for one could glean some insights from her manuscript. Ming Hua chuckled, neither responding nor elaborating further. Yet, Su Shofu was aware that she was genuinely delighted. He found it curious that this young girl possessed such profound understanding of human affairs. She adhered to principles in her conduct, and her principles were remarkably steadfast. After a considerable pause, Su Shofu informed her, "The president of the Academy of Conduct is surnamed Lin, given name Ru. Upon meeting him, simply address him as President Lin." "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Master." "Not at all." Su Shofu cast a mild glance in her direction, cautioning that President Lin was a person of fierce temperament.
Requiring careful Navigation in Interaktions.
For a fleeting moment, Ming Hua appeared bewildered, but then, as if an understanding dawned upon her, she replied, "I comprehend now. I shall exercise caution." During their journey, Su Shofu selectively shared anecdotes about Lin Ru, enlightening Ming Hua and Su Sherlin. They learned that Lin Ru had once held a formidable reputation among the successful candidates of his time, his talent serving as his foundation, which instilled in him both pride and ambition, yet he had faced setbacks along the way. It was evident that while Mr. Lin possessed remarkable gifts, he also harbored considerable arrogance. After an hour of travel, Ming Hua found herself relatively comfortable in the carriage. Su Shofu, however, kept his eyes closed, his jaw clenched, a testament to his struggle to maintain composure. Su Shilin could no longer endure the discomfort, repeatedly retching. Observing him, Ming Hua surmised that the boy was experiencing motion sickness. "My lord, we have arrived at the Xingji Academy. Please dismount from the carriage," the servant announced promptly from outside the carriage. Su Shilin hurriedly lifted the curtain and jumped down, only to double over at the roadside, retching uncontrollably. Ming Hua, supported by Xiao Mei, gracefully descended from the carriage and patiently awaited her master's exit. She extended her hand to assist him, saying, "Master, take your time." "It's nothing," Su Shofu replied, feeling unwell himself as he glanced at his grandson, who was still heaving. A sense of disdain washed over him as he thought, "Shilin, are you finished?" "Grandfather, I will be well soon," Su Shilin replied, wary of appearing too feeble, for he knew that such weakness would invite a stern reprimand from his grandfather. Ming Hua smiled gently. "Your health seems a bit fragile, dear nephew. You ought to engage in more physical activity." Su Shilin, ceasing his retching, turned to her with a look of plaintive reproach. "Aunt, please do not add fuel to the fire." Ming Hua, seemingly oblivious, turned her attention to Ji Jin and Cui Changhe, both of whom appeared unperturbed. In contrast, the other three Su family grandchildren looked woefully pale and dazed. "How can you all appear so wretched during your visit to Xingji Academy? How did you manage before?" "We could ride horses," one suggested. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Su Shilin again succumbed to another bout of dry heaving. Ming Hua stifled a light laugh. "That is indeed a splendid idea." Ji Jin and Cui Changhe regarded her with gratitude, recalling their own discomfort during a similar hour-long carriage ride, which today felt alleviated. Clearly, the spiritual fruit provided by their junior sister had proven effective, revealing itself to be an extraordinary remedy. The changes in their physical well-being were evident, prompting Ji Jin to inquire with concern, "Master, how do you fare?" Su Shofu shook his head, expressing that he was fine. At least his face appeared normal. Though there was certainly a touch of nausea, the ancient roads were muddy and riddled with potholes, making the journey a constant jolt. However, for someone who had spent years in the capital and seldom ventured outside, sitting in a carriage for an hour or two would inevitably elicit some reaction. "Please, take a moment to rest. Once you feel refreshed, we shall continue," Ming Hua suggested. "There is no need to rest. Gather your belongings. Let us be on our way," he replied. Ming Hua nodded and turned to Xiao Mei, instructing her to collect their things as they entered the academy. "Yes, miss," Xiao Mei responded, shouldering 2 bundles filled with their change of clothes. They were light and easily manageable. Su Shofu led the way, followed closely by Ming Hua, Ji Jin, and Cui Changhe, with the 4 grandchildren of the Su family trailing behind. Xiao Mei walked alongside Ming Hua as they ascended the 60 steps. Upon reaching the final step, they crossed a spacious square, where their eyes were drawn to a magnificent gate. Above it, a stone plaque inscribed with the characters Xingji Academy in flowing script exuded an air of majesty, each stroke infused with vitality, showcasing the exuberance of the calligraphy. "Master, who crafted the plaque for Xingji Academy?" Ming Hua inquired. I know. Su Shilin, the second grandson of the Su family, hurriedly interjected, "Grandfather, master, I can tell you this. Our first lesson upon entering was to learn about the experiences of the previous deans." The plaque was inscribed by the first dean, Miao Tsongshan, who also founded Xingji Academy. It has endured for 300 years under the stewardship of successive deans. The Great Zhao dynasty has yet to reach 300 years of history, while Xingji Academy has far exceeded the existence of a single dynasty. Ming Hua smiled gently. Her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at the second nephew of the Su family, truly adorably foolish. He even dared to interject his grandfather's words. "Are you well versed in the history of Xingji Academy?" As expected, Su Shofu initiated the conversation. Su Shilong's heart sank. "Grandfather, I am not particularly knowledgeable about the history of Xingji Academy. I only grasp a few superficial details. I see.
Su får det bli løy su.
I had thought you could recite it verbatim. Dear grandfather, Su Sherlang retreated timidly, no longer daring to come closer. Su Shofu shook his head and sighed, pondering why none of these grandchildren resembled him. Ji Jin and Shui Changhe chuckled in unison, finding the Su family's grandchildren truly difficult to articulate by their age. One would expect them to have acquired understanding. Yet, they consistently evoked a sense of exasperation. When elders converse, it is a display of poor upbringing for a younger generation to interrupt rashly. Master, Sherlang is merely expressing good intentions. Please do not take offense. While good intentions are indeed commendable, the expression of oneself can sometimes misalign with the appropriate moment. Su Sherlin silently comforted his brother by holding his hand.
Su får.
With a sense of resignation, remarked,